Year 60 of Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto. Long Guheng. You two are late for class again. Go stand outside the door. Outside the door, Long Guheng, with black hair and brown eyes, scratched the back of his head, a familiar innocent smile on his face, and launched into the well-rehearsed excuse. Sorry, Iruka-sensei, we helped an old lady cross the street on the way here, that's why we were late. Helping an old lady cross the street again. You two have helped dozens of old ladies this semester. I think every old lady in Konoha has been helped by you already. Iruka pressed his forehead where veins bulged, his accumulated exasperation finally overwhelming his patience. Go stand at the door. Yes, sir. Standing at the door, Long Guheng took a deep look at Naruto and couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Long Guheng felt frustrated and powerless. He didn't want to be late either, but Naruto overslept every single morning without fail. Alas, poor me, a bona fide transmigrator, yet I have nothing. Other transmigrators start with double Kimui or the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki or create an overpowered jutsu from the get-go. But me? No talent, no mysterious old man, gifting powers, pitifully low chakra. The only thing I have is a system that only loads a progress bar. In this ninja world where death lurks at every corner, I am like an egg hitting a rock. The egg cracks. Yes, Long Guheng was a transmigrator, and a pitiful one at that. Before transmigrating, he was a small streamer playing Naruto mobile game. After streaming 6 sessions in a day, he successfully earned the qualification to transmigrate. Except his heart hurt badly right before the trip. In this life, his parents sacrificed themselves during the Nine-Tails rampage 12 years ago. But what could he do? Even though he had self-awareness at that time, he was just a 1-year-old infant. Sent to the safety shelter by his parents, he could only watch them leave. Then, as everyone knows, the 4th Hokage and his wife used their lives to give Naruto a power-up, while the 3rd Hokage, for the village's safety, allowed the whole village to bully Naruto. Only a few, like Long Guheng, stayed friends with Naruto. What? You say Long Guheng's parents were killed by the Nine-Tails, so why would he still hang out with Naruto? What a joke. As a transmigrator, I know that as an orphan, without a clan, I'm cannon fodder in the Naruto world. Might as well get close to the protagonist now. I mourn my parents, but surviving is the most important thing. Besides, Naruto is not the culprit, he too is a victim of that disaster. And maybe someday Naruto will power up and take me along. At the very least, imagine the future 7th Hokage coming to a grave every year, placing flowers and pouring sake, saying, "Old Hung, let's be brothers in the next life too." That would be pretty glorious too. Naruto, seeing him dejected, immediately patted his shoulder, flashed a bright smile with white teeth, and comforted him cheerfully. Hung, don't be sad. We've been late plenty of times. Later you treat me to Ichiraku ramen, and we'll both cheer up. Looking at Naruto's healthy smile, Long Guheng swallowed the words he was about to spit out, and simply said, "You sure are proud of yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly a cold, grand, epic mechanical sound exploded without warning in the depths of Long Guheng's mind. Progress bar has reached 20. Let us welcome the legendary ninja, the ghost of the Uchiha, the ninja world's dancer, the battlefield rose. Uchiha Madara, who knows the true essence of his dream. Oh, another impure world reincarnation. No, this feeling is real. Is it Rinne Tensei? Boom. Long Guheng's mind went completely blank, every hair on his body standing on end. Holy crap. Uchiha Madara. No way, system, you actually gave me a huge bomb without saying a word. Kid, you've heard of my name. Good. It seems my heroic image was recorded after that great war. But you should know that reviving me comes at a great cost. And what is this space? It can actually restrain my power. Looking at Uchiha Madara, who appeared out of nowhere in the space within his body, Long Guheng couldn't help swallowing hard. He thought that at least this space contained him. Otherwise, Konoha's reconstruction plan would start early. But wait, if Madara was inside him, that was even more dangerous. What if he suddenly felt like blowing up this body? What? I'm inside your body. Kid, is this how you revived me? It seems that great war was too long ago. You've lost your fear of me, Uchiha Madara. Inside the space, Uchiha Madara, upon reading Long Guheng's thoughts, became enraged, and even the suppressed chakra began to riot. Madara continuously emitted deathly, deep blue chakra. Seeing this, Long Guheng instantly became submissive and hurriedly appeased. Lord Madara, don't get angry. Getting angry leads to a fast death. I don't know how you revived inside me. The reason might be that display screen above. Oh, display screen. Following Long Guheng's words, Madara looked up and saw the yellow screen hanging at the top of the space, its numbers frozen at 20. No chakra, it's not a ninjutsu. It seems I underestimated your frail body. This is the secret to containing my soul. Well, kid, is Uzumaki Naruto still alive? Fighting him would be enough to let me get used to this body. Naruto. He's right next to me, the one with the yellow spiky hair, like a pineapple. Long Guheng was confused by Madara's words from inside his body. What? No, that's not right. Am I not revived? I've been reincarnated. That means I can personally complete the moon's eye. Mid-sentence, Madara's originally manic expression gradually sank, and he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. How what moons I plan what peace. Just an empty dream manipulated and used by others. Hashirama, was I really wrong? With that, Madara withdrew all his chakra, dejectedly walked to a corner by himself. Long Guheng, seeing that the white space inside his body had stabilized, let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he looked at Madara, who was sitting in the corner with his head down. Has Lord Madara gone emo on himself? Will he shed tiny pearls here? Should I go comfort him a bit and gain some favor? Beside him, Naruto, seeing Long Guheng muttering to the air, was confused and asked, "Ahung, did Iruka Sensei I scold you, silly? Why have you been talking to yourself all day? It's nothing, go play elsewhere." Thunderbolt Pineapple Head. Long Guheng, deep in thought about how to soothe Madara's gloom, perfunctorily brushed off Naruto without thinking. But Naruto jumped up immediately at the nickname. Hey, explain clearly who's a Pineapple Head and why add Thunderbolt. If you're gonna call me that, then you're a Thunderbolt Big Egg. Who's a Big Egg? Someone with my handsome face is a Korean opera, okay? As he said that, Long Guheng struck a pose, right hand covering his face, left eye winking. What's Korean and oppa? You're always saying things I don't understand. And that move of yours is too cocky. You'll get beaten up. Looking at Long Guheng's strange pose, Naruto's mouth twitched. Just then a voice like a demon's whisper came from the window. Hey, you two are both pretty cocky, not even standing obediently when you're being punished. Bam, bam. Such loud heads. Both of you stand straight. Yes, sir. The two with red swollen lumps on their foreheads quickly obeyed, facing Iruka, who was shaking his huge fist. Really, how do you two expect to become good ninjas like that? After finally enduring until the end of the school day, Long Guheng dragged away Naruto, who was still brooding over his pineapple head, and promising to treat him to double ramen next time, headed back to his own dorm. The moment the door closed, Long Guheng let out a long breath of relief. Finally back. Iruka Sensei's punch was way too vicious, it almost turned my handsome face into a square. Right, Madara seems to still be idling inside my body somewhere. I wonder if after spending these years beside Naruto, he has picked up that persuasive sweet talk of his. With a single thought, Long Guheng's consciousness plunged directly into that pure white system space. As he lifted his gaze, he saw Uchiha Madara sitting alone in a corner, his solitary back desolate, utterly unlike the Shura who once swept across the shinobi world. Long Guheng scratched his face, cleared his throat, and shuffled a few steps closer, yet still kept a cautious distance as he spoke. Good evening, Madara-sama. Don't squat in the corner like that, it really looks horribly suffocating. At the sound of his voice, Madara abruptly lifted his head. His Mangekyo Sharingan, glowing with a scarlet light, locked onto Long Guheng in a piercing glare. His voice was hoarse to the extreme, tinged with bitter self-mockery, suffocating. To be used by others for an entire lifetime, to find that the dream you pursued with all your being was nothing but a lie. Such pain is not something a little brat like you could possibly comprehend. Hashirama, was I truly wrong? That last question was almost a whisper to himself, laden with endless exhaustion and bewilderment. In the past, Long Guheng would surely have cowered long ago. Yet now, looking at this legendary figure of the shinobi world reduced to such a state, the fear in his heart had strangely faded. He lightly cleared his throat, sat down cross-legged, and began to console him. Madara-sama, don't keep glaring like that. Look, you're about to give yourself chronic red eye. Madara was momentarily choked into silence, the fierce aura around him oddly faltering. Brat, you truly understand nothing. But Long Guheng refused to give him the chance to bow his head and sink back into self-doubt. He went straight to the point. I do understand. And Madara-sama, you were never entirely wrong. Madara snapped his head up, his Sharingan narrowing sharply. What did you say? I said you were not entirely wrong. Meeting his gaze, Long Guheng spoke with sincere, unwavering tone. You wanted to protect the village, to end others' suffering, to realize true peace. Was that original resolve wrong? It was not. You and Senju Hashirama fought from childhood to adulthood, then joined forces to found Konoha and end the Age of Chaos. Was that wrong? That was not wrong either. Madara's breathing hitched slightly as he fell into silence. Long Guheng continued, the one at fault was not you. It was that clinging wretch Black Zetsu, it was the tampered Uchiha stone tablet, it was a grand deception from start to finish. You were kept in the dark, fighting desperately to chase a dream someone else had drawn for you. That is not stupidity, that is your unwavering devotion. You spent your entire life battling for peace. Even if you strayed from the path, you are still 1,000 times stronger than those cowards hiding in the back, doing nothing but pointing fingers. Madara's entire body trembled, his pupils quivering violently. In nearly a century of life, he had heard countless people call him a demon, a madman, yet never once had someone spoken to him in this way. No one had ever told him his original intent was not wrong, that he had merely been deceived, that he was not foolish, only steadfast. Seeing his shaken expression, Long Guheng seized the opportunity, softening his tone. Madara-sama, you are the legend of the Uchiha, one of the few true men in the shinobi world. You've never backed down, never been afraid. How could you be defeated by a mere lie? The eye of the moon may be false, but you Uchiha Madara are real. Your strength is real, your will is real, and the bond between you and Lord Hashirama is real as well. Now that the illusion has crumbled, you can walk a path that truly belongs to you. Why keep crouching here drowning in self-doubt and self-denial? That's not the Uchiha Madara I know. The one who shouted, "So you too wish to dance." As his final words fell, Madara's dim Sharingan suddenly blazed forth again with a surge of scarlet. He slowly rose to his feet. The air of dejection that had once clung to him was swept away, his spine straightening once more like a divine sword about to leave its sheath. The dormant chakra around him began to flow again, not as frenzied rage, but as a vast restrained torrent after deep stillness. He lowered his head to look at the tiny fragile brat before him, his gaze complicated. There was shock in his eyes, suspicion, and also a faint release, as though something within him had finally been After a long moment, Madara spoke, his voice no longer hoarse, once again bearing the deep timbre of the Uchiha overlord. "Brat, you are quite adept with words." Long Guheng chuckled, thumped his own chest, and said, "Of course. Madara-sama, I may not be good at much else, but when it comes to reasoning things out, I've got some talent. What's past is past. Since you've been given a second life, then this era still belongs to Uchiha Madara." Madara watched him silent for a moment before the corner of his mouth lifted in an exceedingly faint arc. "Very well. Brat, you have successfully piqued my interest. It is time for this shinobi world, which has forgotten my existence, to remember the name Uchiha Madara once more." As his words faded, the pressure that belonged to Uchiha Madara spread once more through the pure white space. Not the suffocating killing intent of before, but a domineering presence coiled to spring, ready to rise to the peak again. The heavy stone in Long Guheng's heart finally dropped, and he was just about to cheer in triumph. The next instant, Madara's voice, laced with playful cruelty, struck coldly, "But don't celebrate too soon. As the vessel bearing my rebirth, you are far too weak. Starting tomorrow, I will train you according to the standards of the Warring States era, until you can withstand the full extent of my power." The smile on Long Guheng's face froze, instantly replaced by utter despair. "Seriously, Madara-sama? You mean it? To have me, Uchiha Madara, personally instruct you? You should be grateful." Madara's expression suddenly darkened, his gaze sharpening like blades as it fixed on him. "I know you're hiding quite a few secrets, Brad. Even my past you know inside out. But I, Uchiha Madara, do not care. As you said, what's gone is gone. From here on, I will personally oversee your training, and it begins now." Long Guheng burst into a wail. "Come on, Madara-sama, don't torture a brand new account." Soon it was the day of the graduation exam at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Heaven knows how Long Guheng had gotten through this period, training his body during the day, practicing ninjutsu at night, and from time to time, facing Ban's hellish assessments. Me fight Lord Ban. Really? Of course, how could Long Guheng keep this heavy affection from Lord Ban all to himself? He turned around and dragged Mingren to enjoy it together with him during the day. During this time, Long Guheng also discovered that the space within his body could perfectly shield Ban's chakra. Just like the Umbu agents lurking in the shadows watching Mingren, Ban could spot them with a single sweep. Yet from beginning to end, they never detected that within Long Guheng's body lurked an ancestor of the Uchiha clan. "Mingren, hurry up. Today is the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy. We can't be late." Outside the door, Long Guheng pounded anxiously on Mingren's door. But from inside came Mingren's lazy voice. I know. It's all because of you, Hong. You drag me running and jumping every day. My arms and legs are still sore. I really don't understand. With such a lax attitude, how will he become strong in the future?" Ban's voice suddenly rang out from within, full of bewilderment. Long Guheng couldn't help but curl his lips and replied inwardly, "He's a protagonist with a cheat, you know. By the way, Lord Ban, let's pause tonight's training. There's a big show to watch." "Cheat?" Ban snorted derisively, but a hint of curiosity was piqued. "You always come up with the strangest words." As soon as he spoke, the wooden door creaked open. Mingren appeared with a mess of spiky blonde hair, his eyes shining brightly. Let's go. Today I'm definitely going to graduate." Well, as expected, when nothing goes wrong, something does go wrong. That Mingren had only trained his physique with Long Guheng. He was still completely clueless about the transformation technique required for the exam. The third Hokage he transformed into was not only short, but even had those iconic whiskers on his face. However, the furious Mingren then used the sexy technique, and with a puff of smoke, a female version of him sent Yaluka and Shuemu flying backward, leaving only 4 long streaks of blood. Well, it seemed the sexy technique was honed to perfection. The exam result was beyond doubt. Among the Konoha rookies, only Xuanhua Mingren had failed. Seeing Mingren's face written with utter despair, Long Guheng comforted him. "Mingren, don't be so sad. I believe your opportunity just hasn't come yet. When it arrives, you'll definitely graduate." Long Guheng knew it well that fool Mingren, once coaxed by Shuaima's few words, would surely go steal the sealing scroll. And this step was the starting. Long Guheng didn't even lift his eyelids. There was no need to think. It must be Shuemu the proctor for today's exam. Hehe, Lord Ban, just wait and see tonight. I certainly hope so. Long Guheng knew it well that fool Mingren, once coaxed by Shuemu's few words, would surely go steal the sealing scroll. And this step was the starting point of Mingren's cheat. He deliberately separated from Mingren to leave Shuemu ample room for persuasion, otherwise Mingren would truly never graduate, let alone activate his cheat. Night fell over Konoha. Long Guheng, clad in a robe and mask, quietly leaped out of the window. Why not use the door? Don't ask. If you have to ask, just remember ninja business, you don't pry. Deep in the forest, the atmosphere was already tense. Shuemu shouted at the severely wounded Yaluka and Mingren, who was carrying the sealing scroll on his back. Xuanwa Mingren. Why does Yaluka keep his distance from you? Why do you have no relatives in Konoha? Why does the whole village despise you, loathe you? Hearing this, Yaluka already guessed what Shuemu was about to say, and quickly shouted, "Stop it, Shuemu." But Shuemu was like a madman with a sickly grin on his face, enunciating each word as he tore open the cruelest truth, because you, Xuanwa Mingren, you are the nine-tailed demon fox that destroyed the village and killed Yaluka's parents. Ha ha ha. Boom. Mingren's mind went instantly blank. His legs gave way, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Now, a vicious gleam flashed in Shuemu's eyes. He quickly threw the giant shuriken from his back, aiming straight at Mingren's forehead. Shing! Blood splattered. Yaluka threw himself in front of Mingren. The shuriken embedded deeply into his back, staining his chunin vest crimson. Run, Mingren. Meanwhile, Long Guheng, who was drawing closer to the trio, was filled with confusion. Why haven't I arrived yet after so long? Did I take the wrong direction? Lord Ban, use your powerful sensory ability to locate him. TCH, how could I precisely pinpoint that brat's faint chakra? Ban's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Besides, there's another chakra above us, sensing this area, Ban said, sounding somewhat resigned. Boom. At that moment, a loud noise erupted in the distance. Long Guheng's eyes lit up. With this amount of chakra, it's definitely Mingren. He quickly quickened his pace and arrived at the grand, unknown battlefield. Am I too late? He's already used the multiple shadow clone technique. He saw over 2,000 Mingren clones surrounding Shuemu, punching and kicking him until his face was swollen and bruised, nearly as ugly as a pig on New Year's Eve. Well, I'm late. He's already unleashed the multiple shadow clone technique. Long Guheng scratched his head, a bit disappointed. Just as he was lamenting, Mingren's assault ceased. But Shuemu, who was lying on the ground, struggled up from the pool of blood, strange markings emerging on his body. What is that? Long Guheng wondered, watching the black curse marks crawling all over Shuemu. There seemed to be no such scene in the original story. Was this a deviation triggered by his arrival? But before Long Guheng could finish thinking, Shuemu, who had been lying on the ground, erupted with immense chakra. It blasted away dozens of Mingren's clones around him. His body grew visibly with the surge of chakra, tiger-like stripes appearing all over him, bursting his chunin vest and turning him into a humanoid tiger monster. Hey, what is this? How did he turn into a tiger? Mingren shouted in astonishment at Shuemu's dramatic, and Shuemu, as if answering Mingren, said, "This is the power of the curse mark bestowed by Lord Dashi Wan. How mighty, how perfect. Now then, little demon fox, are you ready to be torn to pieces?" Fierce tiger wild dance. Shuemu leaped into the air, his silhouette swiftly darting among the thousands of Mingren clones, slashing with his claws. Bang, bang, bang. The field quickly filled with white smoke from the clones being destroyed, along with red afterimages from Shuemu's rapid movement. In just 20 seconds, over 1,000 Mingren clones were completely annihilated. The original Mingren was in terrible condition. The intense pain and mental backlash from synchronously enduring 2,000 clones were layered upon each other, far exceeding his current limit. Agony swept through his entire body. Mingren could no longer hold on. He collapsed limply to the ground, completely incapacitated. Now it's your turn, Yaluka. Don't worry, this brat will be joining you soon, Shuemu said with a relaxed tone. Watching Mizuki effortlessly disperse Naruto's 2,000 shadow clones was certainly partly due to Naruto's inexperience in combat, but it was still incredible considering Mizuki hadn't even been able to counterattack once at the beginning. The three watching all showed expressions of surprise. Indeed, it wasn't just Iruka and Long Guheng. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was also observing through the telescope technique. When he saw Naruto knock down Mizuki with the multi-shadow clone jutsu, his anxious heart finally settled. It wasn't that he feared the scroll of seals falling into Mizuki's hands. On the contrary, Hiruzen had long sensed that someone was plotting against the sealing technique. The theft incident today was precisely to catch the conspirator. What truly worried him was that Naruto, unable to bear the pressure, might release the Nine Tails. But seeing Mizuki's curse-sealed transformation surprised even this battle-hardened ninja professor. I never expected Orochimaru's research to possess such formidable power. Damn it, I must send the Yanbu over immediately. Konoha cannot endure another Ninetales rampage. Hiruzen said anxiously. Meanwhile, Long Guhing hid in the shadows, his eyes gleaming, sharply staring fixedly at the brutal Mizuki, a grin of excitement curling at the corner of his mouth. He called out softly, in his heart a hint of anticipation in his tone. It seems I didn't come for nothing after all. How about it, Lord Madara? Want to come out and take a breather? In the inner space, Uchiha Madara cast a sidelong glance, snorting with pride. Kid, you think of me as a hired thug. Fine, consider it a chance to break in this body early. How could that be? Long Guhing quickly smiled apologetically. I really admire you. Besides, surviving your training these days has toughened my body quite a bit. Use it as you like. With that, he stamped his foot and leaped straight out of the shadows. On the field, Mizuki grinned viciously at Irika. How pathetic, Irika. Die together with this demon fox. He lunged forward, his claws aiming straight for Irika's throat, bringing a bone-chilling gust. At the critical moment, Hiro arrives. Just as Mizuki's claws were about to slice across Irika's neck, a kick intercepted the charging Mizuki and knocked him back. Of course, Long Guhing was still in control of his own body, so this kick naturally caused no real harm to Mizuki. Mizuki immediately adjusted his posture midair, landing steadily on a tree branch on all fours. Then he looked ahead and saw a man in a deep blue robe wearing a three-eyed fox mask standing in front of Irika. Who are you? Mizuki asked cautiously. In response, Long Guhing raised his hands confidently and replied, I am a god. A crow cawed overhead, bringing a string of ellipses. TCH, kid, stop making a fool of yourself. Madara inside him could no longer stand this Chinibu outburst. Switched. The next second, the aura around Long Guhing changed drastically. The previous frivolity vanished completely. His raised hands suddenly withdrew and crossed over his chest. An overwhelming pressure that surpassed all beings exploded outward, causing even the surrounding leaves to tremble. Mizuki felt a weight in his heart, but his mind was still clouded by rage. He crouched on all fours, assuming a tiger's pounce posture, and roared, playing tricks. Dare to stop me, and I'll kill you too. He kicked off the ground, splitting the earth, and shot forward like a cannonball, his claws glinting with cold light. Within arm's reach, a sudden extreme sense of crisis exploded in Mizuki's heart. The instinctual fear of a beast facing its natural predator, as if he would be torn apart in the next second. He abruptly withdrew, his claws leaped backward with all his might, retreating several meters, and landed on a treetop, trembling all over. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Mizuki clenched his trembling hands and looked at Long Guhing, who still maintained his arms-crossed stance. If I had actually made contact with him just now, I would definitely have been killed. What is this guy? He's full of openings, yet my instincts are screaming danger at full volume. On the other hand, Uchiha Madara, now controlling Long Guhing's body, was thoroughly relaxed. Long-lost entertainment time. But it seems a few annoying flies are coming, so Madara raised a finger and said casually, I'll finish you in 1 minute. You bastard, don't underestimate me. He'll tear you apart. Mizuki was so enraged by the mysterious man's contemptuous words that his teeth chattered, and anger instantly shattered his fear. Crack! The tree branch beneath him exploded, and his figure turned into a black shadow, diving down with the rebound, his speed several times faster than before. Too slow. Madara chuckled lightly, slightly shifting his body to effortlessly dodge the fatal strike. Seizing the moment when Mizuki was still airborne and unable to move, he delivered a straight kick to his face. Bang! Mizuki flew back like a ragdoll, crashing through 3 or 4 large trees before slamming heavily onto the ground, spitting blood. He struggled to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury. Damn you, you bastard. Even though I'm weak before you, I want you to know that I have great anger. The tiger in my heart is roaring. Mizuki leaped madly through the forest, using the trees to accelerate, accumulating momentum until his speed left only after images. He abruptly changed direction, diving from above with a sneer. Let's see you dodge this. Madara looked up, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Just as Mizuki lunged, Madara suddenly leaped up, extending his hand like an iron clamp, gripping Mizuki's throat tightly. His fingers tightened, and a suffocating sensation surged. Do you want to dance as well? The voice was low but carried a crushing pressure that could shatter the soul like a death god's scythe scraping past Mizuki's ear. Mizuki froze instantly. All his anger, resentment, and arrogance crumbled to dust under those words. He finally realized that his so-called absolute power was merely that of an insignificant ant in the other's eyes. It's time to end this farce. Would release advent of a world of trees, boom. The ground split open with a roar, spiderweb-like cracks spreading in all directions. Countless towering trees erupted from beneath the earth, vines writhing like venomous snakes, instantly entangling Mizuki layer by layer and completely devouring him. In an instant, the original dense forest had transformed. When the technique ended, colossal trees blocked the sky and countless vines lay in layers. There was no sign of Mizuki anywhere. Madara had silently slipped away under the cover of the growing trees, leaving only the stunned Iruka and the still unconscious Naruto. But the most shocked of all was undoubtedly Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had witnessed the entire scene through the telescope. His pipe had already fallen to the ground at the moment the first tree burst forth, and his face was filled with undisguised shock and excitement. What a powerful wood release user. It's like the first Hokage himself has returned. But that familiar chakra and tone from the beginning. Is it really him? Pain. 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 The moment Long Guheng stepped back into the room and fully reclaimed control of his body, it felt as though every bone had been shattered and reassembled, with agonizing pain spreading through his veins to every extremity. His chakra had been completely drained by that would-release advent of a world of trees technique. His legs gave way, and he fell flat on his back against the floor, screaming at the top of his lungs, unable to lift even a single finger, let alone turn over. Crying like a baby over such a small thing. Madara's cold voice echoed deep in his consciousness, dripping with undisguised disdain. I didn't even use a tenth of my power, and you're already broken. Starting tomorrow, extra training. No. The next day, Long Guheng, look at me. Imaginin tu ha. Naruto, who had just met his good friend, boasted loudly. Long Guheng, fully aware of the situation despite his fatigue, teased with a mischievous grin. Really? Naruto, did you bribe Iruka Sensei? Tell me secretly how many bowls of ramen it took to get his approval. I promise not to tell anyone. What? No way. Naruto would never do anything so shameful. Naruto retorted, looking annoyed at being accused of bribery. TCH, if you want, say forget it. Let's go, we'll be late again. Long Guheng ignored Naruto and dashed. Naruto hurried after him, muttering non-stop, don't you believe me? I really became a genin through my own strength. Yeah, right, I totally believe you. You clearly don't. The two argued noisily all the way to the classroom door. As they stepped inside, a gray-clad genin frowned at Naruto with a skeptical gaze. No way. What's Naruto doing here? You only become a genin after passing the graduation exam, right? Naruto ignored the whispers, grabbed Long Guheng's arm, and headed for a seat. Come on, sit, I have to tell you all about how I saved Iruka Sensei. You just let it slip, didn't you? And I suggest you don't sit here. Long Guheng glanced at the person beside the seat, who wore a blue short-sleeved, high-collared Uchiha outfit. Huh? Why? Naruto asked dumbfoundedly. Just then a red figure approached from behind. Naruto, get out of my way. I want to sit over there. It was none other than the illusion master Sakura. Haruno Sakura pressed one hand on Naruto's head, shoved him aside cleanly, and sat down next to Uchiha Sasuke, instantly switching to a gentle demeanor. Standing up, Naruto watched the girl he liked laughing and chatting with Sasuke, his face full of dejection. Taking a step back for peace, but the more he thought, the angrier he got. Furious, Naruto leaped in front of Sasuke, squatting down with hands on his knees, eyes narrowed, his face barely a fist's distance away. The girls nearby immediately erupted. They wouldn't allow anyone to stare at Sasuke like that, especially the dead last Naruto. Wait, that pose. Could it be? Before Long Guheng could finish his words, a boy in the front row suddenly stood up, his elbow jabbing backward. Splat. World-famous painting achieved. Splat. From then on, two pure souls intersected. Whether he did it on purpose or not, someone yelled Naruto, and a crowd rushed at him. By the time Iruka entered the classroom, he saw a pig-like head resembling Naruto lying on the desk. From today on, you are full-fledged ninjas. Iruka droned on from the podium, but Long Guheng was daydreaming. Which team will I be assigned to? With 2 extras, or inserted into Team 7? It can't be that I'll push someone out, right? Then Team 1, Haruno Sakura Noda X and Mukai XX. Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Long Guheng, and Uchiha Sasuke. Well, so it is. What a... Why? Naruto freaked out, slamming the desk and shouting at Iruka Sensei. Why does someone as excellent as me have to be in a team with this guy Sasuke? Iruka's face darkened as he scolded, Sasuke is the best among all graduates, and you are dead last. Besides, although Long Guheng performed exceptionally in the graduation exam, he usually sleeps or causes trouble just like you. Our decision is to balance abilities. Then the silent Sasuke finally spoke. Humph, don't get in my way, idiot. Hearing this, Naruto trembled with rage and yelled, what? You bastard. Want to try my fists? Sakura, caught between them, naturally sided with Sasuke, venting all her frustration at not being in the same team as Sasuke onto Naruto. Long Guheng just quietly watched the two beside him, bickering silently, thinking, Lord Ban, why are you suddenly silent? Did the system get muted? Too talkative. Looks like your training intensity isn't enough. Ban's impatient voice came from the space. No. Lord Ban, please continue resting. Long Guheng quickly gave in. I'd better think about how to pass Kakashi Sensei's test. But Long Guheng didn't notice that in the consciousness space, Ban was quietly gazing at Sasuke through his eyes. In his crimson pupils a faint trace of nostalgia flitted by along with an undeniable sadness. As time passed one by one the genin were taken away by their respective squad leaders, leaving Long Guheng and the other two alone in the classroom bored out of their minds. Growing increasingly restless, Naruto decided to teach this late-arriving teacher a lesson. He grabbed an eraser and wedged it into the gap of the door. Behind him Long Guheng sighed at Naruto's action. Naruto, such a trick won't work on a jonin. Here, use this explosive tag in the door gap to give him a surprise. Isn't that going too far? Even Naruto thought blowing up the teacher with explosive tags was a bit much. Don't worry, it's a small homemade explosive tag made with Lord Ban's help. Besides, a jonin isn't that weak. We need to leave a lasting impression on our future teacher. Long Guheng persuaded. Before leaving he added in Naruto's ear, "Hee, and I have a plan to make Sasuke look bad blah blah." Oh, let's do it, believe it. The simple-minded Naruto trusted his buddy in a second. Good Ebo would never set him up. Sasuke, resting his chin on his hand, thought silently, a jonin probably wouldn't fall for this. With a creak and a bang the moment the door slid open, the roar of the explosive tag echoed throughout the entire school. From the smoke emerged a man wearing a jonin vest and mask, one eye hidden by his forehead protector. At the moment he looked a bit disheveled. Well, just a little. You really thought of that, using an explosive tag to test me? How should I put it? Your first impression is quite annoying, Kakashi said with a hint of contemplation. On the legendary rooftop, Kakashi stared at them with his dead fish eyes. After a long pause he said, "Let's introduce ourselves. My name is Kakashi. Likes and dislikes are secret. Dreams? None. Hobbies? Many." Naruto immediately raised his hand. "Me. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I love the Ichiraku ramen that Iruka Sensei treated me to. I hate the 3 minutes waiting for instant noodles to cook. My dream is to surpass the Hokage and have everyone in the village acknowledge me." Sasuke's tone was icy. "Uchiha Sasuke. I hate many things like very few. As for dreams, they're just empty words. I have no interest. I have my own ambition to restore the Uchiha clan and kill that man. Long Guheng. My name is Long Guheng. I like fooling around with gullible hot-blooded idiots. I hate leading the way. As for dreams, let this era be engraved with my name. Long Guheng." Naruto was taken aback. "Idiot. Is that me? It can't be, we're best buddies. Interesting dreams. That's enough for introductions. Tomorrow we'll have a field exercise. Only those acknowledged by me will truly become genin, the rest will be sent back for retraining. See you at the training ground tomorrow. Don't forget your ninja tools. As for breakfast, skip it, you'll throw up anyway." With that he vanished in a puff of smoke. As Kakashi's shadow clone disappeared, Long Guheng and Naruto also turned into 2 puffs of smoke. "Sasuke, the clown was me. What? How could those 2 deadlasts do that? Damn it. 3 bastards. How frustrating. Why isn't Kakashi Sensei here yet? And that guy Long Guheng. Yesterday he was smiling and telling me not to be late, and now he hasn't shown up either." Naruto, who had been waiting with Sasuke all morning, complained. "Yo, good morning." A lazy voice suddenly came from a distance. Kakashi, with one hand in his pocket and the other waving casually, ambled slowly toward them. Naruto leaped up with a whoosh, pointing at Kakashi's nose and shouting angrily, "We've been waiting for you all morning. You're late." Kakashi tilted his head, his tone irritatingly innocent. "Oh, I ran into an old lady on the way who needed help, so that's why I'm late." "Naruto, why does that sound so familiar?" "That's right, I can vouch for him. Right after breakfast, I saw Kakashi Sensei helping a super hot young lady." Long Guheng popped his head out from behind Kakashi with a grin. "This little brat." Kakashi rolled his eyes at him, helplessly too lazy to make up more excuses. He cleared his throat and turned serious. "I have 2 bells here. Your mission is to snatch them before noon. Those who fail to get a bell won't be allowed to eat lunch, and they'll be eliminated and sent back to the Ninja Academy to repeat. Also, you won't be able to get the bells unless you come at me with the intent to kill." Just as Kakashi finished speaking, Long Guheng glanced beside him. He saw Kakashi holding down a head of blonde hair with one hand, while with the other, he pressed the hand that held Naruto's kunai against the back of Naruto's head. "Fast, but I can still barely see his movements. Looks like my training these past few days has paid off a bit." Then Long Guheng whipped a roundhouse kick toward Kakashi's face. "You guys are too impatient. You have to wait for me to say start. Well then, let's begin." Kakashi grumbled, pulling out the middle volume of Make Out Paradise from his ninja tool pouch. Seeing Kakashi completely disregard him, Naruto instantly became enraged. "I'm going to kill you." With that, Naruto lunged directly at him, doing 2.5 somersaults in the air and delivering a spinning side kick aimed at Kakashi. But Kakashi, without even looking up, simply ducked down and dodged the attack effortlessly. After landing, Naruto didn't give up. He immediately took a step forward and threw a punch. Seeing Kakashi immobile, Naruto thought to himself, "I can do this." But just as his fist was about to connect, Kakashi vanished and reappeared behind Naruto, forming the Tiger Hand seal. "A ninja shouldn't leave his back exposed to the enemy, you idiot." Leaf Village Secret Taijutsu Millennium Anti-Diarrhea Technique. Kakashi's 4 fingers successfully struck Naruto's weak point. Watching Naruto go flying, Kakashi turned his gaze to Long Guheng, who was still standing in place. So do you want to charge and foolishly like him? Long Guheng raised an eyebrow, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Maybe you'll be the one coming to me. As his words faded, the water surface suddenly erupted with several splashes. 7 figures burst from the water one after another, all 7 Narutos roaring simultaneously, lunging at Kakashi from all directions, accompanied by the whistling of multiple shuriken aimed at his vital points. But Kakashi merely raised a single finger and waved it casually. With a few clinks, all the shuriken were precisely deflected. Just as Kakashi was about to meet the Naruto's onslaught from all sides, he suddenly paused and turned back to see a Naruto appearing behind him, grabbing hold of him. Now, a sharp glint flashed in Long Guheng's eyes, and his figure shot forward. He stepped on one Naruto's shoulder, leaped into the air, pulled out a prepared secret scroll from his chest, and unfurled it. Secret art wild shuriken dance from the scroll. Countless shuriken surged forth like a rainstorm, blanketing the entire area where Kakashi stood. Even the surrounding Naruto shadow clones were caught in the downpour, pierced by countless shuriken and dissipating into puffs of white smoke. In an instant, only a log cut in half remained, with wisps of white smoke rising. Kakashi's figure slowly emerged from the smoke, his expression darkening. What a nasty jutsu. Did you target the Narutos because you knew they were shadow clones, or are you willing to sacrifice your comrades to get the bells? Long Guheng clapped his hands, showing no surprise at all, and muttered to himself, substitution jutsu. As expected, plan a surprise attack failed. Inside the mental space, Uchiha Ban sat cross-legged in the pure white void, chin propped on one hand, watching the scene outside with interest. A faint smile curled at his lips. That kind of childish attack is useless. Use your plan B. Let me see how much you've improved. Back in the real world, noticing Long Guheng's sudden pause, Kakashi squinted his visible right eye. What's wrong? Thinking of begging for mercy? Long Guheng snapped back to attention, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He waved at Kakashi. Beg for mercy? Not a chance. My plan B is, Nijirandeo, run away. With that, he pushed off the ground with both legs shooting off like an arrow, and without looking back plunged into the nearby forest, disappearing in an instant. This move left Kakashi completely dumbfounded, his feet stumbling involuntarily. In the mental space, Ban was instantly furious, almost jumping up. Hey, kid, what kind of tactic is that? Don't ever say I taught you after this. I can't afford the shame. Meanwhile, Long Guheng was running with a carefree look, placating Ban in his mind. Don't rush, Lord Ban. This is called a tactical retreat. See, Kakashi-sensei didn't even chase me. This makes it easier to gather his intel. Ban snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. You don't already know his intel. With your secrets, you even know everything about his left eye Sharingan. He paused, then said calmly, turn right ahead. The Uchiha brat is fighting Kakashi. He got it, Lord Ban. Long Guheng immediately veered into the right forest, leaped onto a sturdy branch, and lay flat on the trunk to look down. Fire-style fireball jutsu on the open ground below. Sasuke was rapidly forming hand seals, gathering chakra in his mouth. A stream of blazing fire attribute chakra erupted, and a massive fireball wrapped in heat waves shot straight at Kakashi. Yo, perfect timing. I arrived just in time for the climax. Long Guheng's eyes lit up with excitement. Inside the mental space, Ban watched Sasuke skillfully execute the fireball jutsu below. The corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched upward for a moment, then quickly returned to its usual sternness. He forced a calm snort, barely passable. As a member of the Uchiha clan, such talent is only natural. But Long Guheng caught that slight change in expression. He suppressed a laugh and deliberately asked in his mind, Lord Ban, it seems you care about Sasuke. Too bad, in Konoha now that's the only Uchiha left. Ban's face instantly darkened, his tone turning cold and hard. You're hallucinating. I don't care about that brat at all. As for the Uchiha, I abandoned them long ago when I left the village and no one was willing to follow me. Long Guheng blinked, then said in a deadpan tone, Lord Ban, is it possible that the clan members willing to follow you are waiting at the back gate of Konoha? After all, who would leave through the front gate when betraying the village? Ban fell completely silent. An endless stillness echoed through the white space. Seeing Ban's renewed gloom, Long Guheng quickly changed the subject. Haha, don't go silent, Lord Ban. By the way, don't you want to come out and stretch your muscles this time? How you want me to play a child's game of snatching bells with you? Ridiculous. Ban's voice dripped with contempt, then he shifted tone. However, you can now use the jutsu. Long Guheng's eyes went wide, and he nearly fell out of the tree in shock. Really? That's what style? If I'm discovered, won't the village want to capture me for research? Research? Ban scoffed. Last time I used the wood release birth of dense woodland, it might have been noticed. Besides, He paused, his voice steady and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. With me, Uchiha band, here no one can touch you. Long Guheng felt a warmth in his heart, a broad grin spreading across his face, and a blazing battle intent ignited in his eyes. Lord Ban, you really are reliable. Then let's see just how much strength I can muster. With style would clone. A ninja must anticipate the enemy's moves. Better luck next time, Sasuke. In the clearing of my training ground, Kakashi was crouched, half-kneeling, lecturing Sasuke, whom he had pulled into the ground, with his Kenjutsu decapitation. Damn! Sasuke gritted his teeth, his pitch-black pupils filled with humiliation and rage. Seeing the instigator Kakashi's indifferent demeanor, that lazy posture, only further stung the pride of the young Uchiha. Just as Sasuke's fury peaked, Long Guheng, who had been waiting in ambush, seized the moment and charged forward, throwing a straight punch at Kakashi's face. But Kakashi, already aware, sidestepped the attack. A smirk curled at the corner of Kakashi's mouth as he said lazily, "Oh, the little mouse hiding in the shadows finally dares to come out." Yet Long Guheng did not respond to the taunt, nor did he give his opponent any chance to catch his breath. He turned and threw another punch at Kakashi, but Kakashi followed the momentum of the punch, grabbed his wrist, pulled him forward, twisted his hips, and swept his leg, causing Long Guheng to lose balance and crash to the ground. As soon as he hit the ground, Long Guheng used the impact to spring up, his hands supporting him as his legs kicked repeatedly at Kakashi's chest. Seeing Kakashi retreat, Long Guheng instantly changed his attack, bending his arms, leaping into the air, and spinning into a flying kick. Though the strike seemed fierce, Kakashi easily caught his ankle, then drove a knee into Long Guheng's abdomen, sending him flying with a sharp elbow strike. Not bad taijutsu. Kakashi watched the figure tumbling through the air, his tone flat and fair, yet carrying an undeniable dominance. Pity still lacking a bit. Madara, his body out of control, Long Guheng showed no trace of defeat. Instead, a smile appeared on his face as he threw a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, without warning. A kunai? Your last stubborn act. You really underestimate me. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, slightly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. He tilted his head just enough for the kunai to graze his mask and embed itself in the ground. But as Kakashi's gaze returned to Long Guheng charging toward him, bang! The kunai stuck in the ground, instantly transformed into Long Guheng's form, his hands forming the tiger seal rapidly, his body lunging straight at Kakashi's gap. Damn! Kakashi muttered, and to evade this shameful strike, he leaped abruptly into the air, barely dodging the fatal ambush. But the moment he leaped, the original Long Guheng was already upon him. One front, one back, a pincer attack sealing all escape routes. Wind release, vacuum wave. In that critical moment, Kakashi formed a single hand seal, unleashing a sharp wind technique. The powerful gust propelled him sideways on its recoil, extricating him from the encirclement. After landing, Kakashi wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead and instinctively touched his rear, a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. First use the real body to draw my attention, then turn a clone into a kunai and coordinate with the real body. I almost fell for it. But, not far away, the clone now returned to Long Guheng's form, held one bell in his hand, frowning slightly with regret. Only got one. Seems I missed this golden opportunity. This kid is no ordinary. His taijutsu is as sharp as if Head had professional training. And Kakashi glanced at the clone behind him. That's not a common clone either. It has strength comparable to the original. Kakashi knew he ought to take this seriously. He tucked the copy of Makeout Paradise back into his ninja tool pouch, his lazy aura vanishing completely, a fierce fighting spirit quietly unfolding. It seems you have quite the remarkable teacher behind you. Facing Kakashi's probing, Long Guheng unusually did not take the bait. Instead, he called out to Sasuke behind him. Hey Sasuke, stop playing the groundhog there. If you want to pass the exam, go find Naruto. He's the key to this test. With that, Long Guheng wasted no time. He pushed off the ground, his body shooting forward like an arrow. He leaped, turned, and delivered a back kick. The whole motion fluid and seamless, the wind roaring as he aimed squarely at Kakashi's face. Kakashi crossed his arms to block, absorbing the heavy kick with a slight numbness in his arms. But his verbal jab didn't falter. Planning to hold the rear alone. Not a wise move. Damn it. Is the gap really that huge? At that moment, the earth shifted and Sasuke finally broke free from the technique and emerged from the ground. He looked up and saw on the battlefield ahead that although both Long Guheng clones were attacking fiercely, Kakashi steadily suppressed them, forcing them back step by step. The disparity was clear. A wave of overwhelming frustration and helplessness instantly drowned the young Uchiha. Should I run? Scurry away in disgrace and find that dead last? At that moment, Sasuke once again heard Itachi's cold, indifferent words, "My foolish little brother. You are not worth killing. If you want to kill me, hate me, loathe me, and then cling to life in ugliness. Run, yes, run, seize that slender thread of life." No. Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply, his hands clenching into fists. I am Uchiha Sasuke, the one who will surely kill that traitor. In the spiritual space, Uchiha Madara seemed to sense this wave of intense, unwilling anger, and a playful smirk once again tugged at his lips. Now that's more like it. Huh. Hearing the inexplicable words from the being within his body, Long Guheng's movements froze for an instant as he was fully engaged in combat. That split-second opening. Kakashi's eyes sharpened and he seized the gap to unleash a precise kick that simultaneously repelled both Long Guheng and his clone. Just as Kakashi was about to press his advantage, a shuriken flew unexpectedly from behind Long Guheng, landing precisely on Kakashi's path forward. Long Guheng froze for a moment, instinctively turning his head to look back. The question had barely surfaced when his words caught in his throat. Behind him in the empty space, Sasuke stood silently. His originally clear jet-black eyes were now fully dyed in crimson blood. In his right eye, a single tomo slowly spun. In his left eye, two tomo revolved interlaced. One single, one double. The asymmetrical three-tomo Sharingan had fully awakened. Facing Long Guheng frozen in shock, Sasuke gripped his kunai tightly and walked steadily to his side. The young man's entire aura had transformed, cold, solemn, resolute. He raised his eyes to Kakashi ahead and declared with unwavering conviction, swearing on the honor of the Uchiha clan, this time I will never run. Long Guheng was stunned for a moment, then broke into a hearty laugh. Can't help it, Kanae. He quickly adjusted his stance, mobilizing his chakra again, assuming a fighting posture. Then here we go, Sasuke. The two figures like bolts of lightning charged at Kakashi from left and right, the wind roaring in their wake. With the one single, one double tomo Sharingan activated, Sasuke's vision finally caught all of Kakashi's movements clearly, no longer as mere blurs. He pushed off the ground with explosive speed, closing in on Kakashi in an instant, his kunai gleaming coldly as he stabbed straight at the opponent's exposed ribs, a vicious and cunning strike. On the other side, Long Guheng understood perfectly, flawlessly coordinating with Sasuke's attack and targeting Kakashi's defensive blind spots. He crouched low, slid forward with the momentum of his charge, avoided a direct clash, and threw a precise inch punch at Kakashi's waist. Simultaneously, his footwork shifted to seal off all escape routes to the left. The sudden double team caught even the ever-composed Kakashi off guard, a flicker of wariness crossing his face. If it were unknown whether against the Taijutsu expert Long Guheng or the Sharingan awakening potential Surge Sasuke, he could dominate with ease. But their temporary coordination was nearly flawless, completely disrupting his rhythm. Nice teamwork, Kakashi murmured in praise, but instead of retreating, he sank his stance, his arms moving swiftly. His left hand precisely blocked Sasuke's thrusting kunai, his forearm absorbing the strike. His right elbow dropped to counter Long Guheng's inch punch, then he spun back using the impact force. After enduring 2 consecutive fierce assaults, Kakashi had fully shed his playful attitude. Time to show a bit of real skill. He raised his hand and slowly lifted the forehead protector covering his left eye, revealing a three-tomo Sharingan beneath. Right. Sharingan. How do you have a Sharingan? Sasuke stared intensely at Kakashi's left eye, the three-tomo Sharingan, greatly shocked. In response to Sasuke's question, a deep warmth and nostalgia swirled in Kakashi's eyes. He instinctively raised his hand to cover his left eye, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. This is entrusted to me by a dear friend. I will use this eye to protect what is important. As Kakashi spoke of this emotional past, an out-of-place voice suddenly interrupted. Both of them turned to the source of the sound, Taki Kotō. Feeling a bit embarrassed under the intense gaze of the two, Taki Kotō quickly pressed his lips together, but his shoulders couldn't help but tremble slightly, the smile in his eyes completely unhidden. Sorry, Kakashi-sensei, please continue. He sincerely apologized, but inside he was already bursting with joy. Don't make your Uncle Obito laugh, or he might secretly stick some warm packs on your back tonight. However, it was good that they had forced out Kakashi's Sharingan. Everything was proceeding as planned. Next, they just had to wait for Naruto to arrive, and they could seize the opportunity. With this interruption, the nostalgic feelings in Kakashi's heart vanished. The air instantly tightened, and the three of them instinctively assumed battle stances. Meanwhile, what was Naruto, who was granted the key factor by Taki Kotō, doing? Delicious 5 ants. Yes, at this moment Naruto was savoring the bento that Kakashi had placed. To be able to eat such a hearty bento while hungry is truly satisfying. Having enjoyed his meal, Naruto finally noticed the sounds of battle coming from afar. Well, actually he had sensed it long ago, but under the rumbling of his stomach, he resolutely chose to believe that Taki Kotō could hold on. After all, belief requires no reason. I have to hurry, overhung. I'll come to support you right away. But just as he took a few steps, he suddenly turned back, scratched his head, and picked up another box of bento. By the way, I almost forgot to bring food for that lazy Sasuke. What a hassle. Meanwhile, returning to Taki Kotō, a new round of battle had already begun. Three figures swiftly intertwined again, the crisp sounds of kunai clashing and the dull noises of fists and feet colliding erupted in the center of the training ground. However, even with their seamless cooperation and complementary predictions, they still couldn't overcome the tangible gap in strength. Kakashi's body technique was impeccable, his offense and defense flawless. No matter how the two of them switched attacks or launched fierce assaults, they could never break through his defenses. After dozens of exchanges, the disadvantage became starkly apparent. Taki was breathing heavily, his arms numb and sore, his pace of attack significantly slowed. Sasuke was in no better shape, as his Sharingan continued to drain chakra, his eyes burning with heat and discomfort, the crimson pupils wavering slightly. Even with all his effort, he could barely keep up with Kakashi's speed, unable to land a single effective hit. The rigid gap in strength couldn't be compensated by mere synergy and momentum. Seeing they were at a disadvantage, the two quickly leveraged the force of a collision to flip backward, creating some distance. No, this is just an old man playing with children. Sasuke, conserve your chakra. With that, Taki charged towards Kakashi once more with all his strength. As he ran, Taki switched his grip on the kunai to a reverse hold, cleverly hiding its trajectory. Approaching Kakashi, he executed a series of precise strikes targeting vital points. But how could Kakashi, who was using the Sharingan, allow such easy access? The kunai in his hand continuously defended against Takigahang's attacks. Seeing Takigahang's attack become more intense, the Sharingan immediately seized an opening. Kakashi bent slightly, turned around, and delivered a heavy elbow strike to Takigahang's temple. The violent impact surged through his entire body, and Takigahang's head spun in a daze. By the time he came to his senses, he was already kicked away by Kakashi. Just as Kakashi was about to pursue the advantage, several shuriken, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, suddenly flew out from the side of the dense forest. Along with that was Naruto's cheerful voice. I'm here. Seeing Naruto appear from a distance throwing shuriken at Kakashi, the exhausted Takigahang instantly turned from despair to delight, immediately shouting to Sasuke, unleash your chakra and use your strongest ninjutsu. Hearing Takigahang's call, Sasuke instantly understood that this was the decisive moment. He quickly formed hand seals for the fire release technique. Chakra surged wildly in his chest, flowing through his veins towards his throat. The two completed their hand seals almost simultaneously. Fire release, great fireball technique too. As a technique essential for Uchiha clan members, it was naturally a piece of cake for Takigahang, who now possessed Obito's chakra. Two perfectly condensed crimson flames erupted forth, transforming into thick surging fireballs that charged forward with a roaring force. In an instant, the two great fireballs layered upon each other, merging into an even larger fireball, completely sealing off any escape routes for Kakashi. Faced with this unavoidable dual fire release assault, Kakashi, after warding off Naruto's shuriken, remained calm. Almost instinctively, he bent down to slap the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. Thick earthen walls suddenly rose from the ground, engraved with the iconic four dog head patterns, firmly blocking Kakashi. The raging flames violently struck the earth wall, scorching heat crazily brushed against it, waves of heat soaring, yet they could never break through this heavy earth defense. As the flames faded and the smoke slowly dispersed, the earth flow wall was still solid despite some damage, with Kakashi standing behind it, a hint of acknowledgement quietly surfacing in his gaze. However, before he could utter a word, an unexpected voice suddenly sounded behind him. Hey Kakashi-sensei, did you forget about me? Kakashi's heart sank, and he turned around sharply. It was Takigahang's shadow clone. When Sasuke joined the battle earlier, the shadow clone had been hidden nearby, and Kakashi, assuming it had been dispelled, had not paid it any mind. He raised his hand to punch the clone, but just as his fist was about to hit, the figure in front of him suddenly twisted and morphed. The clone instantly transformed into countless wooden pieces, as if premeditated, wrapping around him and tightly binding Kakashi's limbs and torso, temporarily imprisoning him in place. Kakashi's pupils dilated, exclaiming in shock, would release. But before he could recover from the shock, Takigahang from a distance shouted excitedly, now's the time. Naruto, use your ultimate move. Understood. Naruto responded, sprinting at full speed, dashing before the bound Kakashi and quickly forming hand seals. Ninjutsu harem technique, a faint white mist like a hazy veil instantly enveloped the entire area. As the mist dissipated, Naruto had completely vanished from his original spot. In his place were 6 stunning young girls with golden hair and blue eyes. Naruto. Amidst the smoke generated by the transformation technique, they sat or stood, stretching their arms or tilting their heads with a light laugh, their skin shimmering with twinkling starlight, and a few flirtatious wisps of smoke even wafting through the air. The 6 Narukos rushed towards Kakashi in a disarrayed formation. Kakashi, who was initially shocked by the binding would release, now had his mentality completely collapse at this moment. His left eye Sharingan was operating at its fullest, having activated to respond to Naruto's unknown secret jutsu, his inside abilities pushed to their peak. The ultimate dynamic vision and detail capture capabilities were all focused on the 6 Narukos before him, laying every detail bare to his sight. Every detail stretched infinitely, becoming 100 times clearer. One could say that the fully activated Sharingan at this moment had become his fatal shackles. A wave of scorching heat surged from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, instantly enveloping Kakashi's entire body, with a flush filling his entire face. The next second, 6 soft and bashful girl voices rang out simultaneously, extremely enticing. Kakashi-sensei. This utterance became the last straw that broke the camel's back. 2 warm streams of blood could no longer be controlled, violently spraying from Kakashi's nostrils. Already bound by wood release, unable to move, Kakashi felt his chi and blood surge uncontrollably, his head spinning violently, and his body completely lost its balance. Stumbling, he could no longer support himself, falling straight backward. Watching Kakashi, who had fallen and broken defense, Naruto also dispelled his transformation and laughed loudly. This is our exhilarating combination technique. You've seen it right. You white-haired, introverted teacher. And speaking of the victim of this harem technique, it was far from just Kakashi. At this moment, counting Obito's chakra within Takigahang, there were fully 5 Sharingans witnessing the entire process of this harem technique. Beside the field, Sasuke stood frozen, 2 streams of unbidden blood trickling from his nose. You're really slow, Naruto. Just now I almost couldn't hold on, and was defeated. Takigahang arrived beside Naruto, feigning a displeased expression. Hearing this, Naruto awkwardly scratched his head. He sheepishly grinned. Hee, the main character always makes the last appearance. With that, he turned to look at Sasuke, who was still wiping his nosebleed, and disdainfully handed him a bento from behind. Here, your food, you lousy guy. By the way, does no one care about me, this teacher? Kakashi, who was on the ground, slowly pushed himself up, lifted his hand to cover his Sharingan with his forehead protector, holding his still dizzy head, speaking with a tone of resignation. Then he suddenly shifted the subject, letting out a light sigh, but his eyes were filled with acknowledgement, slowly saying that was a great cooperation. Congratulations, you all passed the assessment. Upon hearing this, Naruto instantly jumped up, and cheers echoed throughout the entire training ground. Yay. Kakashi, are you conscious now? Late at night in the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat upright in the Hokage's seat, holding his pipe that emitted wisps of white smoke, his expression solemn as he posed the question. Opposite him stood the teacher of Team 7, Kakashi Hatake. Lord, 3rd here. Kakashi Hatake shed his usual laziness, his lips moving, but he hesitated and stopped mid-sentence, his tone somewhat hesitant. Seeing him hesitate, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression became even graver, and he explained, rest assured, I have used a barrier jutsu to cut off all contact with the outside. The following conversation will only be known to you and me. As he finished speaking, Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, the smoke blurring his entire face, but unable to conceal the gravity in his eyes. So are you sure that Xiao Long Guheng used the wood clone jutsu? At this, Kakashi's tone was extremely certain. Yes, Lord 3rd. I saw it with my own eyes. After his clone dispersed, it directly turned into trees that wrapped around and restrained me. Moreover, even fire style that Xiao Long Guheng could use it with ease. Fire style is secondary, but what style? He murmured, his tone carrying unprecedented solemnity. This is a bloodline limit that can shake the entire ninja world. Could it be that the wood style from that time was also his doing? Kakashi's pupils contracted instantly, understanding Hiruzen's implications, still unable to conceal his shock and confusion. You mean that completely transformed dense forest? But with Xiao Long Guheng's current chakra and physical condition, can he really use such a large-scale wood style? Precisely because it is unknown, this matter must be kept a strict secret. No unnecessary people must know. Hiruzen looked up, his gaze sharp and stern. In the following missions, you must secretly protect Xiao Long Guheng. This child will be the core trump card for Konoha to balance the tailed beasts in the future. Yes. Kakashi nodded heavily. Only when Kakashi's figure completely disappeared into the night did the tense atmosphere in the office suddenly dissipate. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at the tranquil night scene of Konoha outside the window, a trace of gratified smile slowly appearing on his aged face as he whispered emotionally. It seems Konoha's future is bright. No, don't assign us such low-level tasks anymore. I want more important missions. Naruto slumped to the ground at the mission assignment office, throwing a tantrum with his arms and legs, his face full of indignation. Watching Naruto sitting on the ground throwing a tantrum, the other 3 members of Team 7, who had just finished catching cats, were all helpless. Iruka shouted angrily at Naruto, idiot. You are all still rookies with no experience. Everyone has gone through this. You need to gain experience through simple tasks. But those missions are too boring. Naruto craned his neck and yelled. And stop treating me like that little brat who only plays pranks. I've already grown up. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sitting in the center, looked at Naruto's proud and unashamed expression and instantly had black lines on his forehead. Does Konoha really have a future? Alright. He'll assign you a crank mission. Go protect someone. Hearing this, Naruto instantly revived, jumped up, and asked expectantly, awesome, who is it? A daimyo or a princess? Just as Naruto was excitedly asking, an old man with a wine bottle and a stubbly face walked in. Seeing that he was to be protected by a bunch of kids, he looked disdainful and contemptuous. What's this? They're all kids. Especially that shorty looks stupid. Are you really ninja? Naruto, who was half a head shorter, Who is he talking about? Shorty. The scene fell into a dead silence. Damn it, you drunken old man. He'll beat you up. Just as Naruto was about to rush up and fight, Xiao Longguheng, standing nearby, reacted swiftly, grabbing him firmly by the collar and pulling him back, then advised Naruto, calm down. This incompetent, alcoholic, annoying old man must be the person we're supposed to protect. Incompetent, alcoholic, annoying, old man. Tazuna's head instantly burst with several blue cross veins, his anger soaring. I am the famous bridge builder. Okay, I know. Xiao Longguheng couldn't be bothered to listen to his boasting, directly interrupting, dragging the struggling Naruto away, and adding casually, incompetent, alcoholic, annoying old man, we'll go pack our gear first. As his words fell, the two figures had already walked far away. Tazuna, left behind, trembled with rage and roared helplessly at their backs, you two rude brats. This is too much. The journey to the land of waves was long and tedious. Along the way, Naruto and Tazuna kept bickering and arguing. One said he wanted to become Hokage and gain the old man's approval, while the other boringly retorted, I won't. Sasuke, on the other hand, had been paying attention to Xiao Longguheng. After seeing at the training ground that his jutsu tactics and taijutsu were all beyond his own, Sasuke would often observe Xiao Longguheng secretly. He found that this guy spent his days eating, sleeping, fighting, messing around with Naruto without any sign of hard training. One day, I will surpass you, the lazy one, and then kill that man. What Sasuke didn't know was that after the fight with Kakashi, Madara had discovered the weakness of Xiao Longguheng's insufficient combat skills. Therefore, he forcibly removed Xiao Longguheng's original physical training and replaced it with special training in the spiritual space with Madara. It was called special training, but in reality, it was one-sided chase and torment. Kid, don't run. Charge at the Susanoo. Madara stood on his own Susanoo's special form. The full-body Susanoo's head leisurely chasing Xiao Longguheng. Xiao Longguheng ran desperately in the empty spiritual space, his face full of despair. I don't understand, Madara, this is too dangerous. However, Madara turned a blind eye to this, controlling the massive Susanoo to slowly chase after him, the oppressive feeling overwhelming. If you want to escape, charge at the Susanoo, come here. No, Madara, I just let you watch the sexy jutsu, no need to hold such a grudge. These words were like adding fuel. Madara's aura instantly turned violent, veins bulging on his forehead. Kid, I said don't. You dare. Run. In the next instant, two curved swords materialized in the hands of the Susanoo beneath Madara, slashing fiercely at Xiao Longguheng's head. Oh my god. With the end of Xiao Longguheng's miserable training, the perspective returned to the present. On the forest path, Team 7 was still moving leisurely. Naruto was still bickering with Tazuna, the atmosphere seemingly relaxed and calm. But no one noticed that a puddle of water behind the team was quietly writhing and deforming. Two mist ninja wearing strange black outfits and fong-marked headbands silently emerged from the water, their bodies close together, their hands tightly linked by special chains. The two coordinated seamlessly, their movements fluid. A cold light flashed, and the chains shot through the air, instantly entangling Kakashi, who was walking at the rear. First one hooked. A mist ninja said coldly without any emotion. Everyone turned back at the sound, but what met their eyes was Kakashi's figure being torn apart by the chains, instantly shattered. Everyone was horrified, but the two ninja gave them no time to react, suddenly appearing behind Naruto. Just as their chains were about to ensnare Naruto, they were pinned to a tree by shuriken and kunai that flew through the air. It was Sasuke. After stopping their movement, Sasuke landed steadily on their arms, using his hands as support, kicking backward with both legs, giving each of the two ninja a nice Shuzol massage. Crack. The two ninja instantly reacted after being hit, quickly breaking the chains. One attacked Xiao Longguheng, while the other attacked Naruto again. How such a low-level prank, you've got some nerve. Xiao Longguheng took out a kunai from each sleeve, and just as the masked ninja's claws were about to slash him, he quickly parried, then turned and sidekicked, before fiercely throwing the kunai, pinning the attacking ninja to a distant tree. Kakashi-sensei. After dealing with the enemy, Xiao Longguheng looked disdainfully to the right. Since you used a substitution jutsu to avoid damage, you should have taken out the enemy immediately. What an unreliable Jonin-sensei. Next to Naruto, Kakashi stood relaxed and leisurely with another horned ninja tucked under his arm. Hearing Xiao Longguheng's reproach, Kakashi scratched his head and justified matter-of-factly, I was just analyzing the enemy's intel. Saying that, he turned his head, looking at the pale-faced Tazuna, and asked in a deep voice about the origin of the two. Xiao Longguheng didn't mind Kakashi's subject change. He walked over to the still confused Naruto and said, "Naruto, get used to it. There will be even stronger enemies in the future. You need to stay alert at all times. Also, their weapons are poisoned. You need to treat the scratch on your arm quickly, otherwise you might die." What? Naruto panicked upon hearing he could die from poison. What do I do? What do I do? I haven't become Hokage. Seeing this, Sasuke glanced at him indifferently and said with disdain and sarcasm, "Go treat your wound quickly, coward." Naruto bristled. "Who are you calling a coward?" "You." "Damn it. Sasuke." "Naruto." Looking at the two, who immediately started bickering again, Xiao Long Guheng's eyelid twitched violently, full of helplessness. How did it come to this again? Every single day, aren't you too tired? While they were bickering, Kakashi figured out the situation. It turned out that the land of waves where Tazuna lived had been taken over by the local wealthy merchant Gato. The bridge Tazuna was building would affect Gato's business, but since all his money had been used to build the bridge, he had lied about the mission rank. After listening to the explanation, everyone fell silent. Kakashi was waiting for his team's response, and Sasuke was thinking about how Xiao Long Guheng would answer. Xiao Long Guheng, however, was lost in thought, chatting with Madara Uchiha in his mind. "Madara, I'm really strong now. Can we stop the evening jeep? I mean the Susanoo training." But before Madara could answer, a crisp sound of kunai piercing flesh suddenly broke the silence. Naruto, gritting his teeth, held a kunai and stabbed it directly into his wound. He looked up, his eyes burning with determination, and declared loudly, "I swear by the pain in my left hand, I will use this kunai to protect the old man." So the mission continues. Inspired by Naruto's indomitable spirit, Team 7, after a brief rest, set out once again on the road to the land of waves. Yet this time the journey was devoid of its usual clamor. Naruto, shedding his usual boisterous demeanor, remained tight-lipped throughout his steps, exceptionally light, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. This uncharacteristic silence made even Long Guheng, standing nearby, feel strangely uneasy. Having experienced the ambush before, Naruto's nerves were now stretched taut, not daring to relax even slightly. Suddenly the grass by the roadside shook violently. Naruto's pupils constricted, and with an almost instinctive reflex, he hurled a kunai. The group immediately rushed forward to part the weeds, only to find a snow hare pierced by the kunai. "Ah, my mistake." Naruto scratched the back of his head, his face flushed with embarrassment. But before the group could breathe a sigh of relief, Kakashi's voice rang out sharply, laced with gravity and vigilance. "Something's off. That snow hare was specially trained as a decoy for ninjutsu substitutions." Before the words faded, a sharp, piercing sound of something slicing through the air erupted behind them. A chilling, murderous intent instantly enveloped the entire area. "Get down." Kakashi's expression shifted drastically as he barked out the command, simultaneously reaching out to grab Tazuna, beside him, crouching low and flattening himself against the ground. Naruto, slightly slower to react, was forcefully shoved down by Sasuke beside him. At that moment, only Long Guheng remained standing, not taking cover. In the nick of time, a kunai was already clenched in his palm, held horizontally before him to intercept the sudden strike. Clang! The harsh, grating sound of metal clashing exploded in an instant. The immense force rebounded wildly through the kunai, far exceeding Long Guheng's expectations. His arm went numb in an instant, and he was nearly flung backward by the sheer power. "Damn! How is the strength so great? I wanted to try and disarm him, but no chance." Long Guheng thought to himself in alarm. Making a swift decision, he abruptly leaned back, using the momentum of the opponent's slash to barely evade the blade. The massive executioner's blade swept past him with a howling wind, embedding deeply into the tree root. A pitch-black figure leaped nimbly, landing firmly on the vibrating hilt of the blade. His bare upper body displayed sharp, sinewy muscles, half his face covered by a thick bandage, revealing only the cold, icy half. Now he looked down from above, a sneer of mockery on his face. "Hey, an arrogant brat who doesn't know his place, actually thinking he could block the executioner's blade slash." Kakashi rose slowly, gazing at the familiar, yet menacing figure, his tone heavy with gravity. Zabuza Momochi, once called the demon of the hidden mist, a rogue ninja, who fled after failing to assassinate the Mizukage. "This mission is going to be troublesome." As he spoke, he lifted the forehead protector from his eye, revealing the crimson Sharingan, slowly rotating, the three tomo patterns clearly visible. A chilling chakra quietly spread out. Zabuza, standing on the hilt, raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with amusement. "Never thought I'd run into Kakashi of the Sharingan here. An honor. But I only want the old man's life. If you're smart, don't get in my way." Kakashi's expression turned cold and stern as he quickly gave orders. "Naruto, Sasuke, Long Gu, the three of you immediately form a cross formation to protect Tazuna. This is when teamwork is most needed. He'll handle him. Didn't think I'd get to witness the legendary Sharingan so soon. What a great honor." Zabuza let out a low laugh, then kicked off the tree trunk with both feet, launching himself into the air, with the heavy executioner's blade landing steadily on the surface of the river nearby. He raised one hand vertically before his chest, the other held high above his head as a cold chakra surged. Ninja art hidden mist jutsu. Thick white mist rose at a visible rate, rapidly engulfing the entire forest and river surface. Vision was completely blocked, a vast expanse of white rendering everything invisible. Zabuza's figure vanished utterly into the dense fog, disappearing without a trace. The mist is getting thicker. Naruto said, his body tense, his voice trembling slightly. Then a cold, mocking voice seeped through the mist from all directions like a ghost, sending chills down the spine. 8 places: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian vein, kidneys, and heart. Tell me, which one do you want me to attack? Haha. Just then an arrogant, disdainful voice abruptly echoed deep within Long Guheng's mind. It was Madara's voice. Flashy ninjutsu. Kid, don't you want to end the Susanoo training? If you win this fight, you'll consider it. Remember, though Madara's tone was so casual and indifferent, none of those present shared such composure. Within the dense fog, Sasuke had his Sharingan activated, eyes strained, every hair on end, staring intently ahead, such intense, killing intent. The next second a cold shout exploded. It's over. Everyone's hearts jolted as they turned to look and stink. At some point Zabuza's figure had already pierced through the mist, standing silently before Tazuna, holding the executioner's blade. Without a moment's hesitation, Zabuza twisted his wrist, swinging the heavy blade horizontally toward Tazuna's waist. In the nick of time, Kakashi burst forward, his kunai slicing through the air, stabbing precisely into Zabuza's chest before the blade could land. But the expected spray of blood did not appear. The pierced body rippled like water, dissolving into a pool of clear liquid that splashed onto the ground. Kakashi-sensei, behind you. Long Guheng's warning came urgently. Too late. A cold laugh sounded from behind, and the executioner's blade flashed with a cold gleam, sweeping horizontally across Kakashi's waist. A feint. The Kakashi cut in half, likewise dissolved into a torrent of water. Look behind you, Kakashi. Look behind you. The real Kakashi had already appeared behind Zabuza like a teleport, his kunai pressed firmly against the latter's throat. Don't joke around. Look behind you again. The moment the words finished, the Zabuza before him once again turned into water and dissipated. Just as the clone vanished, the real Zabuza had already appeared behind Kakashi, the great blade swinging with a fierce wind striking down. This Kakashi was not a clone. The sound of the blade tearing through the air behind him made him instinctively crouch to dodge. In that instant he fell into Zabuza's trap. The mist blade lodged firmly into the ground. Using it as a pivot, Zabuza spun his body, kicking Kakashi in the back, sending him crashing onto the water's surface. Splash! Kakashi lost his balance and was kicked into the river, plunging into the water. Before he could rise, another Zabuza's figure was already upon him. Water-style water prison jutsu. The rushing river water converged instantly, forming a sealed, transparent water sphere that firmly trapped Kakashi on the river's surface. Zabuza, now on the shore, landed softly and looked at the imprisoned Kakashi, his tense expression finally relaxing. With the greatest threat eliminated, the remaining brats were nothing in his eyes. Is playing Matryoshka dolls that fun? A calm voice sounded directly behind Zabuza. Zabuza's body stiffened, a chill racing up his spine as he spun around. It was that brat who had blocked his blade earlier. Long Guheng, kunai in hand, eyes icy cold, seized the moment of the opponent's lapse, advanced swiftly, and thrust the kunai straight at Zabuza's back. But Zabuza did not sit idly. Relying on years of assassination experience, he exerted force with his arm, yanking the executioner's blade from the ground, and swung the blade horizontally, precisely blocking the sudden strike. All this happened in a matter of seconds. When Naruto and Sasuke reacted, they saw Long Guheng's kunai deflected by the blade in front of Zabuza, who then forcefully knocked Long Guheng back. Seeing Long Guheng's attack fail, the two immediately charged forward. But even Long Guheng's surprise attack had been easily neutralized. Their own assault was naturally futile. Long Guheng, who had halted his retreat, was about to advance again when he witnessed this scene: Zabuza with one foot stomping on Sasuke and the other hand sending Naruto flying. Truly the strongest character in the entire Naruto series, simultaneously imprisoning the 6th Hokage, punching the Azura reincarnate, and stomping on the Indra reincarnate. This feat was utterly explosive throughout Naruto history. Something even the great villain Kaguya hadn't accomplished, he achieved effortlessly. Brat is still a brat. How long are you going to play this ninja game? Zabuza taunted, looking at the halted Long. In response to the mockery, Long Guheng patted the dust off his sleeves and retorted calmly, "Don't say that. You almost got pierced by me just now. They'll beat you to a pulp." Zabuza kicked Sasuke aside and swung the executioner's blade horizontally at Long Guheng. Long Guheng slid back and leaned back, creating some distance, but the blade, after missing, did not hit the ground. Zabuza twisted the handle and raised the great blade high, vertically slashing down at Long Guheng. Seeing the blade drawing closer, Long Guheng quickly sidestepped, once again narrowly avoiding the sword. This time Long Guheng seized the opportunity, stepping onto the executioner's blade, flattening it horizontally. He then used the blade as a springboard, launching himself into the air, his kunai aimed directly at Zabuza's forehead, thrusting swiftly. The Zabuza, whose head was pierced, once again dissolved into water, spilling onto the ground. Another water clone. Long Guheng landed steadily, frowning. It seems his real body is in the water prison holding Kakashi. As the thought crossed his mind, he heard Naruto's panicked shout, "Hung! Watch out behind you!" A bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped his entire body. At some point within the dense fog, a figure had appeared behind Long Guheng. Water-style water prison jutsu. Water converged instantly from the hand Zabuza extended, forming a massive transparent water sphere that descended in a flash, trapping Long Guheng entirely within. Inside the sealed water prison, the air was thin, chakra circulation hindered, completely sealing off any possibility of evasion. Damn, no time to dodge. Long Guheng's heart sank as he sensed the lethal danger. Outside the water prison, Zabuza's cold, mocking voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of the great blade cutting through the air. The massive executioner's blade, carrying overwhelming killing intent, slashed fiercely toward Long Guheng at the center of the water prison. One strike was enough to split water and shatter bone. Yet the anticipated scene of flesh tearing and the water prison shattering did not occur. Clang! A slender pitch-black rod shot out of the water, first standing firmly before the executioner's blade. The unstoppable momentum of the blade was halted dead in its tracks by this black rod, unable to advance an inch. A fine crack appeared on the water prison wall surrounding Long Guheng, and instead of healing, it rapidly vanished at a visible rate. No, to be precise, it was being absorbed by something. The water prison shattered, and Long Guheng still stood silently in place, slightly bowed, his form upright. One hand gripped the black rod, blocking the executioner's blade. The other firmly seized the wrist of the hand that had just released the water prison, locking it tight, not allowing escape. He slowly raised his eyes, and in his pupils an eerie, deep purple light flickered to life, radiating a chilling pressure. Long Guheng's voice was low and languid, yet carried a domineering, indifferent force that pierced through the heart. "Then dance for me." Thick white mist enveloped the entire jungle, blurring all sights into obscurity, leaving only faint, slender silhouettes barely visible. Zabuza stood frozen in place, his entire right arm clutched tightly by Long Guheng's relentless grip. A force so brutal and domineering that he could not move an inch. What truly chilled his heart and stirred boundless dread was the pair of pale purple eyes hovering before. Within those eyes, rings of patterns swirled, cold and unfathomable, exuding an unparalleled majesty that looked down upon all creation. A mere gaze felt like plummeting into an abyss, each breath a struggle. An immense pressure struck like a gale. Zabuza's throat tightened, and he forced out a low, gruff voice. "Hey brat, let go." "Who are you calling brat?" The icy words had barely faded when Ban's clenched hands suddenly tightened. A jarring crack of dislocating bones echoed sharply. Agony surged through Zabuza's entire being. He grunted, his body uncontrollably stumbling, half a step back, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. He clenched his teeth, straining with all his might to wrench his elbow free, yet no matter how hard he fought, the dislocated arm remained utterly immobile. "And you hold your head too high." The indifferent voice rang out again, laced with biting scorn. Ban's black rod shot forward with sudden force, flinging aside the executioner's blade that the opponent clutched. In an instant, the black rod drove forward, plunging deep into Zabuza's shoulder. A sharp, piercing sound of flesh being punctured cut through the silent, misty forest, stark and unmistakable. In that moment, Zabuza's vision was swallowed by pure darkness. A strange, tyrannical power surged wildly through the wound. Zabuza felt his chakra spiral into utter chaos. The once smooth flow of his meridians collapsed, scattering in all directions. The thick mist and flickering light before his eyes faded away, leaving only a pair of cold, ferocious renegades seared into the depths of his sight, carrying an oppressive, crushing aura. His legs gave way instantly, his entire body went limp, and he collapsed shamefully at Ban's feet, his consciousness rapidly dispersing. "What is this feeling? No, the chakra is disturbed, and my mind is fading." He muttered, his voice weak and fragmented, every ounce of strength drained from him. "How pathetic. Can't even dance anymore, can you?" Ban gazed down at the wretched man at his feet, his eyes brimming with the utmost contempt and disgust. With these words, he slowly raised his hand, ready to finish off this insignificant ant. But just as the fatal blow was about to land, an upheaval erupted. From afar, a heart-wrenching roar tore through the layers of mist, piercing and fierce. This furious scream halted Ban's movement and instantly put Long Guheng in the mental space on high alert. Through the vision of the renegade penetrating the dense fog, Long Guheng clearly saw the figure trembling in the distance. It was Naruto. At this moment, Naruto was surrounded by an endless surge of violent chakra. Crimson energy raged wildly, forcibly blowing back the thick mist around him, its ferocious aura pressing forward. No, this can't be true. You actually dared to kill him. Naruto's voice was low and hoarse, devoid of any trace of his usual liveliness, carrying a world-shattering hatred. The next second his pupils suddenly contracted, transforming into fox-like slits. Sharp canines pierced through his lips, and the nails on his 10 fingers elongated rapidly, gleaming coldly. Scorching and violent Ninetales chakra like boiling lava erupted endlessly from within his body, forming countless bubbles that swirled around him, quickly solidifying into a chakra cloak covering his entire form. The first demonic tail unfurled behind him with a roar. At this moment, the Ninetales within Naruto had reached utter fury, its boundless malice bursting through the seal's shackles, flooding the entire mental space. No mistake. This foul stinking chakra I will never forget in my life. It's that bastard. The Ninetales slammed violently against the cage that sealed it, its long claws scraping frantically against the iron bars, eyes venomous, while between its clenched teeth came a continuous beastly growl. The Ninetales bashed against the prison seal with maddening force, its razor-sharp claws gouging the iron walls, producing piercing shrieks that rang without end. Its eyes wide with rage, fangs gritted, it let out deep, beastly roars from the depths of its throat, an overwhelming hatred that seemed to shatter heaven and earth. With the Ninetales' rampage and fury, a second crimson tail burst forth behind Naruto, and the violent aura of the chakra surged once more. The upheaval did not stop. In the next instant, Naruto's skin erupted with molten crimson markings, fine blood-like cracks spread over his limbs as his reason was devoured by the relentless malice of the Ninetales pouring forth. A third tail, both the human and the tailed beast roared simultaneously, carrying a maddened killing intent. I'll kill you. At this moment, Long Guheng stared in utter shock at Naruto, unleashing 3 tails of beast chakra, exclaiming, "This is wrong. What the hell is the Ninetales going crazy about? Why is it suddenly erupting with such terrifying chakra?" In contrast, Ban, who controlled the body, remained indifferent throughout, his eyes utterly unruffled as he simply uttered, "A mere beast. What's there to fear?" Long Guheng, however, was burning with anxiety and quickly warned in the mental space, "Lord Ban, this is no time for underestimation. Hurry and lure Naruto away. If this continues, and he goes completely berserk fighting here, we'll put teacher Kakashi and Sasuke in danger. TCH troublesome." Ban clicked his tongue impatiently, his tone careless, but his movements were swift and decisive. Still clutching the half-dead Zabujan, he flickered and vanished into the depths of the mist with him. The Ninetales, intimately familiar with Ban's chakra, sensed that loathsome aura retreating and immediately forced Naruto's body to pursue with murderous intent close behind. Seeing that the Ninetales had not fully caught up, yet Long Guheng seized the moment to ask the question weighing on his mind. "Lord Ban, do you think teacher Kakashi and the others have noticed your existence?" Ban remained composed, asking back nonchalantly, "Perhaps. What, Brett, are you scared?" "Not really scared." Long Guheng paused briefly, his tone carrying a trace of complexity and helplessness. "I just don't want to end up crossing swords with my own friends, killing each other like this." At these words, Ban fell into abrupt silence. A flurry of thoughts surged up unbidden, and Hashirama's face involuntarily appeared in Ban's mind. "If you threaten the village's safety, even you, I will not forgive." "Is this your conviction, Hashirama?" Ban murmured to himself. Just as Ban's mind wavered, the void before him suddenly shimmered with a cold, icy luster. A translucent mirror formed out of nowhere, and from within it emerged a petite figure clad in a blue-green kimono, wearing a white plain mask and holding 3 senbon in hand. It was masked. The instant he appeared, did not hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, 3 senbon shot through the air, whistling as they hurtled straight for Ban's face. Caught off guard by the sudden ambush, Ban snapped back to reality. His gaze turned cold, and with a rapid twist of his wrist, he swung the Zabujan he was holding in front of him as a shield. Thud, thud, thud. All 3 senbon plunged deep into Zabujan's chest, blood instantly soaking through his clothes. At the same moment, appeared above Ban. 3 more senbon shot forth. This time the tiny projectiles rapidly crystallized with frost in midair. Layers of ice spread swiftly, transforming into 3 sharp, massive icicles carrying a chilling cold as they descended between Ban and Zabujan. The icicles struck the ground but did not shatter. Instead, like rooted vines, they spread and swelled along the earth, instantly conjuring several thick, solid pillars of ice. Seeing this, Ban finally released his grip on Zabujan. The ice wall solidified, completely separating the 2 sides. Descended gracefully, steadily catching the limp, swaying Zabujan. By now, Zabujan's condition was utterly dire. His right arm had been completely dislocated during the dragging, and the black rod was still deeply embedded in his shoulder, unremoved. The aftermath of the chakra disturbance ravaged his body. Cold sweat soaked his clothes, his face was ashen, and he could not even stand. Seeing Zaibujan covered in wounds, Bei's eyes blazed with intense fury. His 5 fingers clenched tightly, and he was about to step forward to fight the formidable foe to the death. But the moment he moved half a step, Zaibujan with his remaining left hand grabbed him firmly. Zaibujan's breath was faint, his voice hoarse and broken. Don't. Why, let's go. On the other side of the ice pillar, Ban clearly sensed the raging-tailed beast aura closing in from behind, knowing the Nine Tails was nearly upon him, and unwilling to waste time on the two before him. He cast a downward glance at the 2 gasping wretches, his tone indifferent, carrying his usual arrogance and disdain. Count yourselves lucky. You managed to cling to your miserable lives. A piercing roar approached from afar, shaking the entire forest. The blood-red chakra surging in the air grew denser, and the Nine Tails' rage destroyed every tree and rock in its path. Boom. The ground beneath suddenly exploded, sending debris and dirt soaring into the air. Naruto appeared with overwhelming killing intent, now barely retaining any human form. No longer a thin layer of chakra cloak, a dense, heavy blood-red chakra tightly wrapped around his body, with 4 massive tail-like shadows thrashing wildly behind him. The 4-tailed form had fully materialized. Seeing Naruto before him, Long Gohang's heart sank. He knew that Naruto was now completely dominated by the Nine Tails' fury, with only the obsession to destroy everything in his mind. In contrast, Uchiha Madara stood still with arms folded, his expression indifferent. This rampaging, fully out of control tailed beast appeared to him as insignificant as a mere kitten unable to cause any waves. Beast, you should obediently wear a collar. Madara's tone was calm with innate contempt. In response, a raging roar that shook heaven and earth answered. Naruto swung his arms violently, and the dense Nine Tails chakra around him instantly surged and extended limitlessly. Several blood-red chakra claws over 10 feet long shot through the air, with piercing shrieks enveloping Madara from all directions, the attack range completely sealing off any evasion. Facing the overwhelming tailed beast attack, Madara's expression remained unchanged, his eyes still holding eternal indifference and contempt. Beasts can only roar. He snorted softly, his right hand forming a loose fist as pitch-black chakra emerged from his palm, instantly condensing into 3 evenly thick chakra black rods. The black rods were wrapped with the in-release chakra unique to the Rinnegan, emitting a strange fluctuation that suppressed all jutsu and chakra. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 black rods shot forward like arrows from a bow, precisely striking the incoming blood-red claws. The moment they touched, the dense, violent Nine Tails chakra visibly dissolved and scattered. Several consecutive explosions echoed through the forest, and Naruto's overwhelming materialized chakra attack was completely neutralized by just 3 black rods. The extended claws disintegrated inch by inch, blood-red chakra fragments flying everywhere before vanishing into nothingness. Before Naruto could launch a second attack, Madara had already disappeared from his spot. Leveraging the Rinnegan's ultimate kinetic vision and extraordinary movement, he instantly flashed to Naruto's side, thrusting the black rod directly, its sharp black light aiming straight at the Nine Tails. The 4-tailed Naruto instinctively sensed a fatal threat, chakra surging violently around him. The materialized chakra on one side of his body suddenly bulged, and several arms emerged from it, writhing and charging at Madara. Crack! The black rod drove straight through, shattering the tailed beast chakra arms in its path like fragile glass. The black rod's momentum undiminished, it plunged deep into the Nine Tails' shoulder, and the violent yin-yang release chakra instantly invaded its body, wantonly destroying its chakra. The Nine Tails shuddered violently, searing pain coursing through its body. The flowing Nine Tails chakra instantly became chaotic and sluggish, half its body feeling numb and stiff, its movements suddenly slowing. But the savage roar did not cease. Noisy. With those 2 words, Madara stepped forward with his left foot and lunged again. A black rod condensed in his palm again, and he struck with slashes, thrusts, and sweeps, each move crisp and efficient, continuously pounding Naruto's chakra cloak. Each thrust tore large amounts of Nine Tails chakra. The power of yin-yang release continuously suppressed the tailed beast's strength, forcing the Nine Tails to retreat step by step, with no chance to counterattack. Being completely suppressed infuriated the proud tailed beast. Suddenly a 5th tail emerged. It turned its head and roared, chakra furiously gathering in its mouth. A redan blue interwoven tailed beast chakra intensely compressed and expanded in its throat. Tailed beast chakra cannon. The terrifying chakra bullet completed, it blasted straight at Madara, who was right in front. Facing this lethal cannonball that could level a mountain, Madara did not dodge. The Rinnegan's gaze sharpened slightly as he raised one hand forward. Sealing technique absorption. A nearly transparent barrier enveloped his body. The moment the roaring tailed beast chakra cannon touched the barrier, it was completely devoured and dissolved, not even a ripple stirred. Lord Madara stopped playing around. If you delay any longer, Naruto's body will collapse. Seeing Naruto with 5 tails, Long Guheng shouted anxiously from within the space. Shut up, kid. In my prime it would have already bowed in submission. Madara inside the barrier, his clothes pristine, his posture as upright as ever, only a trace of deep hesitation flickering across his brow. This body is still like this. At most it can only go this far. The body of Long Guheng, which Madara was controlling, was already overburdened. The flow of chakra grew more sluggish and fine blood spots appeared faintly on the surface of the skin. The continuous use of the Rinnegan had long exceeded the carrying capacity of Long Guheng's body. Naruto seized this fleeting gap and instantly distanced himself. 5 tail-like shadows danced wildly behind him, massive amounts of 9 tails chakra materialized again, and dense blood-red chakra tentacles extended in all directions, sealing off the entire forest. At the same time, his mouth opened wide, chakra surged and compressed in front of him, and a small-tailed beast bomb interwoven with black, white, blue, and red light slowly took shape. The terrifyingly compressed chakra wave burst outward, pressing the air until it nearly solidified. The 9 tails' low growl exploded directly in Naruto's mind. Crush him. The small-tailed beast bomb shot forward with thunderous momentum, while countless materialized chakra tentacles simultaneously launched a pincer attack, perfectly coordinating a long-range and close-range assault. This was a true fatal strike. Madara clearly sensed the lethal threat of this attack. He wanted to use sealing technique absorption again, but a sharp pain suddenly shot through his body, and his chakra flow instantly stuttered, slowing down noticeably. Something is interfering with my power. Damn it. Madara cursed coldly, a flash of impatience in his eyes, but he knew he could no longer force an attack. Boom. A violent wave of energy instantly swept in all directions, raising everything around Madara to the ground. When the dust and smoke slightly cleared, a faint blue skeletal outline suddenly appeared. The Susanoo skeleton barely formed, firmly shielding Madara in its center. After forcefully taking that small-tailed beast bomb, the Susanoo was covered with dense cracks, nearly shattering completely. Madara looked at the shattered Susanoo skeleton, his face finally darkened, expression grim. Even the power of Susanoo has been affected, becoming this weak. It seems the fun is over. Now the laziness and indifference in his eyes completely faded, replaced by a cold, killing intent. In the distance, the 9 tails, seeing its attack had failed, became even more ferocious. Controlling the countless blood-red tentacles, it charged madly again at the figure in the center of the dust, determined to tear the opponent to pieces. But just as the chakra claws were about to touch the target, Madara's figure suddenly vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the 9 tails. The Susanoo skeleton instantly extended, and a bone arm shot out, precisely locking the 9 tails' body, gripping it tightly in its palm. The next second, Madara's eyes closed and opened instantly, shifting from the cold Rinnegan to scarlet eyes radiating a wild aura. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The moment his gaze fell, a powerful Jinjutsu force erupted. The 9 tails, unable to resist, was forcibly dragged into an endless illusionary space. Despair. This is the power of Uchiha Madara, the power of a god. Within the illusion world, the 5-tailed 9 tails was firmly gripped by the full-body Susanoo. So it is you, you bastard. I will kill you. The 9 tails roared and struggled wildly, but it could not break through the Jinjutsu suppression. Its overwhelming rage was sealed layer by layer until it completely vanished. Outside, the loss of the 9 tails' leaking chakra caused the once surging, rampaging tailed beast force to rapidly weaken and subside. Naruto's whole body convulsed violently. The extreme suppression made him unable to maintain his tailed beast form. The blood-red chakra quickly faded, the 5 tail-like shadows dissipated layer by layer, and the blood-red cracks covering his body gradually disappeared. The dust slowly settled. Madara stood on the broken ground as the shattered Susanoo skeleton dissipated. He slightly lowered his gaze to look at the exhausted and unconscious Naruto, while his body still throbbed with pain and soreness. Kid, get ready. It might hurt a little. With that, Madara directly released his control, returning full control of the body to Long Guheng. The next second, an excruciating pain instantly surged through Long Guheng's entire body. Aya! Intense soreness and tearing sensation filled every limb and bone, as if all meridians were snapped and every bone was crushed. He could not support himself, his body went limp, and he fell straight onto the broken soil, consciousness rapidly sinking, about to completely pass out. In the final moment before his consciousness completely faded, he caught a glimpse of a hurried, white-haired figure in his peripheral vision. Teacher Kakashi, you were playing me all along. You're really late. His hazy consciousness slowly returned. Long Guheng exerted great effort to barely lift his heavy eyelids. Glimpses of sunlight filtered through the leaves outside the wooden cabin, casting dappled light onto the simple interior. He moved his limbs, and an unprecedented lightness enveloped his entire body, as if he could soar on the wind at any moment. Am I ascending? Long Guheng murmured, his vision gradually focusing. But the first thing he saw was a face wrapped in white bandages grinning at him with a dazzling white smile. Guess I really am dead. I'm even seeing a mummy. Hey Hing, you're finally awake. I woke up earlier than you this time. I won. A vibrant, youthful voice rang out, brimming with undisguised joy. The bandaged smile kept drawing closer until he could feel the other's warm breath, as if he was about to lean in for a kiss. Long Guheng snapped awake and recognized the person. It was Naruto. Hey Naruto, what are you doing? Startled, Long Guheng mustered what little strength he had, pushed Naruto's face away, swiftly pulled his clothes together, and looked utterly disgusted. You didn't secretly install a Chengdu heart in me, did you? Why do I feel so light? What's that heart thing? Is it valuable? Naruto looked baffled, completely missing the joke, scratching his head stupidly. Then he explained plainly, You've been unconscious for 7 whole days. No wonder you have no strength. 7 days. Long Guheng froze, slowly shaking his heavy, throbbing head, a chill of fear running through him. No wonder the pain had been so intense. He had truly been on the brink of death. Steadying himself, he looked at Naruto. How much do you remember from before? At this, the smile on Naruto's face faded slightly, a flicker of bewildered hostility passing through his eyes before vanishing without a trace. Actually, I don't really know. I just remember Zabuza cutting you down in the mist. I was so furious, and there was a voice in my head urging me to kill him. Then I blacked out, and when I woke up, I was already at Tezuna's house. After saying this, Naruto instantly switched back to his energetic self, eyes sparkling as he eagerly shared his recent experiences, chattering away nonstop. Oh, and I've learned to climb trees now. That smug Sasuke still can't do it. And I met this really beautiful person. Even though he's a guy, he's super good looking. And I resolved Inari's heart not. Tezuna's grandson. Long Guheng quietly watched Naruto's pure smile, listening to his endless chatter, feeling both helpless and comforted. It seemed Naruto had completely lost consciousness during the tailed beast transformation. That was fine, at least he didn't know my secret now. Alright, you're the best. Long Guheng's stomach growled with hunger. He waved a hand lazily. Stop showing off and get me some food. I don't want my first meal to be seasoned with your spit. No problem. Naruto grinned, unbothered by the teasing, and bounced up. You stay put. He'll get food and tell you all about my legendary adventures these past 2 days. Watching Naruto's energetic figure dash away, Long Guheng shook his head helplessly, silently marveling at the kid's boundless energy. He relaxed his mind slightly, and his consciousness instantly sank into his exclusive mental space. The space was as serene and pure white as ever. In midair, a yellow holographic screen floated with a progress bar frozen at 25, loading slowly. Below the screen, a tall figure sat cross-legged, meditating. Uchiha Madara rested his chin on one hand, eyes closed, breathing deep and steady. His entire demeanor was calm, as if he were simply dozing. Long Guheng stretched his limbs, and a long-lost sense of control washed over him. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, a cheerful smile spreading across his face. This place is wonderful, like a safe haven. He walked up to the seated Madara and teased, Time to wake up, Lord Madara. Brat, you're getting more and more insolent. Have you no respect for the ruthless shinobi of the warring states? Madara slowly opened his eyes, but instead of the intimidating Sharingan or the supreme Rinnegan, they were ordinary black pupils. Though his words were scolding, there was no anger in his tone. It's rare you are in a joking mood. If I hadn't been continuously supplying chakra and Hashirama cells to your body for 7 days, it would have completely disintegrated. Madara's words successfully frightened Long Guheng. His back went cold, he grabbed his head, and his face was full of fear. No way. You mean my body almost totally fell apart? He panted in lingering fear, then couldn't help but marvel. Speaking of which, Naruto is really tenacious. After being beaten to a pulp by you, he's now bouncing around like nothing happened. Hearing this, Madara let out a contemptuous snort full of disdain. It's just that the beast inside that kid sensed my chakra pressure, so it went berserk that quickly. Madara's tone was arrogant with supreme confidence. But a beast is still a beast. Even if I didn't use my full power, that mere grain of sand is nothing compared to me. Of course, Lord Madara is the strongest in the shinobi world today, unrivaled. Long Guheng flattered him smoothly, his words sweet as honey. Being praised by a junior so rarely, Madara's stern brows relaxed slightly, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. But the next moment his expression turned serious and his tone became grave. Don't be too happy, kid. The primary issue is that your body still can't sustain my power for long. Madara frowned slightly, as if recalling a strange sensation during the battle. His tone was tinged with confusion. During the fight, I could clearly feel an invisible shackle constantly restraining my power. It was strange. Madara couldn't precisely describe this bizarre restriction, but Long Guheng had a faint inkling of what it might be. It was like a Jinchuriki in a sealed state going berserk. Now Madara seemed to be suppressed by layers of seals forced to manifest through my body. Not only could he not unleash his peak combat power, but he was also continuously tearing apart and draining my body. These thoughts flashed through Long Guheng's mind, but he dared not speak a word. Uchiha Madara was far too proud. If he knew he was being compared to a tailed beast, he would surely fly into a rage. Rather than causing trouble for himself, it was better to secretly figure out how to unravel this invisible seal. Hung, wake up. Look what I caught. A violent shaking from outside, along with Naruto's excited voice, suddenly tore Long Guheng's consciousness back from the mental space to reality. He snapped his eyes open, and his vision cleared. The first thing he saw was two unfamiliar samurai tightly bound like dumplings standing beside the bed. Before Long Guheng could ask, Naruto was already eagerly boasting, his face full of pride. These two guys burst in, but the great Uzumaki Naruto took them down easily. Pretty awesome, right? Long Guheng had intended to give him a casual compliment, but after hearing this his smile froze. Memories of Naruto's past life in the series flooded back. These two samurai coming here. Oh no, Naruto, we have to go. If Zabuza and Haku are still planning to assassinate, then Kakashi and Sasuke are in real danger alone. Long Guheng's heart tightened, and his nerves instantly tensed. Ignoring his sore weak body, he pushed himself up, grabbed the still self-satisfied Naruto, and sprinted toward the bridge. Dragged along at a breakneck pace, Naruto was bewildered. Huh, that Peach Zabuza guy is coming back. And who's Haku? Long Guheng replied without looking back. It's that super good-looking guy you mentioned. Huh. On the narrow bridge, layers of dense mist swept in, once more completely shrouding a section of the structure. The 5 figures on the bridge were scattered apart. The crimson Sharingan gleamed in Kakashi's left eye, its supreme analytical power locked onto the hidden killing intent within the fog. With one hand silently shielding the trembling Tazuna behind him, he remained utterly vigilant, confronting Momochi Zabuza, who was executing the hidden mist technique hidden. From the depths of the thick fog, Zabuza's sneering laugh echoed with mockery. Ha, the Sharingan again. How utterly pathetic. As his words faded, Zabuza's presence completely merged into the white mist, his form fully concealed. Kakashi's gaze was calm as Sharingan, tracking every fluctuation of chakra in the air. A faint smirk curled at the corner of his lips as he retorted. You've been using the hidden mist technique the whole time. You're hardly one to talk. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Sasuke's situation was far from optimistic. Within the array of ice mirrors conjured by Haku, he was relentlessly subjected to an acupuncture-like barrage of needles. Countless ice mirrors hung suspended in midair, refracting a myriad of cold, gleaming light, trapping Sasuke tight within the barrier of the demonic ice mirror. A dense storm of sunbon pierced through the air, hurtling from all directions in a frenzied volley. Sasuke had already activated his Sharingan to its fullest, but with his mind in turmoil, his vision frequently blurred, leaving him unable to accurately predict every attack. Earlier he had unleashed a massive fireball with all his chakra, yet it failed to inflict even a single crack on the ice mirrors. Now he was trapped in a hopeless situation, forced to dodge and scramble in sheer desperation. The sting of humiliation and resentment was far more agonizing than the physical pain. Why? Why is my power still so insignificant? Ever since he witnessed Naruto's eruption of the tailed beast's devastating world-shattering power, this obsession had haunted him day and night. Within this team, he alone felt like the useless burden, and his resentment reached its peak. This disparity and fury completely shattered his composure. In the past few days of training and battle, he had remained restless and impatient, utterly unable to calm his mind and master his power. It was precisely for this reason that even with his Sharingan activated, he could not evade Haku's nearly flawless assault. I am stronger than you because I have something precious to protect. Haku raised his hands, several glinting sunbon clamped between his fingers, his tone calm, yet unwavering. Shut up. Who asked you? I only need hatred. Sasuke's eyes blazed crimson as he roared, his fury nearly bursting from his chest. Haku remained unmoved, his eyes filled only with pure obsession, and with a slight flick of his wrist, he prepared to unleash all the sunbon in his grasp. Everything is for Zabuza-sama, so I cannot lose. Just at this critical moment, a sharp sound cut. A shuriken propelled by a gust of wind flew in with precision, grazing past Haku's cheek. It not only knocked the sunbon from his hand, but also carved a fierce crack across his white mask. A brash shout suddenly erupted. Uzumaki Naruto makes his entrance. Beside him, Long Guheng held his forehead and silently covered his face, feeling incredibly embarrassed. So this is how cringeworthy it feels to yell before a fight. The two exchanged a glance, and without a word they instantly split and sprinted toward their respective battlefields. Naruto leaped forward, charging straight into the array of ice mirrors, landing beside Sasuke with a firm voice. Sasuke, I'm here to save you. At the same time, Long Guheng stepped into the surging thick fog, his voice arrogant and ringing through the entire misty area. You defeated loser, want another round? Then he'll gladly accept. The dense fog fell silent for a moment. Then the next second Zabuza's voice trembled out, filled with utter disbelief. You're not dead. He still vividly remembered that Long Guheng had faced the rampaging power of the tailed beast, a monstrous force that could annihilate heaven and earth, yet it had failed to take his life. In that moment, Zabuza's years of understanding of the shinobi world were completely shattered and overturned. At the edge of the mist, Kakashi, bearing some injuries, let out a sigh of relief and immediately instructed, "Perfect timing, Long Guheng. Protect Mr. Tazuna for me." A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. "I found a way to end this battle." Long Guheng looked utterly exasperated and complained on the spot. Hey, is it really okay for a protagonist like me to be a battlefield camera? Stop joking around, kid. In your current physical state, you can only serve as a deterrent." Madara suddenly spoke from within the space, not mocking Long Guheng, but fearing he might impulsively rush in and throw away his life, which would then cause real trouble. A flicker of cunning flashed in Long Guheng's eyes, and he replied playfully in his mind, "Madara-sama, do me a favor. How long can you take over my body later?" Within the space, Uchiha Madara's voice was filled with incredulity. "You little brat actually want to go? Since I've already come this far, if I don't gain something, wouldn't it be a wasted trip?" Long Guheng sighed, inwardly melancholy filling his heart, and explained quickly, "Madara-sama, I want to establish an organization as a backing force. What do you think of these two?" After hearing this, Madara fell into a brief silence, as if weighing the pros and cons. Moments later, his voice rang out again, tinged with a reluctant indulgence. "Very well, do as you wish. But I'll be frank with you first." He paused, then added solemnly, "I can only control you for 5 seconds at most now. One more second, and you'll explode." Long Guheng's lips curved into a confident smile. 5 seconds. That's enough. Hey, race the plan." As Long Guheng eagerly explained his plan to Madara, Zabuza, lurking in the real world beneath the thick fog, had completely lost his composure. Sensing Long Guheng standing motionless in the mist, Zabuza's mind churned with doubt. Why isn't this kid moving? Is he really just watching? No, this must be a disguise. This kid must be possessed by the god of acting. I can't fall for it. Damn Gato. How dare he deceive me with false information? Now I'm stuck in this passive mess. Zabuza's mind was in chaos, completely fixated on his fear of Long Guheng, utterly unaware that Kakashi nearby had already completed his setup for a killing blow. Kakashi raised his hand, lightly wiping his fingers across the wound on his chest, staining them with a streak of fresh blood. He formed a single hand seal and slammed his palm down onto the bridge, summoning Earth Release Tracking Fong technique. A dull rumble came from the ground, and the hard bridge surface instantly cracked and spread. Several dark figures lurked beneath the earth, following the scent of Kakashi's blood, charging rapidly toward the unsuspecting Zabuza. At that moment, Zabuza was still lost in his own thoughts, completely unaware of the deadly crisis approaching. The next second, a crisp barking sound suddenly tore through the thick fog. 8 agile ninja dogs burst out from the ground, their movements swift and precise. They instantly pounced on Zabuza, sinking their fangs into his limbs, shoulders, and the executioner's blade, completely immobilizing him. The opportunity was fleeting. Kakashi wasted no time. A violent surge of lightning release chakra gathered in his palm. Crackling, a piercing thunderclap resounded across the entire sea-crossing bridge. Brilliant lightning coiled around his palm, its blinding blue light shredding the dense fog before him. The outcome of the battle will be decided in this instant. Meanwhile, on the other side, the ice mirror battlefield remained a brutal stalemate. Sasuke was covered in senbon, his breathing ragged, yet he still gritted his teeth and turned to look at the equally battered Naruto, asking in a low voice, "Naruto, can you hold on?" Naruto, also covered in countless needle wounds, grinned stubbornly, "Don't underestimate me. I can." Both were barely holding on, relying on their unyielding will to endure Haku's relentless assault. Naruto panted heavily, eyeing the orderly array of ice mirrors around them, and couldn't help complaining. These mirrors are so annoying. If only he could turn them off himself. Sasuke was speechless at this, retorting coldly, "Idiot. Who told you to jump in? And besides, what kind of fool would cancel their own jutsu?" But the moment his words fell, the entire array of ice mirrors suddenly shattered. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of breaking echoed continuously as countless ice mirrors cracked apart, turning into a flurry of fine ice crystals. Haku's figure did not linger. He turned and dashed at top speed towards Zabuza's direction, his expression frantic. Naruto and Sasuke stood frozen, staring blankly at the flying ice shards, completely bewildered. He actually canceled the jutsu. Haku, racing through the air, was filled with extreme panic. Just moments ago, he had clearly sensed the terrifying power of Kakashi's lightning cutter and seen Zabuza trapped by the ninja dogs, utterly defenseless. Zabuza-sama. Lightning cutter, Madara-sama. Now, Madara in the space wasted no words. He instantly took control of Long Guheng's body. In that instant, Long Goheng's eyes underwent a drastic transformation. A pair of deep, majestic, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan snapped open, their supreme insight instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Just as Kakashi's lightning-charged thrust was a mere 0.01 centimeters from Haku's heart, Long Goheng vanished from his spot, raised his hand with precision, and firmly seized Kakashi's wrist, which was charged with the lightning cutter. The violent lightning roared and crackled around his palm, yet could advance no further. Kakashi-sensei, are you that eager to rename the lightning cutter to the white cutter? At this moment the fog had completely dissipated, revealing an eerie silence on the bridge. Kakashi's crimson Sharingan fixed intently ahead, the Raikiri in his hand crackling with electric energy. Had it not been for Takigaheng's sudden intervention, this lethal surprise attack would have long pierced the heart of the white, standing in front of Momochi Zabuza. Kakashi, at this instant a haunting whisper abruptly crashed into Kakashi's mind. Rin's figure involuntarily replaced white in Kakashi's vision, while Raikiri had already pierced through the opponent. Blood splattered out, staining his palm and soaking his upper body. Once again this bloody scene unfolded. Kakashi trembled violently, the Raikiri in his hand suddenly dissipating. He tightly closed his eyes, a broken, painful whisper escaping his throat. No, not again. Rin. The insights of the Sharingan recorded every detail of Rin's death, now indelibly etched in his mind. The sheer mental shock instantly drained all his strength. Kakashi staggered back a few steps, his legs going weak as he collapsed heavily onto the cold surface of the bridge, completely lost in despair. Damn, the Konoha female ghost is still exerting her power. Sorry, Kakashi-sensei. Nearby, Takigaheng slowly released his restraining arm, glancing at the utterly broken Kakashi with silent apologies. Madara, continue. The moment the words fell, a surge of overwhelming chakra suddenly took control of his body. Takigaheng's eyes dramatically changed, the eternal kaleidoscope patterns emerging in his irises, 3 linked rings paired with 3 vertical black lines, crimson and profound, exuding an unparalleled dominance. In an instant, silently, the still tense Momochi Zabuza felt his consciousness suddenly empty, and he was forcibly dragged into the illusion space. In the pure white space, boundless and dead silent, Zabuza suddenly opened his eyes, his body covered in sweat, instantly alert as he scanned the unfamiliar surroundings. The next second, 2 figures appeared out of thin air before him. It was Takigaheng and Uchiha Madara. Hello, I am Takigaheng, as you can see, welcome to my world. Takigaheng smiled as he introduced himself to Zabuza. However, his demeanor seemed more like that of a Konoha. Zabuza's gaze was fixed on the tall man beside him, clad in Warring States samurai attire, his Sharingan radiating an incredibly oppressive chakra. What a strong pressure, just standing still I can tell how terrifying he is. This was Zabuza's only thought in his heart, and he instinctively clenched his fists, his muscles tense to the limit. Before Takigaheng could continue his introduction, Madara spoke up with a deep, resonant voice. Boom. Before his words fell, a devastating wave of chakra erupted, instantly engulfing the entire pure white illusion space. The terrifying pressure crashed down Zabuza's knees, buckled, unable to resist, and he knelt heavily on the ground. You are Uchiha Madara, who once dominated the ninja world. This is impossible, he has been dead for so many years. His pupils shrank violently, disbelief and shock filling his eyes as he stared up at the person before him. And my presence here is the best proof. Madara scoffed coldly, the power in his gaze surging once again, a second wave of even more violent chakra crashing down. At this moment, Zabuza lacked even the strength to lift his head. His skull was firmly pressed to the ground with nothing left in his heart but endless horror and awe. Seeing Zabuza about to be completely crushed by the pressure, Takigaheng quickly intervened. Madara, calm down, we haven't discussed the main matter yet. Don't crush him outright. Uchiha Madara let out an impatient snort, retracting the overwhelming chakra pressure. The oppressive weight suddenly dissipated, yet Zabuza still dared not rise, maintaining his kneeling posture, not daring to breathe. What do you want me to help you up personally? Madara cast a casual glance at him, his tone flat, but carrying immense intimidation. Zabuza instantly jolted, standing upright quickly. How could that be, Lord Madara? It is my honor to witness your magnificence in person. Takigaheng smiled and seamlessly transitioned to the main topic. Don't be so tense, we are here to sincerely invite you to join my organization. Zabuza glanced at the indifferent Madara beside him, feeling powerless to complain. You take the role of the bad cop, while he plays the good cop, leaving us with no choice. As if sensing his thoughts, Madara stepped forward, his crimson Sharingan fixing intently on Zabuza, the pressure rising once more. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Feeling the terrifying aura that could strike him down at any moment, Zabuza timely chose to speak from the heart. How could that be? I have long admired Lord Madara. Moreover, there's a saying that goes, if Kado orders me to eliminate Lord Madara, I would not hesitate to turn around and cut Kado down. Hey, are you making this up on the spot? Takigahang ruthlessly exposed Zabuza's lie right there. But it's good, congratulations, the strongest organization in the ninja world, the Association of Monsters. Thus it was born. The pure white space fell into silence in an instant. Takigahang was brimming with spirit, while the other two had their mouths twitching in unison, looking utterly speechless. Uchiha Madara was the first to break character, his face dark as he growled. You kid, you better have thought of a name for me. Huh, isn't the name Association of Monsters powerful enough? Takigahang looked utterly innocent. Responding to him was Madara's unceremonious punch. Zabuza couldn't help but rant. That name sounds like an organization that will be out of fashion at first listen. Takigahang cradled his head, wincing in pain. Why does everyone like to hit my head? How about the Crow organization, Lord Madara? Madara pondered for 2 seconds, then nodded slightly. It's passable. Seeing this, Zabuza timely asked, so what task do I have? Good question. Takigahang instantly raised his head, his tone passionate. The task of the Crow organization is to bring peace to the ninja world. Zabuza's lips twitched, even more, feeling utterly helpless. Say something practical. Unable to bear it any longer, Madara directly interjected. Currently, the organization is still in the development stage. Your first task is to gather funds and reasonably enhance the organization's finances within 3 years. Zabuza immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I thought there would be some perilous tasks, though I didn't expect it to be so simple. Don't worry. I will not restrict your freedom, as long as you can complete the task, it's fine. As Madara's voice fell, the illusion space abruptly shattered. Outside, mere moments had passed. On the bridge, Kakashi remained slumped on the ground, deeply trapped in his inner demons. White had already taken the opportunity to move Zabuza's body to a distance, with Naruto and Sasuke standing side by side, their expressions vigilant as they stared intently at the white ahead. The entire battlefield was at a stalemate, the atmosphere tense. Just then a boisterous, arrogant laugh suddenly shattered the silence of the bridge. Hee, how's the fight going? Zabuza. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice, only to see Kato leading a large group of mountain bandits, arrogantly blocking the bridge, a sinister smirk on his face. Zabuza's eyes instantly ignited with a chilling, killing intent as he coldly shouted, You dare to show yourself? Just right, new grudges and old debts, I will settle them all today. Kato scoffed repeatedly, arrogantly waving his hand. Settle? Zabuza, are you out of your mind? Look behind me, my numbers are 100 times yours. But the next second the smile on his face froze. The previously slightly fatigued Zabuza had now stood tall, flanking White on either side, each gripping their weapons tightly, their aura suddenly surging. We can still fight, right, White? White's expression was calm, his tone pure and loyal. Of course I will always be Mr. Zabuza's tool. Secret technique, 1000 kill water flight. The cold air suddenly wreaked havoc on the bridge. White raised his left hand abruptly, and the surrounding moisture instantly condensed, countless sharp ice spikes bursting forth. In an instant, the unprepared Kato was completely frozen in place by the myriad of ice shards, unable to move. Seizing the moment of the freezing restraint, Zabuza's figure suddenly surged forward. A layer of crimson phantom slowly enveloped him, the illusion coalescing and expanding, ultimately transforming into a monstrous, terrifying, ghostly figure, exuding a dreadful aura. A ghost, a demon. Kato's followers, a ragtag bunch, had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. Instantly, they were filled with fear, their legs turning weak, no one daring to step forward, all hastily retreating. Zabuza advanced as if in a world without obstacles, striding forward until he reached the frozen Kato. The sharp blade was raised high, emitting a chilling light. Swish! A fierce upward slash cleanly and decisively ended Kato's evil life. Blood splattered onto the bridge, a harrowing sight. Zabuza slowly sheathed his sword and turned to look at the trembling mountain bandits before him, his eyes devoid of any mercy, only cold, killing intent remained. And you all shall follow him to hell. Finally I'm back. Konoha. Naruto stood at the village entrance, gazing at the familiar settlement as the accumulated anxiety and exhaustion of days faded away. Beside him, Riguko gently supported the slightly unsteady Kakashi, walking steadily behind him. The guard Shizune Izumo, startled by the sudden shout, snapped back with irritation, Kid, don't cause a stir at the village gate. What a disgrace. Naruto scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly, and quickly apologized, sorry, I got carried away. Kakashi tilted his head slightly, hiding the faint melancholy in his eyes. I've truly troubled you, Riguko, for taking care of a sickly person like me. This mission is over. I'll go submit the report. You two go ahead and rest. Riguko quickly shook his head, his expression sincere. Kakashi-sensei, please don't say that. It's I who should apologize. Hearing this, Kakashi let out a low chuckle, his fleeting sorrow scattering in the wind. He gazed up at the clear blue sky above Konoha, his tone resigned yet open. It has nothing to do with you. It's my own inner conflict that trapped me. But I suppose it's time for me to move on. One must always look forward. He paused, a tender glimmer passing through his eyes, and whispered, Rin and Obito, I'm sure they'd want this too. Enjoy your rest. Your futures are still long ahead. The setting sun slanted, casting golden-red hues over Konoha's bustling shopping street. People came and went, the clamor rising all around. Naruto walked close beside Riguko, the doubt buried deep in his heart finally spilling out in a low voice. Ko, is it really okay to let Zabuza and Haku go so easily? Naruto voiced his concern. Riguko didn't stop walking, nor turn his head, his tone teasing. Hey Naruto, don't tell me you've actually taken a liking to that little cross-dresser. Can't bear to see him leave. With that, he suddenly sidestepped, creating a bit of distance, and gave Naruto a once-over, his eyes filled with exaggerated alarm. And could you stop clinging to me like that? It's so sticky. Don't make my guess right. What nonsense are you spouting? Naruto instantly bristled, his cheeks flushed bright red as he glared at Riguko. What the hell is that look in your eyes? I'm just worried they'll cause trouble again. And I've always liked Sakurikan. Naruto's flustered rebuttal had barely ended when around them sharp, spiteful whispers seeped through the wind, every word landing clearly in their ears. Look, it's that demon fox again. Exactly. I heard he's become a ninja. I don't know what the exam proctor was thinking, letting a monster become a ninja. And that kid beside him, following the demon fox around. He can't be any good either. The disgusted remarks surrounded them. Perhaps accustomed to it, Naruto paid the villagers no mind, but Riguko beside him instantly turned cold. He gave a sneer, his aura dropping sharply. It seems my blade of benevolent love has been sheathed too long, allowing the will of tyranny in these ignorant villagers to crawl back into their brains like maggots. At that, the surrounding gossip vanished instantly. Everyone averted their eyes with awkward expressions. Better not, Ko. Your blade of benevolent love is way too dangerous. Keep it sheathed. He still remembered the time Riguko had activated his detonating my big thunder form, standing in the middle of the street yelling back at everyone from all directions for an entire day. In short, standing center, cursing all four sides, attacking left and right. Quite a sight. Using mothers as the center, fathers as the radius, relatives as the circumference, he launched a full-power tirade spanning 18 generations. It was that day Riguko, with his drawn blade of benevolent love, slaughtered the bullies along the entire street, leaving none daring to show their face again. They knew that once a bully struck, the blade would hang over their heads in an instant. Thus Riguko earned the title, the one man who bullied the entire village. So this is the village Hashira gave everything to protect. Truly pathetic. Madara now looked at the ugly faces around him with disappointment. Hee, Lord Madara, next time I'll show you how my blade of benevolent love roars with majesty. Riguko boasted in his mind. The two walked on, silence enveloping the roadside. Hey, how did we end up here? Naruto scratched his head, bewildered. Before them stood the solemn and quiet Uchiha district. Riguko glanced around, cast aside distractions, and gave a carefree laugh. Since we're here, no point wasting the trip. Let's mooch a good meal. Great. Naruto instantly cast away all worries, following him energetically. It was evening, but from Sasuke's residence came the unusual sound of metal striking wood. Sasuke sure is diligent. Riguko raised an eyebrow and whispered to Naruto beside him, Naruto, watch my signal. No sooner had he spoken than he pulled back his foot, gathered strength, and with a loud bang, kicked open Sasuke's closed wooden door. The sudden noise jolted Sasuke, who was practicing shuriken in the yard, his sharp gaze immediately sweeping toward the entrance. When he saw Riguko standing with one foot on the ground, exuding arrogance, the wariness in his eyes faded, replaced by utter speechlessness. Yo Sasuke, how have you been? Riguko casually withdrew his foot, strode into the yard, and teased with a grin, still training hard this late. We just happened to pass by, and thought we'd drop in. Sasuke's eye twitched violently, his tone full of complaint. We disbanded from the mission only this morning. Do you need to drop in so specially? And that's a rather unique way of visiting. Riguko ignored his griping, cutting straight to the point with unabashed shamelessness. Now that we're here, you wouldn't be so heartless as to not even give us a meal, would you? Sasuke's forehead vein pulsed visibly as he glared at him. That's your real intention, isn't it? Despite the grumbling, Sasuke didn't drive them away, silently accepting their stay. The vast Uchiha estate, usually cold and lonely, seemed a little less piercingly solitary, with the two making noise. Just as they sat down to wait for dinner, Madara's voice suddenly echoed in Riguko's mind. Hey kid, now that I've helped you form an organization, agree to one thing for me. Later go get in touch with that Sasuke. Madara's sudden request puzzled Riguko. No problem, Lord Madara, but why? Don't ask what you... Madara's tone was commanding and unyielding. After speaking, he fell silent. Hey Sasuke, it's a pity such a big house is only lived in by you alone. Riguko blurted out while shoveling rice into his mouth. I don't need anyone's care. Only solitude can make me. Before he finished, he looked up and caught Riguko's malicious expression instantly, sounding an alarm in his heart. You wouldn't. Riguko just gave a faint smile and dropped a bombshell. Living alone must be lonely. So starting today, Naruto and I will reluctantly move in with you. Sasuke's pupils shrank as he began to refuse, but before he could speak, Naruto sprang up shouting with excitement. No time like the present, let's go. Hold on. Riguko raised a hand to calm the restless Naruto, then turned to the bewildered Sasuke, his smile deepening. Before we move in, let's become sworn brothers. From now on, the three of us will be brothers walking side by side. Hell yeah. Naruto agreed, without hesitation. The two flanked Sasuke, who still hadn't processed the proposal, and dragged him to the open center of the yard. Hey, you idiots, let me go. Sasuke finally snapped back, struggling fiercely with resistance. Why would I become sworn brothers with you two? Riguko held his shoulder firmly, his tone sincere, spouting smooth talk. To boost your strength, of course. Think about how well our teamwork works. After swearing brotherhood, we'll be like blood brothers. Our coordination will be even more flawless. Who knows, we might even create some incredibly explosive ninjutsu together. As he spoke, an extremely subtle wisp of chakra quietly flowed from Riguko's palm into Sasuke's body. Really? Sasuke, listening to Riguko's seemingly honest words, was clearly a bit tempted. Seeing his interest, Riguko leaned close to his ear and whispered with a mischievous grin, "Of course it's true. And according to rank, Naruto would be your little brother." Sasuke subconsciously glanced at Naruto, who was grinning foolishly, and weighed the options in his mind. Seems not a loss. I'm doing this purely to get stronger, nothing more. Sasuke found enough reasons for himself silently accepting this sudden brotherhood vow. And so it began. I, Riguko. I, Uchiha Sasuke. I, Uzumaki Naruto. Heaven above, earth below, the three of us hereby swear brotherhood. I, Riguko, am the eldest brother, Uchiha Sasuke the second, Uzumaki Naruto the third. Though not born on the same day, we vow to die on the same day. Wait, wasn't I supposed to mess with Sasuke? How did I end up the youngest? Why would I want to die together with them? The morning sunlight filtered through the wooden lattice window, casting light on the scattered snack wrappers strewn across the floor, while the air was thick with the greasy stench of expired instant noodles. Sasuke gripped a half-deflated instant noodle box, his knuckles turning white with layers of resentment etched across his brow. He turned to look at Naruto, who was curled up on the bed, sprawled out in an ungainly manner. Unable to suppress the anger boiling within him, he hissed softly, Uzumaki Naruto. You've eaten expired instant noodles again and thrown the wrappers everywhere. Do you intend for me to turn this place into a garbage dump? Naruto stirred slightly under the covers, too lazy to even lift his eyelids, his voice thick with sleep, as he mumbled dismissively, what's the rush? I'll definitely clean up later. Besides, how can ramen ever taste bad? It's the best in the world. Just as he finished speaking, a voice of exasperation came from the doorway. Taki leaned against the doorframe, looking at Naruto, who seemed completely unfazed, and raised an eyebrow, saying, Hey. Naruto, did you sleepwalk into my room again last night to practice ninjutsu? You really are the #1 Hokage idiot. The only response was Naruto's increasingly rhythmic snoring, causing the blankets to rise and fall slightly. Sasuke and Taki exchanged a glance, a mutual understanding of frustration flashing in their eyes as they clenched their fists. Get out of here. Together they forcibly threw Naruto outside. Seriously, I finally get a day to relax, and I can't even— And that idiot Sasuke, one day I'll make you cry and admit you lost. As Naruto rubbed his sore backside, he walked down the streets of Konoha, followed closely by a protruding rock. By the way, what kind of square rock has 2 holes on top? What a terrible disguise. Naruto pointed at the rock that had been trailing him, angrily questioning its intentions. As expected of a man I've chosen, you truly deserve to be my rival. As he finished speaking, the rock suddenly flipped over, and 3 small figures deftly emerged from beneath it, their movements remarkably fluid. It was the 3-member team of Konohamaru. Looking at the little kids who were half his height, and trying to act tough, Naruto instantly lost interest, his eyelids drooping as he spoke in a flat tone. So it's you little guys. This lackluster attitude completely infuriated Konohamaru. He stepped forward, puffing with indignation. What's with that expression? Naruto, you've been way too indifferent lately. You promised to play the ninja battle game with us today. Have you forgotten? Just as Naruto was about to brush him off, a familiar, crisp female voice suddenly called out from behind, Is that you, Naruto? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Naruto's languor instantly vanished, as if he had switched states in an instant. He turned around abruptly, the laziness on his face replaced by bright surprise, his grin widening as he exclaimed, Sakura, how have you been? I just led Team 7 to defeat a rogue ninja. Watching his older brother's sudden change of demeanor, Konohamaru was left stunned, gaping at the display. Big brother, you're too disloyal. How could you abandon me for just this? Saying this, Konohamaru raised a pinky finger, referring to a girlfriend. Who would have thought? You have quite the keen intuition, Konohamaru. Not bad. Naruto scratched the back of his head, awkwardly, still chuckling. Bang! A powerful punch landed squarely on Naruto's face, sending him flipping twice before crashing to the ground. Konohamaru stared in disbelief, instinctively exclaiming, "Hey, what are you doing? That ugly person is too fierce." The next moment a small head received a heavy punch, instantly swelling up, with a smoking lump standing in stark contrast to Naruto. As this sentence fell, Sakura, who had initially turned to leave after hitting someone, suddenly froze in place. The air thickened instantly. Naruto's hair stood on end, a sense of alarm rising in his heart as his expression changed drastically. He could never forget that sinister, terrifying expression. The last time he saw it was when he accidentally kissed Sasuke, and he ended up with a pig's head being ridiculed by Taki for an entire month. Run. Run fast. Naruto scrambled to his feet, dragging Konohamaru as he turned to escape. But after just 2 steps, the panicked Konohamaru ran headfirst into a solid black-clad figure. The black-clad ninja, hands originally tucked in his pockets, lowered his gaze slightly, his tone flat, yet carrying a chilling undertone. That hurt. At this moment, the Jonin leading the teams from all over Konoha became alert. Looks like it's about to begin. "You big black pig, let go of Konohamaru," Naruto shouted, pointing at the ninja, who was holding Konohamaru with one hand. The person was none other than Kankuro from the Sand Village, and beside him was a ninja with 4 buns on her head, Temari. Kankuro looked down at the bouncing Naruto with annoyance in his eyes. "You're really annoying. I hate short people the most. You dare to be so arrogant at such a young age, I really want to kill you." Seeing the other party ignore his words, Naruto immediately spread his hands to form a cross, intending to create shadow clones. "You ugly person, accept my righteous mobbing." Bang! A sharp and crisp sound of a pebble cutting through the air suddenly rang out. A small stone accurately hit Kankuro's wrist, causing his hand to go numb and instinctively release Konohamaru. "You're in someone else's village. How aren't you being too reckless?" A cool, indifferent voice descended from everyone. Looked up to see Sasuke, lazily leaning against a high branch, casually playing with 2 remaining stones in one hand, his brows and eyes exuding a natural pride. It must be said that Sasuke had this facade down since childhood. Kankuro clutched his numb wrist, glaring up at the boy in the tree, his anger bubbling. Another nuisance. Unfortunately, the only response he received was Sasuke's disdainful, half sneering, half disdainful, wholly arrogant, "Get lost." A single word, yet it was filled with contempt, igniting Kankuro's fury. When had he ever been so belittled by someone? Immediately darkening his face, he quietly reached for the puppet. Seeing this, Temari immediately called out, "Kankuro, are you really going to use your crow here? Stop. Don't embarrass yourself here." Suddenly, a hoarse, cold voice rang out like thunder, instantly suppressing all the commotion. Everyone looked up in response to the voice and saw a red-haired boy hanging upside down on a branch above Sasuke. He carried a massive gourd that was as tall as he was, with the character love engraved on his forehead, and his heavy black circles made his eyes appear dead and cold, devoid of any excess emotion, only exuding a bone-chilling indifference. It was Gaara from the Sand Village. He cast a sweeping glance over the few people arguing below, his tone flat. "To lose oneself in quarrels is the most disgraceful. Do you still remember?" His words were suddenly interrupted. Gaara's pupils suddenly contracted, a strong sense of oppression surged within him. Above the branch he was hanging from, a figure had quietly appeared without him noticing. "Oh, it's quite lively here." At that moment the entire place fell silent. Countless thoughts surged within everyone's hearts, yet no one dared to break the silence. "Gaara, this guy didn't even notice me. Sasuke, damn. No matter how strong I get, I always fall short of him. Sakura, Sasuke, give it to me. Temari, another handsome guy has arrived, but that guy in blue looked better. Tree, are you all addicted to climbing on him? Naruto, seriously. Why is everyone so good at putting on a show while I'm the only one standing here looking foolish?" Even Madara, sensing the entire scene within Taki's body, couldn't help but show a hint of playful amusement in his eyes. "Those beasts really keep coming to me one after another. It seems Obito is indeed useless. He can't even handle such a simple task." After a moment of tense silence, it was Gaara who first broke the standoff. Fed up with the silent confrontation, he flashed forward and landed beside Kankuro. "Looks like we came early, let's go." Seeing the Sand Village group about to leave, Taki was not willing to let them go that easily. Lightly stepping on a branch, he also leaped down, steadily blocking their path, his voice dripping with provocation. "Hey Panda, I'm not letting you leave." "Huh, you escaped a disaster, and now you want to push your luck." Kankuro instantly exploded, stepping forward to retaliate. "I wasn't talking to you, Kambaka." Taki casually shot him a glance, his tone full of indifference. "Kankuros," I twitched furiously, feeling frustrated. "Hey, my name is Kankuro. Why do people from Konoha keep giving others nicknames?" The Chunin exam. "The Chunin exam. Hee, I will definitely surpass Long Guhun and Sasuke this time. Then he'll become Hokage and earn everyone's recognition." Naruto clenched his fists, a burning obsession blazing in his eyes as he muttered incessantly to himself. "Hey Naruto, what are you mumbling about all the way?" Long Guhun lifted his hand and gave Naruto a firm pat on the shoulder, walking at a leisurely pace as he followed the crowd toward the exam hall. His tone carried a hint of helpless teasing. Sasuke, trailing behind them, heard this and curled his lips into a habitual smirk. His cold, aloof voice dripped with faint disdain. Need you ask? It's nothing but another one of those impossible daydreams, idiot Naruto. No one noticed that this proud Uchiha prodigy's heart had already undergone a subtle transformation. Ever since that night when Long Guheng and the others stayed at the Uchiha estate, the inferiority and gloom in his heart had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented surge of confidence. In simpler terms, the skies cleared, the rain stopped, and Sasuke felt like a big shot again. Faced with Sasuke's sarcasm, Naruto didn't retort, and Long Guheng didn't chime in. Their gazes were entirely drawn to the commotion at the exam hall entrance. Ahead, a dense crowd gathered in a tense circle, the atmosphere thick with the spark of confrontation. Two figures blocked the main gate with hostile auras, clearly unwelcome troublemakers. At their feet lay a disheveled young boy, dressed in a distinctive dark green jumpsuit with short black hair, slick and shiny, and thick eyebrows that stood out. This was Rock Lee. At that moment, his lips were bloodied, his body covered in dust, clearly having just suffered a defeat. Naruto recognized him instantly and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's that weirdo with the thick eyebrows and watermelon haircut." This clear exclamation instantly drew everyone's attention. The fallen Lee heard the voice and turned his head. The moment he saw Long Guheng and Naruto, the dejection in his eyes vanished, replaced by a blazing light. With a flicker of movement, he appeared before Naruto. Opening his arms wide, Lee tightly embraced Naruto with such force it seemed he might crush him. "Finally, I've found you. My dear friends. Let go. Let go. I can't breathe." Naruto's face flushed red as he kicked and flailed desperately. Sasuke stepped forward, slowly glanced at Naruto suffering in the bear hug, then at Long Guheng, who looked utterly innocent, as if he didn't know the guy, and frowned slightly. "You know him." Long Guheng was about to shake his head firmly, but met Lee's sparkling clear eyes. His mouth twitched slightly. Helpless, he let out a long sigh and resigned himself to speak. "This watermelon head is Rock Lee. Naruto and I met him by chance during our morning training." A torturous memory flooded his mind. That was a morning with blazing sun. Long Guheng was rudely dragged from his sleep by Ban. Half awake, he dragged the equally dazed Naruto on a mad dash around Konoha to build stamina. Just as they were exhausted beyond hope and wanted to give up, a green blur shot through the air at incredible speed. The young man's eyes burned with passion, his whole being radiating palpable enthusiasm. "Are you also sweating it out to hone your taijutsu? How youthful. From today onward, you are my dear friends. Let us rush into passion and unleash our youth together." Even now, recalling it, Long Guheng felt a chill run down his spine. "I ask you who would want to be utterly exhausted at the crack of dawn with a cringeworthy, passionate speech echoing in their ears from a thick-browed youth. Man, that's just too much." This painfully awkward memory, he really didn't want to relive it even for a second. Lee released Naruto, his face showing genuine disappointment, even glistening with tears, and his tone full of regret. "My friend, why haven't I seen you unleashing your youth lately? I'm so disappointed." "Hey, who's your friend? Don't be so familiar." Naruto finally broke free, panting heavily, unable to resist a loud retort. But facing the onlookers and Naruto's disdain, Lee wasn't upset at all. Instead, he solemnly took Naruto's hand, his gaze incredibly sincere. "Oh, my friend, have you forgotten the passion of us running together under the setting sun? That was our fading youth. That's why I said you're a monster." Naruto completely lost it, ranting wildly. "Running around Konoha, 100 laps, 500 push-ups, 2,000 kicks to tree trunks. Are those even achievable targets for a human?" Hearing Naruto's complaints, Lee's playful expression faded. His face turned solemn, his gaze iron-like and determined. With his words, he stepped forward and challenged Uchiha Sasuke. "You're that genius of the Uchiha, right? Dare to have a match with me?" The atmosphere froze instantly. But at that moment, two sneering voices cut in, breaking the standoff. "Hey, you guys, completely ignoring us. Aren't you a bit too arrogant?" The two shinobi blocking the door had grim faces, clearly irritated by being utterly ignored. Sasuke, however, paid them no mind. Looking at the determination and purity in Lee's eyes, a proud smile curled on his lips, his gaze filled with arrogance. "Fine. He'll make you understand that before me you're nothing special." With that, he strode straight to the side, his posture tall and exuding pride. Lee followed closely, his whole body tense, battle intent, blazing, ready to give his all. The two shinobi, seeing themselves utterly ignored, grew even more sullen. Just as they were about to step forward, a calm voice suddenly rang out. Long Guheng walked slowly forward, his eyes sweeping over the two, his tone carrying undisguised mockery. "I say, you two uncles are already past your prime. Instead of becoming Konoha's gatekeepers, you use transformation jutsu to act young. Aren't you embarrassed?" At these words, one of them, Kotetsu Hagain, instantly lost his composure. His transformation jutsu dissolved, and he pointed a finger at Long Guheng, shouting angrily, "You little brat. Explain yourself. Who's an uncle? We're in our prime, right in our heyday. Yeah, the prime Uncle Kotetsu. Long Guheng replied nonchalantly, adding, "The gates of Konoha still depend on your unwavering defense, old man. You little brat." Kotetsu, furious, raised his hand to teach the reckless kid a lesson, but was grabbed and forcibly pulled back by his companion Izumo Kamizuki. Thus, this entry test, deliberately set by the examiners, quietly concluded. Nearby in the crowd, Niji, Hyuga, and Tintin had witnessed everything, their expressions grave. Niji's eyes were dark and his tone serious. "It seems he's another dark horse in this exam. I hope Lee doesn't reveal our cards." Tintin looked at the departing Long Guheng and forced an explanation. He wouldn't. Well, maybe he actually would. Now let's shift to the duel between Sasuke and Lee. At this moment, Sasuke had activated his Totemo Sharingan, yet he was still being tossed around like a top by Lee. "Your eyes can indeed see my movements, but unfortunately your body can't keep up. That's the fruit of my hard work." Lee's assault continued, his tone unwavering. By the time Long Guheng and Naruto rushed over, they saw a green figure leaping into the air and delivering a fierce kick to Sasuke's chest. Bang! Sasuke's body went flying backward. Naruto stood dumbfounded, his eyes wide with shock. So strong. That guy really is a monster. Long Guheng watched Naruto gravely. "Without talent, you repeat. Hard work can truly surpass genius." In the ring, Lee's gaze was sharp. He had already teleported beneath the airborne Sasuke. He gripped his bandages tightly, his aura surging, ready to unleash the finishing move and end the duel. But at that decisive moment, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air rang out. A shuriken with a windmill pattern flew and precisely wrapped around Lee's arm bandage and pinned it firmly to the wall behind, interrupting his attack. A ninja turtle with spiral patterns landed softly in front of Lee, touching down steadily. Thick white smoke billowed from the turtle shell, and a distinctly cheerful voice rang out, brimming with youthful energy. "Geez, you kids are so hot-headed." As the smoke cleared, Might Guy appeared in an exaggerated and comical pose, his posture tall, radiating a flamboyant and blazing energy, every inch of him shouting youthful passion. At the same time, in Long Guheng's mind, Ban's voice sounded with a hint of amusement. "Oh, it's the one who masters the 8th gate." Long Guheng's mind stirred, and he asked silently, "Yo, Ban-sama, have you found a way for me to unleash your power?" Indeed, Ban had been pondering how to help Long Guheng endure greater power these days, but unfortunately, in his mind, Ban's voice carried a trace of regret. "No luck. Your body seems to instinctively reject my power. At best, I can only exert about 2/10 of my strength." A flicker of disappointment crossed Long Guheng's eyes. But the next moment, as he watched the scene of Guy and Lee passionately embracing and shouting about youth, his eyes suddenly lit up with a bold idea. He immediately pursued in his mind, "Ban-sama, if I use the 8 gates to strengthen my physique, will I be able to withstand more of your power?" Hearing this, Uchiha Ban was silent for a moment, then spoke with rare approval and acknowledgement. "An interesting idea. Worth a try. Hey Zhuju, are you okay?" Mingren slowly ambled over to Zhuju, his face wearing a concerned expression, yet the barely concealed joy in his eyes betrayed him completely. It was clear he had just witnessed a thrilling duel and was feeling immensely pleased. "Are you looking down on me, you idiot, Mingren?" Zhuju snapped back in a displeased tone, his voice carrying the arrogance of youth. But he ignored the noisy Mingren, turning his gaze instead to the young master and disciple, who were embracing and weeping in the distance, a faint cold smirk flickering in his clear eyes. "Let's go." Zhuju withdrew his gaze, turned, and strode away, his voice firm and commanding. "He is indeed strong, but next time the one who wins will be me." Mingren stared at his tall, obstinate back, scratched his head, and muttered with confusion, "Strange, when did you stop being arrogant? That's not like you." Hearing this, Zhuju paused mid-step and turned half of his cool profile. The sunlight fell on his proud face, outlining a sharp jawline, and a defiant curve always lingered on his lips. "It's called confidence, you idiot." He spoke calmly, his tone carrying the arrogance etched into the Uchiha clan's blood. "It's the boundless pride bestowed upon me by the surname Uchiha." With that, he glanced at Mingren's pure, bewildered expression, let out a helpless sigh, and continued walking. "Forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway. You'll get it when you're my age. You're only a few days older than me. What's there to be cocky about?" Mingren bristled on the spot, grumbling resentfully as he quickened his pace to catch up. But after taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped, feeling a hollow emptiness in his heart, as if something was missing from his surroundings, an inexplicable discomfort pervading his entire being. "Strange. I feel like something's missing, so uncomfortable." The source of Mingren's inexplicable emptiness was none other than Long Guheng, who was not far away. At this moment, Long Guheng had already quietly moved to Maite Kai's side. Kai and Xiao Li were still immersed in the atmosphere of praising the greatness of youth, their eyes bright, and faces moved, completely unaware of the person beside them. Long Guheng couldn't bear it any longer. He cleared his throat and suddenly raised his voice, "Ahem. You two, could you please show some consideration for those around you? The sudden loud voice shattered the atmosphere, abruptly pulling the two immersed individuals back to reality. Xiao Li's head was buzzing, his ears ringing from the shock. Kai turned sharply and upon recognizing the person instantly flashed his trademark passionate smile, a classic youthful opening line rolling off his tongue. So it's Long Guheng, the disciple of my lifelong rival, and the dear friend of Xiao Li. What's the matter? Looking for us? Long Guheng inwardly groaned in helplessness. There's no need to pile on such a long title. Just a simple greeting would be fine, wouldn't it? Even Uchiha Madara from within the space casually tossed out a comment filled with disdain. What a weirdo. Despite the mental complaints, Long Guheng's acting skills were already masterful. He immediately put on a smiling expression, scratched his head sheepishly, and spoke in a humble and sincere tone. Teacher Kai, I've actually been really curious about what true youth really means. I want to understand its meaning deeply. This statement made Kai and Xiao Li's eyes light up instantly, as if they had found a kindred spirit. They both quickly stepped close to Long Guheng, their gazes filled with excitement and approval. Excellent. Long Guheng. Truly worthy of being Xiao Li's dear friend. Outstanding insight. Kai exclaimed passionately, patting his shoulder. Long Guheng took the opportunity to put on a weak expression, his face drooping as he sighed. Yes, lately, I've had cold hands and feet, my whole body feels limp and weak, and my sleep quality is terrible. I feel like my body is completely drained. He rattled off the list of symptoms smoothly, like reciting a menu. Maite Kai was momentarily stunned, scrutinized him from head to toe, then leaned in and whispered in a serious tone, How have you been? Overindulging. Kidney deficiency. Young man, you need to exercise restraint. Go to hell. Long Guheng couldn't help but curse. He burst out swearing on the spot, the corner of his mouth twitching wildly. Even the Madara inside him was amused by the absurd conversation, his low laughter echoing in the space. But the next second, Madara's laughter froze in his heart. Maite Kai's expression turned serious. He suddenly pulled out a brand new form-fitting bright green jumpsuit from behind him, tight, eye-catching, and radiating sheer embarrassment. Young lad. Kai's eyes blazed with fervor, his voice impassioned as he raised the jumpsuit high. Wear this battle robe that symbolizes youth. I, Maite Kai, will lead you on the explosive path of radiant youth. Run, kid, run. In his mind, Madara's voice suddenly turned shrill and urgent with unprecedented panic. Run. Kid, run now. No way. Such an utterly humiliating jumpsuit, absolutely positively must not be worn on his Uchiha Madara's body. Even a second would be a lifelong stain. Long Guheng's hair stood on end. He didn't dare linger for a second. Turning around, he bolted, his speed increasing until he was sprinting at full throttle. I've never known you. Don't touch me. All that was left in the wind were the two figures, master and disciple, standing frozen, holding the green jumpsuit, utterly bewildered. After running some distance, Madara still couldn't shake off the shadow of that moment. He kept haranguing Long Guheng in his mind with stern warnings. Kid, I'm warning you. Even if it means death, you must never wear that suit. If you do, I, Uchiha Madara, would rather self-destruct inside you than suffer that humiliation. Don't worry, Lord Madara. Long Guheng responded swiftly in his mind, while sprinting, his attitude resolute. We can figure out a way slowly, but social death is a lifetime thing. I, Long Guheng, would rather fall to my death, starve to death, or jump off a cliff than wear that disgraceful green skin-tight suit. And just then an arrogant familiar shout rang out from a head full of energy and piercingly loud. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I will never lose to a bunch of punks like you. Long Guheng snapped back to reality and realized that he had unknowingly run to the entrance of the first Chunin exam venue. At the exam gate, Kakashi was lazily leaning against the wall, his signature lazy smile on his face, his eye patch covering one eye exuding a hint of amusement. Really, the impact of that suit can rival Naruto's leftover expired milk cartons. It made me run all the way here without even noticing. Long Guheng muttered to himself, then strode toward the exam hall. As he passed Kakashi, he couldn't help but tease. Teacher Kakashi, could you not smile so creepily? It gives me the creeps. Hearing this, Kakashi's smile instantly dropped. He shot him an annoyed glance. You little brat, always so sharp-tongued. Get inside already. It's probably already a mess in there. As Kakashi said, the moment Long Guheng stepped into the exam hall, his eyes caught a sudden ambush on a hunched figure entirely wrapped in bandages with only one eye visible. Pishin moved in a flash, charging at a bespectacled examinee with astonishing speed and a fierce attack, clearly intending to ambush and injure. Just as the attack was about to land, a thunderous shout burst out. Justice always wins. Before the words faded, a powerful flying kick came tearing through the air. Ada. The kick was precise and solid, smashing into Toss' bandaged face with tremendous force. Caught off guard, TOS was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. You little mummy, bullying a college student. I despise you. Guhong landed steadily on the table, spread his arms, and thrust out both pinky fingers in a mocking gesture toward the fallen test, his posture arrogant and carefree. Long Guhong. The entire exam hall fell silent instantly, then all eyes turned to the boy. In the midst of all the attention, Long Guhong showed no sign of stage fright. He turned around casually to look at the bespectacled person he had just protected. The moment he saw him, his eyes lit up. Wow, it's Brother Chenglong. Indeed, this person was Ikkuso Kabuto, the extraordinary figure who would one day stir the ninja world, now biding his time in Konoha. Kabuto heard this, his face still wearing a gentle, harmless smile, and spoke in a calm tone. Oh, are you calling me? Of course I am. Long Guhong smiled frankly. You're a genius among ordinary people. How could I mistake you? A genius among ordinary people. That's quite a compliment. Kabuto murmured these words, a barely perceptible flicker passing through his eyes. He was about to reply when a cold, stern shout suddenly exploded throughout the exam hall. You bastards. All of you shut up. A burst of white smoke rose at the front of the hall, and dozens of figures materialized, instantly filling the space with an oppressive aura. As the smoke slowly cleared, Marino Ibiki stood at the front with a group of Jonin examiners, his sharp eyes sweeping across the room. Long Guhong immediately spotted a familiar face in the crowd and raised his hand in a casual wave. Yo, Uncle Gongzi, long time no see. The name Gang Zidi's forehead vein bulged, his face a mix of exasperation and anger. You little brat. You're asking for a beating. Get off the table now. Ibiki stepped forward at this moment and announced in a voice that echoed throughout the hall, the Chunin selection exam first round officially begins. The tranquil examination hall was exceptionally agonizing, with only the rustling of pens scratching against paper echoing endlessly. Marino Ibiki stood coldly at the podium, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Uchiha Sasuke sat motionless in his seat, his pen hovering over the paper, not a single character written. He stared at the test questions, none of which he could answer, and after a moment of silence, a faint knowing smile curled at the corners of his lips. Though the Chunin written exam tested academic knowledge, a ninja's trial had always been hidden beneath the rules. The prohibition against blatant cheating was never a test of rote memorization, but of a ninja's latent observational skills, adaptability, and, most importantly, their ability to move undetected. Without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke's eyes blazed crimson, his Tsutomu Sharingan swiftly manifesting. In an instant, his gaze swept across everything ahead, capturing every subtle move of those around him. Within the examination hall, undercurrents had already begun to surge wildly. A Hyuga clan member sat with closed eyes, quietly activating his Byakugan, penetrating the figures to glimpse the exam papers. An Aburame clan ninja's fingertips trembled slightly as tiny swarms of insects stealthily roamed. Others exchanged answers through barely audible whispers, acting as canine-like informants. Wait, what's with this guy closing his eyes? Holy crap, the one who listens for answers has arrived. Kid, you're absolutely unstoppable. Yash, it seems he's the one who knows the answers. He'll copy every single one of his movements. Locking onto the examinee with the most precise answers, Sasuke sank his mind into the Sharingan, replicating all of the others' writing trajectories. The next moment, his right hand moved like flowing water, the pen scratching across the paper as all the difficult questions were instantly resolved. At this moment, I am nothing short of elegant, utterly elegant. At that moment, a series of subtle disturbances broke out around him. Several examinees were caught cheating and were politely escorted out by the proctor. Look, some are even crying. They must have been moved by the proctor's dedicated professionalism. Lament your unfortunate fate of not having the Sharingan. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance, leaving only a cold snort in his heart, and turned his attention to his teammates. Naruto's got quite the connections. Someone's actually sending him answers. But the next second, veins bulged on Sasuke's forehead. Hey, what's with not even looking at it? And turning your head away? What the hell, you idiot? Someone's practically handing you the answers. A stampede of 10,000 grassmud horses surged through Sasuke's mind. Oh well, there's still Long Guhong. Surely he can see the true intent of this exam and won't let me down. Sasuke slowly turned his head, his once confident gaze freezing completely as he took in the figure beside him. Sleeping. Falling asleep in such a solemn Chunin exam. A dense fog of speechlessness enveloped Sasuke, twisting his face into a contorted expression. Meanwhile, the slumbering Long Guhong suddenly felt a chill down his back, a strange coldness spreading through him. He blinked dazedly, his consciousness hazy, and murmured in his heart to Ban. Lord Ban, why is my back so chilly? Is someone copying my exam paper? Ban's voice was filled with extreme exasperation and disdain. Fool, with your blank exam paper, who would even spare a glance? It's that Sasuke kid. Hearing this, Long Guhong abruptly turned around, meeting Sasuke's twisted, tense face, full of the bitter disappointment of a mentor. As their eyes locked, he stared at Sasuke's rich facial expressions, pondered for a long while, yet failed to read a single hint. So he simply flashed a pure sincere smile, and even gave a nod. Sasuke sighed in relief, thinking good looks like he understands. But that comfort lasted only a second before being shattered by a loud yell. Long Guhung suddenly raised his hand and shouted loudly toward the podium, "Proctor, I report. Uchiha Sasuke activated his Sharingan, trying to copy my exam paper." As the words fell, silence blanketed the hall. Everyone in the examination room was stunned. How could there be someone who rats out his own teammate? Sasuke's pupils constricted, the smile on his lips utterly frozen and sinking. His mouth slowly dropped open, his eyes filled with an incredulous sense of collapse. Marino Ibiki's mouth twitched imperceptibly, his mind churning with inner curses, yet he maintained a stern, impassive face and declared in a deep voice, "Cheating is a despicable and shameful act." Uchiha Sasuke, 2 points deducted. In that moment, Sasuke was utterly despairing. All strength drained from his body, and he slumped onto the desk in defeat. "I'm tired. Let it all end. Even carrying 2 deadweights wouldn't be this disastrous. Lele, if you're tired, just sleep. Why keep staring at me?" Long Guhung mentally checked off another perfect good deed for the day. Then he asked in his heart, "By the way, Lord Ban, can you solve these questions?" Ban casually glanced at the convoluted text on the exam paper and instantly lost interest. He couldn't grasp a single key point. Despite knowing nothing, his aura remained intact, his tone filled with arrogant disdain, childish and trivial questions. Long Guhung, already used to his tsundere attitude, simply laid back down to rest. "Got it, Lord Ban. I'd rather do nothing than make a mistake. Naruto will carry me to victory in this exam." Time passed slowly and the test neared its end. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly stifling, a thunderous slap on the desk shattered the silence, jolting Long Guhung awake, just as he had expected. Following that came a resolute voice. "Don't underestimate people. I will not back down." Long Guhung instantly perked up, stomping one foot onto the edge of the desk and shouting in response, "Well said, Naruto. I'd rather make mistakes than do nothing. Bring it on, Scarface." Sasuke watched Long Guhung, now suddenly ablaze with fervor, his eye twitching wildly, utterly speechless. "You were sleeping the whole time." Ibiki swept his gaze across the room. The remaining examinees all showed resolute expressions, and for once a rare smile crept onto his face. "A fine slogan. Congratulations, the rest of you all pass." He then explained to the examinees the meaning of the 10th question. It was meant to filter out those with true resolve and responsibility. A collective sigh of relief spread through the crowd, joy flooding their faces. But at that moment, a sharp shattering of glass resounded throughout the hall. Crash! The window burst apart as Mitarashi Anko, wrapped in a black cloth, burst in with fierce agility, landing at the front of the examination room. Her eyes were sharp as she scanned the examinees, her tone carrying an eerie pressure. "It's too early to celebrate. Follow me. The pitch-black exam awaits you." As the crowd dispersed, Ibiki slowly collected the remaining exam papers. However, 2 unusual sheets caught his attention. "Oh, someone passed with a blank paper. Huh, this one doesn't even have a name. It must be those 2 unruly brats. Very interesting indeed. You'd better survive the exams ahead." Twisted ancient trees entwined their branches, locking the entire sky in a tangled web. The air was thick with the stench of rotting leaves and damp earth, mingled with a faint hint of blood, oppressive and suffocating. This was the death ground of the 2nd stage of the Chunin exam, the Forest of Death. On the dim forest path, Naruto was visibly tense, his hands tightly gripping Ryukohen's arm as his head darted left and right. His azure eyes were filled with undisguisable vigilance and unease, and even his footsteps became cautious. "Hey Hen, this place is way too creepy." Feeling the force on his arm, Ryukohen shrugged helplessly. With a sudden jerk, he freed himself from Naruto's grip and said with a teasing tone, "Hey Naruto, you didn't piss yourself, did you? Don't get it on me." "How could that be? I'm just nervous, that's all." Naruto retorted stubbornly, but his face stiffened slightly, and he looked embarrassed. Now that you mention it, I really do need to go." With that, he couldn't hold it in any longer, turned and rushed toward a nearby bush, his escape utterly pathetic. Sasuke, holding the heaven scroll, watched the scene unfold, his dark eyes filled with resignation as he let out. Gazing at Naruto's frantic back, he muttered to himself, his tone carrying a sense of disappointment. "An idiot with nothing but passion. When will he ever truly grow up?" Ryukohen curled a playful smile and placed his hand lightly on Sasuke's shoulder, his expression oddly serious as he spoke slowly. "Growth often only needs a turning point. So Sasuke, for Naruto's sake, why not just defect from Konoha?" "Huh, have you lost your mind?" Sasuke froze, instantly slapped his hand away, his brow twitching as he growled. "Who in their right mind would become a rogue ninja?" "Madara, I feel targeted." Before long, the bushes rustled and Naruto emerged with a relaxed look, stretching his arms wide. "Ah, that feels great. Poor acting. It seems this scene has nothing to excite me." Madara sensed the faint chakra of the fake Naruto and spoke with disinterest. Ryuko-han's smile remained unchanged as he silently responded in his mind, "Don't rush, Madara-sama. There's a nearly immortal tough guy coming up reserved just for you." Immortal? Madara's tone sharpened. "In this world no one dares to call themselves immortal in front of me, Uchiha Madara." As the two conversed mentally, Sasuke had already spotted a flaw. His eyes narrowed, a cold gleam flashing, and in an instant he closed the distance, a fist aimed straight at the fake Naruto's face's speed, leaving only a blur. "Your transformation technique is full of holes. Even the ninja tool pouch is on backwards. You're worse than Naruto." The cold taunt landed, and the fake Naruto's form flickered, unable to maintain the disguise, revealing a sinister-looking rain ninja. Seeing his cover blown, the rain ninja's killing intent surged. Without a word, he charged forward, a fierce wind accompanying his attack. Sasuke's expression remained icy, his fingers flew through hand signs at a dizzying speed. Fire-style Phoenix Sage Fire. For scorching fireballs erupted from his mouth, trailing crimson flames as they hurtled toward the rain. As the fire exploded, the two figures clashed, their afterimages intertwining, the sharp sounds of fists and feet colliding echoing continuously. After several fierce exchanges, the rain ninja began to falter, a retreat forming in his mind. This Konoha brat was far more troublesome than he had imagined. Alone he had no chance of winning. He had to flee immediately. Seizing a gap in the fight, the rain ninja suddenly pulled back to escape, but a black figure materialized behind him, cutting off all paths of retreat. "Sasuke, your punches are too slow and not ruthless enough." Ryuko-han crouched, slightly lowering his body, his right hand clenched into a fist, his left hand tightly wrapping around it. His muscles tensed, brimming with force, his aura calm, yet sharp. "This punch has 12 years of training behind it. I wonder if you can withstand it." Before the words faded, he twisted his wrist, unleashing an explosive fist with pinpoint accuracy into the rain ninja's groin. A crisp sound of something shattering echoed through the forest, sending a chill down the spine. The rain ninja's body stiffened, his pupils dilating as an excruciating pain engulfed him. His legs gave way, and he clutched his crotch, convulsing violently before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed completely incapacitated. Having rescued Naruto, Sasuke and Ryuko-han walked forward side by side. Both unconsciously squeezed their legs together, expressions of awkwardness on their faces, silently offering a moment of mourning for the unfortunate opponent. "Hen, that move of yours is too low." Naruto's face twitched as he spoke. Sasuke withdrew his gaze, his expression turning serious. "We never know when the enemy will strike. Let's set a private code to avoid being impersonated and caught off guard." Ryuko-han waved his hand, smiling calmly. "Codes are too troublesome. Let's have a simpler rule. From now on, when we meet, we'll give each other orders. Anyone who hesitates or disobeys is an enemy." As his words fell, the entire forest of death underwent a sudden transformation. A violent wind erupted without warning, its force savage. The howling gale tore up fallen leaves and shattered rocks, uprooting massive ancient trees. Broken timber and debris flew through the air, leaving the world in chaos. Ryuko-han's mind snapped to attention. He instantly identified the intruder, Orochimaru. As the wind swept over them, he ignored the turbulent currents, reaching out to grab Sasuke, shielding him firmly by his side. After a few seconds, the terrifying wind abruptly ceased. The ground was littered with debris and broken trees, the once dark forest completely transformed. Sasuke steadied himself and immediately looked around, but Naruto was nowhere to be seen. His heart sank. "Hey, I'm over here." A figure emerged from behind a fallen tree. It was Naruto, seemingly unharmed. Just as Sasuke stepped forward to speak, Ryuko-han held him back. Ryuko-han's eyes held a hint of scrutiny, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Remember the rule, Naruto." Then his tone turned serious. "I command you now, clench your fist and charge it with power. Remember, you must charge it. Then strike yourself in the groin 1,000 times. I know it's hard, but that's an order." The air went still. The fake Naruto was stunned, and even Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Seizing the moment the fake Naruto was frozen, Ryuko-han launched an attack with zero delay. Fire-style Fireball Jutsu. A surge of chakra erupted, and a massive crimson fireball wrapped in searing heat blasted toward but the figure moved oddly, slipping sideways at an awkward angle, barely dodging the spectacular fireball. The fireball flew past him, crashing into the forest beyond and raising a cloud of dust. The fake Naruto straightened up, his simple face replaced by a sinister smirk. "How did you see through me?" If it were Naruto, he would have said, "Too bad my hand broke first," and wouldn't have stood there dumbfounded. Ryuko-han stated flatly, "Hahaha, what a bunch of unruly brats." A cold, hoarse laugh echoed through the forest, carrying a bone-chilling menace. The smoke slowly cleared, revealing the true form beneath the disguise. Orochimaru stood tall amidst the wreckage, his pale skin contrasting with his narrow, snake-like pupils that locked onto the two. Around him, an oppressive, unfathomable malevolence radiated. "Can you bear this abyssal terror?" The overwhelming pressure of his chakra bore down on them. Sasuke's legs turned to jelly, his strength draining as he collapsed to the ground. At the critical moment, Ryuko-hun stood firm like a pine, positioning himself in front of Sasuke, facing the legendary Sannin alone, without retreating a single step. The sinister and frigid chakra, like a violent black sea tide, abruptly swept across the clearing where Long Guheng stood. Sasuke's every sinew and vein were taut, and from the marrow of his bones radiated a soul-deep terror. His teeth chattered, and the weakness in his legs grew heavier. Though his reason screamed at him to rise and fight, his body was as heavy as lead, pinned to the ground by ultimate fear, draining even the strength to form hand seals. Yet Long Guheng, standing before Sasuke, had not retreated a single step. His eyes, once casual and carefree, had transformed completely. The warm black irises faded, entirely replaced by a deathly cold. The unique, world-despising indifference and arrogance of Uchiha Madara. When did a mere insect dare to speak of intimidation before me? A low, infinitely contemptuous voice emerged from Long Guheng's mouth, its timbre utterly changed, carrying a completely different domineering aura. Each word caused the air to tremble faintly. Orochimaru's narrow-slit pupils contracted slightly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Just moments ago this was an ordinary capricious brat, but in an instant his demeanor had undergone a radical transformation. That aura of looking down on all things could never belong to a mere genin. It seems I've stumbled upon a rather interesting twist while searching for a suitable vessel. Orochimaru's tongue lightly licked his thin lips, his cold smile deepening. A troublesome fellow indeed. As he spoke, a massive serpent suddenly burst from his sleeve, and his true form emerged from the snake's mouth, lunging at Madara. Hidden shadow snake hands. Too slow. Two indifferent words fell, and a brilliant crimson light flared in Madara's eyes. The eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, manifested. Madara's form exploded into a blur of afterimages, his feet shattering the gravel beneath. The arc of his Buddhist twist was flawless, every muscle precisely engaged to its peak. No flashy jutsu, no superfluous moves. Pure physical strength and combat skill unleashed by Madara to their fullest. His elbow, wrapped in ferocious wind, struck, first crashing precisely into Orochimaru's hastily raised forearm. Crack! The crisp sound of snapping bone pierced the forest wind, clear and sharp. Orochimaru's pupils constricted as he saw the Sharingan suddenly appear before him. His entire arm went numb and limp, piercing agony spreading through his meridians. His vaunted flexible body crushed under this pure display of power had its defenses breached. Before he could retreat, Madara's assault came in a relentless chain, a rhythm so fast it left no time for breath. Sidestep, pivot, knee to the stomach, palm strike to the throat, stomp to lock the knee. A seamless sequence of taijutsu combos, each move viciously precise, landing on every vital point of Orochimaru's body. The sharp sound of fists and feet breaking the air became a continuous roar. The wind, stirred by the blows, whipped broken branches and rotting leaves into a frenzied dance. No matter how he twisted his body or evaded with grotesque movements, those all-seeing crimson eyes always predicted his every trajectory. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy impacts of flesh against flesh exploded in succession. In just 3 breaths, Orochimaru's assault was utterly shattered. Multiple bones were dislocated or cracked, his pale skin covered in bruises and contusions. A heavy kick sent him flying. His body crashed through several thick ancient trees, trunks splintering and with chips flying. He finally slammed to the ground, sliding for several meters, leaving a muddy trail with a trace of bloody foam spilling from his lips, a pathetic sight. But in the next instant, a brand new Orochimaru emerged from the broken body. As he watched, Madara, closing in his slit pupils, held no defeat, but rather a near-insane greed. Such intoxicating power. I must have this body. On the other side, Sasuke remained frozen, enveloped in absolute terror, his senses deaf to all external sounds. Countless chaotic voices madly interwove and clashed in his mind, filling his entire consciousness. Maybe I should give him the scroll, then I can escape danger. My foolish Ototo, you are still so weak. Hate me. Unrivaled, undefeated. Absolute power is the proof of the Uchiha. Suddenly Sasuke shuddered. That voice, the bone-chilling cold that enveloped him, rapidly receded, and his stiff, numb limbs regained sensation. Deep in his pitch-black eyes, a crimson light exploded. 3 Tomo spun rapidly, fully occupying his pupils. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Trembling and retreat vanished. Sasuke's fingers clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white, and his dormant chakra surged instantly. That's right. One who bears the Uchiha's mission cannot end in a place like this. Sasuke muttered in a low voice, not loud, but with the resolve of burning bridges, completely breaking free of fear's shackles. In the next moment, his form shot forward, his feet exploding with maximum speed, and he instantly flashed above the battlefield. His hands darted into his ninja tool pouch, drawing dozens of sharp shuriken. strings coiled around each weapon precisely locking onto Orochimaru, who was about to lunge again. Manipulating shuriken. Dozens of shuriken instantly split and wove in the air, forming an impenetrable net of sharp steel. The blades gleamed coldly, their trajectories cunning and bizarre, leaving no blind spot as they descended heavily upon Orochimaru. Orochimaru's face changed drastically. Just as he tried to twist his body and escape, he found himself completely surrounded by shuriken with no way in or out. Clang, clang, clang. A dense metallic clatter exploded. Countless shuriken interwove, precisely pinning down all of Orochimaru's evasive space. The sharp blades pressed against his body, locking him firmly against a tree root, immobile. But Sasuke's assault was far from over. He tilted his head slightly, biting one of the strings. Chakra surged and swelled in his throat. Fire-style dragon flame jutsu. A torrent of blazing crimson flames poured precisely along the string onto the tightly bound Orochimaru. The flames instantly devoured his body, leaving only Orochimaru's shrill, piercing scream echoing through the forest before being utterly consumed by the raging fire. Is it over? Sasuke slowly landed back on the ground, staring intently at the figure completely engulfed in flames. His taut nerves finally relaxed slightly. The extreme emotional outburst and chakra depletion sent a sharp stabbing pain through his eyes. A sour ache instantly swept through his sockets. He instinctively closed his eyes and panted lightly. Madara sighed faintly as he watched Sasuke kneel, clutching his eyes. Chakra and dojutsu power exhausted at the same time, is it? But in the smoke where the flames had died, that hair-raising voice sounded once more. Truly you are the vessel I have my eye on. So young yet able to wield the Sharingan to such a degree, it fills me with immense delight. The cold tone dripped with boundless greed. Before the words faded, the void trembled violently. Summoning technique, double snake strangulation. The technique of spirit communication, double serpent strangulation. A massive wave of dust enveloped the battlefield, sending the exhausted Sasuke flying into a sturdy tree trunk. A dull crack echoed as the tree trunk splintered with chips flying. Sasuke felt a sharp pain in his back, lacking even the strength to raise his hand as a metallic taste surged in his chest and his vision began to darken. Billowing clouds of dust roiled, revealing two gigantic serpent bodies comparable to ancient trees coiling between them. The earth-yellow giant serpent reared its head and roared, its sharp fangs glinting with a chilling glow as its slitted eyes locked onto the two major targets on the battlefield, unleashing a foul and menacing serpent breath that swept across the entire area. As the dust began to settle, a slender figure stepped forth from the mist. Orochimaru raised his hand, leisurely tearing away the charred and damaged skin from his face. With a hiss, the burnt skin fell away, revealing his pale and eerie true visage, familiar yet cold. In his eyes, greed burned even brighter as his chilling gaze swept around, and he uttered a low command, "Go." Without the slightest hesitation, the two giant serpents suddenly surged forth, attacking from both sides. One giant serpent surged forward, its massive body enveloping everything in a crushing wind, rushing toward Uchiha Madara with an open mouth, aiming to swallow him whole. The other serpent twisted, its vicious form rushing at the exhausted and defenseless Sasuke, its head driving forward with a sharp sound that tore through the air, crashing violently. In an instant, the murderous intent split, danger approaching rapidly. Facing the oncoming giant serpent, Uchiha Madara stood still with no trace of chakra leaking from him, yet the overwhelming pressure he exerted forced the charging serpent to tremble instinctively. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes slowly radiated crimson light, reflecting the serpent's body charging toward him, filled only with indifference and disdain. Mayfly shakes the tree. With a cold snort, there was no need for hand seals or gathering strength as pale blue chakra suddenly surged from Obito's body, taking shape. That is... Orochimaru's previously confident expression suddenly showed signs of panic. The sound of cracking bones echoed as spiritual energy took form, and half of a towering Ashura body burst forth, enveloping Obito. The half-body Susanoo roared into existence. The translucent blue half-body Susanoo was as hard as divine iron, outlining a fierce and domineering physique, with four long curved swords floating on either side of its arms, their blades radiating a chilling light, each inch of sharpness exuding the power to crush everything. The giant serpent charging forward was already close at hand, the stench and fierce wind hitting Obito's face, but under the absolute pressure of the half-body Susanoo, its assault suddenly stagnated, and fear welled up in its eyes. Without a flicker of his eyes, Obito's mind stirred. Buzz. The curved sword in Susanoo's hand suddenly lunged forward, emitting a piercing sound that sliced through the air, the blue blade condensing into an ultimate sharp strike. There were no extra techniques, just a simple forward stab, yet it gathered absolute power and speed, precisely targeting the giant serpent's head to pierce through. With a thud, The sharp blade penetrated the giant serpent's skull, emerging from the top of its head. The massive serpent's body convulsed violently, its huge head locking up in midair, the earlier ferocious assault completely collapsing. Obito, what about Sasuke over there? In the space, Takigoku hung, aware of Obito's power, clearly needed to pay more attention to another ambush. Obito's gaze casually swept toward the other side of the battlefield, his tone calm and unperturbed. No problem, that nine-tailed brat has already arrived. Just as he finished speaking, the situation in the nearby forest changed drastically. Exhausted Sasuke struggled to adapt to the stabbing pain in his eyes, laboriously lifting his heavy eyelids. The scene before him shocked him, his body going cold. The vicious serpent's head was mere inches away, the foul wind almost touching his face. Yet at this moment, he felt utterly weak, unable to summon even a trace of chakra, forced to watch helplessly as death approached. In that deadly moment, an orange-eyed figure suddenly broke through the air, forcefully blocking between him and the giant serpent. It was Naruto. Surrounded by a thin layer of red nine-tailed chakra, a faint demonic energy enveloped everything around him. He did not dodge or evade, bracing against the giant serpent's deadly attack with his frail back. "Sasuke, are you okay?" Naruto looked up with concern, but as soon as he spoke, a mouthful of blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. This hard resistance had already drained all his strength, his body swaying slightly on the verge of... At this moment, Takigoku hung, witnessing the scene, suddenly clenched his fists, his heart anxious and unbearable, and immediately said in a deep voice, "Obito, don't worry about my body, focus on taking down the enemy first." "Since you say so." Obito replied softly, controlling his body, forming a hand seal, with one hand using the technique would release, would dragon technique. The dark forest ground trembled suddenly, with twisted ancient tree roots surging violently from the earth. In an instant, a gigantic wooden dragon blocking out the sky tore through the soil and ascended. The rough and jagged wooden scales covered the dragon's body, its long curved nose hanging down, with a pair of golden vertical pupils gleaming with a chilling light, its jaw slightly open, layers of sharp wooden teeth interlocking, and a low thunderous dragon roar shattered the surrounding air, scattering branches and debris in the wild winds. The wooden dragon charged fiercely, instantly arriving at the battlefield accurately, ensnaring the remaining giant serpent forcefully, pulling it away from Naruto and dragging it toward Orochimaru with overwhelming momentum. The hard wooden dragon body clamped down on the giant serpent tightly, its sharp dragon fangs biting down hard, instantly trapping Orochimaru as well. The unique devouring characteristic of wood release suddenly erupted. Visible chakra was continuously absorbed by the wooden dragon, and the ensnared giant serpent instantly dissipated into smoke. Orochimaru, locked in place, could not escape his fate either, as chakra rapidly flowed out of his body, leaving him weak and breathless. Releasing such a powerful ninjutsu, even Obito was struggling to maintain it. Fine cold sweat trickled down his stern face, having already reached his physical limits. "It seems it should be over now," Obito sighed softly. "My body is also on the verge of collapse. Kid, you take care of the finale." The moment Takigoku hung took over the body, his legs went weak, and he half knelt on the ground, gritting his teeth to barely hold himself up, just managing not to completely collapse. His body ached and felt utterly drained. Chakra, nearly depleted, a tremendous sense of weakness engulfing him. At that moment, a familiar figure slowly approached him from behind. "Naruto." Takigoku hung barely turned his head, his voice hoarse and fatigued. "Are you too okay?" At this moment, Obito suddenly spoke up, his tone carrying a hint of surprise, quickly turning into alarm. "No. That's the chakra of the Nine Tails. Kid, get away." The warning echoed in his ears, but it was already too late. With a whoosh, a pair of claws wrapped in violent nine-tailed chakra pierced through Takigoku Hang's chest from behind. Warm blood gushed out, instantly staining the ground around him red. Takigoku Hang's body stiffened suddenly, intense pain coursing through him as he laboriously looked up. Before him, Naruto's eyes were blood red, his pupils transformed into fox-like slits, sharp fangs bared, his face twisted with a strange rage. Two streams of scalding tears rolled down his cheeks, yet the corners of his mouth curled up in a wild grin, breaking into mad, euphoric laughter. "Huh. This old man has been waiting for this moment. I've been secretly disturbing Naruto's mind, getting close to you. Finally, this old man has personally killed you, you bastard. Ha ha ha." His chilling, crazed laughter echoed through the forest, sending shivers down the spine. A mouthful of hot blood gushed from Takigoku Hang's mouth, his eyes losing their luster rapidly, his strength completely drained, his body weakly falling forward. In the moment when life force rapidly ebbed away, the wooden dragon on the battlefield also began to crumble. The situation changed abruptly, and Orochimaru, who had witnessed it all, suddenly flashed a keen calculation in his eyes, quickly forming hand seals. He licked his lips with a playful tone of regret. "What a pity. But it seems heaven is helping me." Just as his words fell, his neck suddenly elongated strangely, transforming into a shadow that instantly darted to the still dazed Sasuke. Click. With a light sound, Orochimaru withdrew, leaving a dark curse mark already coiling around Sasuke. A wild and domineering power surged through Sasuke's limbs and bones, violently crashing against his chakra pathways. Sasuke trembled violently, his pupils constricting, and then he completely lost consciousness, his head drooping as he fell into a deep stupor. The wind stirred in the forest and the dust settled. At this moment, Team 7, completely annihilated. In the pure white space, thick ink-like black substances slowly dripped from the dome, spreading like a silent black net, gradually devouring the entire bleak white world. The digital panel suspended high in the sky glowed a piercing crimson, its dense clusters of scarlet exclamation marks completely obscuring the original data streams, a stark warning of extreme danger. Long Goheng's hollow body lay quietly within this space. Damn it, why is chakra transfer efficiency so low? Even the spread of Hashirama cells has slowed down. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes, channeling a torrent of chakra into Long Goheng's body through his palm. Yet the furrowed brow and clenched jaw of Madara were unmistakable signs of the struggle. A weak murmur emerged from the hollow body. Long Goheng could barely lift his eyelids, his voice laden with fatigue. Master Madara, I'm so sleepy. Let me rest for a while. These words ignited Madara's fury like a fuse. He lunged forward, grabbing Long Goheng's collar and yanking him half upright with a sudden force. A chilling aura swept through the void. The crimson Sharingan flared with icy light, its depths churning with bone-deep anger. Listen to me, you brat. Madara's voice was low and commanding, trembling the very air. As long as I, Uchiha Madara, exist, no one, nothing, dares to take your life. Held tightly by the collar, Long Goheng could not resist, only managing a wry smile. Heh. He slowly raised his weak hand, touching the hollow in his chest, where the wound pierced through. You're still as domineering as ever, Master Madara. He glanced around the silent, pure white space. This place is incredible. Even in this state, I'm still clinging to life. You still have time for idle thoughts. Madara snorted his words, scolding, but his hands never stopped transferring chakra. If I stop now, you'd be in the Pure Land within 3 breaths, reuniting with your parents. Long Goheng opened his mouth to lighten the mood, but before he could speak, Madara cut him off. Madara's fury had subsided. His crimson Sharingan locked onto him, dark and sharp, piercing through all. You're hiding something from me. A simple statement, yet carrying an undeniable certainty that suffocated. Meeting that gaze, Long Goheng's heart tightened. He swallowed involuntarily, feeling even more vulnerable. He dared not conceal further. Master Madara, our symbiotic state now is essentially the same as the bond between a tailed beast and a Jinchuriki. This space is an invisible seal restraining your power. He watched Madara's expression, nervously prepared for anger. But the expected fury did not come. Uchiha Madara only lowered his eyes, thoughtful, his aura unusually. Seeing this, Long Goheng sighed helplessly. Unfortunately, I've tried many methods, but I still can't break this invisible seal. Faced with the dead, Madara shed his usual hostility, growing eerily calm. After a long silence, he raised his hand, his finger pointing precisely at the hollow in Long Goheng's chest. I thought it was because your body was too weak to bear my power. But I was wrong. The obstacle isn't outside. It's in your heart. My heart. Long Goheng looked down at his empty chest, arms encircling the hollow. There's nothing left here anymore. I can't even feel pain. In response, Madara flicked his forehead. Stop pretending. You've been afraid of me all along. Long Goheng froze, stunned. He looked up, seeing his own pitiful reflection in the crimson Sharingan, its overwhelming pressure shaking his soul. He lowered his eyes, fingers trembling. Yes. From the first day of our symbiosis, I've been afraid. Afraid of your power, your methods, afraid I'd lose control and be consumed. Just as I thought. Madara's voice held no anger, only a self-deprecating understanding. Your heart resists my power, fears my will, fearing ill overturn everything you have. It seems my name, Uchiha Madara, can indeed terrorize the world for 10,000 years. With each word, Long Goheng's head sank lower, his back taut, consumed by guilt and cowardice. At the moment of his despair, a broad, firm hand landed heavily on his shoulder. The force was steady, carrying an overwhelming confidence. Madara's lips curled into a slight smile. Cowardice is useless, fear is useless. I've been reborn in your body. Your life is mine to protect, your path is mine to pave. His eyes blazed with the arrogance of the one who once swept the ninja world. Besides, isn't your dream to leave your name etched on this era? How can you fall here? At that moment, Long Goheng's pupils contracted. He looked up sharply. He saw Uchiha Madara smiling. It wasn't a mocking sneer or a savage grin, but a genuine, open smile, filled with the confidence to. The gloom in his heart dissipated. Long Goheng grinned back. Master Madara, honestly, has anyone told you your smile is pretty creepy? He chuckled, then grew serious. He raised his weak right hand, clenched it into a fist, and extended it to Madara. I'm sorry, Master Madara. It's been so long and I never even bumped fists with you. I've been holding you back. Looking at the sincere, guilty boy, Madara's eyes gleamed. Without hesitation, he raised his fist. Their fists collided. A dull thud echoed, sending an invisible shockwave rippling through the white void. The surrounding black gloom receded visibly from their feet. The oppressive silence shattered. Abundant surging chakra burst free from both, swirling through the space. The previously stagnant chakra flow turned smooth, and Hashirama cells gradually spread and revived within Long Guheng's body. A surge of vitality swept through him. The deadlock was broken. Madara's eyes sharpened. Don't disappoint me, boy. Long Guheng's eyes blazed with passion. Oh, welcome, Master Madara. In the death forest woven from ancient twisted roots, the lingering aftershocks of the earth-shattering battle had yet to dissipate. The thunderous roar had already pierced through layers of dense foliage, drawing the gaze of every ninja participating in the Chunin exams. On the open ground at the epicenter of the battlefield, a deadly silence began to spread. Orochimaru stood quietly beside a pool of blood, his feet resting near the weakened form of Long Guheng. In his hand, he casually held Naruto, who had already fallen unconscious after being struck by the five. Gazing down at the corpse that was rapidly growing cold and losing its life, a trace of regret flickered in Orochimaru's narrow eyes. He shook his head slightly, his tone laced with a hint of lamentation. What a pity. A peerless genius blessed with both the Sharingan and wood style. That secret technique you displayed, which stunned the entire audience, still fills me with awe whenever I recall it. As his words fell, he casually released Naruto, letting the boy collapse limply to the ground. His slender fingers reached directly toward Long Guheng's corpse, a fierce curiosity burning in his eyes. Though I cannot use it for body snatching, this special physique of yours remains a top-tier experimental specimen. But just as his fingertips were about to touch the corpse, an unexpected change occurred. A pale hand, yet wielding immense force, suddenly clamped down on Orochimaru's wrist. Long Guheng, who should have been completely dead, had actually moved. The pallid color on his face rapidly returned, and the gaping fatal wound on his chest, visible to the naked eye, was healing, scabbing, and smoothing over at an astonishing speed. This regenerative power, akin to a miracle, defied all logic. Ha 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 ha, now I lack nothing. A wild and sharp laugh suddenly exploded, shattering the stillness of the forest. With the two bodies fully unsealed, their memories and abilities were now completely shared. Yes, at this moment this body was no longer controlled by a single individual, it was simultaneously commanded by both Long Guheng and Madara. Witnessing Long Guheng instantly restored to full health as if he had never been injured, Orochimaru's lean frame began to tremble uncontrollably. This tremor was not born of fear or shock, but of ultimate exhilaration, the fervor of beholding a priceless treasure. A self-healing constitution like Hashirama Senju's. Long Guheng, you have truly given me an immense surprise. Long Guheng looked up, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. Watching Orochimaru's unceasing hand tremors, he said with a teasing tone, "Snake uncle, your hands are shaking so badly. Have you got Parkinson's?" His smile vanished instantly, and his eyes turned icy cold. A chilling, murderous intent silently enveloped the entire area. But speaking of which, you should be able to perform Edo Tensei on Hashirama, right? Moi. Orochimaru was slightly taken aback, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected his secret to be seen through so easily. Since it's already exposed, Long Guheng straightened his posture, his aura suddenly exploding. Then Orochimaru, let me see if you truly are immortal. Wood-style tree world, a low vast roar of chakra suddenly resounded across the entire clearing. The ground around Long Guheng cracked open violently, and countless dense ancient trees burst through the soil, like awakened primordial serpents madly spreading in all directions. The barren brown earth was instantly covered in lush greenery. Towering trees rose from the ground, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield, forming an impenetrable giant wooden barrier. Interwoven thick tree trunks closed in layer by layer, securely shielding Naruto and Sasuke behind Long Guheng. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, standing opposite, had no chance to dodge, and was instantly entangled and imprisoned by the wildly sprouting branches. Long Guheng stood tall amidst the vast sea of trees. In his eyes, a fierce scarlet belonging to Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated, and the remaining chakra in his body abruptly shifted its flow. At the same time, an extremely violent fire-style chakra rapidly gathered and condensed in his chest and throat. Since the wood-style barrier had trapped the enemy, let blazing fire burn everything. Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. A surging crimson flame erupted from his mouth in a violent torrent. It was no ordinary sputtering fire of fire-style, but an overturned sea of fire. Rolling waves of heat instantly swept across the entire tree-bound battlefield. The towering flames rampaged through the gaps in the wood-style branches, creating a stunning visual clash between green and blazing red. This was the true might of the ninja world's Uchiha Madara. The raging fire still raged within the tree world, burning everything. Long Guheng stood still, his black hair dancing in the wind, his Sharingan eyes coldly fixed ahead. Yet his coolness lasted no more than 3 seconds. Long Guheng's quirky personality took over once more. He leaned forward slightly and shouted into the blazing inferno, "Hey, Snake Uncle, still alive?" The only response was the crackling hiss of flames devouring wood and an eerie silence in the forest. Long Guheng shrugged, putting on a nonchalant, lazy expression. "Oh, whatever. If he's alive, he'll probably go cosplay as the Kazekage." At this moment, Madara's calm voice slowly echoed in his mind. "I thought you were just some nobody who, like me, was reborn by accident. Little did I expect you to be a time traveler from another world." Long Guheng was immediately displeased and silently grumbled in his mind. "Come on, Madara-sama. Am I really that ordinary in your eyes? Don't I have any outstanding qualities that surpass common folk?" Madara's tone was silent for 2 seconds, then dropped 4 words with a hint of perfunctory, yet genuine disdain. "Quite amusing." And according to the law of conservation of smiles, while Long Guheng fought with gusto and high spirits, every other examinee in the entire Death Forest was weighed down by a heavy heart filled with frustration and panic. The entire forest was dead silent. Everyone stood frozen, eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the towering sea of fire in the distance, their minds blank, even their breathing unconsciously subdued. Someone swallowing hard trembled and whispered in despair, "Who the hell is that? Coming to the Chunin exams arena to blatantly stomp noobs? Aren't they afraid of getting erased?" Outside the fire's perimeter, the Sound Ninja team, led by Dosu, hid behind a bush. Kin's legs were shaking uncontrollably, her voice thick with utter hopelessness. "That direction is where Lord Orochimaru went. Do we really have to carry out that seemingly impossible mission? There's no way we can win this." Dosu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner tremor. He seemed to be comforting his teammates, but in truth, he was trying to bolster his own courage. Clenching his teeth, he said in a low voice, "We can't win. I don't want to hear it. Lord Orochimaru's orders are absolute. Move out." And the ripples caused by such a terrifyingly destructive ninjutsu were far from confined to the Death Forest exam venue. In an airtight, dark chamber deep beneath Konoha, dim light outlined half of Shimura Danzo's gloomy face. The complete course of events inside the exam grounds had already been reported to him. His narrow eyes narrowed sharply, a cold light flickering within. He murmured to himself, "It seems my old comrade has hidden a shocking secret." As his words fell, Danzo suddenly rose and strode out urgently, his destination directly set for the Hokage's building. In the Hokage's office, smoke lingered thickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat firmly in the Hokage's seat, his pipe emitting faint wisps of smoke that veiled the expression in his eyes. On the adjacent deputy seat, a somber figure had arrived, uninvited, its deathly stillness clinging to every corner of the office. Shimura Danzo sat motionless, his single eye dark and deep as an abyss, his face etched with stubbornness and malevolence, the aura of malice around him nearly tangible. After a long silence, Hiruzen took a gentle puff from his pipe, the ember flickering, breaking the dead stillness. "Danzo, I don't recall inviting you here." His tone was flat, revealing neither joy nor anger, yet the gaze he cast from beneath his hat already carried a hint of wariness. Danzo let out a cold snort, his aged voice dripping with biting sarcasm, his eyes unguarded in their ambition. "If you've grown senile, step down from that seat. Do you think I don't know why I've come today?" At that, the mildness on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face vanished completely, his brows pressing down, heavily sharpening into severity. "Do you expect me, the Hokage, to brief you on every matter?" He tapped his fingers lightly, the pipe clinking with a faint sound. "Or is it that your rude operatives are all useless incompetents?" Danzo's face flushed white, and green rage surging in his chest, barely containable. He clenched his fists tightly, knuckles turning white, but finally forced down the surging wrath, leaving only stubborn fixation in his eyes. "A wood-release shinobi of such formidable power has appeared in Konoha. Such peerless talent must be immediately transferred to root for me to train in secret." Hiruzen merely scoffed, his tone resolute and unyielding. "I see through your schemes clearly. As long as these old bones of mine remain in office, I will never let your ambitions touch Konoha's future. A wood-release shinobi of such formidable power has appeared in Konoha. Such peerless talent must be. It's your indecisiveness and womanish compassion that have caused Konoha's decline." Yet faced with his fury, Hiruzen remained seated like a mountain, slowly exhaling smoke, his expression calm to the point of indifference. But his next words struck like the sharpest blade, piercing Danzo's most vulnerable spot. "At least the Hokage chosen by Sensei was me." A single sentence, like a thunderclap exploding in Danzo's ears. His whole body shook violently, staggering back, 2 steps, a bitter taste rising in his throat as a violent cough erupted. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, a crimson glare fixed on the seated Sarutobi Hiruzen, churning with resentment, jealousy, and boundless hatred. Watching Danzo storm out and slam the door in a fit of rage, Hiruzen felt a wave of relief wash. He murmured softly, a hint of deliberation in his voice. I suppose it's time to let that boy know something. The storm in the Hokage's building subsided in an instant, and the scene shifted back to the brutal arena of the Chunin exams. The sea of fire had not yet fully died, searing heat waves swept across the forest, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of charred wood. Naruto and Sasuke both lay slumped against a tree trunk, eyes closed, completely unconscious. Not far before them, Long Guheng sat cross-legged on the ground, one hand propping him up, feigning a doze. Kid, stop daydreaming. 3 bugs have already arrived. Without even opening his eyes, Long Guheng had already pinpointed 3 lurking figures through Ban's perception. They were the Sound Ninja trio, bold enough to face danger hidden. At the edge of the fire, Jinchuriki stared at the still blazing flames, her pupils filled with shock, a tempest raged. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, witnessing the sky-burning inferno firsthand still filled her with awe. Meanwhile, the meticulous Tuasi had already fixed his gaze on the silent figure. It was him. In an instant, old grievances surged. Tuasi's jaw tightened, and blazing fury ignited in his eyes. The pain from Long Guheng's earlier kick vividly resurfaced, his cheek still stinging with a burning sensation, shame washing over him. The most impulsive and violent member of the team, Saku, could no longer contain his restlessness, a contemptuous sneer escaping his lips. Great, that rules him out as the strong one. He's just a sneak attacker. We've crept right up to him, and he hasn't even noticed. A total weakling. The moment the words left his mouth, a light, unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed in their ears, tinged with playful agreement. Indeed, indeed. Saku instinctively started to grin, but then his face froze. No. That voice, strangely it was that guy. In an instant, all 3 stiffened, their hairs standing on end, a bone-chilling sense of danger engulfing their limbs. Without a moment's hesitation, they scattered in 3 directions, evading and preparing to counterattack, gathering chakra instantaneously. Resonant, piercing sound bell-tipped Senbin air, severing wave. Tuasi raised one hand, his armor vibrating, unleashing invisible sound waves targeting the enemy's auditory nerves. Fierce and dominant, Jinchuriki flicked her wrist, sending 4 sunbon adorned with bells flying, the jingling infused with disorienting chakra. The most violent, Saku channeled all his power, unleashing a wide-range sonic blast from his palm, a violent gust aimed at the source of the voice. Their combined assault was airtight and deadly. In their eyes, even if the attacker was skilled, there was no way he could withstand these 3 lethal moves. But in the next moment, every attack landed on empty air. The spot where the 3 techniques converged was utterly vacant, not a soul in sight. Long Guheng's figure had somehow vanished from his original position, leaving only a fleeting crimson glimmer in the air. A raise of the hand, a sidestep, a light step. 3 simple movements, utterly unadorned, yet the pinnacle of the Uchiha Taijutsu style. In an instant, Long Guheng had closed in on Saku. A dull impact exploded. A precise, vicious elbow strike slammed into Saku's chest, unleashing overwhelming force. Saku didn't even have time to cry out. He was hurled backward like a boulder, crashing straight into the ground. The remaining 2 couldn't even blink or adjust their stance. Long Guheng's hands blurred, forming seals with blinding speed. Fire released dragon flame song. Whoosh. 4 ferocious dragon head fireballs erupted, engulfing the 2 remaining ninjas in a sea of scorching heat. Too fast. Tuasi and Jinchuriki had no chance to dodge. They were forced to take the jutsu hidden. Amid a thunderous roar, both were charred black, collapsing to the ground, completely incapacitated. The entire ordeal lasted mere seconds. The outcome was decided. Stop. Stop right there. Suddenly, a voice drenched in murderous intent and extreme coercion rang out. Long Guheng turned his head slightly, his gaze shifting. He saw that Saku, the one who had been sent flying by the elbow, had somehow endured the pain, dragged his broken body, and silently approached the tree trunk where Naruto and Sasuke lay unconscious. A sharp, vicious sound wave chakra condensed in his palm, his murderous intent locked firmly on the 2 unconscious figures. Blood dripped from the corner of Saku's mouth, his face twisted in a maniacal snarl. He'll say it one last time, stop right now, or he'll kill these 2 brats on the spot. Dead silence fell over the scene. Faced with the blatant threat, Long Guheng's face showed not a flicker of emotion, only utter contempt in his eyes. They're the ones you're holding. Why should I stop? My power can even shatter rocks. Watching Long Guheng's indifferent demeanor, Saku's heart grew increasingly agitated. Are you just going to stand there and watch? Aren't you his comrade? Faced with Saku's impotent roar, Long Guheng merely stood calmly in place. The residual heat of battle still lingered around him, and the crimson Sharingan that had blazed moments ago had quietly faded into his jet-black eyes. He raised his brows slightly, a cold and mocking smirk curling at the corner of his lips, each word crisp and clear. Shoo. Keep it down. My little brother has a terrible temper when he wakes up. Sack's movements froze abruptly. Instead of vigilance, only sheer absurdity and contempt surged through his mind. How crude, how utterly pathetic. It was nothing but the most cliched diversionary tactic on the battlefield. A cold sneer echoed in Sack's heart. He dismissed Long Guheng as a man at the end of his rope, clearly desperate, trying to disrupt his rhythm with such childish babble to seize a chance to rescue someone. You think you can fool me with such kindergarten tricks? You take me for a fool. Murderous intent surged in Sack's eyes as he let out a savage roar. The sonic chakra churning in his palms swelled wildly, its sharp screech tearing through the air. He had made up his mind to cripple one hostage first, using the most direct bloodshed to shatter Long Guheng's mental defenses. But just as the lethal strike was about to be unleashed, a bone-chilling cold from the depths of his soul abruptly shot up from the soles of Sack's feet. The chill instantly swept through his limbs and torso, freezing the turbulent chakra within him. No wind, no sound of chakra fluctuation. Only dead silence remained, along with a suffocating, oppressive dread that clamped down on his entire being. A cold, indifferent voice drifted from behind him. You're far too noisy. Sack's pupils contracted to pinpricks. The madness and ferocity on his face froze solid, replaced by a terror that seeped into his very marrow. Not an illusion, not a trap. It was a real person having crept up behind him without a sound. He tried to turn his head to dodge, to activate his chakra defenses, but his body was already locked in place by that terrifying pressure. Sasuke, who had been unconscious for so long, was now standing behind him, his eyes slowly opening. The crimson Sharingan floated serenely in the depths of his gaze, veiled with a dead, icy indifference. Fine black curse marks spread from his neck across his entire body, dark, cursed energy coiling around him, threads of destructive malevolence. The fully unleashed form of the curse mark's first stage. All sound ceased, and the killing intent hardened into reality. Bang! A heavy earth-shaking impact vibrated through the ground. Before Sack could even let out a scream, he was smashed face down into the dirt by a ferocious force. A shoe sole brimming with explosive power pressed firmly against Sack's back, grinding his body, and while what is this? Blood oozed from Sack's mouth and nose, his internal organs trembled violently, and excruciating pain engulfed him. He struggled with the last of his strength, despair and terror gleaming in his eyes. Sasuke's response was a motion devoid of any warmth. He leaned forward, slightly, dark, cursed energy wrapping around his fingers as he seized Sack's wrists. Before the other could react, Sasuke's arms jerked with sudden explosive force. Crack! Two crisp, grating sounds of bones breaking burst through the air. Sack's arms were snapped cleanly, bones dislocated and twisted outward, sapping all his strength. The devastating pain shattered his nerves. A heart-wrenching scream tore from his throat, but it echoed only for a moment before the agony knocked him unconscious. No ripple crossed Sasuke's face, only icy indifference remained in his eyes. He even slowly curled his lips, letting out a wild and chilling laugh laced with bone-deep cold and contemptuous arrogance. Ha! But before Sasuke's arrogant laughter had faded, while he still maintained his bending posture, a shadow of unparalleled speed suddenly tore through the air and descended. No warning, no build-up. Bang! A crisp sound of a head being struck rang out. Long Guheng flickered into place, his fist slamming down hard on top of Sasuke's head. Honestly, getting tattoos at such a young age. Next thing you know, you'll be at odds with the whole world. This heavy punch was swift and precise, cutting off Sasuke's wild laughter. The dark curse marks encircling Sasuke trembled violently for a moment, then rapidly receded. All tension left his body, and the destructive, sinister aura in his eyes vanished, replaced by a blank clarity. What just happened to me? Sasuke stared at his own hands, his mind empty, lost in a momentary daze and confusion. Long Guheng shrugged and casually made up a story. You were laughing like some irredeemable ultimate villain, and then I, the protagonist, knocked you out with one punch. Simple as that. Hearing this utterly illogical nonsense, Sasuke looked speechless, pouted dismissively, and couldn't be bothered. Long Guheng didn't dwell on the incident either. He took out the Earth Scroll he had looted from TOS, a glint of joy in his eyes. At least we got the Earth Scroll. Now we've smoothly collected both types. In the empty space, a voice tinged with amusement suddenly echoed around Long Guheng. That's the power of sage transformation. An interesting thing, but ultimately, just an external object. Don't say that, Lord Madara. Long Guheng laughed and responded, this is the core ability that turns Sasuke from a standard elite recruit into Orochimaru's exclusive private student. Madara's tone instantly turned disdainful and contemptuous. Humph, what does that slimy snake know about the Uchiha? Hee, Lord Madara, you really know your stuff. Long Guheng teased with a mischievous grin. This remark made Madara feel slightly embarrassed, and he snapped back with a hint of exasperation. It's all because you brats spend all day filling your head with strange nonsense. His tone shifted abruptly, carrying a hint of pressure. And you called me Lord Madara-lama, didn't you? As I recall, that's the name of that beast. Long Guheng's smile froze, and an awkward silence fell. His eyes darted evasively, desperately searching for a topic to change. He suddenly spotted several figures in the distance, and as if grabbing a lifeline, waved enthusiastically, "Aha! Isn't that Rock Lee? Long time no see. Had lunch yet?" In response to Long Guheng's warm greeting, Rock Lee immediately flashed his iconic passionate smile, his bright white teeth dazzling, and gave a thumbs up. "Oh, as expected of my sworn friend. You locked onto my position in an instant. How about giving it some serious thought, and joining the path of youth and passion?" Nearby Tintin covered her face in exasperation. "Hey, we don't have an episode at a time like this. Everyone's watching." Indeed, within the arena at this moment, aside from the entire absence of Team 8, all the other young ninjas of Konoha had already arrived. Faced with Rock Lee's passionate invitation to the path of youth, Long Guheng decisively feigned selective deafness, refused to engage, and promptly turned and fled. "Sasuke, carry the unconscious Naruto on your back. We're heading straight for the central tower." "Naruto, how can you still be asleep at a time like this? That bastard isn't dead yet. You should be furious. You should kill him." In the dim and damp sealed space, the Ninetales' furious roar made the iron cage tremble with a clattering echo. Its deep crimson pupils fixed on the slumbering boy on the water's surface, the massive demonic fox claw battered wildly against the cold prison bars, each impact unleashing a muffled boom, yet it could not break through the unyielding seal. "Damn it. Why does everyone have to add another layer of seal on this thing?" Its face twisted in fury, fangs bared with nowhere to vent its overwhelming rage, trapped in a cage of impotent fury, the malice in its chest nearly exploding. But just then a clear and somewhat curious young voice rang out abruptly in this dead oppressive space. "This chakra really is a fascinating thing. It actually lets me come in." Before the words faded, a figure landed like a ghost, appearing silently beside Naruto. It was Long Guheng. Within the cage, the Ninetales' pupils abruptly contracted, its fury surging even more violently as it roared, "You little brat." It thrashed wildly, slamming itself against the sealed iron cage again and again, vowing to crush the— Long Guheng, however, showed no fear. He turned to the raging Ninetales, a clean and pure smile on his face, and said in a light, teasing tone, "Oh, it's Kurama, huh? Practicing your Iron Mountain lean. Who allowed you to address me so casually? You are just as detestable as that bastard." The Ninetales' eyes blazed, its roar shaking dust from the space. But in the next second it stiffened, its deep red pupils shrinking with extreme shock and disbelief. "You? How do you know my name? Who the hell are you?" Facing the Ninetales' fierce questioning, Long Guheng remained unruffled, his smile unwavering as he calmly said, "I'm just a passing Super Shadow 3000. Remember that." Having said that before the Ninetales could press further, he suddenly bent down, shook the sleeping Naruto hard, and shouted, "Naruto, wake up. Ichiraku Ramen is going out of business." These words struck like a thunderbolt, instantly jolting the slumbering Naruto awake. In the real world, Naruto's eyes flew wide open like a startled cat, and he sprang up from the ground, clenching his fists in determined protest. "Absolutely not. Konoha cannot lose Ichiraku Ramen. It's as important as the Hokage without me, Naruto." But as the momentum of rising faded, his head felt dazed. He belatedly stopped, blinked in confusion, rubbed his puffy cheeks, and looked around. He was now inside an ancient building surrounded by ninja of the same generation. Everyone was looking at him with knowing smirks, as if watching a monkey show, their scrutinizing gazes making Naruto instantly embarrassed. "Huh, where's this?" Naruto was completely bewildered. Sasuke shot him a contemptuous, exasperated look dripping with sarcasm. "Idiot, this is the center of the forest of death. You slept through the entire thing like a carried mud. Only you could embarrass yourself like this in public." "Huh, who are you calling an idiot?" Naruto bristled instantly. "Sasuke, don't get cocky. Without me, you'd have been crushed by that big snake long ago." "TCH, Sasuke snorted, turning his face away with even more disdain. "Well, I wouldn't want to be like someone. Youth is great, fall asleep on the spot." "Sasuke." "Naruto." The moment they met, they clashed, heated, trading barbs with childish yet heated intensity, leaving Long Guheng, who was quietly watching, utterly dumbfounded. Even Kakashi, who had arrived nearby, twitched his mouth and thought, those two must have been sworn enemies But Hiruzen Sarutobi, standing before Kakashi, stroked his beard and let out a hearty laugh, his eyes full of tolerance. "Isn't this full of vitality?" Well then, Hayate announced the extra round. The quarrel below grew more intense, their faces nearly touching, sparks flying from their eyes, with Sasuke and Naruto echoing back and forth in a lively commotion. Having watched for a while, Long Guheng finally shook his head in exasperation and interrupted the childish dispute. With a flash of movement so fast it left only a blur, he appeared between Naruto and Sasuke, gently separating them with a raised hand. Alright, that's enough. If you keep arguing, your eyes will be stretched into threads. His voice was flat and mild, not loud, but carrying a strange penetrative force that steadily overpowered their noisy quarrel, causing both to turn away with a simultaneous snort. Just as the field quieted down, 2 weak coughs sounded at the right moment. Ahem ahem. Moonlight Hate stepped forward slowly, his face haggard and pale, looking sickly, and addressed the crowd in a deep voice. The first 2 trials were too easy and too many candidates remain. According to the rules, an additional extra round is temporarily added. Those who deem themselves inadequate may withdraw immediately. As his words fell, the entire venue erupted in uproar. Complaints rose one after another. The exhaustion from days of hard battles tormented everyone. Naruto looked crushed. You've got to be kidding me. More exams? I just woke up. In stark contrast to Naruto, Sasuke's expression darkened as he quietly touched the curse mark on the back of his neck, a cold sensation sharpening the glint in his eyes. Moonlight Hate completely ignored the commotion, continuing in a steady tone to announce the rules. This extra round is a single arena tournament. Candidates will be randomly matched for unknown duels. The loser is eliminated. The winner advances to the final showdown. The match list will be displayed on the big screen overhead. The brutal rules instantly turned the atmosphere tense and deadly. Having explained everything, Moonlight Hate bowed slightly and retreated to the side. Hiruzen Sarudabin, still wearing a kind smile, walked up to Long Guheng and said gently, "Young Long Guheng, your match is postponed for now. I have something I'd like to discuss with you privately." Long Guheng maintained a calm expression with his usual smile, teasing casually, "Oh, has third Hokage grandfather finally decided to settle the debt for my grilled fish?" The third Hokage, the center of attention, paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. "Haha, you could say that." Beneath the seemingly light-hearted banter, Long Guheng's heart was in turmoil. "What do I do, Grandpa? Maybe third Hokage found out about my fish bombing and is coming to punish me." Deep within the inner space, Uchiha Madara's voice was languid, but full of confidence, replying calmly, "No matter. I defected from Konoha once, I can do it again. If it comes to a dead end, I'll take over your body and lead you out of Konoha. No one can stop me." The steady voice calmed Long Guheng's panic, easing his tense nerves. Soon the two moved away from the crowd to a secluded spot. Hiruzen raised his hand in a seal, and an invisible soundproof barrier expanded, enveloping them completely, shutting off all external noise. His formerly warm smile vanished entirely. His face turned solemn, his eyes deadly serious as he fixed his gaze on Long Guheng. "Young Long Guheng, you need to prepare yourself for what I'm about to tell you." Long Guheng's heart clenched, and he screamed inwardly, "Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. The punishing hand is finally coming down." Madara's voice rang out again, calm and reassuring. "It's fine, stay steady. Young Long Guheng, you actually would release are a descendant of the Senju clan. Tree Realm." "Oh." Long Guheng's voice trembled, slightly tinged with an incredulous rasp, his face etched with utter shock and bewilderment. "The Chincho clan." Upon hearing Yuanfei Rizen's earth-shattering words, both Long Guheng and Ban, who was within the spiritual space, stood frozen in stunned silence. 2 pairs of eyes were now fixed on Rizen, brimming with utmost incredulity, silently awaiting his. Yuanfei Rizen, observing Long Guheng's utterly dazed expression and sensing the surging unique chakra fluctuations emanating from his palm, had already reached a conclusion in his heart. His expression grew even more solemn as he slowly nodded, speaking each word with a steady, weighty tone. "That's right. Little Long Guheng, your bloodline originates from the Chincho clan. That special wood-release chakra in your palm is the most solid proof." Long Guheng instinctively lowered his head, gazing at his outstretched palm. There lay the wood-release power that had uncontrollably overflowed when he had attempted to activate a jutsu moments ago. Yuanfei Rizen sighed softly, his gaze turning distant as he looked into the depths of Mai, as if reminiscing the glorious years of decades past. "Back then, my teacher, the second Hokage Chincho Phagian, in order to dissolve the rifts among Mui's major clans and consolidate the village's strength, took the initiative to dismantle the flourishing Chincho clan, dispersing its members into various families of Mai. It was only recently, while organizing the hidden clan archives sealed within the village, that I uncovered the leads and confirmed that your mother's ancestors were among the Chincho clansmen who were dispersed back then." Within the spiritual space, Long Guheng and Ban exchanged glances, both falling into silence, their hearts filled with absurdity. For a moment, they couldn't even find words to remark on this incredible twist of fate. Before he could fully digest this startling truth, Yuanfei Rizen's voice rang out again, tinged with knowing certainty. "Moreover, on the night the scroll of seals was stolen not long ago, the one who secretly used wood release was you, wasn't it?" Long Guheng jerked his head up, eyes wide as saucers, his face full of shock. Grandpa third, even the young man's unwitting confession instantly relaxed Rizen's tense expression. Stroking his beard, he chuckled softly. Haha, in the whole of my the only ones who would shout hero appears. Before a battle are Mingren, and now you. Long Guheng's cheeks flushed, and he was instantly so embarrassed he wished the ground would swallow him, silently grumbling, is it that recognizable? Within the spiritual space band completely relaxed his tone, laced with mockery, truly one of a kind. After the jest, Yuanfei Rizen's tone turned serious again. Remember, the Chincho bloodline is far too special. Once it is exposed, all factions in the shinobi world will set their sights on you, and your situation will become perilous in an instant. Although thanks to your stunt during the Zhongren exam, the news of my having a wood-released shinobi again cannot be concealed. Fortunately, the outside world only knows that Mai has produced a wood-released prodigy, but no one knows your identity. The more low-profile you are, the safer you'll be. Long Guheng nodded vigorously, etching these words of caution deep in his heart. Seeing his earnest expression, Rizen dispelled the soundproof jutsu surrounding them, waved his hand gently, and said, "All right, little Long Guheng, go ahead and continue the exam." Long Guheng skipped back to the exam venue with light steps, the gloom that had been weighing on his heart completely lifted. He laughed cheerfully to Ban within the spiritual space. Haha, Lord Ban, it seems our luck is really good. Ban, however, did not share his levity. After a moment's contemplation, a deep voice slowly resounded, carrying an ambition that shook the heavens and earth. It seems you truly have the potential to become the sage of 6 paths. These words instantly ignited Long Guheng's blood. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming, his fighting spirit fully charged. Ahahaha, is that so, Lord Ban? I'm burning with excitement now. Hurry up and show me who my unlucky opponent is. They'll beat him so hard hell wet his pants. Next match, Long Guheng vs. Shanzhong Jingye. The smile on Long Guheng's face instantly froze and the corners of his mouth twitched madly. Almost forgot. Xiao Ying's team doesn't seem to have made it here. What the heck, this is just messing with me. Mingren Sharpied spotted Long Guheng at a glance and waved from afar, shouting loudly. You came back just in time. You're up next. Long Guheng couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids, replying with a deadpan expression, "Shut up, Mingren, I can see the screen." He dragged his heavy steps onto the battle platform, looked ahead, and saw Shanzhong Jingye already in a ready stance, looking fully prepared for battle. Long Guheng sighed, his tone helpless. "I don't want to bully a girl, so you'd better forfeit." This advice, far from making Jingye yield, only thoroughly sparked her competitive spirit. Her eyes sharpened, her gaze resolute. "Are you looking down on me?" On the battlefield, shinobi are not divided by gender. A cold glint flashed in Jingye's eyes as a tactic had already been decided in her mind. She knew well that in a frontal confrontation, she was definitely no match for Long Guheng. To win, she would have to rely on a surprise attack. With that thought, Jingye's figure suddenly burst forward. Chakra erupted beneath her feet, and the sharp sound of her foot stomping cut through the silence of the arena. Her entire body shot forward like an arrow from a bow, swift and fierce. Her right hand reached out, and a cold gleam appeared as a sharp kunai was firmly grasped in her palm, its tip aimed straight at Long Guheng's face. The move was swift and precise without any hesitation. The kunai tore through the air, bearing a fierce wind, and was only a few feet away from Long Guheng. Yet at this moment, Long Guheng's face remained utterly calm, and a faint smile even curled at the corner of his mouth. With a slight thought in his mind, he did not use any jutsu to defend at all. He simply twisted his waist to the side, shifting his body lightly, just an inch away. Shoo! The cold kunai, carrying a gleam of light, grazed past his shoulder without harming even a single strand of his hair. Long Guheng lifted his eyes slightly, his gaze casual and indifferent as he looked at Jingye, who had missed her mark. "I told you can't beat me. I really don't want to fight." Now, in the instant she missed, there was no panic in Jingye's eyes, instead a gleam of certainty flashed. Her full-speed charge and kunai assault had been nothing but a deliberate feint all along. She was betting on Long Guheng's absolute confidence and underestimation of his opponent, betting that he would instinctively choose the simplest, easiest physical dodge. And the result was exactly as she had predicted. Just as Long Guheng sidestepped, his old momentum spent new momentum yet to arise, and his mind completely relaxed. Jingye abruptly halted her forward charge, her hands forming seals at lightning speed. Mind-body switch technique. Long Guheng's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly called out, Hey, don't use that technique." But it was already too late. A faint light appeared at Jingye's forehead, and an intangible spiritual force transformed into a precise beam of spiritual energy, traveling the extremely short distance between them and charging straight into Long Guheng's mind without obstruction. Jingye's consciousness successfully invaded his mind now. If I can just control his body to make him forfeit, he'll win. But just as she was inwardly gloating, a vast majestic roar imbued with supreme pressure suddenly exploded within this space of consciousness. "Get out!" This roar was overwhelmingly domineering, possessing a power that crushed everything, forcibly tearing and expelling Jingye's soul from Long Guheng's mind. Back in the real arena, Jingye's body jolted violently and suddenly collapsed to the ground. She clutched her head tightly, gasping for breath. Her body trembled uncontrollably and her face was as pale as paper. Outside the arena, Lu Wan's eyes instantly widened, greatly shocked by this. How is it possible? The mind-body switch had clearly succeeded. As Long Guheng regained control of his body, Ban's voice immediately rang in his ears, scolding him with exasperation. You couldn't even dodge such a straightforward attack. This thing of the small head controlling the big head. Long Guheng could only let out an embarrassed chuckle, unable to retort. He crouched down, reached out to gently support the trembling Jingye, and a gentle pure chakra flowed slowly from his palm, gradually soothing the chaotic spiritual power in her mind. Jingye felt the warm and gentle force on her shoulder, her taut nerves gradually relaxing. As she looked up to meet the young man's sunny and radiant smile, the fear and panic in her heart slowly dissipated. Seeing that Jingye's complexion had completely calmed, Long Guheng leaned and pressed his index finger to his lips and lowered his voice to whisper, "Sure, remember to keep my secret, okay?" Long Guheng wins. Next match, Shoju vs. Tion. Within the suspended tower deep in the Death Forest, the outcome of the second match of the Chunin exams had already been largely determined. Following the strong advancement of Takiguchi, Naruto unexpectedly defeated Inuzuka Kiba with his surprising fart technique and secured victory. Since the previous Sound Ninja trio had been heavily injured by Takiguchi and lost their qualification to compete, the matchups were naturally adjusted, leading to Shino Aburame facing off against Choji Akimichi. The battle held little suspense as Choji faced yet another unfortunate defeat, bringing his journey to an end. Those advancing included Sasuke Takiguchi, Ken Temari, Naruto Niji Kankuro, and Shino. Only Shikamaru, Rock Lee, and Gaara remained uncalled. The next match is Rock Lee vs. Gaara, while Nara Shikamaru advances by default. As the referee Moonlight Gale's weak voice echoed, two figures had already arrived at the center of the arena. Rock Lee, clad in a tight green training suit, stood tall, with sharp eyes emanating an unstoppable aura. Across from him, Gaara remained motionless, his pale green eyes cold and lifeless, surrounded by flowing yellow sand like a dormant azura, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire arena. Fight begins. Before Gale's command could fully resonate, Rock Lee had already burst forth with explosive speed. Without any hesitation or testing the waters, he charged directly at Gaara with relentless taijutsu. The air surged beneath his feet, and his form transformed into a green blur, closing the distance to Gaara. In an instant, his right leg tensed, muscles coiled, sweeping out with a fierce gust. Leaf Hurricane, the howling wind of his leg tore through the air with terrifying force, yet just as it was about to reach Gaara, the sand swirling around him surged and stacked up, instantly forming a wall firmly blocking this powerful strike. Undeterred by the failed strike, Lee's expression remained unchanged as he fluidly shifted his stance, executing a series of continuous attacks. Left kicks, right sweeps, front thrusts, and spinning kicks. Each one sharp and fierce, completely sealing off all avenues for Gaara to evade. But ultimately it was in vain. No matter how swift and dominating Lee's assault was, Gaara's sand remained. The flowing yellow sand acted as an absolute barrier, adapting to every angle of attack and defense, precisely intercepting each kick. The fierce winds from Lee's kicks could only scatter the surface grains of sand, failing to penetrate this impeccable defense, not even grazing the hem of Gaara's clothing. After multiple failed assaults, the expressions of the watching Leaf villagers grew increasingly grave, while only Takiguchi maintained a carefree demeanor, exclaiming, "Wow, this automatic defense is even better than 10 of those combined." In the center of the arena, Lee had fully grasped the situation. Conventional taijutsu could not break this impenetrable sand defense. He did not linger in battle, suddenly retreating swiftly, pushing off the ground to create distance, landing securely atop a stone statue in the arena, and quickly removing the weights strapped to his legs. In the next moment, two heavy weights crashed to the ground. Boom! The heavy weights struck the crumbled stone arena, causing a terrifying shockwave that shattered the hard surface, with fine cracks spiderwebbing across the entire platform, and a cloud of dust exploded upwards, obscuring a good portion of the battlefield. Amidst the swirling dust, Lee's aura underwent a complete transformation. Shedding the burden of his weights, his speed surged many times over in that instant. To the naked eye, his form had become almost untraceable, leaving only afterimages in the air, and even the swirling trails of wind and sand were unable to keep up with his tempo. The once agile perception of sand suddenly felt slow and delayed as Gaara's sand defense struggled to fully envelop his position. Now's the time. Lee's eyes sparkled with determination as he leaped into the air, his legs coiled tightly, using his extreme speed and downward momentum to deliver a devastating kick from above. "Lower your head." The speed was at its peak. This heavy strike landed squarely on Gaara's face. The sharp sound of friction erupted as the sturdy sand defense was forcefully torn apart, sending fine grains of sand flying everywhere. As the dust began to settle, it became clear that a layer of sand walls had been forcibly scraped away from Gaara's face, revealing the pale, cold skin beneath. However, that was all. The core defense remained intact, and he had suffered no injury. Lee upon landing wore a solemn expression, internally wavering. Despite unleashing his full-speed taijutsu without the weights, he could only graze the surface defense. Gaara and his sand defense proved to be far more formidable than he had imagined. Lee, show your true strength. Let this panda-eyed one witness the real power of youth. A loud shout from Takaguchi Ken rang out from the stands, his thumb-raised eyes filled with trust and encouragement. This shout instantly shattered the wavering uncertainty in Lee's heart. His gaze regained its determination, and his blood surged with excitement. Yes, without believing in yourself, there's no path to victory. This is the moment I embody my ninja way. 8 gates, open. With a thunderous shout that resonated throughout the arena, a pale blue chakra flame erupted around Lee, the air swirling violently. The third gate, the opening gate, is now open. His physical strength surged dramatically, and his aura climbed higher. The fourth gate, the wounded gate, is now open, breaking through the limits of pain, surpassing human limits. The fifth gate, the dreaded gate, is now open. With 5 gates opened in succession, Lee's chakra flame became increasingly wild, his clothes torn by the raging winds, his skin reddened and flushed, his meridians bearing an overload beyond limits, intense pain engulfing him, yet his power, speed, and explosive strength reached an entirely new peak. Lotus of the Hidden Leaf, with the ultimate technique unleashed, Lee's form transformed into a blazing blue lightning bolt, charging into the tempest of sand with an indomitable will and explosive power. Boom! The deafening sound of relentless strikes filled the arena, vibrating the eardrums of the raging winds swept through the sandstorm, causing the arena floor to collapse once more, shards of stone dancing wildly in the air, the entire venue trembling slightly. Gaara's figure was forcefully blasted into the air, countless afterimages flashing and intertwining at supersonic speeds, unleashing a relentless barrage upon him. The outer layer of solid sand armor shattered and peeled away, with fine grains of sand falling like rain. Seizing the moment, Lee raised his hand, swiftly wrapping the bandages around Gaara's waist, pulling him forcefully closer and delivering a punch that concentrated all his strength, crashing down onto the ground. Bang! Gaara crashed heavily onto the rocky ground. As the dust slowly settled, the scene revealed itself to all. Gaara lay in disarray amidst the rubble, his clothes tattered, covered in dust, looking utterly miserable. The speed is commendable, but the strength is lacking. This was Madara's evaluation of the attack. As he had said, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that a thick layer of sand defense still surrounded Gaara. Lee's Lotus of the Hidden Leaf, unleashed with all 5 gates open, had reached a peak beyond ordinary limits, yet this layer of defense had absorbed most of the damage, ultimately failing to achieve a decisive breakthrough. In the next moment, the fallen Gaara's eyes suddenly ignited with a terrifying, killing intent. He propped himself up with one hand, disregarding his disheveled state, and the remaining sand around him surged, gathering with a terrifying force that threatened to obliterate everything rushing towards Lee. At this moment, Lee was already running on empty. The backlash from opening all 5 gates had fully erupted, causing unbearable pain in his meridians. His muscles felt as though they were being torn apart, his legs numb and rigid, lacking the strength to stand. He could only crash heavily to the ground, unable to move. In an instant, the cold yellow sand had already wrapped around his wrists and ankles, the rough and hard grains tightening around his limbs, continuously constricting and squeezing. Sand binding coffin, the sand tightened further, the pressure becoming terrifying. Faint cracking sounds from his bones could be heard. If he were to delay even a moment longer, his hands and feet would be crushed and rendered useless. In a desperate moment, with life hanging by a thread, a figure dashed into the smoke-filled battlefield like a bolt of lightning. With fierce palm winds, chakra crystallized and erupted. A precise and swift palm strike suddenly shattered the sand binding Lee's limbs. The flowing sand dispersed, the crisis was averted. The newcomer stood calmly before Lee, blocking all of Gaara's subsequent attacks. Takaguchi Ken. The spectators on the high platform suddenly realized, their hearts racing. Had no one intervened in that moment, Lee would undoubtedly have faced a dire fate today. Gaara, lying amidst the rubble, slowly raised his head, his gaze locking onto the suddenly appearing Takaguchi Ken, his killing intent growing ever stronger. The sand around him began to stir ominously once more, a more terrifying pressure slowly expanding. On the shattered arena, a whirlwind of dust swept through the air, enveloping the entire battlefield in a gray haze, with every grain of sand carrying the lingering aura of slaughter. In the center of the sandstorm, 2 figures stood silently in confrontation. It was indeed I love Sandstorm Gaara and Takigakure no Henge. Gazing at the calm, yet arrogant Takigakure no Henge before him, Gaara suddenly felt a sharp pain radiating from his temple. Countless dark, painful, isolated, and hated memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave stirring the fury within him. Annoying. A hoarse and cold voice escaped from Gaara's lips, devoid of any emotion, but wrapped in the scattered grains of sand suddenly rose into the air, densely hovering, resembling countless invisible weapons poised to strike. In the next moment, all the sand grains abruptly transformed into thousands of sharp sand spikes, whistling through the air towards Takigakure no Henge and the exhausted Lee behind him. Considering the difficulty of movement for Lee behind him, Takigakure no Henge could only choose to endure. Just as the sand spikes were about to close in, Takigakure no Henge stood firm, unflinching, quickly forming hand seals as he shouted sharply. Fire Release Phoenix Fire Technique. A series of small, concentrated, and intensely brilliant fireballs erupted from his mouth, numerous and erratic like stars cascading from the sky. Each fireball was pure and refined, wasting no chakra, covering an extensive area, precisely locking down the entire space of the incoming sand spikes. Unlike the widespread bombardment of fire techniques, the Phoenix Fire Technique excelled in its density, precision, and full coverage, perfectly countering the overwhelming sand blade assault. In the next instant, the crisscrossing, dense rain of sand spikes crashed into the flames. The sound of high-temperature burning instantly filled the arena, sparks flying as a heat wave engulfed the entire venue. The moment the hard, sharp sand spikes met the blazing fireballs, they were instantly softened and burned to ashes by the intense heat. The dense phoenix fire formed a burning net, intercepting and dissolving all the sand blades, with not a single blade able to breach the fire net, nor did any come within 3 feet of Takigakure no Henge. The overwhelming sand rain was completely dispelled in an instant. With the assault thwarted, the indifference in Gaara's eyes was swiftly overshadowed by intense fury. He waved his hand, and the scattered sand and soil around him abruptly converged, transforming into a surging, violent wave of sand charging towards Takigakure no Henge with a force that could crush everything. Stop it already. Just as the wave of sand was about to hit, Might Guy like a fierce beast blocked the two, halting the ferocious sand assault. Gaara's icy gaze locked onto the figure that intruded once more. Are you going to save him too? Guy paused for a moment, then replied firmly, each word resonating. Lee is already lost, so I cannot allow you to harm my most cherished subordinate anymore. Upon hearing this, Gaara's surging fury chakra suddenly stalled. The crimson and manic in his eyes gradually faded, returning to a deadpan indifference. The rampaging sand and gravel around him fell in response, retracting back into the gourd on his back, and the atmosphere of slaughter instantly dissipated. This time let it go. He glanced at Takigakure no Henge, his tone neutral, but laced with solemnity. You are indeed a bit different. Seeing the situation settled, Moonlight Guy stepped forward, announcing loudly, in this match Gaara wins. At this moment, Lee, who had just opened the 5th gate and was exhausted and sore all over, staggered to prop himself up, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He looked at Takigakure no Henge, who was blocking in front of him, filled with confusion, his voice hoarse and weak. Best friend, why did you come down? Takigakure no Henge glanced back at him, a hint of helplessness in his tone. If I hadn't come down, you would have been disqualified. Disqualified? What does that mean? Lee was taken aback, still trembling slightly, but struggling to hold himself up, showing no sign of fear in his eyes. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Takigakure no Henge waved his hand, but then his expression turned serious as he looked at Lee. Just remember, your talent must not be buried here. My talent? Lee's eyes widened in surprise, his face filled with disbelief. All this time, everyone had only said he had no aptitude, only that he could train hard, but no one had ever said he had talent. Observing the mix of confusion and determination in the boy's eyes, Takigakure no Henge smirked slightly, stating clearly, hard work is your greatest talent. Beside the Might Guy immediately broke into a proud smile, affirming, that's right, Lee. You are my most proud Guy sensei. Lee felt a lump in his throat, tears welling up in his eyes. In the next moment, the master and disciple embraced each other, their clothes soaked with tears filled with blood and warmth. Takigakure no Henge stood still, watching the two tightly embraced, completely ignoring his presence, his lips twitching slightly, feeling utterly helpless. Here we go again. Am I not a human? Why do they ignore me like this? Fortunately, this awkwardness did not last long. With the conclusion of all the matches in the second exam, Naruto and the others rushed down from the stands. Henge, that rescue move of yours was so cool, Naruto exclaimed excitedly as he approached. Hearing this, Takigakure no Henge raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile on his face as he teased back. No move can compare to your entrance as the king of farts. That's truly a stunning debut. Baka. Naruto slipped, tripping and falling to the ground, his face flushed as he yelled frantically, don't mention that again. Amidst the noisy laughter, the second match of the Chunin exams officially concluded. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also announced the upcoming schedule. The third exam will be a knockout round commencing at the Central Arena in 1 month. At that time, the Hokage in the Wind Shadow, who is currently being roasted, Orochimaru, will assess everyone's qualifications for Chunin promotion based on their performance in the arena. Meanwhile, everyone drew lots on the spot to determine the matchups for the third knockout round: Naruto Uzumaki vs. Hyuga Niji Luck vs. Genius Kankuro vs. Yamanaka Ino, an underdog treasure match. Temari vs. Nara Shikamaru, the most thrilling match. Takigakure no Henge vs. Gara Konoha's strongest vs. Sunegakure's strongest. Sasuke vs. the winner of the fourth match. No one cares. Kid, it's time to settle the score with that fox. Okay, KK, old man Danzo. Taki, why did you bring me here? I need to go train with Kakashi Sensei. Just after the second exam ended, Taki Gohan, drenched in a thin layer of sweat, grabbed Naruto without explanation and dragged him straight to the Konoha hot spring bathhouse. As the warm spring water lapped over his shoulders, Taki Gohan stretched his limbs and leaned against the poolside, his brow relaxed and filled with contentment. He lazily retorted, "Come on, you don't even know where Kakashi Sensei is. What training could you possibly do?" His tone shifted abruptly, a cheeky smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as mischief flickered in his eyes. "But if you're talking about training, I've got a special method that's just for you." Naruto's hair stood on end as he instinctively edged away, his face full of vigilance. "Whenever you make that face, nothing good happens. Training in a bathhouse. I'd rather eat a steaming bowl of Ichiraku ramen." "How do you know it's no good without trying? Why are you so far away?" "I'm not going to eat you." Taki Gohan let out a low chuckle. Before Naruto could dodge, his arm suddenly jerked, pulling the boy hard toward himself. As Naruto raised his arm to break free, the scene before him spun violently. In the blink of an eye, the steaming hot spring and wooden bathhouse vanished completely. In their place was a cold, dead, damp, and viscous alien space. Straight ahead, a towering, wide black iron cage stood, exuding a piercing oppression. Hey, where's this? Taki, don't scare me." Naruto, usually carefree, instantly panicked. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up, and his voice trembled. Just then, a slightly cool hand silently landed on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto stiffened, all over shuddering. Then Taki Gohan's voice, tinged with an eerie tone, sounded beside his ear. "Don't panic, Naruto. This is your spiritual space." "Oh, you're the one I'm most scared of." Naruto whipped around and saw Taki Gohan still wearing that lazy, cheeky grin. He immediately burst out cursing in exasperation. Just as Naruto's heart began to settle, the surrounding air suddenly churned violently. The dark, stagnant water at his feet boiled and rolled. From the gaps in the black iron cage, wisps of crimson chakra began to seep out slowly. The next moment, deep within the cage, a massive vertical pupil slowly opened. Its color was a blood-soaked deep red, with a gaze that was arrogant and savage. Even a single glance sent chills down one's spine and made the scalp tingle. A hoarse, earth-shaking roar carrying immense killing intent exploded. "You little brutal, still dare to come. You're asking for death." The overwhelming pressure hit like a wave. Naruto's legs gave way, and he collapsed into the water, his face pale. In contrast, Taki Gohan beside him looked relaxed and casual. He even raised his hand and waved at the cage, his tone familiar and teasing. "Yo Kurama, long time no see. Your temper hasn't changed a bit, still as irritable as ever." Then he looked down at Naruto, who was sitting pitifully in the water, raised an eyebrow and sneered. "I said, Naruto, are you a weakling? Scared by such a small display?" This remark instantly struck Naruto's pride. The boy sprang up from the water, his neck stiff, as he retorted stubbornly. "Who was scared? I was just tired and crouched for a moment." "And what is that big monster in the cage?" "Monster?" Taki Gohan shook his head gently, the teasing expression fading from his face. His expression suddenly turned serious, and he spoke to Naruto word by word, his tone extremely infectious. "It's not a monster. It's a Pokemon that will accompany you throughout your life, vitally important. You will take it on a path to becoming champion." The more Taki Gohan spoke, the more fervent his eyes became. He unconsciously raised his hands and waved, immersing himself in the atmosphere, his tone resolute. "Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not even next month. But one day, you will definitely seize that damn championship." Taki Gohan tilted his head up at 45 degrees, feigning deep emotion, creating a sentimental moment. "What a hot-blooded Bond story. Kurama, this guy is an idiot." Naruto looked sincerely, nodding vigorously in agreement, deeply concurring. "Damn, can you two sense the atmosphere? This touching moment is completely ruined." Taki Gohan instantly broke down, gritting his teeth and threatening. "Believe me, you'll call Madara over right now and beat this fox until he's toothless." The moment the word Madara entered his ears, Kurama in the cage instantly went berserk again. His massive claws slammed heavily against the thick iron wall. "Shut up. Don't mention that bastard in front of me. Were it not for Uchiha Madara's Sharingan, would I fear a mere human? So you're saying you're very brave? Taki Gohan raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile spreading across his face as he fanned the flames step by step. Kurama roared arrogantly, his tone confident. Nonsense. I'm super brave. Oh, I heard you were looking for me. A low, indifferent male voice carrying the weight of ancient majesty rang out, without warning, across the entire spiritual space. The air immediately froze. Uchiha Madara, clad in Warring State's red armor, stood with arms crossed beside Taki Gohan. His aura was fierce and domineering, like a living god of war, a crushing pressure spreading everywhere. Naruto was dumbfounded. He scratched his head in confusion. Wait, isn't this my spiritual space? How come it's like a park where anyone can just walk in? And who is this? Hearing this, Taki Gohan straightened his back, his face full of pride as he patted his chest and introduced, Haha, this guy right here is my exclusive Golden Finger old man. Naruto looked Madara up and down, taking in his chiseled, flawless features. He doesn't look old at all. He's even better looking than you. Naruto, shut up. Stop undermining me. Madara, however, completely ignored the two bickering beside him. His cold gaze locked directly onto Kurama in the cage. With every step he took forward, the water under his feet sank heavily and layers of overwhelming pressure accumulated. In the cage, Kurama gritted his fangs, his chakra swirling wildly, but the sealing technique still locked away most of his power. Madara's voice was cold, laden with years of old grievances, each word piercing. Beast, it's time to settle old scores. I hate nothing more than an ambush from behind. And you trampled all over my bottom line. Before his voice faded, a sharp howl of air burst out. Madara shot forward like a cannonball. His right leg, wrapped in condensed power, drove straight and powerfully into the center of Kurama's massive fox forehead. Bang! The deafening impact exploded. Kurama couldn't defend in time. His giant body, several jang tall, was sent flying backward by the kick. Uchiha Madara, you bully beasts too much. Kurama roared with rage, his eyes splitting. A vast red-tailed beast chakra swept out. He opened his mouth wide, charging a destructive tailed beast ball, determined to counterattack to the death. Madara's gaze was indifferent, refusing to give him any chance to gather power. Susanoo, a deep blue skeletal phantom, instantly extended. Armored scales filled the sky and earth. The complete Susanoo rose without warning, its giant palm reaching out like a mountain. It precisely locked onto Kurama's neck, its 5 fingers tightening fiercely, pressing the enormous fox body hard into the ground. The next second, Susanoo's massive fist, carrying the force to crush mountains and rivers, rained down on Kurama's face like a storm. Punch after punch struck bone, causing Kurama to tremble continuously. Watching this scene, Naruto unconsciously clenched his fists, his pupils trembling. He murmured involuntarily, so powerful. Bang, bang, bang. The dull, heavy pounding echoed repeatedly through the pitch-black sealed space. Submit or not, submit or not. Uchiha Madara's arrogant and carefree voice pierced through the blue Susanoo's skeletal frame. Each interrogation was accompanied by a massive bone fist crashing down. In just a few dozen breaths, the Ninetales' breath was completely disrupted, its chest heaving violently, filled with humiliation, but powerless to resist. Layers of seals bound most of its chakra, and its physical strength alone was pitifully fragile before Madara's Susanoo. The Ninetales gritted its teeth and growled, its fox pupils crimson and ferocious, filled with defiance. Bastard, you're taking advantage of my weakness. I'd rather die than submit. Ridiculous. Madara chuckled, his tone dripping with innate contempt. Unable to break free, you blame others for your incompetence. Beast, you are truly weak. Without further words, Madara's form abruptly detached from the Susanoo skeleton, leaping down to land before the Ninetales' brow. His bony hand pressed directly against the fox's forehead, a faint ripple of chakra emanating from his palm. 2 condensed, tangible chakra spheres floated gently in his palm, radiating the unique, tailed beast power of Kurama. Having done this, Madara swiftly turned and leaped back, landing steadily beside Ryugu Ko inside the cage. He turned his head, his pair of scarlet Sharingan locking onto Naruto nearby. The oppressive gaze made the young boy's hair stand on end, filled with inexplicable unease. After a long silence, Madara raised his hand and offered one of the Ninetales' chakra spheres. Kid of the Uzumaki clan, he said in a flat tone, a portion of the Ninetales' chakra is sealed here. Keep it, big, can protect you in times of crisis. Naruto quickly stepped forward, carefully taking the sphere with both hands. As his fingertips touched the warm, immense power, a red glow illuminated his entire face, and his azure eyes sparkled with brilliant light. Naruto looked up at the tall figure before him, whose presence crushed all opposition, and spoke sincerely, yet with a hint of shyness, thank you. On the old man inside Ryugu Ko. At these words, Madara paused slightly. He lowered his gaze to the boy's pure, clear azure eyes, the murderous edge in his gaze dissipating, and the corners of his lips curled into a faint, fleeting smile. Got what we came for. Let's go, kid. Ryugu Ko raised his hand with a crisp gesture. Okay. The next moment the world spun. Naruto's consciousness instantly left the sealed space and returned to reality. The dim-tailed beast's space vanished completely, leaving only the nine tails curled up deep in its cage, bearing its fangs full of frustration and helplessness, sulking alone in the darkness. As soon as Naruto came to, he immediately pressed close to Ryugu Ko, his eyes filled with envy. You have such a powerful figure hidden inside you. His strength is far greater than my little Pokemon. But Ryugu Ko beside him did not respond. Instead, he stared intently in one direction. Following his gaze, Naruto turned and was also stunned for a moment. There stood an old man with white hair, a red robe, and worn-out flip-flops hunched over his expression, lecherous as he peered through the gaps in the wooden partition, peeping at the women's bath next door, while scribbling rapidly with a pen and paper. This man was none other than the so-called Toad Sage Jiraiya, and the true purpose of Ryugu Ko's visit to the bathhouse. Naruto's throat tightened, and he instinctively wanted to shout. In a flash, Ryugu Ko stepped forward, raising his hand to firmly cover the boy's mouth, whispering into his ear, "Watch me, Naruto." With that, Ryugu Ko crept quietly to the partition, then suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Yo, isn't this the famous pervert sage? Still here studying the aesthetics of the human body and gathering material for your novels?" His voice was crisp and penetrating, instantly echoing through the entire bathhouse. The next second, piercing female screams exploded in succession. The bathhouse erupted into chaos, water splashing, clothes flying, and frantic curses and screams filled the space. As for the instigator Jiraiya himself, he stood frozen, completely petrified. His eyes were hollow and pale, staring blankly at Ryugu Ko approaching slowly. The glory of his half-life of romance and writing dreams shattered, as if his entire existence had collapsed, his spirit drained in an instant. After a few seconds of daze, Jiraiya snapped back, enraged and embarrassed, gritting his teeth and growling, "What do you kids know? I'm doing research, seeking inspiration for literary creation." He puffed out his chest, putting on airs with pride. "Besides, I am no pervert sage. I am the invincible one of the three ninja, Lord Jiraiya." Ryugu Ko waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. Yes, Lord Pervert Sage." Then a glint of mischief flashed in the boy's eyes. He stepped forward and lowered his voice, quoting a classic line. "Say, if the entire Hidden Leaf village knew that one of the three ninja, Lord Jiraiya, was peeping in the bathhouse, the consequences wouldn't be pretty, would they, eh?" Jiraiya's expression changed instantly, the smile freezing on his face. "You little brat, you're still young, but already know how to blackmail people. Classic lines never die." Ryugu Ko grinned, turned sideways, and grabbed Naruto, who had been quietly watching the drama, saying bluntly, "How about this? If you take this blonde kid as your personal disciple, it'll keep today's incident buried forever." Jiraiya glanced at the naive and simple Naruto, quickly composed himself, and replied flatly, "It's indeed a simple request. But I refuse." He patted his robe, looking unconcerned. "I've roamed the ninja world for half my life, and my face is as tough as iron. This little storm won't shake me." With that, Jiraiya turned to leave. Ryugu Ko saw the situation and knew it was time for the trump card. He turned to Naruto and said solemnly, "Naruto, use your ultimate forbidden technique." "Oh, finally I can use that move." "Sexy technique, harem technique." A white mist suddenly exploded, enveloping Naruto. The next moment, 5 beautiful, seductive Naruto girls emerged from the mist, blocking Jiraiya's path. Their voices were soft and sweet, lingering in his ears. "Lord Pervert Sage, don't go." The gentle voice struck his heart, and Jiraiya's face instantly flushed, crimson blood gushing from his nose, his pupils dilating. A burst of force carried the ecstatic, dazed Jiraiya straight up, crashing through the bathhouse roof and disappearing into the sky. Perfect score. Ryugu Ko's pupils contracted, and he exclaimed instinctively, "Damn, that was too much force. Naruto, chase him." But Naruto just stood there, scratching the back of his head, looking utterly confused, and pouted, "Why should I become a disciple of that perverted old man? If I really want to train and get stronger, the old man inside you is 100 times more powerful than him." These words hit the nail on the head. Ryugu Ko's face darkened, and he retorted irritably, "You know he's inside me, right? Are you trying to freeload off me?" In the dense forest, mottled sunlight shattered among the thick branches and leaves. A figure in a red robe lounged leisurely against the trunk of a tree. Zillai had already shed his earlier excitement, his face smeared with nosebleed, his legs weak, and his entire being listless. The impact of the harem technique had indeed given his eyes a great feast. But before he could make another grand statement, the sound of air tearing suddenly rang out behind him. Zillai turned his head with difficulty, and when he saw the 2 figures landing on the ground, the remnant smile on his face instantly crumbled, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. "You 2 brats, have you no end? Are you really not letting me off?" Long Guhing landed before him with Naruto, arms crossed, his tone casual and lazy. Hey pervy sage, have you thought it over? Take him as your disciple, and the bathhouse incident will be erased. Zillai wiped the blood from his face, his expression shifting between gloom and hesitation. In truth, he had recognized Naruto at first glance. But he still needed to determine the nature of Long Guheng, who had been by Naruto's side all along, a man of unfathomable schemes. This person's step-by-step calculation to approach him was certainly driven by ulterior motives. Zillai narrowed his long eyes, his white hair swaying slightly in the wind, and his voice was low and probing. Are you so certain that I will definitely take him? Not certain, but you have no other choice. Long Guheng raised an eyebrow and stepped forward, coming directly to Zillai's ear and lowering his voice. First, I think you already know that he is Naruto. Second, the Ninetales is already rampaging. He needs a good teacher. Third, Long Guheng looked up, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes as he made the gesture of a stealthy sketch. I still have the original draft of your peeping drawings in my hands. Hearing this, Zillai's body stiffened, his pupils contracting sharply. In his panic to flee, he had forgotten that his personal manuscript was still left behind. Zillai let out a long sigh, his back instantly slumping in complete defeat. It was unclear whether he was forced to compromise out of distress for his manuscript, or because deep down he truly worried for Naruto's safety. He tilted his head to look at the sky, resigned, and gritted his teeth in concession. All right. I admit defeat. I'll take him as my disciple. But I warn you, training will be extremely harsh, and life and death are on your own head. If this brat can't endure it, he might as well give up early. These words instantly ignited Naruto's pride. He straightened his back abruptly, his azure eyes blazing with defiance, and clenched his fists as his voice burned with sincerity and firmness. Don't look down on me, you old pervert. I am Naruto. One day I'll inherit the Hokage's name and surpass them all. Uzumaki Naruto. The pure stubbornness and unyielding will of fire in the boy's eyes struck Zillai's heart, a sudden tremor passing through him. In a daze, he seemed to see his younger self, and memories of the past surged within him. Slowly raising his hand to run through his white hair, he shed his lethargy and regained his old carefree clarity, bursting into laughter. Haha. Excellent spirit. May you keep this original heart, even after enduring countless trials. After his laughter faded, Zillai turned to Long Guheng beside him. And you? Would you like to become my disciple? Long Guheng curved his lips lightly and shook his head with calm. No, I have personal matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Seeing that his goal was achieved, he turned and stepped into the dense forest. Before leaving, he glanced back with a smile, his tone full of mischief. Also, your secret will keep me fed for a lifetime. Johnny. Naruto stood frozen in place, scratching his head in confusion. Hey, did he just sell me out? Zillai pressed a heavy hand on the boy's head, his expression dead serious, and his words stabbed ruthlessly. Don't worry, you're not worth much. Meanwhile, Long Guheng, who had already left, encountered an unexpected person on the road. A loud, piercing yell full of fiery passion suddenly exploded in his ear. You, Little Lee's friend. I finally found you. The person was incredibly fast, his aura closing in abruptly. The Madara within Long Guheng instinctively reacted, taking control of his left hand in an instant and throwing a fierce punch toward the source of the sound. A dull impact sound followed by a miserable howl. Ugh! A figure with thick eyebrows flew backward in a spiral through the air, landing heavily on the ground, his cheek immediately swelling red. Seeing who it was, Long Guheng's eyes twitched violently. What the hell? Thick eyebrow teacher, can't you pop out like some wild monster without warning? You almost scared me into a shadow. Maite Kai, who had landed, rubbed his swollen cheek, unconcerned about the pain, his eyes full of burning spirit. I never expected your youth to be so passionate, Long Guheng. Long Guheng awkwardly scratched the side of his face, barely suppressing the smile at the corner of his mouth, not daring to meet his eyes. One more look at Kai's comically swollen face, and he would definitely lose it. He quickly changed the subject. Thick eyebrow teacher, is there something you need from me? On serious matters, Maite Kai immediately dropped the playfulness, strode over to him, and with a rare look of embarrassment, pulled a scroll from his ninja pouch. Long Guheng looked down at the scroll in his palm, puzzled. It's the complete 8 Gates scroll, copied and annotated by my own hand, Kai said solemnly. The scroll in his palm felt like scorching fire. Long Guheng instinctively raised his hand to push it back, flustered. No. I haven't agreed to join your green youth yet. I can't accept this secret technique. You don't have to join. Kai quickly waved his hand, his eyes sincere. This is a token of gratitude. Both your timely intervention and the words you said to Lee have truly helped him. Long Guheng was taken aback, a mixture of emotions churning in his heart. He had only wanted to help Little Lee get out of the shadow of failure faster. He never expected such an unexpected bonus. The atmosphere in the forest suddenly froze. The two faced each other in silence, awkwardness spreading. Maite Kai was the first to break, slapping his thigh and shouting loudly to break the stillness. The mood is too gloomy, completely lacking youthful vitality. I'm going to find my rival Kakashi for a passionate duel. Farewell. With that, Kai's figure vanished in a flash, his extreme physical skills carrying him instantly out of the forest, gone without a trace. Long Guheng clutched the scroll in his hand, feeling helpless and amused. Originally, he had planned to use the 8 gates to strengthen his body, but now the system's seal had been lifted. In the consciousness space within his body, Madara's indifferent voice rang out, tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Skills don't weigh you down, accept it. In the past life, that one kick nearly rewrote the entire ninja world's pattern. Recalling the might of night, Kai, Madara's tone turned serious as he reminded, but before that, take care of your own business first. She's in the shade of the tree at 3 o'clock. The moment the words fell, Long Guheng exploded with the body flicker technique, his afterimage flashing directly onto the designated treetop. Hidden among the dense foliage, a figure in an umbu uniform with a mask covering her face was holding her breath, silently observing his every move. It was Maui Shiyen. Long Guheng leaned against a branch, a smile in his eyes, his tone relaxed and casual as he greeted, hello, umbu sister. Being approached without any warning, Maui Shiyen's nerves instantly tightened. Her right hand quickly moved to the ninja's sword behind her, muscles coiled, ready to draw and fight at any moment. But Long Guheng was faster. With a gentle press of his fingertip, he firmly held down the hilt of her sword before it could leave the scabbard, his voice calm and devoid of hostility. Don't draw your sword. I mean no harm. I need to talk to you about something urgent. Even so, Shien's grip on the hilt remained unyielding, her knuckles white with tension, her caution undiminished. I think I saw that examiner, Yue Guang something, following the Sand Village's team leader. His situation might be extremely dangerous now. Jifeng. At those 2 words, Maui Shien's guard shattered instantly, leaving only panic and anguish in her eyes. Her beloved's safety overrode everything. She no longer paid any attention to Long Guheng, leaping away and dashing at full speed toward the direction he had indicated. Watching Shien's hurried retreat, Long Guheng's eyes held a gentle smile as he murmured to himself, of course Jifeng has to live well until the story of Jifeng. In the consciousness space, the voice interjected again, disapprovingly, are you sure those 2 can win safely? Long Guheng raised an eyebrow and replied casually, it shouldn't be that bad. She wouldn't be foolish enough to go alone, right? The choices of a love-struck mind never follow logic, Madara stated with certainty, hitting the mark. She will almost certainly go alone into danger. At these words, Long Guheng's expression changed slightly. He immediately turned around and accelerated into the forest. Damn it, I need to follow and see. I can't let them both end up delivering their heads. Night had wholly consumed the heavens of Konoha. Leaden gray clouds veiled most of the full moon, casting fractured slivers of cold white light upon the jet-black eaves. The evening wind, laced with a biting chill, set the roof tiles rustling and scraping. Upon the contiguous rooftops of Konoha's periphery, 2 figures stood locked in confrontation, their murderous aura rending the silent night. Moonlight Hayate, clad in Konoha attire, his dark hair tossed by the nocturnal breeze, clutched a slender long sword with taut fingers, his eyes cold and strained. Opposite him, Baki stood with one hand behind his back, the standard-issue Sunagakure mask covering half his face, revealing only one eye steeped in venom. A faint ochre wind attribute chakra flickered at his fingertips. His expression was indifferent and sinister, disdain saturating his gaze. Is this not the chief examiner? Reduced to lurking in the shadows, eavesdropping like a craven rat. Before the words had faded, Baki shattered the tiles beneath his feet and lunged forward with abrupt speed, wind attribute chakra coalescing at his fingertip as he aimed straight for his opponent's heart. Hayate, already on guard, stepped with nimble footwork and sidestepped the attack just in time. He twisted his wrist, and his long sword traced a crescent moon arc of pristine cold light. Leaf-style crescent moon dance. 3 afterimages intertwined, moonlight layered upon swordlight. 3 arcing blade energies stacked upon one another, their angles cunningly sealing every escape route Baki might take. The keen edge sliced through the air, and the next moment it slammed fiercely into Baki's right shoulder blade. A tearing sound of fabric ensued. Blood instantly soaked through the Sunagakure cloak. Baki grunted as he retreated and landed a deep, bone-exposing wound carved across his shoulder. Pain radiated through his entire body. In the opening exchange, Moonlight Hayate, with his unique longsword secret art, had secured a commanding. Hayate sheathed his sword and steadied his breath, his breathing quick. He fixed his gaze on the wounded Baki, refusing to let his guard down. But before he could press his advantage, Baki's eyes flared with intensified malice. Ignoring the searing pain of his wound, his hands blurred into a series of hand seals. Wind release, wind cutter. A condensed blade of pale ochre wind suddenly materialized out of thin air, moving so swiftly it left only a blur. The wind blade, carrying the force to sunder flesh and bone, hurtled directly at Hayate's torso with reckless abandon. This wind release was dense and formidable, far beyond ordinary ninjutsu, a specialized assault technique belonging only to Sunagakure Jonin. Hayate hastily raised his sword to block. The moment the blade met the wind cutter, an overwhelming wind pressure surged along the weapon. His tiger's mouth instantly split open and bled. His entire arm went numb and lost its strength. His body was sent flying by the wind pressure, crashing heavily onto the roof tiles. His back shattered the stones and tiles as sweetness rose in his throat, and a mouthful of blood seeped from the corner of his lips. Seeing this, Baki stalked forward, shattering tiles beneath his steps. The wound on his shoulder still bled, but his eyes turned even more ruthless. He raised his hand to gather wind attribute chakra, once more intent on killing Moonlight Hate in one blow and ending the threat forever. Just as the ochre wind blade took shape again and was about to tear through the air, a gray-white Umbu figure appeared, as if riding the moonlight. His stance was resolute and swift, a short sword held crosswise in front. Hate. The voice of Yuzuki Yugao barely suppressed a tremor, lingering fear seeping into her heart. She had pushed herself to the limit to arrive in time, placing herself before Moonlight Hate. With a twist of her wrist, her short blade precisely and forcefully met the fatal wind blade. Clang! A deafening crash of metal erupted. The wind blade shattered and scattered. The tiles beneath Yugao's feet cracked into fine lines. Her figure swayed slightly, yet she held her ground before the man she protected, not retreating a single step. Yugao? Why are you here? Go report to the Hokage at once. Suna has colluded with Odo to plot the destruction of Konoha. Hate propped himself up on his sword, his voice urgent and panicked, unwilling to let his beloved plunge into a death trap. But Yugao turned her head to look back. Behind her mask, her eyes were unshakably resolute. She spoke softly with conviction, "I won't leave you alone." As her words fell, her short blade swept out 3 crisp slashes aimed straight at Baki's openings. Seeing this, Hate could only suppress the surging chi and blood within him, grit his teeth, and shoulder the blade to fight alongside her. The two stood left and right, the longsword steady and strong, the short blade agile and deft. Their movements and breath matched perfectly. Offense and defense formed a seamless, unbroken ring as they jointly encircled the wounded Baki. The leaf-style swordsmanship echoed between them, their blade light interweaving, illuminating the night. Baki, already losing blood from his shoulder wound, had his combat effectiveness severely compromised. 2 fists could not withstand 4 hands. As the fight dragged on, his movements grew slower and stiffer. Several times he failed to dodge in time, and fresh cuts appeared on his waist and forearm. He was forced to the edge of the eaves, caught between advance and retreat. Yugao precisely seized the gap when Baki turned sideways to evade. She leaned forward, her short blade thrusting straight for his heart. Hazy Moon Knight. In the same moment, Hate stepped sideways, his long sword sealing off every escape route, delivering the finishing blow. Secret Sword Ember Light. The twin blades closed in on his heart. Life and death hung by a thread. Backed into a corner, a vicious glint flashed in Baki's eyes. He completely disregarded chakra expenditure, dropped his hips, and formed hand seals. His arms swung wildly and frantically as wind attribute chakra around him rampaged into a storm. Wind release, wind cutter storm. With a boom, a skyful of fine ochre wind blades burst from his arms, densely blanketing the entire rooftop like a raging tempest, assailing both Moonlight Hate and Yuzuki Yugao indiscriminately, wide in range and devastating in lethality. The endless wind blades blotted out the moon. There was no escape. The two pupils contracted sharply. They had no choice but to abandon their attack and raise their blades to defend with all their might. Even as elite jonin of Konoha, they could not block the tiny wind blades assaulting from all directions. In an instant, their clothes were torn, skin was exposed, and cuts of varying depths covered their bodies. In the shadows of the eaves, Ryugu Hung had observed the entire battle. Watching Baki flail like a madman, swinging wind blades wildly, a trace of surprise flickered in his eyes as he muttered under his breath, "Has this savage lost his mind?" Without the slightest hesitation or delay, Ryugu Hung pinched 2 rough-edged pebbles in his palm and casually flicked them out with a gentle snap of his fingers. The pebbles pierced the air with exquisite, cunning trajectories, striking precisely both of Baki's wrist bones, the one ceaselessly waving and controlling the jutsu. A crisp crack sounded. The wrist bones suddenly suffered impact, forcing Baki's hand signs to distort immediately. His chakra veins snapped and went into chaos. The rampaging wind blades suddenly ceased. All the ochre wind-type energy in midair dissipated and vanished. A wide-area lethal ninjutsu had been forcibly interrupted by a single stone. Baki grunted in pain. His wrists were swollen and twisted. He looked up, scanning the dark corners around him, his heart sinking. To strike with such perfect timing and break a jonin's jutsu with a single hit, the person hidden in the shadows possessed unfathomable strength. Coupled with his own injuries and the forced interruption of his jutsu, continuing the fight would only lead him deeper into a death trap. It seemed this place was no longer worth lingering. Weighing his options, in an instant Baki lost all will to fight. He gathered wind attribute chakra wildly around him. Wind release, great vortex, jutsu. An enormous ochre tornado rose from the ground, whipping up countless shattered tiles and clouds of dust obscuring all vision. Baki seized the moment to launch himself into the night sky, using the wind thrust to vanish beyond the city's borders, in an instant fleeing this place completely. The wind on the rooftops gradually calmed, and the clouds of dust settled slowly to the ground. Yuzuki Yugao immediately turned and supported the unsteady moonlight hate. Her fingers gently brushed the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, her eyes brimming with worry. Meanwhile, in the shadow of the eaves, Ryugu Hung remained hidden. He raised his hand to brush the stone dust from his palm, a faint smile in his eyes. This is truly resolve. In the mental space, Madara spoke flatly. Being soft-hearted is not a good habit. Ryugu Hung gazed at the two figures clinging to each other on the rooftop, let out a low laugh, and replied with a casual, easygoing tone, Sunagakure didn't have much talent to begin with. I might as well leave some assets for Gaara. Madara was silent for a moment, no longer bothering with Baki's fate. His tone turned somber. Fine. A small fry isn't worth the effort. From now on, focus on honing the 8 gates release. And with that settled, be ready. Time is about to accelerate. Time flew like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye 3 weeks had swiftly passed. On a rocky cliff at the rear of Konoha's mountain, the sun and wind had worn down the gravel, leaving the ground covered in footprints from days of relentless training. The air still carried the lingering traces of vast chakra that had just dissipated. Long Guhing bent over, panting heavily, his hands resting on his knees. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead along his jawline, while his meridians still throbbed with the explosive pain from opening the 8 gates. A faint layer of crimson chi radiated from his skin. Today's training session had come to an end. Thanks to the unparalleled insight of Madara within his body, the guidance of chakra flow, and the extreme deduction of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Long Guheng's progress with the 8 gates in just 21 days was nothing short of miraculous. The gate of opening, the gate of rest, the gate of life, and the gate of wound. All 4 gates were now fully opened and under his control, significantly enhancing his physical endurance and explosive power. Yet in the eyes of Uchiha Madara, this training speed was still utterly insignificant. A voice dripping with extreme disdain echoed within the consciousness space, filled with impatience and anger. That eccentric youth's handwriting is far too bizarre. It twists and dances like a demonic scrawl. Even my Mangekyo Sharingan cannot fully decipher the 8 gates' meridian secrets hidden in the text. At the mention of Might Guy's hand-copied 8 gates scroll, Long Guheng stiffened, a genuine shudder of fear flashing in his eyes. While others wrote with neat straight strokes, Guy's writing was a chaotic dance of letters that seemed to take flight on their own. Just 2 days earlier, when he had forcefully tried to comprehend the 5th gate from the distorted characters, his chakra abruptly reversed, surging wildly, and blood chi rushed straight to his head. A blinding white light exploded before his eyes, and in a daze he seemed to see his own great-grandmother waving at him, inviting him to visit. He barely escaped death on the path of cultivation. Long Guheng straightened up, rubbing his throbbing temples, muttering inwardly, not only is it indecipherable, but this handwriting is practically a ninja cipher. Even if Guy never spoke the Sage of 6 Paths himself, couldn't crack it all. No choice. The later parts are even harder to interpret. He'll need some time for the 5th gate. Madama casually tossed this remark and fell silent in the consciousness space. Hearing this, Long Guheng decided not to dwell on the frustrating matter of the 8 gates. He looked around. The mountain cliff was empty and silent, the rock walls bare. The pair of bickering rivals who used to spar and argue had not been seen for a long time. Without the sound of their quarrels, even training had become tedious. Long Guheng brushed the dust off his clothes and slowly walked down the cliff, thoughts swirling in his mind. Sasuke is training with Kakashi-sensei too. Since I have nothing to do, I might as well go tease the idiot. He wondered how far Naruto had progressed under Jiraiya's tutelage. Could he barely use the Nine-Tails chakra yet? And what was Naruto, the one Long Guheng had in mind, doing at that moment? The answer was bungee jumping. Yes, Naruto was experiencing a ropeless bungee jump. The wind howled through the canyon, and a heart-wrenching scream pierced the valley, sharp and tragic. Just from the cracked shriek, one could tell how much fun he was having, though it was uncertain if he would get another chance to play. At the cliff's edge, Jiraiya stood with his hands behind his back, his expression solemn and grave. Watching Naruto plummet, he said in a deep voice, "I've removed the 5-element seal left by Orochimaru. Whether you survive or not depends on your own fate." Under the extreme crisis of nearing death, upon impact, Naruto's consciousness once again plunged into the dim, cold space of the Nine-Tails cage. Dampness filled the air, and the massive iron cage stood, as always, a scene unchanged. The only difference was that the Nine-Tails, once filled with boundless rage and constant roaring, now lay with its eyes closed, resting in a lazy posture. Naruto immediately grabbed the cage bars and shouted, "Hey, stupid fox, don't slack off. I'm about to become meat paste. Give me your chakra to save my life." The Ninetales lazily lifted an eyelid, its voice filled with irritation and weariness. Shut up, you brat. Don't you already have a portion of my chakra? Why are you asking me for more? But that old man told me to save that chakra as a backup trump card. Naruto retorted matter-of-factly. The Ninetales flared up with anger, snarling. Are you some kind of genius, you little brat? Hearing this, Naruto's eyes lit up, and he grinned foolishly with self-satisfaction. Hung always says that. I guess I'm truly a once-in-a-century genius of Konoha. The Ninetales was instantly speechless, and the vast cage fell into dead silence. Could this kid have had his brain fried by the Ninetales chakra he released earlier? He was utterly hopeless. Fine, consider it caring for a mentally challenged child. The Ninetales no longer bothered to respond. It closed its eyes, and a strand of crimson violet chakra seeped through the gaps of the iron cage, instantly enveloping Naruto's body. Scorching power surged through his limbs and bones. Naruto's eyes lit up with red light, and his fatigue vanished. Asu, I feel great now. Without hesitation, Naruto bit his thumb. Blood dripped, and his fingers flew through hand signs. Summoning technique. Boom. A plume of white smoke exploded, and his falling figure abruptly halted midair. The massive brown toad Gamabunta appeared beneath the cliff, a giant pipe in his mouth, a long sword strapped across his waist, exuding a fierce and intimidating aura. Looks like Naruto succeeded. A soft male voice suddenly sounded right next to Jiraiya's ear. Jiraiya stiffened, whirled around, and nearly had a heart attack. You damn brat, why don't you make any noise when you walk? Jiraiya cursed, still shaken. Long Guheng, however, arched his brows, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Pervy sage, that was clearly attempted murder. Careful, I might report you. Seeing Naruto was safe, Jiraiya relaxed and retorted, TCH, the Hokage is my teacher. Where would you even report me? Alright. Breaking into the Imperial Palace, I see. As they were teasing each other, a sudden gust of wind rose. Gamabunta's long tongue coiled around Naruto, and with a powerful kick from his hind legs, he leaped back to the cliff top. With a thunderous crash, the ground shook violently, dust and gravel flew into the air. The intense blast of wind caused Naruto's eyes to roll back, and he immediately passed out. Gamabunta steadied himself, about to scold Jiraiya for his recklessness, when his peripheral vision caught sight of Long Guheng standing idly. In that instant, killing intent surged. With a sharp ring, Gamabunta drew the broadsword from his waist, its blade stretching several yards, cold gleam flashing, and swung it directly at Long Guheng without any reservation. The sudden change. Long Guheng's pupils contracted sharply, a storm of shock rising within him. He had never expected Gamabunta to attack him without warning. The blade was too fast, there was no time to dodge. In the blink of an eye, Long Guheng's fingers flew through hand signs as he uttered a low chant. Would release, wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon swiftly formed, coiling up and tightly gripping the descending broadsword, freezing the blade midair, unable to advance an inch. Would release. Jiraiya, still in shock, widened his eyes, completely dumbfounded by the sudden turn of Gamabunta gripped the sword handle, his gaze deep and solemn, staring fixedly at the young man before him. He spoke deliberately, his voice echoing across the cliff. So it is you. Come with me. The great toad sage wishes to see you. On the small cliff top, a man and a frog confronted each other across the space, their auras clashing fiercely. A cyan wooden dragon coiled its gnarled body around the giant longsword tightly held by Toad Wentai. Sharp dragon claws clamped onto the cold, gleaming blade, while the dragon's head fangs locked onto Wentai's frog palm that gripped the sword. The inherent chakra-absorbing property of wood release was operating at full force, barely withstanding the thousand soften, downward slashing momentum. The wood grain scraped against the fine steel blade, producing a piercing screech that tore through the mountain wind. Tiny sparks scattered and vanished instantly upon the withered grass on the cliff. Chakra inside Wentai's body was being continuously drawn away through the blade by the wooden dragon. The chakra within the frog body drained at an alarming speed. Kid, stop. Toad Wentai then spoke gruffly. I struck just now only to test if you are the one the great toad sage named to find. In response to this explanation, Long Guheng merely twisted the corner of his lips and let out a scoff. Ha, just because you say follow you I have to go. That would make me look like I have no dignity. Arrogant. Wentai snorted heavy white mist from his nostrils, said no more, lowered his shoulder, and gathered strength. His mountain-like frog form stood steadfast on the cliff edge, without moving. The giant palm holding the blade suddenly increased its downward pressure. The falling pressure of the blade was akin to a Tintazanjan falling boulder, crushing destructively toward the wooden dragon's body. The dark green body shattered inch by inch, wooden fragments flying everywhere. The upright dragon body was bent severely, its spine almost breaking, yet it stood proud and defiant, yielding not a bit. Long Guheng's posture remained as steady as a rock throughout. Chakra surged ceaselessly from under his feet into the damaged wooden dragon. The cracked dragon body rapidly healed, and restored balancing the offense and defense again. The two had now reached a delicate balance, strength for strength locked in a stalemate, neither willing to relax or retreat first. Meanwhile, Zillai, standing frozen in place, took several seconds to fully snap back to reality. The shock churning in his heart could not subside for a long time. This pure would release surpassing ordinary ninjutsu had vanished from the ninja world since the first Hokage's passing, yet now it appeared alive and real on Longuing. The secrets hidden in this young man were far more fearsome than he had imagined. But now was not the time to delve in. On one side was his contracted old friend from Yamu Mountain, Toad Wentai, who on the other was Longuing of my village, whose potential was sky-high. They must not become enemies over this. Zillai's expression changed. He used the shadow step to dash between the two and shouted urgently, "Stop. Both of you stop. Don't fight anymore. Let's talk things out." Hearing this, Toad Wentai, who had been deliberately testing and was in the wrong, breathed heavily, his gold-flecked horizontal pupils fixed on Longuing. He instantly released his grip on the sword and completely abandoned the fight. Seeing this, Longuing moved his chakra slightly, and the wooden dragon he controlled instantly disintegrated and scattered. He also withdrew his defensive stance. At the same time, he muttered inwardly with a tone of helplessness, "Lord Ban, you stopped studying the 8 gates already. I'm about to be taken away." However, all that answered him was boundless silence. Longuing sighed inwardly, knowing that this time there was no escape. He looked up at Toad Wentai and called out, "Hey, what does that Toad Sage want with me?" Toad Wentai answered frankly, "I don't know. The great Toad Sage only instructed me the next time I am summoned, there will be a kid using wood release beside Zillai. Bring him to Miamu Mountain." Longuing's eyes went blank. He was speechless. "You didn't know, and you still swung that sword at me. And is this how Miamu Mountain invites people, eh? I just didn't like your face." Wentai's tone was straightforward and unashamed, completely unbothered by how unreasonable his action was. Longuing was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to retort. Zillai, seeing this, quickly stepped in to smooth things over, laughing awkwardly as he strode forward and waved his hands to defuse the situation. "Haha, a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Wentai, take Mingren back for medical treatment first. Kid Hing, just come with me to Miamu Mountain. With me, Zillai, as your guarantor, no one will dare trouble you." Longuing's gaze swept coldly over Zillai, and he directly called him out. "With me you have no credit." Although his words were resistant, Longuing ultimately did not refuse. He followed Zillai to Miamu Mountain via the reverse summoning technique. Looking up, layered clouds and mountains filled the view, ancient frog carvings clung to the cliffs, and distant primordial croaks echoed through the valley. Jiraiya landed on his feet, instantly shedding his tense expression as his brows relaxed into a mischievous grin. Turning sideways, he gestured to the surroundings. "Hing, this is Mount Myaboku. Pretty cool, huh?" Ryuko Hung nodded faintly. His first impression was the exceptionally high purity of chakra in the surroundings. Before long, 2 toads with an air of ancient wisdom ambled over. They were the toad couple Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage. "Ah, it's young Jiraiya and this guest." Fukasaku lifted his gaze, his frog eyes scanning the young man's form, and said in a calm, easy tone, "The great Toad Sage has been waiting for quite a while. Come with us to the hall." Without further pleasantries, the two followed the toad couple to meet the Toad Sage. Entering the great hall, they saw at the center a platform where an enormous bloated ancient toad lay lounging. Its eyes were murky and drooping, eyelids half-closed, belly rising and falling with each breath, limbs sprawled carelessly. It appeared drowsy and decrepit, exuding no sharp aura whatsoever, seeming nothing more than an ordinary old frog in its twilight years, senile and befuddled. This was the great Toad Sage, Gamamaru. "Sage, wake up," Fukasaku called softly. "We have brought the person you were waiting for." Gamamaru slowly lifted his heavy eyelids, his murky eyes turning sluggishly. His gaze swept over Jiraiya, then settled on Ryuko, Hung, looking vacant and bewildered, speaking with slurred hesitation. Waiting. Waiting for whom? He appeared completely senile and confused. Shima stepped forward and gently prompted, "Great Elder Sage, it is the one you foresaw in your dream." Ryuko hung. At this reminder, Gamamaru's murky eyes suddenly stilled. After a few seconds of sluggishness, the aged and chaotic expression slowly faded, but he still pretended to be confused, waving a thick, fleshy toad hand. "Oh, right, I remember now. It's this kid." With those words, he raised a hand and waved lightly. A gentle yet irresistible sage power radiated outward, pushing directly toward Jiraiya and the toad couple. "You may withdraw for now. I need to have a private word with this Ryuko Hong." Jiraiya's expression shifted slightly. He instinctively wanted to stay, but the primordial sage power of Mount Myaboku suppressed his body, making it impossible to defy the Toad Sage's command. His feet uncontrollably retreated. In an instant, the vast hall was left with only Ryuko Hong and Gamamaru. The next second, the previously dim-witted and dull Gamamaru suddenly burst with brilliant light from his eyes. The millennia-accumulated sage pressure erupted without reservation. An invisible, formless force bore down, locking onto every inch of Ryuko Heng's skin and every chakra cell in his body. The air in the hall instantly solidified and froze. A hoarse, aged, yet all-knowing voice slowly echoed through the great chamber. You are that traveler from another world, and the one who has returned within your body. You are the one who traversed from another world, and the returning one within your body. The hoarse, aged croak was neither loud nor soft, yet it pierced through the shackles of flesh, striking the depths of his consciousness without a moment's respite. Buzz. In an instant, an indigo-purple Rinnegan bloomed within his eyes, unleashing a wild torrent of in-release chakra. Takaguri-kan's heart clenched violently, every hair on his body stood on end, every nerve snapped to battle readiness. Black light coalesced at his fingertips, an outer path black rod materializing in the blink of an eye clenched tightly in his palm. He had been seen through. How? Not only his identity as a traverser, but even the residual will of Lord Madara hidden by the system had been discerned by this old toad in a single glance. His gaze brimmed with caution, his mind on high alert, a chakra flowed through his limbs, and bones ready at any moment to unleash would release in the Rinnegan techniques for battle. Even if this was the sacred land of Mount Myaboku, he would not wait idly for death. On the high platform, the colossal Gamamaru looked at the youth who stood like a foe wielding a sharp blade, and slowly curled the corners of his mouth. His aged laughter spread, carrying a hint of worldly aloofness. The overwhelming pressure receded like a tide, leaving no trace. He drooped his eyelids again, returning to that senile, decrepit appearance, waving a webbed hand with feigned apology. Don't be nervous. This old frog has grown addled. Sometimes I can't control the accumulated power of my years. I meant no offense. That excuse held not a shred of credibility. Takaguri-kan remained cold-faced, his Rinnegan not retracting a jot, his heart filled with wariness and suspicion. He spoke flatly, his tone laced with mockery. Now I know why that big toad attacked first thing. Why not say you almost crushed me by accident? At that moment in the long silent space, the arrogant voice of Madara suddenly rang out, taking control of the body directly. The moment I take my eyes off you, you go off gallivanting. This old fellow runs deep. You can't handle him. Let me take over. In the next instant, the aura around him transformed utterly. The cold, reserved, and cautious sharpness of a youth vanished from Takaguri-kan, replaced by the ancient, domineering aura of one who trampled all beings and scorned the six paths. The black hair at his forehead danced wildly, flapping without wind as the unique, arrogant aura of Uchiha Madara erupted. Seeing this, Gamamaru's murky eyes roused slightly, his tone taking on a playful interest. Oh, so you are the returning one. Madara slowly raised his eyes, the purple Rinnegan's pressure leveling at the colossal toad, his voice a strange blend. The coldness of Takaguri-kan and Madara's own deep, sonorous timbre. An old toad that has lived since the Sage of Six Paths, why pretend to be a fool? He indeed, Uchiha Madara. Decades later, your pride remains undiminished. Gamamaru laughed sheepishly, his frog cheeks trembling bluntly, revealing the identity. I have no intention of detaining you. I merely wish to glimpse some heavenly secrets. Heavenly secrets. At that moment, both Madara, who controlled the body, and Takaguri-kan in the inner space were stunned. Had toads become so profound nowadays? Seeing their bewilderment, Gamamaru explained bluntly, I possess the power of dream prophecy, enabling me to glimpse fragments of the world's future. Madara's expression remained indifferent. He raised an eyebrow and said casually, I know that. So what? Hearing this, Gamamaru was not angered and continued, but ever since I foresaw your existence, all my prophetic dreams have turned into a dense fog. Madara, you're trying to swindle me. Not at all. That fog in the dream is truly peculiar, as if deliberately veiled by someone lingering forever undispersed. Gamamaru's tone was serious without a hint of jest. But Madara just sneered, his voice indifferent. What, you want me to lend you my light? Inside, Takaguri-kan was utterly speechless. He couldn't help but mutter, filled with resignation. Lord Madara, with your responses, every word, and your deflating remarks, will we ever get out of here safely? Madara paid no heed, his tone arrogant and uninhibited, echoing through the consciousness. Don't worry, kid. When there's no path, I'll smash one with my fists. If that fails, I'll just drop a Tengai Shinsei and blow everything up. Gamamaru laughed again, his eyes filled with approval. What an interesting reply. Perhaps you truly can change the predetermined tragedy. As his voice faded, a wisp of senjutsu energy surged once more, but this time it was warm, gentle, and light, directly pushing Takaguri-kan outward. An ethereal toad's croak fell upon his ears, sealing the verdict. The future has become a variable. The story's ending will be written by your own hand. On the stone steps outside the Myaboku temple, Jiraiya paced back and forth, his face filled with anxiety. Seeing Takaguri-kan stride out of the temple, he rushed forward, scrutinizing the youth from head to toe, and blurted out impatiently, Kan, I knew you'd be fine. What did the great Toad Sage say? At that moment, in control of the body, Takaguri-kan faced Jiraiya's shameless questioning, immediately put on a serious face, and said without batting an eye, "The Toad Sage said I am the future hope of the ninja world, so he granted me permission to learn Mount Myobaku's Senjutsu, and he will have Gamabunta personally escort us back to Konoha." This series of arrangements left Jiraiya utterly bewildered. Doubt was written all over his face as he scratched his fluffy white hair. Are you sure the old man wasn't talking in his sleep? You can fool others with that, but don't deceive yourself. Believe it or not. Takaguri-kan couldn't be bothered to explain further. He turned and strode down the mountain. Seeing this, Jiraiya had to suppress his doubts, immediately switching back to his usual playful demeanor, and hurried after the youth, inviting, "Hey, wait. Since you have a connection with Mount Myobaku, why not sign the summoning contract? That way you'll have a powerful backup." His stride paused slightly, then, as if recalling something, Takaguri-kan glanced back and shook his head. "Actually, I already have a summon. Its name is Kurama." Kurama. Jiraiya scratched his head in bewilderment, making a face of disdain. A nine-tailed fox summon. That name sounds lame. Is it even a weakling? Think about it. How about Gamahiro? That sounds authoritative. No thanks, sounds like a frog that sells empty promise. Takaguri-kan didn't look back, his tone light, yet sharp. Don't waste time, pervy sage. If we delay any longer, we'll miss the showdown with that panda-eyed guy. The central arena of Konoha. The expansive open-air arena stretched far and wide, with gray hardstone platforms ringed by tiered spectator stands. Thousands of Konoha villagers and ninja from various villages were seated, their voices a roaring tide of heat and clamor that swept across the entire venue. Above, the clear sky shone brightly, and the Konoha banner fluttered in the wind. Though it appeared to be the much-anticipated final round of the Chunin exams, undercurrents of scheming had already coiled around the high platforms, harboring deadly intent. At the highest viewing platform of the arena, with its rustic heavy wooden railing, two central figures sat in solemn stillness. Hiruzen Sarutobi, clad in the Hokage's official robe, wore a weary look behind half-lowered eyelids, appearing to gaze casually at the arena below. Yet the sharp light in his eyes was fixed tightly on the man beside him, who wore the standard black robe of the Tsunegakure Kazekage. He had already uncovered the conspiracy to destroy Konoha, orchestrated through internal and external collaboration, taking advantage of the gathered crowd at this Chunin final. But Hiruzen Sarutobi remained utterly unaware that beneath the Kazekage's outer shell hid his own former disciple Orochimaru, the one he himself had taught and let escape. Though political intrigue churned on the high platform, the arena below presented an entirely different, lively scene. The group of examinees stood in the open center of the field. Naruto twisted his neck, glancing restlessly around. His blue eyes swept every corner. The entrance, the stands, the waiting area. His brow furrowed tightly, his face filled with agitation. With a tone tinged with frustration, he muttered under his breath, "Seriously, what's going on?" Since the last time he had passed out, Ryokugo had vanished along with the pervy sage, and Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. Today was the day of the Chunin exam matches, such an important event, and both of them were late. Receiving no response, Naruto simply concentrated his mind, plunging his consciousness into the pitch-black mental space to speak to the Ninetales behind its cage. "Hey Ninetales, you think those two are dumb enough to go to the wrong arena?" Crimson vertical pupils roiled with fury. The massive Ninetales swished its enormous furry tail, pounding the rock walls of the space with thunderous roars, its tone utterly irritable and impatient. "How the hell would I know where that bastard went? Uzumaki, Naruto, you little brat, don't keep barging into the mental space to bother me all day with your endless chatter. I'm sick of it." Used to being scolded, Naruto was not intimidated. He scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. "Hee, I just thought you'd be bored all alone in that dark space, so I'd chat with you to pass the time." At that, the Ninetales chakra surged violently, nearly leaking out to disturb Naruto's physical body. Naruto's whole body went numb, and he quickly withdrew from the mental space, grumbling under his breath, "What it's under a fox." Just then the proctor Ibiki Marino stepped forward, his clear voice piercing through the crowd's noise. "First match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga. The rest of you go to the waiting room outside. Begin the fight." As the words fell, only the proctor, Naruto, and Neji remained in the center of the arena. Neji spread his feet into a solid, gentle fist stance, his white robe accentuating his cold features, and looked at Naruto with confidence. "Do you have any last words before you lose?" In response, Naruto clenched his fist and thrust it forward. When he raised his eyes, all restlessness had vanished, replaced by a blazing tenacity. His voice was clear and firm. "First, I won't lose. Second, I'll defeat you for Hinata's sake too." Neji's Byakugan narrowed slightly, shedding his contempt, his expression turning genuinely serious. Veins bulged sharply at the corners of his eyes, forming a dense network, and faint threads appeared in his pale pupils. "Byakugan, activate." Naruto's face tensed as he deployed his signature ninjutsu. Shadow clone technique. Poof. Poof, 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 poof. 5 identical golden-haired figures burst from white smoke, standing in 5 positions around the original, converging from front, back, left, and right, their eyes, aura, and chakra fluctuations perfectly synchronized. The 5 clones kicked off the ground, charging at Niji from different angles with a gust of wind. However, under the near-omniscient vision of the Byakugan, the shadow clones held no concealment. Niji's eyelids drooped slightly. His indifferent gaze swept over the 5 clones as his feet settled into the Hyuga gentle fist footwork. His form moved lightly like a willow catkin, stepping back instead of forward, and he raised his hand with precision for a gentle fist strike. Gentle fist, gentle step, one body, tenketsu. Knee to the abdomen, fingertip to the throat, palm, wind sealing the meridians. The movements flowed seamlessly, with not a single wasted motion. Within 3 seconds, all 5 of Naruto's shadow clones were shattered by pinpoint gentle fist strikes, wisps of white smoke dispersing in midair without even touching Niji's robe. Niji withdrew his hands and stood upright, the cold light of his Byakugan undiminished, his tone ice-cold. Ineffective tactics. Before the Byakugan, everything is meaningless. Don't get cocky. Naruto's inherent stubbornness was fully provoked. He no longer conserved chakra. A vast sea of chakra surged wildly from his dantian. Multiple shadow clone technique. Poof. A massive explosion of white smoke erupted as dozens of Naruto's clones materialized in rapid succession, densely packed opposite Niji, their movements identical. They swarmed from all directions, completely sealing off every possible dodge route. Up, down, left, right. The overwhelming tide of clones threatened to drown Niji completely. Wind stirred his hair, white robe fluttering. Even surrounded by countless copies, Niji's expression remained utterly calm. He spread his legs, leaned his arms forward, and chakra began to circulate rapidly counterclockwise around his 8 trigrams palms. Heavenly spin. Pale blue chakra exploded outward from Niji's body in all directions, forming a circular barrier that detonated with ferocious rotational force. A nearly invincible defensive counterattack instantly took shape. Impact sounds rang in rapid, unbroken succession. Every shadow clone that touched the heavenly spin shattered like foam in an instant. Countless white smoke clouds scattered the dozens of clones, unable to last even a second before being cleared away on a massive scale by the rotational force. The moment the heavenly spin dissipated, Niji moved with the grace of a swimming dragon, his Byakugan locked onto the only remaining chakra source. His gentle fist palm strikes landed with precision, each finger and palm striking the core chakra points of the clones. The few remaining clones scattered across the arena were easily dispelled by a casual palm strike. The dust settled, the white smoke cleared. On the vast ring, the dense army of clones had vanished completely, leaving only the solitary figure of Uzumaki Naruto standing alone. The scales of victory had tilted decisively toward Hyuga Niji. Not giving Naruto a moment to catch his breath or form hand seals for a jutsu, Niji activated a body flicker technique. His form blurred using the lingering white smoke as cover, and in an instant he appeared directly in front of Naruto. A cool palm wind pressed against Naruto's chest, and Niji's indifferent voice, laced with a fatalistic creed ingrained in his bones, struck Naruto's ears. A person's life is decided at birth. Face reality. A loser like you can never become Hokage. As the words fell, his palm strike fully unleashed. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 2 palms seal the lung meridian, 4 palms lock the shoulder network, 8 palms block the arm. Flow, 16 palms, sever the waist energy, 32 palms close off the torso, 64 palms seal the entire body. Alternating fast and slow palm shadows formed an impenetrable barrage. The Byakugan precisely targeted all 64 main chakra points on Naruto's body. Every strike landed with pinpoint accuracy. Crisp sounds of acupoint strikes echoed across the arena, each one audible. Naruto was utterly powerless to dodge. His entire bodus meridian suddenly went numb, and the smoothly flowing chakra within was instantly blocked, solidified, and severed. The final palm struck heavily on the dantian point in Naruto's chest. Bang! The fierce gentle fist force exploded, sending Naruto's body flying backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily onto the distant ground. Agony surged through his entire being, a sweet coppery taste rose in his throat. His limbs were limp and weak, all chakra completely unresponsive, every acupoint sealed. He couldn't even lift a hand. Cheers and sighs from the audience instantly swelled. Almost everyone believed the match was over. Niji withdrew his gentle fist, glanced at the fallen Naruto, and turned calmly, ready to walk out of the arena. But just as he turned, a hoarse, dry yet powerful and unyielding young voice struck Niji's ears. "Hey, acupoint dog, I haven't lost yet. Are you turning around to surrender?" Niji's footsteps halted. His back stiffened, and his shoulders sagged slightly. He slowly turned. On the dust-covered ground, Naruto's hair was disheveled, fresh blood at the corner of his lips, every inch of his body showing signs of exhaustion. Every movement to get up racked him with pain, but with sheer brute force, he was slowly, inch by inch, pushing his upper body up. Even standing cost him every ounce of strength, yet in his eyes there was no trace of fear, only unyielding stubbornness. I said I would defeat you. Keeping my word is my ninja way. Why do you still stand up? Why resist the arrangement of fate? Neji gazed at the tottering golden-haired figure that seemed about to collapse at any moment. A profound bewilderment surged in his eyes, mingled with a trace of almost pitying confusion. All you need to do is lie down, and this pain will end. It's enough to accept defeat. The wind swept through the rocky crevices of the arena, lifting dust from the ground. Naruto lifted his eyes to meet Neji's, his back aching and numb, his voice blunt and obstinate. What nonsense are you spouting here? Fate. That's something that should be held in one's own hands. Upon hearing this, Neji seemed to have heard the greatest joke. The pity in his eyes faded entirely, replaced by nothing but biting contempt and obstinacy. You, a born loser at the bottom, understand nothing. Before the words had faded, Neji raised his hand, his fingers neatly pulling down the forehead protector from his brow. On the smooth center of his forehead, a spiral intertwining pale green curse mark was revealed, the caged bird, the eternal seal of the Hyuga branch family. Sunlight fell upon the curse mark, carrying the inherent shackles of humiliation. Neji's fingers gently traced the mark on his forehead, trembling slightly. The resentment accumulated over the years finally burst forth. From the moment of birth, the caged bird is carved onto the forehead of every Hyuga branch member. Our lives are controlled by the main family forever. The curse mark never fades, the bondage never ends. My father, merely the one born a moment later among twins, was destined to be a scapegoat for the main family, to die rightfully, to throw away his life for nothing. His emotions suddenly spiraled out of control. Neji's face twisted, his Byakugan flared with cold light, his fingers clenched so tightly that nails dug into his palms, drawing blood. His voice grew more ferocious and violent, the hatred in his chest pouring out. What a laughable fate. Twin brothers of equal strength. Only a difference in birth order, yet their fates are sealed. One lives in the main family enjoying glory, the other is relegated to the branch family to be slaughtered at will. He pointed at Naruto, his tone assertive to the point of obsession. So your fate is already sealed. Today you will only lose to me, fully proving the destiny that the dead last can never overturn. The arena fell silent, so quiet that a pin could be heard. Naruto endured the excruciating pain throughout his body, forcing the corners of his mouth into a smile. A blunt and sharp grin, his eyes clear, yet penetrating. You really are an idiot. Neji's brows furrowed, his eyes cold, his voice puzzled. What? I said, do you truly believe in the so-called... Naruto steadied his swaying form, his azure eyes locked onto Neji, his voice rising clearly, reaching the other's ears. You've trained tirelessly, stood on this stage, and struggled to become stronger. Isn't that all to resist the fate etched into your blood? Since I was a child, I've been cursed and despised by the entire village. Hinata was born timid and self-deprecating, never favored by the main family. And you are trapped in the caged bird seal, denied freedom. Each of us, we are all using every ounce of strength to break free from destiny. As his words fell, Naruto lowered his arms, his fingertips trembling as he lifted them, ignoring the agonizing pain of sealed chakra points gathering chakra. So I will fight against the laughable fate you speak of, and I will surely win. Get ready. I'm about to go all out. Huh. The boy's roar shook the entire arena, and deep within his heart, the crimson orb of light. Ninetales chakra surged violently from the meridians of Naruto's limbs, breaking through the Hyuga gentle fist's chakra blockades. It coiled around his body, rising and rolling, a searing wild chakra sweeping the entire arena. The fierce wind tore open Naruto's shirt. The tearing pain from the sealed chakra points was completely overwhelmed by the primal rampant chakra. A faint crimson tinge appeared in Naruto's eyes, whisker-like markings emerged on his cheeks, and his aura transformed entirely. Neji's pupils trembled violently. His Byakugan clearly saw the source of that extremely violent chakra, and for the first time genuine panic stirred in his heart. Instinctively, he raised his hand, mobilizing chakra to activate the rotation defense once more. But it was already too late. Fate is meant to be broken. Even a caged bird will one day soar freely. The figure, enveloped in Ninetales' brute force, suddenly lunged forward, speed surpassing all previous techniques. No flashy ninjutsu, just a simple straight punch carrying devastating power. Bang! The pale blue rotation chakra barrier shattered on contact, bursting apart instantly. The remaining force of the punch struck Neji's chest with precision. Neji's body stiffened, his chakra dispersing in an instant, and he was sent flying back like a broken weight crashing to the ground. His Byakugan deactivated. All strength drained from his body, he could no longer rise to continue the fight. Dust rose and settled on the arena. Genma Shiranui lifted his gaze, looked at Naruto, standing proudly surrounded by crimson chakra, and raised his hand to announce. Winner of this match, Uzumaki Naruto. As the announcement fell, the stands erupted with thunderous cheers and applause, the crowd shouting and acclaiming Naruto's come-from-behind victory. Medical ninjas quickly stepped onto the battlefield, supporting the mentally shattered Neji away from the arena. The dust on the field slowly settled. Genma Shiranui, still with a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, announced the next match in a loud voice. Second match, Nara Shikamaru vs. Tsunagekyu's Temari. On the sidelines, the lazy dark-haired boy drooped his eyelids, hands in his ninja gear pockets. At the announcement, he slowly rose, looking utterly annoyed. Naruto limped back to the Leaf Village's observation stand. The residual Nine-Tails chakra gradually receded into his body, and the pain subsided considerably. He raised his hand, patted Shikamaru on the shoulder, grinned with a bright smile, and said with full vigor, "Go Shikamaru, show them the power of Leaf's masculinity." Upon hearing this, Shikamaru paused, his eyelids twitched violently, and his face was a picture of utter exasperation. What a drag. At that moment, a lazy, indifferent voice as light as a whisper suddenly sounded from beside them, its tone casual and offhand. "Looks like we're early." Before the words faded, a breeze swirled at the edge of the stand, air currents twisted and rippled faintly. Two figures, one black, one white, appeared abruptly, landing without a sound, arriving via body flicker. It was Sasuke and Kakashi arriving late. Naruto's eyes lit up immediately, then he feigned a frown, crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow, his tone teasing. "Huh?" Sasuke, using the pretentious style again. "Watch out, you might get beaten." Sasuke turned his face slightly, his dark eyes coldly glancing at Naruto, his tone arrogant and confident. "Idiot Naruto, just watch. Now I am invincible." Hearing such big talk, Naruto scoffed on the spot, his face full of disbelief, and a mocking remark slipped out. "I think you're already unbeatable at losing." "You?" A crimson light flashed in Sasuke's eyes, and his Three-Tomo Sharingan instantly formed. His scarlet eyes locked onto Naruto, his lips pressed tight, ready to argue. But before he could utter a single rebuttal, a sudden change occurred in the sky and earth. The clear, bright blue sky moments ago was rapidly covered by thick, ink-black clouds. The light instantly dimmed, plunging the entire arena into darkness. The solid rock ground beneath their feet trembled slightly. A fierce gale descended vertically from the high sky, overturning flags on the stands and whipping up sand and dust everywhere. The audience instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes from the wind and sand. The clamor ceased abruptly, leaving the entire arena in dead silence. Naruto looked up at the sky, at the oppressive dark clouds, and scratched his messy blonde hair, his voice bewildered. "Is it going to rain?" But Sasuke, whose Sharingan was now active, perceived everything clearly, his voice instantly tense. The clouds churned high above, and a clear, cheerful boy's voice crashed down into the entire arena, resounding through heaven and earth. "When clouds shroud the sky, when winds sweep the land, I come with the storm, bringing the wrath of the gods." Boom! A giant toad's foot slammed onto the open ground beside the arena. The earth shook violently, rock fragments and dust shot into the air, and dust billowed in all directions. The colossal summoning beast Gamabunta landed heavily in the center of the arena. A straight-backed youth stood calmly atop Gamabunta's head, his robes fluttering in the wind. His expression was composed and unhurried. Under the gaze of the multitude, the newcomer was none other than Hong, or Sanjo. The wild arena of the Chunin exam was a sea of yellow sand. The giant toad Gamabunta lay sprawled in boredom, his heavy eyelids drooping, his entire demeanor radiating impatience. Standing atop the immense toad's head, Long Guheng maintained an upright posture, deliberately striking a casual yet proud demeanor, letting the wilderness wind lift the hem of his robe as he immersed himself in his own aura. The moment Long Guheng descended from the sky, the clamor of the entire arena came to an abrupt halt. The silence lasted only 2 seconds before the stands erupted into a tumultuous uproar. On the high Hokage viewing platform, Hiruzen Sarutobi gripped the armrest, his eyes beneath his white beard filled with gratification, his gaze fixed on Long Guheng with the unwavering certainty and favor of a man seeing the future pillar of Konoha. But beside him, Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within. His tongue lightly swept across his lips, and beneath his gaze churned intense curiosity and greed, his interest barely concealed. Sarutobi took in the scene, secretly pleased, but maintained a composed facade. He turned his head and spoke calmly, "Lord Kazekage, please exercise restraint. I only fear that after nightfall you will be so envious you cannot sleep." Orochimaru gave a low, chilling laugh, his voice cold and sticky, laced with sharpness, as he retorted, "Lord Hokage, perhaps you should worry about yourself. Don't accidentally fall into an eternal slumber." "Ha ha." Hiruzen Sarutobi laughed lightly, his tone full of confidence. Konoha's new generation is brimming with talent. The younger generation can support the village. Naturally, I am at ease. Let us hope so. Orochimaru replied with a forced smile, his eyes icy. Meanwhile, the most stunned of all were undoubtedly Naruto and the others of Team 7. Naruto's eyes widened, his voice rising in disbelief. Isn't that the boss Toad? How did he become? Beside him, Sasuke stared in disbelief as if his Sharingan might pop out, his mind churning with intense dissonance and suspicion. Why is it that every time I push myself to the limit to get stronger, Long Guheng becomes even stronger? Could it be that he has some secret that silently siphons away my luck? Feeling the two nearly adoring gazes below him, Long Guheng curled his lips into a faint smile and spoke in a flamboyant tone, looking down at the duo. Blown away, little bros. You're the little one. Naruto and Sasuke shouted in unison, veins bulging on their necks, their synchronization oddly perfect. Just then Gamabunta finally reached his limit. He slammed his heavy webbed palm onto the ground, sending a cloud of sand into the air, and his hoarse voice roared angrily, "Hey, kid, stop posing on my head and get down here. I'm going back to Mount Myaboku for a drink." Long Guheng raised an eyebrow and replied flippantly, "This is called performance art, understand you, country toad." Though his words were arrogant, he knew full well that Gamabunta had a fiery temper. If he truly angered the toad, he'd be flung off and land face first in the dirt, losing all dignity. So he pushed off with his feet, using the toad's back as leverage to perform a series of light, rapid jumps. His figure turned into a blur as he landed beside the viewing platform where Team 7 sat. "Kid, if you dare snitch to the Toad Sage again, I'll send frogs to get you." Gamabunta hurled a final threat as white smoke billowed around him, and his massive form vanished in an instant. The arena's commotion subsided, leaving behind a mess of sand, rubble, and toad footprints. Gunma Shiranui, his face etched with the fatigue of consecutive matches, walked slowly to the center of the arena. He raised a hand to quiet the ongoing murmurs and announced loudly, "The second match, Nara Shikamaru vs. Sans Temari. Begin." The wilderness wind stirred the sand again. Temari, holding her giant 3-star fan, stepped steadily into the arena. Shikamaru rubbed his throbbing temples, let out a long sigh, and with drooping eyelids, he looked utterly resigned to fate, muttering, "What a troublesome day." But by now the audience's attention was no longer on this match. The stands buzzed with chatter. An unknown middle-aged woman said, "That's Long Guheng. I've always had high hopes for him. I used to give him vegetables." An unknown middle-aged man chimed in, "That's right, I watched him grow up. I remember once discussing dreams and ambitions with him for an entire day." After that explosive entrance, everyone in the arena was eagerly anticipating the match between Long Guheng and Gaara, the clash of the strongest new generation from the two villages. Long Guheng, at the center of the storm, remained unfazed by the spotlight. He leaned lazily against the stone railing of the viewing platform, one hand supporting his chin, looking relaxed and indifferent. But in his spiritual space, Madara Uchiha was pacing back and forth, his aura churning with bloodlust, his restlessness palpable. "When will this boring child's play end?" Madara stopped and spoke coldly, "Kid, just go up and assassinate that slimy snake. Start the Konoha cry." Long Guheng's eye twitched violently, and he replied inwardly with resignation, "Grandpa Madara, just how much do you want to see Lord Hashirama?" His thoughts exposed, Madara's face darkened, and he spoke with stubborn arrogance, "Nonsense. I have no desire to see that airhead. I just want to turn that white-haired guy into a pincushion again, understand?" Long Guheng replied calmly, "I understand. Those who understand, understand." He raised his eyes to the figure in the Kazekage hat on the Hokage platform, his gaze flickering as he murmured, "I didn't expect him to live this long." Naruto, standing beside him, caught every word. Following his gaze to the Kazekage, he said bluntly, "Of course a village shadow can live long. If they died easily, they wouldn't be a shadow." True, Long Guheng chuckled, his words laden with meaning. "I wonder which unlucky one will have his corpse rot before anyone notices." "Hey, there's actually a shadow like that. That's too pathetic," Naruto exclaimed in genuine shock. Just as Long Guheng was about to elaborate on the tale of the shadow who debuted and immediately met his end, Genma's clear voice rang out from below, "Second match, Nara Shikamaru forfeits. Temari wins." So fast. The crowd's eyes all turned to the arena where Shikamaru lay sprawled in a pitted crater, looking utterly exhausted. Naruto immediately cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Hey Shikamaru, that was too fast. What happened to manly spirit?" Shikamaru hung his head, not even bothering to retort, his voice filled with fatigue, "So troublesome. I really don't want to talk to you energetic types." As Shikamaru trudged back to the viewing platform, Gunma's voice rang out again, crisp and decisive. "Third match, Kankuro forfeits voluntarily. Shino Aburame wins." The entire arena fell into dead silence. 1 match, 2 matches, 3 matches. Which meant. In an instant, Long Guheng's lazy demeanor vanished, replaced by blazing battle intent. His back straightened, and he spoke with conviction, "That means it's my turn to step up." A warm hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Long Guheng turned to see Naruto's bright sunny smile. Hung, don't you dare lose. Unconsciously, the other Konoha comrades around him had gathered close, all wearing relaxed smiles, offering their wishes to Long Guheng. Goheng, prove you're not just a pretty face. If you get tired, just forfeit, and I'll take your place. You have to win, Long Guheng. Good luck. And Long Guheng's reply to all the cheers was a single confident, thus the strongest of Konoha versus the strongest of Suna. The curtain rises. Long Guheng. Long Guheng. The roar of cheers like mountains and seas swept across the entire wilderness arena, echoing in waves, a cacophony of voices. Sound waves collided and intertwined. Even the wind and sand were stirred into turmoil by the human noise. Everyone in the arena fervently awaited this peak showdown. Under the gaze of thousands, Gaara stepped out upon the sand, first his slender form landing steadily in the center. Crimson-red short hair, wild and unruly, deep dark circles under his eyes edged with aloofness and brutality. Around him, windless movement, pale, yellow fine sand spontaneously swirling around, merging chill malice and deathly silence. The next instant, a black shadow teleported through the air. Long Guheng had already landed directly in front of Gaara. To avoid any misunderstanding, I must tell you first. Long Guheng stood casually, not assuming any combat stance. Instead, he raised a finger pointing at the sand demon before him, his gaze confident and composed, saying, "You are the challenger." Each word pierced clearly into Gaara's ears. His already cold and gloomy pupils instantly were veiled with a biting shadow of sand grains coiled around his fingers, tightening slightly. "Why can you gain support from so many people?" Gaara spoke, his voice dry and cold, full of bewilderment. Long Guheng lightly rubbed his chin, feigning contemplation, then suddenly grinned, laughing with flamboyant ease. "Maybe it's because I'm handsome." Waste of time. Faced with Long Guheng's flippant reply, Gaara said no more. Sand waterfall funeral. The yellow sand around him suddenly erupted and converged, forming a heavy sand mass carrying the force to crush boulders, roaring towards Long Guheng. This was a lethal move capable of shredding flesh and crushing bones. Once caught by the sand, there was no escape. Facing the heavy sand tide roaring toward him, Long Guheng's smile did not diminish in the slightest, his tone playful and teasing. "Oh, are you so eager to be defeated?" Not only did he not retreat, but he pushed off the ground and charged forward against the tide. In the spectators' stands below, Naruto instantly clenched his fists and shouted urgently at the top of his lungs, "That sand is very dangerous, absolutely must not be caught by it." Hung. Within the arena, Long Guheng's speed only increased, the wind carrying his calm voice. "Just smash it apart, isn't that enough?" Before the words faded, Long Guheng's right hand at his side suddenly clenched into a fist, the refined physical power mixed with a trace of chakra, and he swung it horizontally. The pure extreme explosive power of his body erupted, the oncoming crushing sand mass shattered on impact, fine sand particles sprayed everywhere like dust torn apart by a gale scattering down. Taking advantage of the sand mass dispersion, Long Guheng pushed off again, his body suddenly lowering and accelerating, his fist straightened, carrying a sharp wind straight toward Gaara's face, the punch fierce. But just as the fist approached, whoom, the defensive sand layer coiled around Gaara suddenly converged and flowed, yellow sand swirling and shaping. 4 sand clones identical to Gaara rose from the ground. They surrounded and blocked in front of the main body, their sand arms crossed to parry, forcefully receiving this heavy punch. Boom. The collision of fist and sand roared, yellow sand exploded and splattered, visible shockwaves of force dissipation spread along the sand clone's body. The fierce punch was split and dissolved layer by layer, finally only a breeze brushing Gaara's cheek. Long Guheng's eyes narrowed slightly, his feet grinding the sand, his figure extremely elusive, his movement so fast that most of the audience could only catch black afterimages. Straight punches, elbow strikes, knee thrusts, knife hand chops. The attacks were continuous, with tricky and vicious angles targeting the openings around Gaara. But no matter where the attack came from, the surrounding yellow sand always predicted in advance. The sand clones instantly swapped positions to block, as if the flowing sand in the world possessed its own consciousness, building an absolute barrier with no dead angles. Every full-force attack was softened and deflected by the yellow sand, returning without result. Gaara stood at the center of the yellow sand, his tone cold and indifferent, devoid of any emotion. "It's useless. Your attacks can't break through my sand." The moment his words fell, the 4 sand clones simultaneously swelled at their chests, hard sand cones piercing through the skin, forming densely with a dull yellow sharp gleam. Sand shower. Dense sand cones shot out simultaneously like a rainstorm. Long Guheng suddenly twisted his waist, his movements flowing like clouds and water, barely dodging the tips of the sand cones. At the ground under his feet was pierced by the sand cones, leaving dense craters, dust rising. He took advantage of the momentum to backflip and land, creating a distance of over 10 meters from Gaara. Before the air around him settled, the voice of Madara slowly echoed in the space. "Kid, try that new move you learned." Long Goheng's eyes flashed with insight, instantly understanding. He sank his waist and planted his stance, fingers clenched, a deep roar from his throat resounding across the arena. 8 gates released formation. 4th gate. Gate of injury open. Boom. Violent pale blue gaseous chakra surged from all limbs and bones. The airflow exploded, rolling up a ring-shaped sand wave, the meridians on his body visibly engorged with blood, power roaring and surging beneath his flesh. The observation platform instantly erupted in an uproar, voices rising again. Rock Lee, seeing this, his face filled with extreme shock, his body involuntarily leaning forward. How long has it been? My comrade has already opened the 4th gate. How terrifying. Beside him, Mike Guy puffed out his chest, laughed heartily, and patted his chest as he replied loudly, "Ha! Maybe it's because the scroll I wrote personally is too good. Teaching according to aptitude truly breeds unparalleled genius." In the center of the arena, under the shroud of yellow sand, Gaara's face remained as calm as an ancient well. He raised his eyelids slightly, a disdainful curve at the corner of his mouth, sneering coldly. "If it's just this, then it's nothing." The latter part of his sentence was completely swallowed by the fierce wind. A pale blue afterimage of chakra streaked across the sand, the space itself torn into tiny storms by the extreme speed. A fist carrying the brute force of the 4th gate abruptly magnified infinitely in Gaara's vision. Sand did not move. The 4 sand clones, the entire expanse of yellow sand barrier, couldn't even react in defense. The next moment, bang! The dull, heavy sound of a solid punch exploded across the arena. The force penetrated the surface sand membrane and struck Gaara solidly on the left cheek. A crisp crack of bone mixed with the shattering sound of sand grains came simultaneously. Gaara's slender figure flew like a broken kite, spinning. The sand clones around him instantly disintegrated and scattered, his entire body sent flying sideways by the enormous impact. He crashed heavily into the arena wall. Spiderweb cracks instantly spread across the wall, gravel falling in a rustling cascade. He slid helplessly down the cold wall, landing on one knee in the sand, his red hair, disheveled, covering his brows and eyes. One side of his face quickly swelled and broke skin, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His usually dead eyes for the first time showed violent agitation. Long Goheng withdrew his fist and stood. He tilted his head to look at the kneeling Gaara, his expression flamboyant and unruly, his smile casual and arrogant. "Ha, isn't this a pretty good effect? My comrades are all watching me. Oh, I need to keep showing off for a while longer. You can still dance, can't you?" Gaara. Kneeling in the rubble, Gaara slowly raised his head. His eyes were completely covered with dark, killing intent, no longer indifferent and distant, but a fierce, intense, murderous malice. The yellow sand in his palm boiled and rolled. "Kill you." Sand body protection. Sand waterfall, wind hell. Intense tailed beast chakra mixed with yellow sand converged, and a sudden sandstorm arose across the entire arena. This battle had truly entered its white-hot stage. The gale howled and raged, pulverizing scorching grains of sand that battered everything in sight. With Gaara at its center, the yellow sand spiraled upward, wildly twisting into a devastating tornado of destruction. Now the entire battleground was shrouded in a turbid haze of yellow sand. At the storm's core, a thick sealed sphere of sand tightly wrapped Gaara's body, isolating him from all external disturbance. A hoarse, broken murmur seeped dully through the thick sand layer, blending with the howling wind, carrying a bone-deep obsession and agony. "What is this warm thing?" The next instant, the tone shot upward into a terrified, trembling shriek. "It's blood. My blood. Mom. Mother, it hurts so much." The sand tornado continued to expand, fine yellow dust already swirling onto the high viewing platform, forcing everyone to squint. Temari's fingers clenched the hem of her garment, her eyes filled with uncontrollable panic, her voice shaking. "Not good. Gaara is bleeding." Beside her, Kankaro's face drained of all color, his lips pale, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. His voice was filled with despair. It's over, that monster is coming out." Panic gripped the crowd, but in the center of the battlefield, Ryugu Hong's fighting spirit blazed fiercely. The sandstorm blurred his vision, yet it could not block the sudden flare of the Rinnegan in his eyes, its intricate patterns gleaming with cold violet light through the murky yellow haze. Within the mental space, Madara lounged lazily, casually observing the battle outside with a playful tone. "That's the rampaging aura of the one-tailed boy. Need me to take over the fight?" "No need, Madara-sama." Ryugu Hong refused firmly in his heart, his violet eyes locked onto the sand sphere at the storm's center. His tone was resolute. With the power of the Rinnegan, victory is only natural. Seal technique absorption, unleashing the power of the hungry ghost path, he lightly crushed the sand beneath his feet and strode forward with calm, unstoppable steps. The swirling yellow sandstorm instinctively gathered to hinder his advance, but as long as it came within half a meter of him, the chakra within the sand was absorbed by the seal technique, rendering it unable to take form. On the spectator stands Naruto, squinted, raising his hand repeatedly to block the blinding wind, and sand his eyes full of impatience. All he could see was a turbid yellow blur, unable to discern the battle below. He kept shaking Sasuke's shoulder beside him, his voice urgent. Sasuke, your eyes can see far right. Quick, tell me how Hung is doing. Will he win? Sasuke, irritated by the shaking, frowned deeply. His Sharingan spun at full power, but the pervasive sandstorm interfered with his vision. His extreme perception could only barely make out the outlines of figures within the field. He shoved Naruto's hand away, his voice cold and impatient. Stop shaking me, you idiot, Naruto. Ryugu Hung is. He's heading straight for the center of the sand sphere. Just as the two argued, Ryugu Hung had already crossed the entire sand tornado and stopped firmly before the thick outer wall of the sealed sand sphere. Inside the sphere, the murmuring began again, growing increasingly deranged and soft. Entirely the sick tone of a child out of control mingled with the sound of sand grains grinding. Mom, what's wrong with you? You want to drink blood, don't you? He'll kill that person outside. He'll kill him right now and give it all to you. Ryugu Hung let out a low scoff, his voice steady and calm, piercing through the thick sand layer into Gaara's ears. Look how twisted the kid is, already talking nonsense. Don't worry, your Uncle Hung is here to free you. As he spoke, his aura suddenly condensed, and his joints burst into a series of loud cracks. Chakra surged through his arm into his fist, the wind pressure around him plummeted, and the sand beneath his feet split into fine fissures. He raised his arm, lowered his shoulder, and without any flashy move, simply threw a full-force straight punch. The fist, imbued with the might of the injury gate, slammed heavily into the thick outer wall of the sand sphere. A visible ring-shaped shockwave spread across the sand surface. The extremely tough sphere trembled violently, sand cascading down, and even the chakra of the sealed one-tail within was disrupted into chaotic backflow. Inside the sphere, Gaara, curled up on the ground, felt his pupils shrink to pinpricks. A piercing sense of crisis shot from his skull straight into his heart, the ultimate terror of facing death with no power to resist. He screamed in a trembling, hoarse voice, "What's happening? This power? How is this possible?" Fear drove his sand-released chakra into instinctive rampage. Wild sand power surged into the outer wall of the sphere, causing the smooth, thick shell to suddenly sprout dense, sharp, coldly gleaming sand spikes, their edges razor-sharp. Facing the deadly spikes flying toward him, Ryugu Hung's expression remained lazy and undisturbed, completely ignoring them. His Rinnegan's patterns flared with violet light as the Hungry Ghost Path seal technique absorption opened fully. The chakra within the spikes uncontrollably flowed through the air, continuously drawn into the Rinnegan. Before the violent sand force could even reach him, its foundation was drained, and the sharp spikes visibly crumbled into ordinary sand. Ryugu Hung's tone carried a hint of impatient mockery. Here, I am working out like crazy, and you grow spikes to sneak attack. That's just pure disruption. Before his words faded, the second fist rose again. Boom. The punch shattered sand, the force split the earth. This blow was even more powerful than the last, smashing into the main body of the sand sphere. The hard shell immediately dented and cracked, a deep horizontal fissure spreading across its surface as fine sand rained down from the crevice. Ryugu Hung crushed the wind and sand beneath his feet, his stance as steady as a mountain, his fists never stopping. Third punch, fourth punch, fifth punch. A relentless barrage of fist shadows, each explosive roar shaking the whole arena, each punch faster and heavier than the last. Fist marks continuously imprinted on the cracks of the sand sphere. The original single fissure rapidly spread and intertwined. In just a few breaths, the entire thick sand sphere was covered with a web of dense, interlocking fissures of varying depths. The sphere was riddled with cracks on the verge of collapse. Ryugu Hung halted his flurry of punches, reached out his right hand, and pressed it firmly against the intersection point of the cracks. He sank his waist slightly, aligning his shoulder and elbow, assuming the posture of a perfectly condensed inch punch. All the outward energy of his body was drawn inward. Chakra, dojutsu power, the strength of the injury gate, all converged into a single point at his fist. He abandoned all widespread destructive force, focusing solely on one spot, achieving ultimate condensation. He looked down at the trembling sphere, his lips parting to utter a low, resonant voice that cut through the raging sandstorm. Form and spirit unite, strike the enemy at one point. Break. The word fell, and his fist suddenly shot forward in a short, explosive thrust. The entire giant sand sphere that shielded Gaara, along with the consolidated grit and rampaging sand within, completely shattered from the core at the point of impact, exploding outward in all directions. Gaara, covered in sand and blood, stared in absolute terror at Ryugu Hung before him. But the incredibly condensed inch punch did not stop. It landed steadily on Gaara's abdomen. Uffed. His internal organs shook, his chakra pathways abruptly stagnated and snapped. Gaara tasted sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of murky bile mixed with blood shot out violently. His entire tense body instantly lost strength, his legs gave way, and he collapsed limply onto the sand. Without the host's chakra supply, the sandstorm that had engulfed the field rapidly weakened. The sand slowly settled, the violent wind pressure dissipated bit by bit, and the sky and earth returned to clarity. Within the field, the falling sand ceased, and the wind fell silent. Ryugu-hung looked down at the Sanshura, lying helpless on the ground. The patterns of the Rinnegan had already withdrawn, and the surging 8 gates chakra within his body calmed back to normal. A carefree, arrogant smile curled at the corner of his mouth. His tone was indifferent and flippant, each word lightly stabbing into Gaara's heart. How utterly boring, Gaara. They'll probably forget about you by tomorrow. The cascading sand slowly drifted downward, the harsh wind dying into a faint rustle as the blinding yellow dust settled completely, revealing the entire arena in sharp clarity. The dead silence shattered in an instant as thunderous cheers exploded across the spectator stands. The Leaf Village section erupted, first Ming Ren leaping up with a raised fist, his voice ringing with excitement. We won. Hung won. Amazing. The spectators, whose vision had finally cleared, saw what AI Luo's fallen figure on the field and erupted into cheers. The arena floor was covered in yellow sand, a scene of utter chaos. Long Guheng stood there, his face brimming with youthful arrogance. But amidst the roaring cheers, a faint, hoarse, nearly broken whisper rose from the sand at Long Guheng's feet, clearly piercing into his ears. Everyone hates me. Everyone wants to kill me. You too. You too. Why? Why is this? The fallen AI Luo violently convulsed and trembled, his hands clutching his throbbing head, the crimson love mark on his forehead glaring. Images rooted in his past decades surged into his mind, the contemptuous eyes of the Cheyenne villagers who avoided him, the frightened and distant looks of children his age, and vicious gossip behind his back. The whole world saw him as a monster, a calamity. Finally, his father Luo Sha's cold, disappointed voice crashed into his mind like a curse. Your worth is only this much. Those words shattered his last shred of self-comfort. He lifted his eyes, all warmth extinguished, leaving only boundless black brutality. He squeezed out cold words through clenched teeth, then. They'll kill them all. All the yellow sand scattered on the arena, the sandy soil buried deep underground, and even the tiny grains still falling through the air trembled and churned uncontrollably. The next moment, they surged together, wrapping around half of AI Luo's body, his sanity teetering on the edge of total berserk. Long Guheng's brows twitched, his big eyes filled with speechlessness. Damn. That's so stressful. I just talked some trash. Is it worth going berserk on me? Before his words faded, boom. The sand wrapped around AI Luo's body suddenly transformed into a massive claw, towering and covered with ancient demonic patterns unique to Sho. He clad in thick sand armor bursting through the air. The sharp-edged sand claw, condensed with thick-tailed beast chakra, sliced the air into ripples. With clear intent and murderous will to crush everything, it aimed to tear Long Guheng to pieces. The claw wind blasted his face, carrying the stench of sand, its force far exceeding any of AI Luo's previous sand techniques. Long Guheng's expression tightened. He burst chakra under his feet, retreating swiftly, his eyes turning genuinely grave. Would-release chakra already flowed at his fingertips, ready to suppress the berserk-tailed beast. But the next second, all his movements froze. A pure white wisp lightly landed on his nose, soft and delicate. It was a feather. Unnoticed, the hot sandy arena was now filled with white feathers fluttering down like a bizarre rain of feathers. At this moment, complaints erupted from the audience, noisy curses drowning out the sparse cheers. An unknown ant. What's this? First flying sand, then feathers. Can't we watch the match properly? An unknown brother. Exactly, if you can't run it properly, just cancel it. Damn it. Refund. The civilians outside were annoyed, but the ninjas immediately understood the cause. Ma Ji's face darkened, his heart churning with anxiety. He gritted his teeth. Damn, why at this moment? And the Wind Shadow. Why is he still carrying out that damn plan when it's already exposed? Why? Without hesitation, Ma Ji used the body flicker technique, appearing in front of the berserk AI Luo with Shouju and Kinjio Lang. His tone was stern and resolute. AI Luo must not go berserk here. You take him away first, he'll complete the remaining plan alone. Seeing AI Luo with savage eyes swinging sand claws wildly and radiating fury, Kinjio Lang's throat bobbed, cold sweat broke out on his back, unable to suppress his fear. Shouju's fingers trembled slightly, as she too feared the sight of Shouju's rampage. But she bit her lower lip, suppressed her fear, slowly raised her right hand with palm up, and looked at her brother lost in darkness with pure sincere eyes. She deliberately softened her tones, steadying her trembling voice, and called softly, AI Luo, the sun is about to set. Come back with me. That short sentence seemed to press the berserk switch. AI Luo's wildly swinging sand claw suddenly stopped, the blood-red malice in his eyes mostly fading, leaving only confusion and emptiness. He lowered his eyes, staring blankly at the hand reaching out to him, and subconsciously placed his sand-covered hand on it. His mind collapsed, his body drained. AI Luo stumbled forward, about to fall into the sand, but Kanjo Lang quickly stepped up and firmly caught his swaying body. Go! Watching the three leave, Long Guheng stood dumbfounded, not chasing after them, because he understood that the feathers were both a prelude to Jinjutsu and the signal for the Mu Yi collapse plan to begin. It's finally started. The next instant, a manic, fervent voice exploded in Long Guheng's spiritual world, filled with unrestrained excitement. Finally. It started. Before Long Guheng could respond, Ban forcefully took control of his chakra, exploded under his feet, and his body shot toward the viewing platform, where the fire shadow was on the platform. Shiwan, disguised as the fourth wind shadow, coldly scanned the scene. Most of the ninjas and civilians in the area had fallen under the feather Jinjutsu, heads drooping in sleep, powerless to resist. The time was ripe. Shiwan's gentle disguise shattered completely. A cold gleam flashed from his fingertips as a kunai, imbued with deadly intent, thrust straight at Yuan Fei Rijan's heart. But a figure was faster. Ban, controlling the body, swooped in through the air. With an outstretched arm, he precisely grabbed Shiwan by the back of the collar, and with brute force lifted him and dashed onto the rooftop platform. Yuan Fei Rijan reacted, abandoning his seat and leaping up, following onto the roof. For dark figures behind him moved in sync, shedding their guard disguises. They were the long-lurking Inin Four. Four purple flame formation, a pale purple lightning barrier rose from the ground, taking shape instantly. The sealed barrier completely enclosed Yuan Fei Rijan, Shiwan, and Ban, isolating them from all external interference. Ban flicked his hand, lightly tossing Shiwan to a corner of the barrier. A fierce battle intent curled his lips, his eyes gleaming with interest. He fixed his gaze onto Shiwan and spoke softly. I really still want to fight that guy more. The barrier shimmered with purple light, completely isolating the clamor and sounds of battle from the outside, leaving only the steady breaths of the three within. Orochimaru propped himself up in a disheveled state, his narrow snake-like eyes slightly squinting, showing no anger at being ambushed, but instead a morbidly playful smile, his tongue lightly licking the corner of his mouth. Long time no see, Hunkuin. He lifted his gaze to survey the youthful body before him. Beneath Long Guheng's delicate and young exterior flowed a heavy aura akin to an azura, and deep within his eyes hid an eternal, undying flame of war, discordant yet terrifying. Long Guheng's consciousness sank into his own space. He held his forehead and sighed. Lord Ban, you're too impatient. According to the script, they always exchange a few verbal jabs before a fight. Almost as if echoing Long Guheng's words, a figure that was elderly, yet upright, suddenly stepped sideways to block in front of Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen faced Orochimaru, his expression extremely grave, his aged brows and eyes full of vigilance, his voice steady and resolute. Little Long Guheng, don't be afraid. Stand behind me. Third Hokage Grandpa is here, no one can hurt you. Uchiha Madara. Just as a sense of absurdity rose in his heart, Orochimaru's cold mockery burst forth first. A decrepit old man still daring to speak such grandiose words. Orochimaru slowly straightened up, his snake eyes contemptuously gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his tone biting and harsh. Today you will rest here forever along with Konoha. The air suddenly froze, the temperature inside the barrier plummeted, and the aura of slaughter enveloped everything in all directions. The third Hokage stood opposite the rogue ninja Orochimaru, their verbal exchanges sharp and confrontational, fully entering a state of pre-battle stalemate. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, standing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, remained expressionless, silently waiting throughout. He was waiting for a technique to be activated. No, to be precise, he was waiting for that man to appear. Within the barrier, the three parties were locked in a stalemate. Outside the barrier, the entire arena had already descended into chaos. The illusionary white feathers drifted down from the sky, and the unsuspecting Konoha civilians in the audience all closed their eyes, collapsing softly into a deep coma. On the wooden stands of the spectator area, the crisp sounds of footsteps, the harsh clang of weapons clashing, and the whistling of kunai cutting through the air interwove together as the Sand Shinobi and Sound Shinobi launched a joint assault, causing the battle situation to spiral completely out of control. Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke moved in sync, their cooperation seamless, weaving through and repelling the encircling enemies. Sasuke's Sharingan eyes blazed crimson, with three tomos spinning coldly. As he sidestepped to avoid wind blade slashes, he swept his gaze across the battlefield, gritting his teeth in anger. Damn it, that monster escaped. Kakashi spun a kunai between his fingers, its silver light flashing as he casually blocked the Sound Shinobi's surprise attack, flicking his wrist to send the enemy staggering backward. His tone was calm and restrained. Sasuke, don't underestimate the enemy. This joint attack has been long planned. There are traps everywhere. He turned his head and instructed, First go wake up Naruto, then well plan further. Haha Kakashi-sensei, no need to look for me specifically. A cheerful yet slightly embarrassed male voice suddenly came from behind. Kakashi and Sasuke turned around simultaneously to see the blonde-haired boy scratching the back of his head looking ill at ease. Sasuke's brow furrowed, his eyes full of confusion. Weren't you caught by the Jinjutsu? How did you wake up so quickly? I did fall asleep from it. Naruto spread his hands with a candid expression, his tone straightforward. My good roommate woke me up. Sasuke stared at Naruto's dazed and open expression, inwardly muttering, is this Jinjutsu so powerful that it can directly confuse someone's mind? Naruto saw through Sasuke's look as if he were an idiot, instantly flaring up and putting his hands on his hips, his cheeks puffing with anger. Hey, why are you all looking at me like that? I, Uzumaki Naruto, am very smart, you know. Sasuke couldn't be bothered to argue, a proud smirk curling on his lips. Good, you're awake. Let's go. Let's go beat up that guy called Gaara. Naruto immediately nodded in agreement, then suddenly remembered something and looked around quickly, asking, by the way, where's Longu Hong? There. Sasuke pointed up at the barrier-enclosed sky, his tone helpless and slightly teasing. Looks like he flew up there because he was too showy. Alright, let's go, idiot Naruto. Kakashi watched their backs as they turned and dashed off helplessly, raising a hand to his forehead and calling out, hey, shouldn't you two be listening to me, your teacher, at a time like this? But all that answered him were two swiftly disappearing figures and Naruto's vigorous shout, as long as Sasuke and I work together, we're invincible. Seeing this, Kakashi could only let out a long sigh, feeling utterly powerless. At least wait for me to summon Pakken to lead the way. Oh ho! A green-clad figure broke through the air, Might Guy landing a fierce spinning kick that sent two sound Shinobi flying, then landed steadily beside Kakashi, his brows raised with full fighting spirit. Kakashi, if the juniors are so energetic, you can't afford to slack off. Come, let's start a passionate duel right now. Kakashi's eyes grew even more helpless, leaving him completely. On the other side, Naruto and Sasuke, who had sprinted out of the stands at full speed, suddenly both came to a halt mid-run and looked at each other. Naruto's face fell, and he bluntly complained, you really are an idiot. You don't even know the way, yet you dragged me out here. Sasuke's crimson Sharingan was fully activated, his eyes constantly darting and scanning the surroundings with bloodshot veins appearing. He forced pride into his voice and retorted, shut up, Naruto. Give me a moment, and he'll definitely pinpoint the direction. Come on, your eyeballs are about to turn into crossed eyes. Naruto pouted, mercilessly tearing him down. Just then a rough and deep fox voice suddenly echoed within Naruto's spiritual inner space. He'll reluctantly give you directions this once. Naruto's mind jolted, his face full of astonishment. Stupid fox, did you get your head stuck in the cage today? First you helped me break free from the Jinjutsu, and now you're offering to lead the way. The nine tails coiled within the spiritual cage turned its head away with a proud and tsundere expression and snorted, Fim in an excellent mood today. Can I? It raised a claw and pointed lazily in a direction set off. At this distance I can still accurately sense the location of that stinky tanuki. Thanks, stupid fox. Naruto's face instantly lit up with joy. Without another word, he grabbed Sasuke, whose eyes were sore and blurry, and dashed off in the direction the nine tails had indicated. Naruto was overjoyed, completely unaware that deep within the spiritual cage the nine-tails crimson fox eyes narrowed slightly, and a hidden sly smile curled at the corner of its mouth. Wind swept dust through the forest as Mingren clutched Suiju's wrist and ran, without pause, his golden hair yanked backward by the gale, his steps reckless, yet remarkably resolute. Suiju stumbled as he was pulled along, his Sharingan, eye contracting slightly, with a sour swelling, the lingering strain of overuse stinging his vision. He tugged his wrist impatiently. Let go. I can walk myself. No. Just bear with it a little longer. We're almost there. Mingren tightened his grip, his voice booming. That damn fox was right. Following this direction will definitely find Wai Luo. Inside the mental space, the nine tails lay lazily in its cage, its eyes lowered toward the unsuspecting golden-haired boy below, sneering coldly in its heart. A mere one-tailed Shikaku, inherently of the same origin and essence as itself. At this moment, it could not only sense the location, but also clearly perceive the surging brutality in Wai Luo's heart, and the restlessness of Shikaku about to break free from its cage. It wasn't guiding them out of kindness, it wanted a connection with Shikaku. Meanwhile, within the four violet flames formation, the atmosphere had already become suffocatingly heavy. Yuan Fei Rijan stood within the formation, his wide Hokage robe pressed tightly against his back by the airflow. His stooped but steady frame stood firmly blocking the way. Chakra slowly circulated around him. He was fully prepared for a desperate battle. His aged eyes were deep as a still pool, fixed intently on the white-robed serpent figure opposite. Does Shiwan have you truly and completely forgotten your will of fire? Hearing this, Shiwan's narrow vertical snake pupils glowed with cold white light, locking onto his former teacher inch by inch. A thin sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth, his tone dripping with disdain. That damned will of fire. I threw it away decades ago. Before his words faded, killing intent surged. Shadow Shuriken, Clone Jutsu Yuan Fei Rijan, said no more. He raised his hand and flung several shimmering shuriken, his fingers weaving seals so fast they left afterimages. A sharp whistling sound exploded. The few shuriken instantly multiplied into hundreds, then thousands, densely packed, carrying piercing sounds as they rained down on Shiwan's vital points. Facing the overwhelming onslaught, Shiwan remained utterly calm. His thin lips murmured incantations, his hands forming seals with fluid grace, showing not a trace of panic. I can already foresee your death, sensei. Summoning Jutsu Impure World Reincarnation, the roof tiles burst and cracked as two solid wooden coffins engraved with the characters first and second broke through the earth, slamming heavily in front of Shiwan. The hard coffin surfaces met the rain of shuriken, producing a continuous metallic clatter blocking all the attacks. Yuan Fei Rijan's pupils contracted sharply, his face sinking to the depths, a chill spreading through his entire body. From behind the coffins came Shiwan's mocking casual chuckle. It seems the third one won't come out. Creak. A dry piercing scraping sound cut through the dead silence of the barrier as the two coffin lids slowly slid open. The first figure slowly stepped out of the coffin. A man with long hair draping over his shoulders and a gentle countenance. Even though his body was covered with the deathly gray unique to the Impure World Reincarnation, an overwhelming aura like mountains crumbling and earth splitting still surrounded him. This was the first Hokage revered as the god of Shinobi, Qian Shoujujien. He looked around in confusion, still not understanding why he had left the Pure Land. His gaze fell on the aged Yuan Fei opposite him, and he couldn't help but pause in surprise. Close behind, the second figure stepped out, crushing the gloomy air of the coffin. Qian Shoufei Jin's brows were sharp as blades, his gaze piercing and cold. The moment he awakened, he instantly saw through the surrounding jutsu, and his brows furrowed tightly. As the creator of the Impure World Reincarnation, he immediately recognized the forbidden technique he himself had developed. His icy gaze locked onto the caster behind him, his tone filled with anger. How dare someone misuse the forbidden technique I left behind, forcibly summoning us from the underworld to the living world. Their gray-white bodies gradually solidified, fine black cracks constantly appearing on their surfaces. An enormous amount of chakra surged and exploded uncontrollably from within them, shaking the entire four violet flames formation. Zhu Jian raised a hand to stretch his stiff and numb shoulders, letting out a helpless, bitter laugh. Fei Jian, I told you long ago that this kind of forbidden technique that interferes with life and death should never have been developed. Within the barrier, the silence was so profound that a falling pin could be heard. Two legendary Hokage stood side by side. Without even making a move, their mere presence compressed the air inside the barrier, filling Yuan Fei Rijan's heart with a sense of utter helplessness. Rijan's face was pale, his throat dry, his voice tight with gravity. It seems this will be a tough battle. Xiaolong Guheng, stay behind me. As long as I'm standing, I will never. His words cut off abruptly. A hand with distinct knuckles and immense strength suddenly landed on Yuan Fei Rijan's shoulder. Before Rijan could turn around, the brute force erupted, shoving the third Hokage roughly to the side, sending him staggering several meters. A clear, youthful voice rang out, filled with extreme impatience. Get out of my way, kid. My patience is... The youth stood still, his eyes instantly surging with crimson. The pattern of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan rapidly formed, eerie and dazzling. Ban raised his eyes, staring straight at the first Hokage, Qian Shoujujien opposite him. A slow, obsessive, burning grin spread across his lips. A low roar burst from his throat, carrying a long-suppressed, blazing battle intent. I've been waiting for you. Zhujian. Qian Shoujujien froze. His gentle eyes shattered with disbelief as he stared at the young figure before him. Long Guheng. He shook his head repeatedly. Your appearance and stature are completely different, but this aura, these eyes. A tremor from the depths of his soul shook him violently. Zhu Jian's expression turned gravely serious as he said firmly, my soul tells me. You are Ban, aren't you? Ujibo Ban. Yuan Fei Rijan, who had been pushed to the ground, trembled all over. His pupils dilated sharply, his face full of incredulity. The Shiwan, who had been watching coldly from the side, suddenly narrowed his vertical pupils, his expression showing the first intense fluctuation. Meanwhile, Qian Shoufei Jian beside Zhu Jian had eyes that turned icy cold. He instantly locked onto the youth's figure, his tone decisive. These Sharingan eyes cannot be faked. It's him. Ban's wild laughter exploded, echoing all around. Ha ha. That's right. Zhu Jian, I have returned from hell. The next second, his gaze abruptly slanted toward Shiwan, murderous intent, sharp and biting. A crushing pressure bore down overwhelmingly, every word dripping with blood. Keep your impure world seals in check. If you dare erase his consciousness, I will twist off your snake head and grind your bones to ashes. The overwhelmingly domineering chakra pressure crashed down like a mountain. Deshiwan's back stiffened, his body hair standing on end, and even his breath paused for a moment. After a moment, he concealed the shock in his eyes, bowed slowly, and spoke with a tone of humility. I never expected that the person present would be Lord Ban. Truly the ninja world is full of wonders. Since Lord Ban has spoken, it seems that for now I can only be a bystander. The pressure completely withdrew. Ban turned his gaze back to Qian Shouju Jian, leaving only deep obsession and fighting spirit in his eyes. He spoke gravely, cutting off all the others' doubts. I know you are full of questions now. But don't ruin my mood, Zhu Jian. Before his words faded, Ban was already the first to raise his hand. An immense amount of chakra surged from his feet, spreading wildly, breaking the ground and shaking it. Qian Shouju Jian instantly shed all his astonishment, his expression turning solemn. His chakra exploded in unison, meeting the aura of his fated rival. Two deep shouts rang through the barrier, merging as one. Would release tree world. The colossal trees collided with a thunderous impact. The explosive sound of splintering would shattered the barrier, and the shockwave erupted in rings. In an instant, the massive four-purple flame formation was completely engulfed by the proliferating giant trees. Intertwining branches blotted out the sky, casting the barrier into chaotic light and shadow. Those outside could no longer discern the brutal clash within. At the center of the battlefield, inside the formation, countless thick, gnarled ancient trees writhed, tore, and fractured in a frenzy. Wood splinters and sawdust laced with pale green would release chakra danced wildly through the air. Senju Hashirama raised an arm to block the branches lashing toward him, the chakra at his fingertips. His usually gentle eyes hardened, settling into a solemn gravity reserved only for his lifelong rival. His voice dropped low, tinged with disbelief. Madara, how do you possess wood release? And you were already dead, so why am I still alive? Madara, standing aloft on a lattice of intertwined, withered branches, cut off Hashirama's words with a sharp interjection. The light of the eternal Mangekyo spun rapidly in his eyes, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. His voice, cold and arrogant, resounded over the battlefield. Because even the Pure Land fears me, Uchiha Madara. At the same moment, within the mental space, Long Guheng sat cross-legged, speaking casually with a teasing tone. Pity, Madara-sama, this isn't your own body. Otherwise you could just tear open your robe and let Hashirama feast his eyes on the beloved face carved on your chest. He paused, growing more amused, and made a private bet. I'd wager a bowl of special Ichiraka char-siu ramen that if Hashirama saw that now, his ears would definitely turn red. Childish. Madara snorted inwardly, stomping hard on the withered branches beneath him. The wooden limbs shattered explosively. Using the recoil, he dove straight down, forming no hand seals or activating any dojutsu. Only raw physical force. His right fist, wrapped in dense chakra, aimed directly at Hashirama's heart. Hashirama's expression tightened, and he likewise stomped the air to steady himself, raising an arm to block the punch. Boom. The impact shook the barrier, sending visible waves of chakra rippling outward. The barrier convulsed violently once more. Ha ha ha. This is how it should be. My passion is burning now. Madara laughed wildly, the fighting spirit within his chest igniting like a wildfire. His punches grew fiercer, each strike devastating as he rained blow after blow upon the man before him. Hashirama. Madara. Aura. Pure close quarters taijutsu. The battle erupted with savage intensity. The rapid, heavy impacts of fists rang out without cease. Shadows of fists collided, each strike unleashing heaven-shaking storms of chakra. Any ancient tree caught in the blast was instantly pulverized. Deep in the foliage, the third Hokage, who had already summoned the Monkey King Enma to fortify his defense, gripped the adamantine staff tightly, his heart sinking. Countless doubts swirled in his mind, his body tensed and motionless. Not only Hiruzen, but Senju Tobarama, hidden in the shadows of the forest, felt his entire worldview shattered. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Staring at the Uchiha Madara, who wielded wood release with ease and overwhelmed his elder brother in physical combat, Tobarama felt his understanding being ground into dust. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he whispered in a voice trembling with disbelief, "This defies all logic. What method did Madara use to seize a new body and be reborn?" In the next moment, Tobarama's eyes sharpened like blades, seeing through the essence. The evil soul of Uchiha Madara was behind the atrocities, and the vessel was the innocent youth Long Guheng. If he could awaken the original owner of that body, this deadlock would be half resolved. With his mind set, Tobarama's white light flickered, and he activated the body flicker technique, instantly cutting into the battlefield beside the two top-tier powerhouses. Ignoring the lingering shockwaves of the fists, he shouted urgently in a low, resolute voice, "Long Guheng, you can hear me, can't you? Don't resign yourself to fate. Don't let the evil Uchiha Madara take over your body. Break free from his mental shackles. Reclaim dominance over your body. You can do it. But in the mental space, the Long Guheng, on whom all hopes were pinned, was lying on his back, eating a melon, and watching the show, his expression relaxed, and content thoroughly enjoying Madara-sama's grand display. Suddenly hearing Tobirama's shout, he froze, blinked in confusion, and murmured to himself, "Huh, is he talking to me?" Silence. On the external battlefield, Madara's eyes flashed with a surge of brutality, inwardly sneering at Tobirama's foolishness. He abruptly disengaged from clashing with Hashirama, and without warning swung his fist toward the Tobirama at his side. The speed surpassed the body flicker, the power crushed the limits of the impure world reincarnation body. Bang! A dull explosion echoed through the barrier. Senju Tobirama, unable to even form hand seals for defense, had his gray-white impure world body, from the left shoulder to the lower abdomen, shattered by a single punch, his torso flying into scattered fragments. Madara withdrew his fist, his expression cold, a contemptuous smirk on his lips, his tone dripping with disdain, "A pathetic nuisance daring to disturb my enjoyment." With that, he paid no more attention and turned back to the battlefield, resuming the savage clash with Senju Hashirama, fists flying once again. Scattered yellow earth quickly gathered and flowed back, reconstructing the gray-white body inch by inch through the impure world reincarnation technique. In just 2 seconds, Tobirama's form was fully restored. He landed and stepped back, his eyes filled with resentment, fists clenched tightly as he growled in a low voice, "Damn it. This impure world reincarnation is a flawed, inferior version. The ceiling restraints suppress chakra, so I can't unleash my peak speed and power." He knew well that with his original body, he could have countered that punch with a body flicker, but the impure world body was too limited, exposing his weakness. Looking up, the battle had already tilted. Not only was he restricted, but his elder brother's impure world body was also shackled by the same technique, diminishing his combat strength significantly. With every clash of fists, Hashirama was forced back by Madara's brute force, and several times his fists were shattered outright. He could only barely hold on, relying on the undying nature of the impure world body. Madara, on the other hand, grew more exhilarated, his power and speed still rising. Madara thought, what shinobi in the world wouldn't love a Senju Hashirama, who never falls no matter how many times you hit him? Tobirama's eyes turned as cold as a frozen lake. He cast aside all distractions, and his fingers blurred into afterimages as he formed hand seals. Ninja art, bringer of darkness technique. The ultimate ninjutsu specifically designed to counter the Uchiha clan's dojutsu. It sealed off the Sharingan's predictive and perceptive abilities, striking at the Uchiha ninja's very lifeblood. In an instant, Madara's vision sank into absolute lifeless darkness. No light, no shadow, all sight stripped away. Only the sound of wind and shattering would reach his ears. Boundless darkness enveloped the battlefield. Madara, who had been savoring the exclusive unknown duel and longing for nothing but his destined battle with Hashirama, now found his patience shattered by Tobirama's repeated interruptions. The rage within him ignited fully. Madara halted on the withered branches, his presence dropping to an abyssal low. A killing intent surged, and his voice turned icily piercing, carrying a torrent of fury across the entire dark barrier. "You annoying fly, you really want to taste the earth, don't you?" As his words fell, Long Guheng, standing in the boundless darkness, slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the eternal Mangekyo's crimson pattern spiraled outward and faded away. The pressure from the pale purple ring dojutsu overwhelmed the entire battlefield, surpassing all ninjutsu in the world. A pair of profound, solemn Rinnegan, the eyes that governed the cycle of life, death, and the heavenly way, had opened. The dead silence and darkness abruptly froze. Amidst the boundless darkness, that pair of pale violet Luinhui, eyes devoid of any worldly sentiment, gazed down upon all beings like the celestial Tao. Their gaze was thick and icy, chilling the soul to a shiver. One, who was leaning behind watching the battle, suddenly stiffened all over. His originally slack fingers clenched abruptly, while his narrow snake-like pupils quivered violently, contracting into needle-thin vertical slits. From Long Guheng harboring Ban Soul and activating Mudun to overwhelming the filthy reincarnated Zhujian and shattering Fijian's body with a single punch, scenes that overturned the ninja world's understanding layer by layer had already shattered the ninjutsu knowledge one had accumulated in his lifetime. He thought he had seen through all of Long Guheng's trump cards and prepared himself to the extreme, yet the appearance of the Lu Dao Luinhui, at this moment still shattered all his predictions. No, it cannot be wrong. An alto familiar supreme ocular power rushed toward him, instantly yanking back Wan's sealed memories. The scene from years ago when pain appeared to recruit him struck his mind. That overwhelming power that towered above all, that flawless and unrivaled eye color. Exactly the same, not a shred different. A mortal body of the mundane world capable of harboring a century-old remnant soul of Yozaibo Ban and assimilating the bloodline of the Chinsho clan's Mudun could now even perfectly contain and control the Luinhu AI. Wan's Adam's apple rolled as his desire to explore surged to the extreme. His tone carried a near-mad admiration, truly. Subarashi. Within the barrier no one shared his frenzy. Invisible ocular power locked their minds, leaving their brains instantly blank. Their muscles tensed, stiff limbs heavy as if filled with lead, completely lost in daze and frozen in place, forgetting to form seals to defend, to take any action. If one were to speak of the only two unaffected in the whole venue, it would be Long Guheng, who shared the same body. In the mental space, Long Guheng rested his chin on his hand and pouted, watching the overwhelming shock outside. He remained indifferent and chill. What a bunch of fussy people, it's just a Luinhu AI. Isn't this the essential beginner's gift for transmigrators? Outside, Ban's lips curled slowly into a playful and wanton arc. He lifted his fingertips slightly, his ocular power stirring. An invisible ripple spread from the Luinhu AI, devoid of visible light, without any chakra fluctuation or sound, silent, and without warning. Lumu Border Prison. 4 pitch-black intangible clones with silhouettes identical to Long Guheng materialized and stood around Ban. The clones had no aura, no substance or light, and could not be sensed by the naked eye. Except for those possessing the power of the 6 paths, no one else could see, touch, or perceive them. The 4 Lunmu clones slightly bowed their heads in unison, waiting for orders. Ban looked up at the boundless darkness, his voice lazy and taunting, carrying the unique amusement of a hunter. He spoke softly, "Well then, let the game of cat and mouse begin." As his words fell, Ban's fingertips released a surge of ocular power. The 4 silent black Lunmu clones simultaneously lowered themselves, and without a sound scattered in 4 directions within the barrier. Where the Lunmu passed, hard giant trees snapped and shattered without warning. Thick trunks broke cleanly at the base, and sawdust floated in the air, silently demonstrating the formidable destructive power of this invisible force. Chinsho Feijian, whose perception far surpassed others, was the first to notice the anomalies around. He rapidly used leverage to retreat and widen the distance, his voice urgent and sharp as he warned everyone, "Be careful. There's something imperceptible around us." Hearing this from within the darkness, Ban's voice rose with sarcasm, carrying a triumphant smile that had long been waiting, suddenly sounding out. "Found you, little mouse." The Lunmu clone closest to Fijian's form silently arrived beside him. A pure and extreme physical force slammed down. A heavy fist struck Fijian squarely in the center of his chest and abdomen. Bang! The gray-white impure reincarnation body offered no resistance and disintegrated under the impact, turning into a sky full of gray-white paper shreds scattering in all directions. Fijian exploded again. The moment Fijian's body shattered, chakra disappeared, and the dark walk technique was dispelled accordingly. Daylight, the purple barrier glow, and crisscrossing broken trees returned to view, and Ban regained light. Ban pushed off the ground, launched himself into the air, and in a flash landed precisely beside Fijian's body that was reassembling. Chakra surged in his palm as several hard pitch-black 6 paths black rods materialized out of thin air. With merciless force, they precisely pierced and pinned Fijian's limb joints and the meridians and acupoints on his back. With a few muffled thuds, the black rods drove deep into the rock and earth, firmly nailing the just reassembled impure reincarnation body to the ground. Pierced meridians and completely severed chakra pathways left Fijian struggling and writhing, yet unable to move even a fingertip. His eyes filled with humiliation and rage as he gritted his teeth and growled, "Damn it. Chakra is completely blocked. My body is entirely out of my control." At the same second, Long Guheng's clear and lively inner voice rang out, bluntly filled with eager entertainment. Master Ban, you know what I want." Ban's smile grew even more wicked, the murderous intent in his eyes fading a little, leaving only amusement and indulgence. He chuckled in response, "Kid, you've become wicked, but I like it." Saying that, Ban condensed 2 more black rods of equal length and cold texture in his palm. He raised his arms high, wielded force from his wrists, and swung them straight down fiercely. A sharp piercing sound. The 2 black rods precisely stabbed into both sides of Fijian's head. Thus Fijian's limbs, back and head, were all locked by black rods, his torso pinned straight to the ground, unable to move even a fraction. Ban bent down to examine the second Hokage, pinned in a neat posture, his tone calm, carrying the Uchiha's unique obsessive aesthetic. Indeed, symmetry gives it more artistic value. "Enough, Ban, stop it." A deep, steady male voice sounded from behind the broken trees. Chinsho Zhujian stepped through the shattered wood, his expression stripped of all fighting spirit, leaving only weariness and helplessness. Ban tilted his head at that exaggerated smirk curling on his lips as he teased casually, his tone lazy and unruly, "Oh, stop. What are there, cops everywhere outside?" He was about to turn and face Zhu Jian when suddenly from the distant forest came a chakra sensation that deeply agitated him. Ban rotated his Luan Hui eye toward the direction of the chakra, his voice pausing slightly and his gaze shifting. That is. Time rewinds several minutes earlier. In the dense forest with interlaced leaves, Mingren and Zhuozhu rushed at full speed across the trees, finally catching up to the fleeing Wa'ai and his two companions. Landing on a tree branch, Mingren released his grip on Zhuozhu's wrist, his chest heaving violently and sweating profusely as he gasped, "I'm exhausted. Does your mother know you can run this fast?" That casual flippant jab precisely shattered the deepest reverse scale in what Luo's heart. The emotion he had barely managed to calm and suppress, the hostility of the one-tail, suddenly collapsed. A sharp pain violently pierced through his skull. Wa'ai clutched his head and groaned, his voice manic and furious. "Mother." Kan Zhilong beside him went pale with rage and immediately bellowed angrily, "Hey, even I wouldn't say that when picking a fight. Are you dead set on seeking death?" Before his words faded, Wa'ai right arm shot forward without warning. Sand surged and covered it, forming a giant sand claw infused with Weishou chakra that rapidly extended along his forearm, hurtling toward Mingren and Zhuozhu with a wind-splitting force. A sense of crisis exploded in his mind. Zhuozhu's eye sharpened. He grabbed Mingren and leaped sideways with leverage. Shouju and Kan Zhilong also retreated to the sides, and everyone scattered just in time to dodge the lethal strike. As the dust settled, everyone looked up, their hearts sinking. Sand with unique patterns climbed up Wa'ailuo's neck, quickly covering half of his body. The sand grains rolled and stirred, and the dark, unique chakra of the Weishou surged skyward. All warmth in Wa'ailuo's eyes vanished, leaving only freezing, bone-chilling, murderous intent. His lips trembled as he muttered to himself, "Better to kill them all after all." Wa'ailuo's possession form materialized. In the dead silent forest, a heavy killing aura blanketed the entire area, suffocating every breath. Gara stood stiffly in place, his mouth uncontrollably slack, clear saliva dripping down the corner of his lips, his expression both manic and horrifying. His once clear eyes had completely transformed. The left eye turned entirely into Shikaku's bestial pupil, a cold golden gaze scanning the surroundings like a bloodthirsty beast lurking in the wasteland hunting for prey. Behind a thick tree trunk, Naruto was tensed like a drawn bowstring, his back soaked with cold sweat, his voice trembling uncontrollably as he whispered urgently, "Sasuke, what do we do? This guy's gone mad." Beside him, Sasuke frowned deeply, casting a disdainful glance at the panicked Naruto, his tone laced with contempt. "It's your fault for being such a blabbermouth." To this, Naruto scratched the back of his head and gave an awkward chuckle. "Hee, I'm not exactly eloquent, you know." As the two whispered, Gara in the distance had already caught the faint sound. A hoarse, shrill, utterly inhuman laugh tore through the forest silence. "Over here." With that, Gara's sand-covered left hand clenched into a fist, and a massive sand claw slammed heavily into the ground. Sand shower, countless grains of sand exploded upward the sky, filling with churning yellow sand that instantly coalesced into several bullseyed hard sand pellets. The sand pellets shot through the air, hitting the giant tree where Naruto and Sasuke were hiding with deadly precision. Bang, bang, bang. A dense series of impacts thundered, shaking the entire tree violently, sending with chips flying. The hard trunk was instantly blasted through, with several gaping holes. Cracks spread rapidly along the grain, and the entire towering tree teetered on the verge of collapse. Just before the trunk shattered, Sasuke grabbed Naruto and retreated at lightning speed, landing steadily on open ground, his expression calm and utterly unflustered. He glanced sideways at the shaken Naruto, a glint of arrogant confidence flashing in his eyes, and said in a firm voice, "Naruto, watch closely. This is the fruit of my training." Before his words faded, Sasuke's hand dropped, and a surge of chakra condensed instantly in his palm. Chidori, zzz. The piercing roar of lightning resounded through the entire forest, brilliant blue electric light, exploding and dancing wildly in his hand. His three-tomo Sharingan fully activated, a chilling crimson light locking onto the murderous Gara ahead. The power of Chidori continued to build and escalate in his palm, the raging lightning chakra compressed to its limit, emitting a bird cry that seemed to pierce the heavens. The next second, Sasuke's body launched forward like a bolt, sprinting at gale force toward Gara. The blinding thunder tore through the air, sharp electric light cutting through the daylight, its unstoppable momentum stunning everyone present. Facing the charging lightning assault, Gara showed no fear. His killing intent surged, and he let out a low roar to meet it heat in. Sandstorm assault. The yellow sand abruptly gathered, forming a larger, sharper sand claw that clashed directly against Sasuke's Chidori. Just as the lightning and sand were about to collide, Sasuke's attack suddenly changed direction. His crimson three-tomo spun rapidly. With the Sharingan's supreme dynamic vision, he shifted like a phantom, sliding past the sand claw's edge in an instant and circling behind Gara. SHHK? The azure lightning precisely slashed across Gaara's shoulder. The two landed apart steady on their feet. Naruto now focused his gaze and saw that Gaara's proud sand claw was covered in fine cracks, then crumbled piece by piece falling away completely. In contrast, though the lightning in Sasuke's hand had faded somewhat, his figure remained tall and unscathed. He tilted his head slightly, his Sharingan brimming with sharpness, and a cold, determined smile curved at the corner of his mouth, his voice clear and forceful. "It seems your darkness cannot devour mine." Those words fell coldly, and the entire battlefield fell silent for a moment. Temari and Kankuro stared at the unharmed Sasuke nearby, their pupils contracting as shock surged within them. He can actually stand against Gaara in this rampage, and even suppress him. Only Naruto's eyes lit up, instantly forgetting the danger, and couldn't help but tease. Rock Lee's moves Kakashi Sensius, Jutsu Long, Guhang's smug attitude. "Looks like you're a real Frankenstein, Sasuke." Suddenly a harsh roar cut off Naruto's banter. The frustration of the shattered sand claw erased the last shred of Gaara's reason. Half of his sand-covered body trembled violently, and the yellow sand around him surged, engulfing his entire form. "Darkness! My darkness!" he muttered deliriously, his head turning stiffly. His two mutated Shikaku pupils fixed on Sasuke, their murderous intent thick and inextricable, a near-maniacal obsession festering. "He'll kill you." The furious wailing roar shook the forest, sending sand and wind dancing wildly. Gaara slammed both arms against the ground. Sand waterfall, flow, rumble. The earth collapsed and split violently. Countless yellow sand erupted from beneath, instantly turning into a sand wave that rolled overwhelmingly towards Sasuke. The sky-filling sand brought a suffocating pressure over the entire scene. Naruto's face turned pallid, and he instinctively stepped forward. "Sasuke, don't come." Sasuke barked coldly. His crimson three-tomo spun swiftly, the Sharingan's extreme dynamic vision clearly tracking the flow of the sand wave. Chakra exploded under his feet. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, shattering the air and rushing straight into the vast sand wave. The residual lightning of Chidori in his palm flared again, his fierce battle spirit and solitary edge fully revealed. Sasuke leaped into the air, thrusting Chidori straight forward. The dazzling blue electric light collided into the sandfall. The extreme lightning pierced through the heavy wave, in an instant searing every grain of sand imbued with tailed beast chakra. But Gaara's sand wave, now infused with the One-Tail's chakra, possessed hardness and resilience far beyond ordinary sand techniques. Breaking through was no easy feat. The lightning in his palm dissipated at a visible rate. The exhaustion from 2 consecutive Chidori uses flooded his body, and Sasuke's movement slowed for a split second. Just as he was about to be swallowed by the raging sand, a clear, cheerful voice pierced through the storm. "No sleeping here, Sasuke." Multiple shadow-cloned jutsu poofs of white smoke burst in succession, and hundreds of Naruto's figures appeared, charging without hesitation into the surging sand wave. Countless shadow clones were crushed and squeezed by the sand, vanishing one after another in a cascade of explosions. But it was precisely this fearless human wave tactic that tore a gap in the impenetrable sand wave, dragging the nearly buried Sasuke out. Sasuke looked at the panting Naruto in front of him, his expression softening slightly, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. "Naruto, you." Naruto grinned, flashing his signature bright smile. "He am not the type to obey orders, you know." But that brief moment of relief lasted only an instant. The yellow sand underfoot churned and surged again, an icy sense of confinement enveloping them. Sand binding prison, Naruto's pupils shrank. In the nick of time, he mustered all his strength and hurled the immobilized Sasuke away, landing him on a distant tree branch. Sasuke's form landed steadily on a thick branch far away, narrowly escaping the binding sand, but Naruto himself had no chance to dodge. Thick, heavy yellow sand wrapped around his entire body, tightening layer by layer, a crushing pressure, seizing every limb, almost grinding his bones to dust. "Damn it! Stupid fox! Lend me some chakra." Naruto struggled desperately inside the sealed sand prison, his mind frantic, calling out to the 9 tails within him, trying to break free. But he was completely unaware that deep within the seal, the 9 tails' consciousness had already left the shallow space and entered the tailed beast's exclusive chakra communication domain. A secret conversation belonging only to the tailed beasts was quietly beginning. Within the deep conscious space of the tailed beasts, there was neither sky nor earth nor wind, sand or thunder. Only a pure, vast torrent of chakra flowing slowly, filling the entire void. 2 colossal figures confronted each other across the emptiness. One was crimson all over, its eerie and domineering 9-tailed chakra surging without cease. The other was covered in yellow sand, its form bloated. This was his spirit body, freed from the shackles of flesh. Jiuwei lazily lifted its eyelids, its hoarse voice carrying its usual arrogance as it broke the silence. "First, stupid raccoon cat, after all this time your chakra is still so weak." Shoha immediately bristled, the tiny grains of sand floating around it suddenly trembling and rolling, retorting with full indignation. Stupid fox, you can only talk big. Why did you come looking for me now? To beg me not to crush your Jinchuriki? Heh. Jiwei let out a contemptuous sneer, all trace of mockery vanishing from its eyes in an instant. Its previously slouching posture completely straightened, its massive form pressing down slightly, its aura condensing into extreme solemnity. Listen, what I'm about to say is crucial. Prepare yourself mentally first, and don't be scared. Shoha had lived for hundreds of years, and had fought with Jiwei its entire life. It had never seen this fox act arrogant and unbridled before, let alone such a grave and serious demeanor. The teasing in its heart immediately dissipated. Its small animal eyes locked tightly onto Jiwei, and it became completely serious. Seeing Shoha composed and attentive, Jiwei no longer delayed. Its expression darkened completely, and it spoke each word with gravity. Uchiha Madara has been resurrected. Huh? Shoha froze abruptly, standing there dumbfounded, its small eyes wide open, its mind going completely blank, and utter silence followed. Before it could digest this shocking news, Jiwei's voice rang out again, full of wariness and solemnity. That bastard is now possessing the body of a black-haired boy near my Jinchuriki. Shoha instinctively thought of the figure who had fought against its own Jinchuriki earlier, and spoke hesitantly. You mean the one who's good at lightning release? No. Jiwei shook its head decisively, its tone growing even more solemn. It's the other one. The one who beat you up before Long Guhong. This was like stepping on Shi's tail. The entire tailed beast bristled and shouted in exasperation. Hey, look at my temper. What do you mean beat me up? That was my Jinchuriki. Jiwei was irritated by its noisy manner and waved its paw impatiently. All right, don't dwell on these little details. It lowered its voice again, its tone with an indisputable seriousness. Just remember, that kid is extremely dangerous enough to overturn the entire ninja world. The only way for us to survive now is to contact the other tailed beasts as much as possible. If we unite, we can definitely defeat that bastard. The void of chakra space fell into a brief silence. Shoha blinked its round little eyes, seeming to seriously digest the information. After a moment, it slowly nodded and repeated word by word. You mean that the ninja world's Azura Uchiha Madara, who was once as famous as Senju Hashirama, has been resurrected? Yes, Jiwei answered solemnly, its expression not relaxing in the slightest. Shoha continued to confirm. And he's resurrected and possessing that brat Long Guhong. Exactly. Jiwei nodded heavily, wariness filling its pupils. After another 2 seconds of silence, Shoha suddenly spoke slowly, its tone carrying a hint of knowing amusement. And from your tone, you've actually confirmed it. Yes, Jiwei said without hesitation, its tone firm. Upon receiving the answer, Shoha nodded meaningfully and said, then I understand. These words. You made them all up. You understand. What? Jiwei's originally tense body suddenly stiffened, its scarlet vertical pupils widening in disbelief. It had never expected that its extremely serious warning would be taken as a fabrication by Shoha. Before Jiwei could argue, Shoha interrupted, its stifled laughter slowly sounding. What? A lowbrow nullifiing challenge. Sorry, I just held it together the whole time. I repeat, I'm not joking. It's true. Jiwei waved its arms and legs frantically, its massive figure shaking restlessly in the chakra space, full of exasperation. But what answered it was Shi's burst of loud laughter. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I held it in hard earlier, but this line finally broke me. Jiwei gritted its teeth in anger and snapped, hey, can you be serious? That kid really has Uchiha Madara's soul inside him. This is a cataclysmic threat for us tailed beasts. Shoha lazily shook its body, waving dismissively with feigned indifference. All right, telling the same joke twice is boring. Besides, my Jinchuriki has fought with that Long Guhong several times. I sensed everything clearly. There wasn't a trace of anyone else's chakra. Jiwei wanted to speak again, to pour out all the terrifying details it had experienced and forcefully awaken Shi's vigilance. But just as it was about to open its mouth, it was coldly interrupted by Shoha. Enough, stupid fox. Shi's tone became utterly impatient. I don't want to hear any more of these boring cold jokes. Get back to your cage, and don't come here to make your big brother laugh. As the words fell, the sand around Shoha suddenly tightened with a hint of chilling, killing intent. Oh, and since you're so free, I might as well crush your Jinchuriki and make you settle down for good. This seamless string of bluster and dismissal left Jiwei, who had seen many storms, utterly stunned. Jiwei stood frozen in place, all its warnings, the immense crisis, and its meticulous plan stuck in its throat, unable to spit out or swallow. Before it could recover and retort, the entire chakra space suddenly trembled. Swoosh! The phantom of Shoha before it instantly dissipated, and the passage connecting the 2 conscious spaces was forcibly severed. Shoha unilaterally cut off the tailed beast communication, leaving Jiwei no room to argue or defend itself. The next second, the scene shifted. Juei's spiritual consciousness was violently pulled back into the depths of its sealing cage. Inside the dim cage, the iron bars were cold, and the air was thick with foulness. Juei was stunned for half a second, then extreme fury instantly overwhelmed all reason. That damn raccoon cat. Juei slammed its paw heavily against the ground, the immense force splashing standing water in all directions. It clenched its fangs, its face twisted in rage. The crimson chakra on its body surged and trembled violently with anger, its massive form quaking all over. It grabbed the thick iron wall of the cage in front of it, its scarlet vertical pupils locked tightly onto Naruto, who was still calling out to it outside. Juei roared furiously, "Naruto, you want power, don't you? Fine. They'll give it to you now. Go out and kill that arrogant raccoon cat." Boom. A massive torrent of wild, scorching nine-tailed chakra burst out of the seal, crazily flooding into Naruto's meridians and body. Inside the sealed sand prison, Naruto was still struggling desperately when suddenly a surge of power far greater than before exploded within him, filling his limbs and bones. His meridians burned and ached from the swelling chakra. His pupils contracted, and he screamed in shock, "Damn it! Kurama, slow down. There's too much chakra. My body will break." The savage nine-tails chakra, like an uncontrollable torrent, ruthlessly flooded every inch of Naruto's meridians. The sand-binding coffin that had imprisoned him violently trembled, with fine cracks spreading at an astonishing speed. In the next instant, bang! The pure scarlet chakra exploded with a deafening roar. The hard, thick sand prison was shattered, sending a storm of yellow sand billowing in all directions. A sinister coat of blood-red chakra enveloped Naruto's entire body, outlining an oppressive, ferocious silhouette. His once clear eyes had completely transformed into cold, piercing red vertical slits, thoroughly tainted with the nine-tails' murderous aura. Two tails now appeared behind him. Naruto slowly raised his eyes, his scarlet pupils locking onto Gaara not far ahead, his gaze filled with pure slaughter and brutality. Two distinct tailed beast auras clashed with a thunderous impact. The crimson violent chakra of the nine tails collided fiercely with the earthy killing sand chakra of Shikaku. A wild shockwave instantly swept through the entire forest, howling winds shaking the treetops and sending clouds of sand flying. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto's foot slammed down, shattering the ground. Vermilion Seal, his figure instantly transformed into a scarlet afterimage, the explosive power pulverizing the sand beneath his feet. The two condensed solid nine-tails chakra tails stretched taut and struck Gaara's unprepared face, with overwhelming force landing a brutal blow. Crack! A sharp, savage sound of impact echoed. Gaara was sent flying backward by the whip of the tailed beast's tail, several pieces of hard sand armor falling off his body, sand raining down. A violent tremor of pain shot through his cheek. But Naruto's assault showed no sign of stopping. In his berserk state, he abandoned all conventional combat. He dropped to all fours, crouching like a predatory beast, and lunged forward with even more savage speed, intercepting Gaara's mid-air trajectory. His left hand, covered in a scarlet chakra claw, erupted with full force, slamming into Gaara's back. Another devastating strike sent Gaara's falling body flying again, tumbling helplessly through the air, unable to regain his balance. Naruto leaped, appearing directly above the suspended Gaara. His right fist, wrapped in the ultimate nine-tails chakra, clenched tightly and descended with crushing force, smashing vertically downward. Rumble. The instant the fist hit, a terrifying shockwave exploded. Gaara's body crashed into the ground like a broken boulder, the hard earth caving in and shattering, forming a deep crater filled with rubble. Dust and sand erupted, completely shrouding the pit. Using the rebound force, the two scarlet chakra tails behind Naruto stretched out, hooking onto a thick tree trunk behind him, leaving him suspended upside down, steady on the branch. His scarlet pupils coldly surveyed the dust below, his violent aura undiminished. As the dust slowly settled according to the eternal law of smoke, without injury, Gaara was surely not yet defeated. In the next second, a sudden change. A piercing roar enough to tear through the forest burst from the thick dust with a deafening crash. Rumble. The entire ground shook violently, cracks spreading everywhere. Debris and billowing dust surged, instantly engulfing the forest. A chilling pressure enveloped the area, making it hard to breathe. Amid the flying sand and stones, a massive, bloated golden figure slowly emerged from the ground. The one-tailed Shikaku had fully manifested. The gigantic tanuki body was covered in deep spiral-tailed beast marks, yellow sand swirling wildly around it, exuding an overwhelming murderous aura that dominated the scene. On top of Shikaku's head, Gaara, half buried in quicksand, had the last trace of consciousness fade from his eyes, replaced by cold indifference. He looked at Naruto hanging on the tree and Sasuke in the distance, speaking coldly. "I'll go ahead first. You two do your best." Sleeping technique. With that, Gaara's eyes closed completely, falling into a deep slumber fully surrendering control of his body to the tailed beast within. The next moment a maniacal, arrogant, and piercing laugh echoed through the forest. Ha! And finally, Shikaku's enormous, beastly eyes gleamed with murderous intent, its cold pupils locking onto the scarlet-covered Naruto on the branch. The familiar Ninetales chakra washed over it. It lifted its massive head slightly, a wicked grin curling at its mouth filled with excitement and bloodlust. Perfect. I get to personally kill that stinky fox. On the branch, the berserk Naruto was targeting Shikaku. The two chakra tails hooked around the tree trunk suddenly tensed, launching him like an arrow wrapped in a torrent of scarlet chakra, charging straight at Shikaku's massive body. Facing Naruto's fearless charge, Shikaku's eyes showed only utter contempt. You're overestimated. Wind-style air bullet. Shikaku's bloated belly swelled, and with a wide-open mouth, a highly condensed ball of wind pressure, a tailed beast chakra sphere, instantly formed and shot forward with a terrifying roar. The horrific wind pressure overwhelmed the area, flinging Naruto's body away before he could even get close. Bang! He crashed heavily into the ground, sending dirt and stones flying, his body racked with pain. But at this moment he ignored the pain entirely. Forcing himself to get up, he gritted his teeth and charged once more at Shikaku's colossal form. Once, twice, 3 times. Naruto was sent flying by the air bullets again and again, battered and bruised, yet he rose fearlessly each time, charging forward. The extreme rage and fighting spirit continuously drove the Ninetales chakra to surge. The chakra tails behind him gradually grew from 2 to 3, the scarlet glow intensifying and the violent aura escalating layer by layer. Not far away, leaning against a tree trunk, Sasuke was racked with exhaustion, his meridians aching from the backlash of repeatedly using Chidori, making even lifting his hand a struggle. But his Sharingan spun at full speed, capturing every detail of the battlefield with perfect clarity. Watching Naruto's relentless futile charges, his brows furrowed deeply, and he spoke with intense reluctance. That Gaara is the key. If we don't wake him up, this fight will never end. Witnessing Naruto being completely consumed by rage, losing his sanity step by step, turning into a mindless killing machine, a wave of bitter frustration and helplessness washed over Sasuke. His body trembled slightly, his teeth clenched, and he screamed in his mind, "Damn it! Move my body. If this keeps up, that idiot will lose all control." In his intense struggle, Kakashi's training advice echoed clearly in his mind. Sasuke, with your current chakra reserves, using Chidori twice a day is already the limit your body can handle. Kakashi's admonition echoed like a curse, reverberating endlessly in his ears, lingering and inescapable. Twice daily with the Chidori is the limit. If you overextend, you will surely suffer the backlash. A piercing ache spread through his limbs and bones, burrowing deep into every meridian. His body, pushed beyond its limits, teetered on the brink of collapse. Every time he channeled chakra, his muscles screamed in protest, and a needle-like pain shot through his meridians, a stark reminder that he was utterly spent. Yet the battlefield before him allowed no room for retreat. The Ninetales chakra cloak around Naruto had solidified, 3 savage crimson tails whipping wildly as he charged at Shikaku, oblivious to pain or fatigue. If this continued, Naruto would be completely consumed by the Ninetales' malevolence, reduced to a mindless puppet of destruction. The surge of intense emotions pent up and pressing finally shattered Sasuke's inner restraint. In the next instant, eerie black markings crept forth from beneath his neck like awakened serpents, racing along the veins and muscle fibers, spreading rapidly. ZZT. The cold and violent chakra of the cursed seal erupted uncontrollably. Inky patterns instantly covered Sasuke's neck, arms, torso, and finally his entire face, a ferocious sigil pulsing on his skin, exuding an aura of extreme danger. The heavens' curse seal, self-unsealed. The savage power flooded his weary form, yet still could not quell the resentment deep within his heart. Sasuke clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, a storm of bitterness surging in his eyes. He growled in a low voice, as if questioning the very rules or struggling to break free. 2 uses a day. Is this my limit? The extreme emotional turmoil violently shook the depths of his soul, stirring a sliver of the terrifying chakra that belonged solely to Madara Uchiha latent within him. In Sasuke's mind, a low, ancient, familiar voice suddenly exploded, unhurried, yet carrying a pressure that pierced the soul. Boy, as a descendant of the Uchiha, do you intend to fall here? The crimson Freedomo Sharingan spun wildly in his eye sockets. Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. That voice again. Who are you? Madara's voice, calm and flat, echoed through his mind. I am Madara Uchiha, your aunt. Sasuke's mind was in turmoil. He demanded harshly, why are you hiding inside my body? You have it backwards. Madara's tone turned icy, laden with boundless authority. Now I am the one questioning you. A colossal mental shock abruptly detonated, slamming hard against Sasuke's spirit. A tearing pain seared his eyes as the burden on his Sharingan instantly skyrocketed. Before he could regain his composure, Madara's voice heavy as the primordial age resounded again in the depths of his soul, shaking his very being. Are you truly willing to fall here? Sasuke pressed his hands against his burning, stinging eyes, the question echoing repeatedly in his mind. Willing. Willing to stop here. Willing to be so useless to watch everything end with his own eyes. In an instant, the pent-up obsessions, regrets, and bitterness erupted in full force. No. How could I possibly be willing? I still have unresolved obsessions. I still have that man to deal with. I still have the Uchiha clan to revive. I still have comrades to save. How can I fall? I cannot fall. I absolutely will not fall. I will. Fight again. Sasuke's eyes snapped open wide. The crimson Sharingan spun and morphed at breakneck speed. The dormant power of the cursed seal around him surged once more, black and violet lightning writhing around his body. In his mind, Madara's voice, tinged with a hint of approval, suddenly rang out. Good lad, since that's the case, I shall lend you a hand. The next second, the chakra of Madara latent within him was completely unsealed. An overwhelming torrent of power flooded his limbs and bones, instantly filling Sasuke's depleted chakra reserves, and even began to overflow and surge. The radiance of the black and violet cursed seal exploded violently, piercing through the swirling sandstorm. His once exhausted, stiff, and breaking body was forcibly lifted and reshaped by this vast, terrifying power. His jet black hair grew rapidly, imbued with a deep blue luster, whipping freely. The skin on his back abruptly bulged, splitting open into two jagged fissures from which a pair of bone wings burst forth, inky patterns entwining the wing veins, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. At the center of his forehead, a deep black cross mark slowly materialized, majestic and fierce. The Heaven's Curse seal, second stage, fully unleashed. The most horrifying transformation occurred in his eyes. The original Freedomo Sharingan underwent a rapid transformation and reconstruction, its patterns shifting, its ocular power surging, until finally it became a pair of intricate, unfathomably deep, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The very eyes of Madara Uchiha? Sasuke slowly raised his left hand, and in his palm a bolt of pitch-black lightning abruptly coalesced. The violent lightning-released chakra suppressed a muffled thunderclap. He looked up, staring straight ahead at the colossal tailed beast, his voice cold and domineering, cutting through the wind. I have no limits. Not far away, Shikaku, who had been gathering power to strike down Naruto, felt its massive, beastly pupils suddenly contract. The surging sand around it paused for a moment. Instinctively, it sensed a supremely dangerous aura slowly awakening and blooming from that strange young boy. A storm of shock and disbelief raged within its heart. How is this possible? This power should never belong to this brat. Could it be that what that damned fox said was true? Without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke's two pairs of spread wings suddenly flared, unleashing extreme propulsion. His form transformed into a black-violet streak of light, instantly launching into the air. The lightning in his palm instantly condensed, darker and more violent than ever before. The chakra of the lightning release raged, a muffled thunderclap suppressed in the air, and the Chidori instantly took shape. Shikaku, seeing this, its massive body trembled slightly. Its enormous sand palm, wreathed in a storm of sand, shot forward with the force to crush everything, determined to block Sasuke's assault. But at this moment, Sasuke, having unlocked the second stage of the cursed seal and awakened the eternal Mangekyo, was a completely different person from his previous weakened state. The black lightning, sharp as a blade, easily tore through the thick sand layer, piercing through Shikaku's giant sand palm like a hot knife through butter, encountering no resistance. The penetrating attack lost none of its momentum. Sasuke's throat chakra condensed once more, and a scorching fire release chakra burst forth. Fire release Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Several blazing full fireballs exploded in midair, plummeting down in a dive, hammering fiercely onto the sand layer of Shikaku's injured hand. The intense heat instantly seared the sand, a burning pain spreading through its entire body. Hot, hot, hot. Shikaku's sharp, harsh roar suddenly erupted, the usually majestic tailed beast's cry now tinged with a hint of pitiful absurdity. Seizing the moment when Shikaku was stunned and stiff from the pain, Sasuke's figure landed steadily, nimbly, perching on Shikaku's thick sandy arm. The black lightning in his palm coiled and condensed again, the lightning fierce and murderous. He looked up, staring intently at the sleeping Gaara atop Shikaku's head, then shouted loudly to Naruto below. I'm going to wake Gaara up and end this fight. Can you keep up, Naruto? Naruto, filled with murderous intent below, paused abruptly at the sound. He looked up at Sasuke, whose black-violet wings were spread, his eyes deep and sharp, and a clear moment of daze flickered in his crimson vertical pupils. Sasuke, at this moment, powerful, aloof, blazing with brilliance, completely defied his usual. After a brief stupor, Naruto quickly snapped back to himself, grinned, and raised a crisp thumbs up. His crimson chakra tail lashed out, and his fighting spirit surged to the max. Instantly Naruto's limbs exploded with force. His agile form twisted and turned through the swirling dust, borrowing leverage to leap nimbly, landing steadily on another of Shikaku's arms, facing off against Sasuke from a distance, forming a pincer. Seeing the two closing and heading straight for his only weakness, the sleeping Gaara, Shikaku flew into a complete rage. Its massive body trembled violently, and the yellow sand around it churned and surged uncontrollably. Damn brats. He'll bury you both completely. Sandstorm-layered burial torrents of sand poured from Shikaku's shoulders and body, massive overlapping waves of heavy sand instantly engulfing its arms, descending with a suffocating, crushing force towards Naruto and Sasuke. The sky filled with yellow sand sealed off all escape routes, an ambush of murderous intent. Facing the crisis, Naruto suddenly halted his charge. His 3 crimson chakra tails abruptly stiffened, stabbing deep into the sandy surface below to anchor himself. Then he pulled back to gather power. Clang! In an instant, the ultimate charge was complete. Naruto, like a missile launched from its tube, blasted forward with a roar. His claws, wreathed in the Nine Tails' malevolence, slashed repeatedly, the crimson chakra tearing through layer after layer of sand, carving a path through the thick burial, breaking through the sand barrier, and charging full speed towards Gaara above. Sasuke's approach on the other side was more fierce and domineering. His 2 black wings instantly folded, wrapping tightly around his body to form a spinning sharp shield. Then he spun at high speed, breaking through the air. The black lightning in his palm was channeled entirely to the tips of his wings, lightning entwined a razor's edge. Swift wind bullet. The ultra-fast spinning body, like a drill of the dark night, ignored all sand obstacles, pulverizing the incoming sandstorm, steadily breaking through the blockade. Seeing both break through his techniques and charge at him, Shikaku panicked completely. A sharp, strange cry echoed through the forest. I don't want to go back. A giant sand claw lifted hastily, sweeping down with the force of a gale, striking first at the nearest Naruto, aiming to push him back with a single blow. In the nick of time, a black-violet streak of light suddenly intercepted, arriving on the battlefield just before the sand claw hit Naruto. It all comes down to this. Sasuke muttered in a low voice, his gaze resolute. Naruto, following close behind, his eyes firm, called back as he broke through the wind and sand, I will definitely win this fight. Sorrowful Chidori, cruel fist, the pitch-black lightning-released chakra, erupted violently. The lightning in Sasuke's hand stabbed deep into the core of Shikaku's sandy wrist. The violent black lightning raged through the sand, exploding and spreading. Crack! The hard, thick wrist broke with a sound, chunks of sand flying everywhere. Shikaku's fatal obstruction crumbled in an instant. At the same moment, Naruto had already charged at full speed to the top of Shikaku's head, right in front of Gaara. His heavy fist, wrapped in the Nine Tails' immense chakra, struck Gaara's cheek with just the right force. The violent shock traveled through flesh and blood deep into the mind, shattering the layers of sleeping restraint that bound Gaara's consciousness. His chaotic awareness rapidly returned, and his unfocused pupils gradually regained clarity. The howling wind and sand gradually subsided, and the violent tailed beast pressure slowly receded. This perilous crisis of tailed beast rampage had reached its conclusion. Shikaku's chakra completely dissipated, the sand enveloping its form collapsed with a thunderous crash. Deprived of the tailed beast's power, Gaara's body went limp, falling heavily onto the soft yellow sand, unable to rise. The sand fell with a rustle, and in the wrecked battlefield, 2 figures, battered, yet upright, slowly approached. Naruto's Nine Tails chakra cloak gradually faded, the crimson tails vanishing, his scarred body swaying dangerously. The curse mark patterns on Sasuke's body slowly receded into the back of his neck, his wings retracted, and his eternal Mangekyo reverted to ordinary eyes. His overexerted body was already on the verge of collapse. Supporting each other, they walked step by step, slowly approaching the fallen Gaara. The brief few seconds of confrontation felt infinitely long to Gaara at this moment. Extreme terror gripped his heart, fear starkly written across his face, without any concealment. You? Stay away from me. His body was completely spent. He lacked the strength to even lift his hand. All he could do was stiffly move his fingers, clumsily grabbing scattered bits of sand around him, tremblingly throwing them towards the 2 approaching figures. The force was pitifully weak. The sand barely flew half a meter before falling to the ground, posing no threat whatsoever. At the same time, his body involuntarily squirmed backward, a pathetic retreat, his eyes filled with an unprecedented panic and cowardice. Seeing him alone and helpless, struggling to protect himself, Naruto's tense expression gradually softened. His hoarse, weary voice echoed across the empty battlefield. You've been alone all this time. It must have been painful. That loneliness, being misunderstood, having no one by your side. I understand it all. Gaara's hand, which had been throwing sand, froze abruptly, suspended in midair. He lifted his gaze sharply, meeting Naruto's face covered in scrapes and dust, and his eyes devoid of all violence, filled only with pure empathy and compassion. There was no mockery, no hostility, only raw empathy which stabbed deep into his barren heart. The next moment Naruto's brows suddenly furrowed, his gentle gaze instantly overlaying with stubbornness and determination. But precisely because of that I cherish the bonds I've only just managed to forge even more. Even if I have to kill you, I will stop you. Gaara's pupils trembled slightly, a confused and bewildered expression on his face. Bonds. What is that? Naruto, dragging his overexerted body to its limit, his gaze clear and resolute, his tone profoundly earnest. For me, whether in the past, present, or future, I have always considered him a friend. That is our. His voice trailed off as his will finally gave way. His body, pushed to the extreme, could no longer hold on. His vision went black, all strength drained from him, and he collapsed forward. Sasuke beside him instinctively reached out and firmly caught the limp Naruto. He leaned sideways against Naruto, his expression filled with impatience and disdain, his cold gaze sweeping over the stunned Gaara on the ground. What are you looking at? Don't flatter yourself. Sasuke's tone was cold, arrogant, and awkward, utterly devoid of warmth as he spoke flatly, breaking the touching atmosphere. Don't think I'm going to say any mushy stuff like that. He glanced down at Naruto, slumped against his shoulder, his tone casual. I'm just protecting my little brother. At the same time, through Sasuke's eyes, Madara, who was within the barrier, took in the entire outcome of the battle. Watching the two work in perfect sync to break the stalemate and awaken Gaara, a faint rueful smile curled at the corner of Madara's lips. Then he withdrew his gaze and paid no further attention. He turned his attention back to Hashirama, before him, his low voice echoing leisurely within the barrier. It seems that matter is already resolved. Just as well, I'm starting to find this little farce a bit tiresome. The vast mental space suddenly rippled with layers of transparent waves. A clear and crisp laughter leisurely echoed, shattering the stillness of this realm. Long Guhong sat cross-legged on the pure white floor, arms folded, chuckling lightly. Lord Ban, your favoritism is too obvious. You're openly giving Zui Zhu special treatment. In response to the teasing, Ban instead curled a faint smile, his eyes shedding the former icy dominance that crushed all beings, replaced with rare indulgence and gentleness. He said in a relaxed tone, "What's wrong with me helping my own good-for-nothing kid? Besides, since he is your younger brother, he naturally is mine, Uchiha Ban's younger brother." Yet this display of protectiveness and inexplicable tenderness appeared utterly eerie to the outside observer. Chincho, Zhu Jian. Zhu Jian blinked, staring perplexedly at the unpredictable Ban, his tone straightforward and honest. Ban, are you suffering from facial paralysis? Why are you switching between cold face and smiling face so quickly? At these words, the tender smile on Ban's face instantly froze. His usual proud, cold, and inscrutable composure completely collapsed, and he turned red with fury on the spot. His brows furrowed fiercely as he roared, "You blockhead! Look at you!" Zhu Jian immediately perked up, pointing a finger at the furious Ban, then turning to look at Fei Jian stuck in the earth, laughing heartily. He's triggered. He's triggered. Now he's turning red-faced again. Just as I said. This relentless teasing completely shattered Ban's last shred of interest. Boom! Vast and terrifying chakra erupted wildly without warning, and the violent dojutsu power swept across the entire four-violet flame formation. Ban's eyes widened in fury, his fists clenched, and the azure chakra around him erupted like the deep sea. A fierce half-humanoid Susanoo with sharp lines and overwhelming bloodlust quickly formed, instantly wrapping around his body. The cold Susanoo skeleton enveloped the entire field with immense pressure. Seeing Ban truly enraged and striking, Zhu Jian instantly wiped off his joking expression, hurriedly waving his hands in surrender, his tone panicked. "No, no, no. Ban, calm down. Let's talk this out." But at this moment Ban's fury had already surged. He was in no mood to listen to any persuasion. Under the cover of Susanoo, his gaze was icy and sharp, glaring at the flustered Zhu Jian ahead, his tone dripping with hostility. "Words are pointless. Take this hit first." As his words fell, the half Susanoo's palm abruptly opened, and several azure magatama formed in midair, linking together, shimmering with fierce chakra light, their terrifying might overwhelming. Isaka Magatama. The massive Susanoo Magatama shot through the air, carrying the terrifying force of enormous chakra, flying straight toward Zhu Jian. As the danger approached, Zhu Jian's expression tightened. Instinctively his hands flew through hand signs, and he shouted, with style, "Barrier technique." Yet the thick wooden barrier he expected to rise from the ground was nowhere to be seen. Before him was emptiness, and his chakra was deathly still, causing Zhu Jian's movements to freeze, his face full of helplessness and embarrassment. He drooped his eyes, spread his hands, and completely gave up. "I can't even use this. This is really a cake screw-up." With no other choice, the legendary god of Shinobi could only raise his hand, openly ready to take Ban's fierce blow. Boom! A earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted. The Yasaka Magatama violently struck the location where Zhu Jian stood, and a raging chakra shockwave instantly blasted outward. Cracks instantly spread wildly across the hard roof in all directions. The surrounding forest sea shattered and severed, and the light and shadows in the sky trembled violently. The azure Susanoo chakra raged and dissipated. There was no trace of Zhu Jian left, only countless fine fragments of reincarnated dirt paper fluttering down. The smoke and dust slowly cleared, and the rampaging shockwave gradually subsided. Zhu Jian's figure gradually reconstructed among the flying paper fragments, fully restored, seemingly completely unharmed. As soon as he steadied himself, he looked up, and the surrounding scene suddenly and silently shifted. It was still the pure, white, boundless space. Not far away, Ban had already dispelled his Rinnegan and withdrawn the overwhelming Susanoo, his turbulent and violent chakra fully restrained, returning to calm. He sat alone on the ground with a wine cup and aged liquor placed before him. He raised his hand to pour wine, his movements leisurely and content, the anger in his eyes and brows already faded, leaving only a distant calm. Sensing Zhu Jian's gaze, Ban raised his cup lightly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, his tone composed and leisurely. Why not come over and reminisce? You must have many doubts in your heart. Hearing this, Zhu Jian symbolically patted his upper body and stepped forward on the spotless ground. Glancing at the clear, bright wine in the cup, he couldn't help but curl his lips, looking utterly disinterested. Forget it, I'm a reincarnated body now. What's the point of drinking? He waved his hand vaguely over the cup, his tone tinged with helplessness and melancholy. As for you, don't go damaging that kid's body by drinking too much. You're still as dull as ever. Ban shook his head slightly, uttering a faint remark. Then the casual expression on Zhu Jian's face slowly faded away, his brows dropping heavily, and the relaxed atmosphere around him instantly turned solemn and grave. He stared steadily at the composed Uchiha Ban, sipping his wine, his gaze sharp as a torch. After a moment of silence, Zhu Jian spoke in a low voice, asking the core doubt in his heart. Ban, tell me honestly, what is your real purpose in plotting your resurrection this time? I can clearly sense that your chakra has changed. He frowned slightly, his tone utterly certain. It seems to have lost that biting coldness of your past, shed the endless hatred and stubbornness, and instead gained more depth and calm. Facing Zhu Jian's pointed question, Ban's hand holding the cup did not pause, his fingers gently stroking the cool porcelain surface. There was no passionate declaration of ambition, no grand desire to overthrow the world. In the empty mental space, only his soft whisper laden with half a lifetime's regrets slowly echoed. I want to try changing this world. Using your way. Zhu Jian was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. My way. Ban looked up, his scarlet Rinnegan quietly fixed on him, his tone plain, yet filled with immense vicissitude. My former dream has long been completely shattered. What exactly have you been through? As if sensing the negative emotions emanating from Ban, Zhu Jian stared blankly at him. Under Zhu Jian's astonished gaze, Ban tilted his head back and drained the strong wine in one gulp, yet it stirred no ripple within him. Just a little wind and frost. He looked up, his eternal eye fixed ahead, and a faint yet sincere smile curved at the corners of his mouth, his gaze clear and firm. I might not have a dream now, but I can protect your dream. Are you ready for the impact of these 720 episodes, Zhu Jian? Within the illusionary world, as Madara's words had just fallen, the pristine white space instantly unfolded, layers of dreamlike iridescence, and countless fragmented light and shadow images spread and flowed across the void. He simply pulled the bewildered Hashirama to sit beside him, intending to use this exclusive illusion space to take his old friend through the complete storyline of the Naruto world from the very beginning, so he could see through all the grievances, entanglements, and cycles of fate in later generations. And while the two were engrossed in viewing the story, the dominance of this body quietly shifted, and Long Guheng naturally took full control. The moment he took over the body, the calmness on his face instantly faded, and a mischievous grin abruptly crept into his eyes. With a light step of chakra under his feet, his form turned into a blur, instantly appearing before Tobirama, who was still pinned to the ground by black rods. Yo, hello there, Rabbit Hokage. Tobirama, lying on the ground, his body completely stiff, was gritting his teeth and continuously channeling chakra to break free from the black rods, when this unfamiliar and cocky voice suddenly rang in his ears. His pupils contracted sharply. At first he mistook it for Madara's return and said in a tense voice, Madara. But the next instant his keen perception fully spread out, catching the entirely different chakra fluctuation before him. There was none of Uchiha Madara's overwhelming brutality and icy murderous intent. It was lively and erratic, carrying a strange unfamiliarity. Tobirama's eyes darkened and he sternly corrected, No, you're that brat called Long Guheng. Long Guheng raised an eyebrow on the spot, clicking his tongue in disbelief. Damn, you recognized me even like this. Uncle Rabbit, have you opened your third eye, or what? Taunted by the nickname, Tobirama's chest heaved with anger, his whole body suppressed by the black rods, barely able to move. He could only force down his fury. Call me the second lord. A trace of hope flickered in Tobirama's eyes as his tense expression relaxed slightly, and he spoke urgently and earnestly. But it's good that you've finally regained control of your body. I knew it, your willpower would never be weaker than that evil Uchiha Madara. Quickly help me pull out these black rods. Long Guhing stared at Tobirama's sincere and earnest expression, stunned on the spot, silently complaining in his mind. So the second Hokage still thought he was a victim forcibly possessed and controlled by Madara. In that case, Long Guhing instantly became possessed by the spirit of acting, switching states in a second. His legs gave way, and he simply knelt down on the broken roof tiles, curling his body into a ball, letting his shoulders sag, adopting the most defeated posture possible. His tone was dejected and forlorn. It doesn't matter anymore. Just leave me alone. This sudden act of giving up completely bewildered Tobirama. His eyes bulged wide, staring at the young man who seemed a different person, utterly shocked, his mind blank, completely unable to keep up with this absurd rhythm. After a brief silence, Tobirama finally snapped out of it, veins bulging on his forehead in anger as he roared, "You little brat! Are you deliberately messing with me? What, the game's not over, and you saw through it?" Long Guhing instantly sprang up from the ground, the previous dejected and defeated look vanishing, without a trace that cocky grin back on his face. Tobirama stared fixedly at his unrestrained demeanor, shouting with a mix of anger and urgency, "You're a naturally evil brat too. Where's the monkey? Come over here and teach this bastard a lesson." Whoosh! A gentle, pure white, strong light suddenly erupted behind Long Guhing, instantly silencing all of Tobirama's clamor. Everyone followed the light and saw that Hashirama's reanimated body was continuously emitting a warm white radiance, and his originally stiff and lifeless reanimated form began to become translucent and ethereal. Layer upon layer of reanimation power receded and sank like an ebbing tide. Mental acceptance and the fetters broke on their own. The white light shot straight into the sky, and the countless pieces of reanimation paper fluttering in the air dissolved into nothing. The sense of decay and lifelessness around Hashirama completely faded, his body growing more and more transparent, transforming into a warm white spiritual form. Witnessing this, Tobirama was utterly dumbfounded, blurting out in a panic, "Big brother, have you been seduced by the evil Uchiha Madara too?" "Haha, there's no need to hold such malice towards Madara." Standing in the void, Hashirama looked down at Long Guhing below, his smile open and relaxed, full of relief. "This time I choose to believe in what he has done. Moreover, he is no longer alone now." As the words fell, his peripheral vision caught sight of Sarutobi Hiruzen rushing over, and he casually gave a piece of advice. "Oh right, one more thing. You're advanced in age now, you should start selecting the next Hokage." Then came another instruction. "And one more thing, please keep the matters concerning Long Guhing and Madara confidential. And one more thing. Hey, I haven't finished talking yet." The urgent trailing sound cut off abruptly. Hashirama's white spiritual form, trailing a stream of light, pierced through the clouds, ascended into the sky, and completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Good grief. Long Guhing looked up at the empty sky and couldn't help but echo Madara's sentiment. "Master Ban, did you also unlock a talk no jutsu? You literally talked the first Hokage into ascending." However, Uchiha Madara paid no attention to his words. He just quietly gazed at Hashirama's fading figure, a pure regretless smile finally blooming in his eyes. He nodded gently, "Till we meet again. May we keep our promise for that drink." Honestly acting all aloof and ignoring people again. Long Guhing muttered a small complaint, then turned to look at Orochimaru, who was standing silently off to the side, and shouted, "Hey Snake Uncle. The most prominent female lead has already ascended and run off. Hurry up and release the impure world reanimation." Orochimaru heard this and performed the hand seals to undo the jutsu without hesitation. As the restrictions of the impure world reanimation completely dissolved, Tobirama's spiritual form broke free and slowly floated upward. Feeling a glare that could almost shoot flames boring into him from behind, Long Guhing's entire body broke out in goosebumps. He quickly waved his hand. "You're about to leave, Uncle Rabbit, so stop glaring at me. Say it one more time. Call me the second lord." Tobirama's furious roar faded, and his spiritual form turned into a streak of light, shooting straight into the sky and completely dispersing. With the clamor over, only Long Guhing, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Orochimaru remained facing each other on the battlefield. Suddenly, Orochimaru's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and a sinister chuckle slowly rang out, filled with endless amusement. "How truly looking forward to our next meeting." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeply and spoke in a low voice. "Having done such evil deeds, do you think you can walk away so easily, Orochimaru?" Heh. A light laugh sounded the tone, carrying a mocking familiarity with everything Don't think I don't know you, old man. Have known everything all along. You've quietly arranged many men in Konoha waiting for some time. Withdraw. Without any superfluous words at the command, the four sound ninjas instantly deactivated the already broken four violet flames formation, flickered, and gathered around Orochimaru. Ninja art reverse summoning technique. Poof. A thick cloud of white smoke suddenly erupted, instantly engulfing the entire ruined battlefield. 5 figures concealed within the space-time fluctuations as the white smoke billowed disappeared completely without a trace. Long Guhing coughed while covering his mouth and nose, his face full of exasperation. Every time you leave, you make such a huge cloud of smoke, it's purely meant to choke people. The warm sun bathed the streets of Konoha, the breeze rustling the leaves as they fluttered. It was another perfect day in Konoha. After Orochimaru's escape, the long-brewing Konoha crush plan had finally come to an end. The post-war reckoning arrived as scheduled. The Konoha high-ranking officials promptly submitted a massive compensation list to Sunagakure, holding them accountable for colluding with rogue ninjas in the invasion and destruction of Konoha. Yet, this accountability negotiation was fraught with absurdity and frustration from start to finish. Inside the meeting room, the Sunagakure delegates played dumb and acted shamelessly, their attitudes arrogant and domineering. Our Kazekage is dead, and you still demand compensation from us. Don't you feel any guilt? The Konoha ninja present twitched in anger and refuted sharply. The tailed beast of Sunagakure appeared during this invasion. How can you deny it? However, the Sunagakure envoy spread his hands and turned the tables with a barrage of sophistry. In the end, the mastermind is Orochimaru. He is a rogue ninja who escaped from Konoha. It was he who incited Sunagakure into action. If anyone is to be blamed, Konoha should pay us consolation money. Konoha. The hours-long tug-of-war negotiation was finally ended by a single dismissive remark from Sunagakure. No money, no lives. But we have plenty of sand to take, as much as you want. A post-war accountability that should have been just and forceful ended hastily. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his office chair, gazing at the bright but blinding sunlight outside, feeling nothing but exhaustion. Years of war, internal village dangers, and constant factional infighting among the high ranks had worn him out. After much deliberation following the recommendation of Hashirama about succession, he made up his mind to step down from the position of Hokage. Once the news was confirmed, none was happier than Shimura Danzo, who had lurked in the shadows for years. Through all these years of restraint and patience, he had kept his eyes fixed on the Hokage seat, and now that the opportunity had finally arrived, his ambition could no longer be contained. Convinced that the position of the 5th Hokage was already in his grasp, he rushed without pause to the high-level meeting. The wooden door of the Hokage conference room was tightly shut, but the sound of conversation inside could be clearly heard. Danzo hastened his steps. Just as he reached the door and raised his hand to push it open, a calm but resolute aged voice suddenly pierced through the wooden panel, striking his ears. The 5th Hokage, Danzo, is absolutely not allowed. Boom. Those brief words exploded like thunder in his ears. Danzo's entire body stiffened, his legs gave way, and he stumbled crashing to his knees at the entrance of the conference room. Extreme resentment and rage shattered his composure. Lowering his voice, he roared almost maniacally, "What kind of joke is this? What kind of joke is this?" He had not even set foot inside the conference room, and his candidacy was completely denied, vetoed outright, by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the fire of rage in Danzo's chest erupted into an inferno. He sprang to his feet and kicked the wooden door with all his might. Bang! The wooden door shook violently. Danzo, his face dark and malevolent aura fully unleashed, glared at Hiruzen and cursed through gritted teeth. "Hiruzen, you bastard. You're deliberately against me, aren't you?" Inside the conference room, all the high-ranking officials tensed up. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, slammed the table, and stood up, his gaze stern. "Danzo, are you trying to disrupt the Hokage meeting?" "Guards, take advisor Danzo to cool down." But Danzo showed no fear. His eyes were full of venom as he hurled a heavy accusation. "You allow the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to live with that Uchiha brat. On what grounds do you have to veto me? What right do you have to veto me?" These words plunged the room into dead silence. All eyes instantly focused on Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with shock and confusion. Facing the doubts of the room and Danzo's relentless questioning, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained calm, his tone indifferent but unwaveringly firm as he slowly spoke. "Not allowing you to become Hokage is the most correct and greatest contribution I have made to Konoha over the years." That one light sentence completely shattered Danzo's last shred of reason. You will regret." Danzo's chest heaved violently, his blood surged, and in a fit of rage his eyes rolled back. Right there in front of everyone, he put on a show of rolling his eyes. 2 root ninja beside him quickly stepped forward to support him from both sides, dragging the disgraced Danzo out of the room. Though he was taken away, the atmosphere in the conference room turned eerie and heavy. Kohor Utatane, her expression grave, was the first to break the silence. Hiruzen, is what Danzo said true? Did you really let the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki live day and night with that Uchiha child? Are you not afraid that the Nine-Tails might be manipulated again, repeating the Nine-Tails incident of the past? The other high-ranking officials nodded in agreement, their eyes full of fear and worry. The Nine-Tails is Konoha's greatest nuclear weapon, and the Uchiha are the most controversial clan. Binding them together risks annihilation at the slightest misstep. Facing everyone's doubts, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat back down, a hidden meaning in his eyes, but his tone was unshakably certain. Everyone need not worry, I have already made thorough preparations. He paused, then spoke each word with gravity. He is Konoha's ultimate weapon. Achu. Elsewhere, Long Guhong, who was completely unaware that he had been designated as the ultimate weapon, suddenly rubbed his itchy nose, glanced casually around, and muttered to himself, "Which little girl is thinking about me at?" He was leisurely enjoying himself when a spirited, hearty voice suddenly exploded in front of him. "My friend, your physique is too weak. It's obvious you lack training and the fiery spirit of youth." Rock Lee suddenly appeared, his gleaming white teeth dazzling, with a serious, passionate expression blocking Long Guheng's path. Seeing Lee's ever ready to sprint in Toyao fervor, Long Guheng's mouth twitched, a look of helplessness on his face, and he raised a hand to push him aside swiftly. "Stop messing around. I came to see Tenten today." Nearby, Tenten paused, pointed at herself in confusion, and asked me. "Yes, you." Long Guheng quickly walked up to Tenten, a smile in his eyes, his tone sincere. "I have a favor to ask you. Help me forge an extraordinary Onio Fakened weapon." With that, he reached behind him, apparently from some all-purpose space, and produced a neatly folded blueprint, handing it over steadily. Curious, Tenten took it and murmured, "What's so mysterious about this?" But as she slowly unfolded the blueprint and saw the design, she froze instantly, her eyes filled with extreme. On the blueprint, the weapon's design was simple, yet exuded an imposing aura. Sharp lines cut with fierce edges, intricate carvings covered the body, and the details were exquisitely refined. The top of the weapon was cast into a clean, well-shaped profile, with symmetrical crescent blades extending from both sides, seamlessly integrated and menacingly powerful. Fantian Huaji. Long Guheng looked at Tianshan's wide-eyed, stunned expression, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. "So, isn't it incredibly majestic and awesome?" Rock Lee also hurriedly came closer, his round eyes fixed on the weapon blueprints on the table. Although he could not understand the intricate design, the mere sight of its fierce and domineering silhouette inexplicably exuded an awe-inspiring presence that made one's blood surge. So cool. Just by looking at this weapon, one can feel the surging passion and power. Long Guheng raised his chin slightly, his gaze resting on the outline of that legendary divine weapon on the blueprint, and silently chuckled to himself. "Of course, this is the moment I respect Lord Madara the most. How could the style be low?" Then he put away his playful grin, turned to Tian, and said with extraordinary solemnity, "So I entrust this divine weapon to you." Tian was startled by his completely trusting expression and immediately nodded firmly. "Leave it to me, no problem." As soon as she finished speaking, she abruptly changed the subject, frowning slightly. "But I must make it clear beforehand, this weapon is enormous in size, and once forged, its weight will be terrifying. Are you sure you can swing it steadily?" Long Guheng had long anticipated this question, and a smug, confident smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry, all the parameters are custom-made. When the time comes, wielding it will only make me more powerful, not a burden at all." He silently murmured in his heart, "Right, Lord Madara." But the only response was utter silence. With a thought, Long Guheng's consciousness sank into the private space where he saw Madara standing still, staring intently at the translucent loading panel floating above his head. The progress number on the panel was fixed at 35. He approached and teased, "Lord Madara, why have you been staring at this damned panel all day recently? You're not getting senile from boredom, are you?" Madara slowly withdrew his gaze, his eyes calm and unruffled, yet his tone carried a hint of obsession that others could hardly understand. "I just have a feeling that I will meet him again soon." Long Guheng's expression instantly turned strange as he instantly understood his thoughts. "Lord Madara, you really can't let go of your dear wife, Lord Hashirama, can you? TCH. If you don't speak, I won't treat you as mute." Madara shook his head helplessly, too lazy. In an instant, his expression turned grim, the lazy aura around him instantly withdrawn, and he spoke coldly. "We should go and see that so-called Itachi Uchiha." "Hey, so you've already sensed him, Lord Madara?" Long Guheng instantly became excited, his battle intent surging. "Then what are we waiting for? Lord Madara, show the way, and well, rush over." He hastily bid farewell to Tiantan and Rock Lee, and without stopping his feet, he sped off in the direction Madara guided. While traveling, Long Guheng couldn't help complaining, "I wasn't this warlike before. Could it be that you, Lord Madara, have completely led me astray?" Madara's indifferent voice came faintly from the space. Only slaughter and battle can awaken the bloodlust within. Speed up a bit, those two jonin have already engaged them. Roger. At this moment by the stream in Konoha the atmosphere was already tense to the extreme. Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi stood one behind the other staring gravely at the two uninvited guests before them. In a black robe with red clouds his figure looked cold, a straw hat shading his eyes. Itachi Uchiha stood quietly with no extra aura around him, yet emanated a suffocating pressure. At his side Kisame Hashigaki carried the massive Samahata on his shoulder, a cynical sneer hanging on his rugged face. Itachi's Threedemo Sharingan slowly rotated, his scarlet gaze locking onto the two before him, his tone indifferent to the point of ruthlessness. I've already said my greetings. Don't get in the way. I don't want to kill you. We can't ignore intruders in Konoha. Kurenai Yuhi instantly tightened her grip on her kunai, her body tense, and whispered quickly to Asuma beside her, Itachi is skilled in Jinjutsu, we'll take him. Before she finished speaking, the opposite Kisame had already lost patience. Enough chatter. He roared, his wrist suddenly exerting force as the Samahata on his shoulder swept out fiercely with a sharp gust of wind. The blade's momentum was heavy and domineering, the sound of tearing air piercing as it came crushing toward the two. Asuma reacted swiftly, crossing his arms and instantly blocking with his hand of glory blades in front. Clang! A loud clash exploded as the immense force made Asuma's body sway violently, barely withstanding the fatal blow. Seizing the moment of stalemate, Kurenai didn't hesitate. Her fingers flew the speed of her hand seals, leaving only afterimages. Demonic illusion binding the Jinjutsu activated instantly. Kurenai's figure suddenly became ethereal, dissipating into the air like water vapor silently. The next second the ground beneath Itachi suddenly trembled, and several thick wooden branches burst forth, wildly entangling and spreading, instantly locking his body and firmly trapping him in place. Kurenai's figure slowly emerged from deep within the tree trunk, the cold gleam of her kunai aimed directly at Itachi's vital point. This is it, it's over. But the expected defeat did not come. Itachi, firmly bound, showed no change in expression from start to finish. His scarlet Sharingan slowly revolved with not a ripple in his eyes. You saw nothing. Jinjutsu reflection. Kurenai's pupils constricted sharply, a chill spreading in her heart as the situation instantly reversed. The trees that had been binding Itachi vanished, instantly replaced by Jinjutsu shackles that bound herself, trapping her in place. In front, Itachi moved slightly, took a kunai, and swiftly thrust it back towards the trapped Kurenai. In that split second of life and death, Kurenai bit her tongue hard. The sharp pain instantly shattered the Jinjutsu shackles in her mind. Using the pain, she forcibly broke free and stumbled back in retreat. The corners of her mouth were already stained with blood, trickling slightly. The nearby Kisame found it amusing and sneered. You've got to be the most ridiculous one today, daring to compete in Jinjutsu before Mr. Itachi, that's rare. Kurenai was both anxious and furious, but Itachi gave her no time to prepare. He raised his leg, gathered strength, and with a clean, swift kick, sent her flying into the stream. Kurenai. Asuma's pupil shrank as he saw her in danger, instantly losing composure. He ignored the opponent before him and subconsciously turned to rush to her aid, his entire being focusing on his comrade's safety. This fleeting opening was precisely caught by the rough and ferocious Kisame. My Samahata is not for chopping, but for shaving. Kisame gave a ferocious grin, flipped his wrist abruptly, and the immensely heavy Samahata, with a screech that tore the air, slashed horizontally through the gap. Swish! Asuma hastily defended, but was ultimately half a beat too slow. His shoulder was instantly struck by the spikes protruding from Samahata, tearing his clothes and exposing flesh, of vicious blood mark appearing as intense pain swept through his body. The immense force sent him staggering back several steps. Ha ha ha, so pitiful. Kisame pressed his advantage, his eyes blazing with ferocity. He stepped forward, raised Samahata high, and was about to swing down to end the battle. At the critical moment, two piercing sounds of cutting air suddenly exploded from the woods. Two figures dashed out like specters, instantly tearing apart the stalemate. Zzz. A blinding blue lightning flash tore through the air, a piercing thunderclap echoing by the riverside. Kakashi's palm erupted with thunder, the highly condensed Chidori carrying a violent impact, crashing directly into Kisame's descending Samahata. A thunderous roar exploded, lightning scattering forcibly, blocking Kisame's attack. At the same time, flames blazed in midair. Long Guheng leaped through the air, chakra surging wildly in his chest, and opened his mouth to release a surging, scorching flame. Fire release, great fireball. The massive fireball was overwhelmingly powerful, carrying a scorching heat wave astonishingly fast, and rolled directly towards Itachi. The flames swept across the river surface, instantly vaporizing the water vapor, and crashed into the stream before Itachi. Boom! The fireball exploded, sending splashes of water mixed with flames flying in all directions. The river surface churned with huge waves, and mist filled the air, completely obscuring the two figures. The rolling dust and mist slowly dissipated, and the turbulent disturbance finally settled. On the clearing by the river, a tall young figure landed steadily, his feet lightly touching the damp ground, standing exactly in front of Itachi, exuding full presence without backing down. Long Guheng looked at Itachi before him, and said calmly, yet with great confidence, "Did I arrive too late?" On the shore, Kakashi stood firmly in front of Asuma, the lightning in his palm, slowly receding, facing off against Kisame. Hearing the question, he said indifferently, "No, just in time." As the mist completely dissipated, Uchiha Itachi raised his crimson Sharingan, eyes quietly scrutinizing the young boy before him. The other party did not erupt with fierce chakra, yet inexplicably gave him an unfathomable sense of pressure, a warning born from instinct. An unprecedented sense of crisis quietly germinated in his heart, slowly spreading throughout his body. Itachi's gaze slightly tensed, and he spoke indifferently, his tone carrying a hint of probing. "Are you the one in Sasuke's class?" At these words, Long Guheng's lips suddenly curled upward, forming a wild and arrogant smirk, his eyes full of mockery and insolence. He slightly raised his head and laughed heartily. "I can't help you, listen up. I never changed my name, neither in action nor in status. I am Sasuke's older brother, Long Guheng." Sasuke's brother. This sentence struck like a thunderclap in Itachi's heart. Uchiha Itachi, who was always calm and unruffled, felt his pupils suddenly contract violently, a storm of emotions surging within his eyes instantly. In his crimson Sharingan eyes, 4 parts shock and 3 parts bewilderment clearly surfaced, finally settling into 2 parts piercing anger. Long Guheng observed the distinct layers of emotion in his eyes and couldn't help but click his tongue and laugh. While a pie chart of emotions, pretty standard. Before his mocking voice faded, Itachi had already retracted all superfluous expressions, the distractions in his eyes instantly vanishing. Without extra words, his single hand flipped and seals 6 seals per second, smooth and fluid, without any stagnation. Water release, water fong bullet. The turbulent water beneath his feet suddenly churned, and several rotating sharp water blades shot out with fierce water pressure, heading straight for Long Guheng's vital points. As the water blades closed and Long Guheng's expression remained unchanged, chakra surging within his body. Gate of injury open. Explosive power instantly engulfed his entire body, pale green chakra currents swirling around him. His speed abruptly surged to the limit, his form turning into a blurred afterimage. At the moment the water blades were about to hit, he precisely sidestepped and broke through, dodging the encirclement of several rotating water fangs. In the instant of dodging, he advanced instead of retreating, using his momentum to accelerate. His right leg swept with a fierce and domineering wind, aiming directly at Itachi's chest and abdomen. Long Guheng's bold shout echoed across the riverbank, "Take that, old iron!" This kick was lightning fast, the sound of tearing air piercing and thunderous, carrying the violent force from the opened gate. Yet facing this devastating killing blow, Itachi stood motionless, his crimson Sharingan quietly fixed on the incoming youth, his expression icy, with no intention to evade. It seemed like a wide-open defense, but in reality it concealed endless danger. In that split second within Long Guheng's mental space, Uchiha Madara, who had been silently watching, suddenly narrowed his eyes and became instantly alert. Intuition told him that this seemingly sluggish opening was a deadly trap. Without time to think, Madara forcibly seized control of Long Guheng's body. The fierce offensive charge abruptly came to a halt, his right leg mid-kick froze in the air, the extreme inertia forcibly broken. The next second, Long Guheng's form rapidly retreated, stepping on the wet river surface in successive backward leaps, opening up a distance of several meters. The movement was clean and crisp, perfectly avoiding all danger. Almost the moment he retreated, the spot exploded with a bang. Shadow clone explosion. Massive shockwaves erupted violently, wild chakra shockwaves sweeping across the entire riverbank. The explosive power was overwhelming, no less than the great fireball technique Long Guheng had used earlier. The surging blast waves swept in all directions. The river water beneath their feet was instantly detonated, sending plumes of water and gravel skyward, then accompanied by a thin mist falling as a gentle drizzle. Amidst the rain, a figure in a black robe quietly appeared a few meters directly in front of Long Guheng, its aura cold. It was Uchiha Itachi's true body. Long Guheng looked at the indifferent man before him, still shaken, but with a smile hanging on his lips, casually teasing, "You're absolutely insidious. No wonder Sasuke hates you so much." A light, seemingly careless remark pierced Itachi's heart like a sharp blade. Uchiha Itachi, always so restrained and tolerant, saw the indifference in his eyes shatter, completely unable to suppress his chilling, killing intent any longer. His 3-tomo Sharingan slowly rotated, and his left eye gently closed. A terrifying ocular power surpassing normal jutsu began to gather wildly and pour out, permeating the entire battlefield. The air suddenly froze, becoming heavy and oppressive, making breathing difficult. On the riverbank, Kakashi, who was facing off against Kisame, had his pupils shrink sharply, his hairs standing on end, an extreme sense of crisis surging in his heart. Not good. He shouted, ignoring the battle before him, his form suddenly bursting into motion, dashing at full speed toward Longuing. With one hand quickly flipping up the eye patch covering his left eye, he roared sharply across the scene, "Everyone close your eyes." Kakashi's shout echoed across the riverbank. The warning came swiftly, but ultimately too late. The entire battlefield fell into deathly silence. An overwhelming ocular pressure crushed down, locking everyone's mind. Immerse in the darkness of the Mangekyo. As the words fell, Uchiha Itachi suddenly opened his closed left eye. His once ordinary pupil completely transformed. 3 tomo rapidly rotated, merged, and reorganized into 3 sharp, condensed black sickle blade patterns. The curves were graceful, yet dripping with killing intent, encircling the pupil in a whirlpool. Strands of crimson blood marks crept along the whites of his eyes, fierce and eerie. His unique Mangekyo Sharingan's ultimate illusion had been activated. Tsukuyami. In an instant, Kakashi, who attempted to resist with his 3 tomo, had his consciousness forcibly ripped from his body and dragged into that world of darkness and endless torment. As for Longuing, who was closest to Itachi and directly facing the eruption of ocular power, he bore the brunt and was pulled into this absolute illusion cage without any buffer. The situation on the field instantly reversed. Only the quick-reacting Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai shut their eyes tight the moment Kakashi shouted, relying on instinct to evade this deadly ocular technique, becoming the only ones left awake. The battlefield suddenly fell silent. Kisame, shouldering Samehada, leisurely strolled to Itachi's side. Observing the scene, his tone carried a hint of puzzlement and sigh. "Mr. Itachi, to use Mangekyo's power against a young leaf kid, isn't that too cautious?" At this moment, Itachi was in poor condition. Tears of blood slowly trickled from his left eye, staining half of his cheek. He gently closed his Mangekyo eyes, his chest rising and falling slightly with faint breaths, his voice hoarse and heavy. "He is indeed a bit tricky, but fortunately." Before his words even landed, a fierce and biting chakra gale suddenly exploded from the front. A pitch-black figure ridiculously fast tore through the remaining mist and currents, charging in with an overwhelming, domineering aura. Not good. Kisame's pupils shrank, and without a moment's hesitation, he exerted his arms to horizontally raise Samehada, blocking the heavy sword fully in front of Itachi to withstand this unexpected assault. Boom! A powerful punch slammed heavily onto the blade of Samehada. Violent punch wind exploded wildly. The river water was flung up instantly, layers of shockwaves centered around the collision points, sweeping in all directions, numbing Kisame's arms and forcing him to retreat several steps. Amidst the surging waves, Itachi barely opened his tired eyes. The instant he saw the newcomer, his usually calm and unruffled face was instantly covered with extreme shock and disbelief. Standing before them was none other than Longuing, who should have been trapped in Tsukuyami, his consciousness completely sealed. Yet the youth before him was completely different from moments ago. The chakra flowing around him was no longer raw and agile. Instead, it was replaced by extremely violent, killing intent-infused, terrifying waves, every current bringing a sharpness that tore everything, the pressure far exceeding before by several times. Longuing slowly raised his head. His originally pitch-black eyes had transformed. A pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with deep patterns and an unmatched aura slowly lit up, their crimson light dazzling and piercing, reflecting Itachi's astonished face. A tone of arrogance mixed with absolute domination echoed across the deathly silent riverbank. "You picked the wrong opponent." The cold and arrogant words of Uchiha Madara echoed in the minds of Itachi and Kisame, an inexplicable pressure silently spreading. An extreme shock surged in Itachi's heart, shattering all his calm and composure. His pupils trembled as disbelief flooded his face. "Why? Do you have a Mangekyo Sharingan?" As soon as he finished speaking, a mocking and proud chuckle from Madara suddenly rang out, shaking his head dismissively, his tone dripping with disdain. "Mangekyo? No, that level of ability is far too low, utterly insignificant." Such extreme contempt in his words, combined with the terrifying aura far beyond the ordinary exuded by the youth, sent Itachi's spirit into another violent turmoil. In the moment, Itachi was lost in thought. Kisame, who had been knocked back by a heavy punch, steadied himself and glared at the posturing youth before him, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. "Stop playing tricks." Kisame roared, unleashing his full strength, his arm bursting forth as the bandages binding his shark muscle were torn away. The massive blade instantly unfurled, its numerous sharp spikes writhing and trembling. The shark muscle, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, sliced horizontally, toward Madara's face, the blade's momentum tyrannical and brutal, aiming to pierce through several holes. However, in the face of this rapidly approaching strike, Madara remained scornful as he replied, "It seems a naughty child needs to be properly disciplined." In an instant, Madara's figure became elusive and unpredictable, appearing to casually sidestep, but executing the motion with utmost skill and precision, barely evading the violent slash of the shark muscle by mere millimeters. In the moment of dodging, Madara controlled his body, without any pause, suddenly twisting his waist, his coiled right fist carrying unmatched brute force, directly smashing toward Kisame's face. The punch whistled through the air, its momentum like a thunderclap. This punch is to curb arrogance and impatience. Boom. The dull sound of the heavy punch echoed explosively. Kisame didn't even have time to make any defensive moves, his entire body freezing in place as a short muffled groan escaped his throat. "I'm hungry." In an instant, Kisame lost his center of gravity like a giant stone struck by immense force, flying straight back. His body skimmed rapidly across the water's surface, reminiscent of skipping stones, creating layers of white splashes in the clear stream, sliding several meters before landing in a disheveled heap. Kisame struggled painfully to rise, looking utterly disheveled. The left side of his face was swollen, his skin red and puffy, his mouth torn, blood continuously oozing out and dripping down his chin. The extreme humiliation and excruciating pain ignited his fury. His eyes turned crimson, filled with rage, as he glared at Madara, grinding his teeth and shouting, "Damn it! You've thoroughly enraged me. Prepare to be torn apart by sharks." As his words fell, Kisame clasped his hands together, rapidly forming seals in front of his chest, his movements neat and straightforward, devoid of any embellishment, as chakra surged wildly, stirring the surrounding stream. Madara watched this set of fluid and simple sealing techniques, momentarily taken aback, and sighed slightly. "I can't believe there's still such a plain and unadorned sealing method in the shinobi world. It's truly been a long time since I've seen it." In the next moment, Madara's keen senses detected a familiar chakra rapidly approaching. He couldn't be bothered to entangle with Kisame any longer and abruptly turned, speeding towards Itachi. This act of completely ignoring him shattered Kisame's last line of tolerance. His eyes widened in fury and he roared, "You bastard! You dare to look down on me!" He concluded, his seal's chakra exploding from his chest as he shouted, "Water-style Great Shark Bullet." Before he could finish the name of the jutsu, a passionate and resonant voice suddenly erupted from beside him. "A beast surpassing human wisdom. That is I, Might Guy." The figure had not yet arrived, but the strong wind preceded it. The silhouette of Might Guy in a green jumpsuit sped through the air, his posture graceful, his legs spinning rapidly to gather strength, and with the inertia of his sprint, he unleashed a fierce and domineering roundhouse kick. The whistling wind from his kick, infused with tremendous explosive power, accurately struck Kisame's defenseless right cheek. Boom! Another heavy impact exploded. Hungry. Kisame, who had just finished brewing his jutsu, was assaulted again, his body stiffening as blood sprayed from his mouth, letting out another extremely suppressed groan. His body once again lost control, flying out at a speed even faster than before, crashing heavily into the stream, causing a massive splash. Taking advantage of Kisame's severe injury, Madara had already appeared in front of Itachi. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes gleamed brightly, and with just a fleeting glance, Itachi's consciousness was forcibly torn from his body and pulled into the world of Jinjutsu. In the still pure white space, Itachi stood alone, surrounded by nothingness, with only a vague and profound figure standing quietly ahead. Having calmed down, he now wore an extremely grave expression, stating shockingly, "This powerful dojutsu and chakra that transcends the pinnacle of the shinobi world. You are the legendary Uchiha Madara, aren't you?" Ha ha ha. A hearty and extremely proud laughter resonated throughout the pure white space, echoing endlessly and causing the air to tremble slightly. The vague figure slowly spoke, his tone filled with approval. "You truly are Uchiha Itachi, who just a glance, and you can discern my identity. Your insight is commendable." Despite receiving Madara's praise, Itachi did not relax for a moment, his body tensing to the utmost as his eyes rapidly scanned the entire pure white space. His nerves were taut like a bowstring, constantly alert to any movements around him, quickly searching for weaknesses and methods to break this top-tier Jinjutsu. Seeing him calm and composed in the face of danger, Madara not only did not feel anger, but instead expressed even more approval. "It seems you are even more outstanding than I imagined. So how far can your eyes see?" In the instant the words fell, the air currents in the space suddenly exploded. The vague figure before him abruptly solidified and took on a tangible form. Clad in ancient armor of deep black adorned with crimson gold patterns, his imposing shoulders outlined a threatening contour, and the beast's face, engraved on his chest, displayed bared fangs, cold and sinister, every inch of the armor flowing with the aura of slaughter. Uchiha Madara stood proudly at the center of the pure white space, his posture erect like a peak, his aura suppressing the ages, holding a single hand in a virtual grasp as a cold light, glimmering, and unrivaled halberd suddenly materialized, the blade igniting with flames radiating an overwhelming killing intent. Madara gazed down at the tense Itachi before him, a chilling and bone-cold smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. To thank you for providing my little one with a test of will, I shall hunt you in this Jinjutsu world for 7 days and nights. Then run. With the chilling words, the entire pure white illusory space suddenly boiled over, unmatched in the world. Inside the Jinjutsu space, slaughter erupted while the battle on the riverbank had already settled. In the stream, Kisame struggled to rise, his entire face swollen, one side bruised from Madara's heavy punch, and the other red and swollen from Guy's whirlwind kick, blood frothing from his mouth, appearing utterly miserable. He panted heavily, glancing at the battlefield, seeing that reinforcements had arrived to Suma, and Kurenai slowly approaching with their eyes open. Most critically, Mr. Itachi was currently lost in thought, his form rigid, breath erratic, and floating, clearly trapped in the Jinjutsu, and unable to break free, having completely lost his combat ability. This is bad. Kisame's heart tightened as he instantly recognized the situation's severity. He didn't dare to linger, hurriedly moving forward to support the dazed Itachi, dragging him away in an instant. You want to escape? Seeing this, Might Guy's eyes blazed with fervor, his green jumpsuit tightening in the wind, as he immediately prepared to chase after them, his legs coiling with power, ready to explode forward to intercept the two. However, just as he was about to move, a weak voice called out from behind, stopping him in his tracks. Wait. It's Youth Guy. Don't chase yet. It was Takagaki Kogen, who had just escaped the Tsukuyomi Jinjutsu, clutching his lower back, his face pale, with twitching corners of his mouth hunched over in pain. Hurry. Take me to the hospital. I feel like my kidney has been smashed. The VIP ward of Konoha Hospital was spacious and bright, with 4 beds lined up side by side. The entirety of Team 7 lay sprawled across them. Long Guheng, Uzumaki, Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Hatake Kakashi each occupied a bed, their bodies bearing varying degrees of injury from the battle. The usually boisterous Team 7 was eerily quiet, save for a feeble moan that echoed repeatedly through the room. My kidneys. Long Guheng sat half upright, propped by soft pillows, one hand clutching his lower back tightly, his brows furrowed in excruciating pain as he wailed weakly. Naruto, wrapped in thin bandages on the adjacent bed, rolled his eyes and slumped onto the pillow, his tone dripping with exasperation. You've said that 800 times already, hung. The doctor checked you thoroughly. There's nothing wrong with your kidneys. It's just mental shock. You're scaring yourself for nothing. You don't understand. You'll never understand this piercing agony. Long Guheng immediately shook his head and sobbed, his voice filled with grievance, indignance, and accusation. 7 whole days. Do you have any idea what I've been through? That despicable bastard went straight for my kidneys the entire time. He never aimed anywhere else. He had no sense of martial honor. Naruto scratched his cheek, awkwardly unsure how to console him, and weakly countered. But Kakashi-sensei got hit too, and he's not making such a fuss. He's just lying there quietly resting like a proper adult. At this, Long Guheng let out a scornful snort. That's different. Kakashi-sensei was already kidney deficient to begin with. On the farthest bed, Kakashi's sheet slipped slightly, revealing a single indifferent Sharingan eye. He cast a sidelong glance at the lively, ranting Long Guheng, his voice lazy and resigned. How have you managed to survive this long with that mouth of yours? The commotion in the ward continued until the usually taciturn Sasuke could no longer bear it. He leaned against the headboard, his brows knit in irritation. If you're going to argue, do it outside. Don't make noise here. Hearing Sasuke's voice, Long Guheng instantly stopped his wailing and turned sharply toward him, his tone suddenly grave and sorrowful, carrying a note of earnest warning. Sasuke, I'm telling you this very seriously. Don't ever go after your brother. In front of Uchiha Itachi, you'll always be nothing but a little brother. These words acted like a fuse, instantly igniting Sasuke's emotions. He shot up from the bed, ignoring his unhealed injuries, and flashed to Long Guheng's bedside, grabbing his collar tightly. His eyes blazed with urgency as he demanded, What did you say? The man you fought. Was that bastard? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Long Guheng, slightly choked by the grip, struggled to raise his hand, and pried open Sasuke's clenched fingers one by one, spreading his palms innocently. You never asked. I thought you'd already figured it out. That simple retort left Sasuke momentarily speechless. His throat tightened, his fury and questions clogged in his chest, leaving him with no counter. His clenched fists trembled slightly, his expression a tangled storm of emotions. After a tense pause, he suppressed the turmoil within, reluctantly released the collar, and asked in a low voice, Fine. So, is he strong now? Hearing this, Long Guheng straightened up instantly, adopting a nonchalant, cocky demeanor. Yeah, he's pretty strong, top tier in the shinobi world. But for me it was a piece of cake. The moment he saw my surging chakra erupt, he got so scared, he ran away with his tail between his legs. Humph. Sasuke let out 2 cold, mocking laughs, his eyes filled with undisguised disdain and disbelief. If you weren't lying in a hospital bed, I might actually believe you. With that, he turned and walked straight toward the ward door. Sasuke, where are you going? Your injuries haven't healed yet. Naruto quickly called out to stop him. Sasuke didn't pause, his back cold and aloof, leaving behind a proud snort that echoed through the room of, I'm going to continue training. You lazy slackers who just lie around, don't bother me. His voice faded as he vanished from the ward in a swift body flicker, leaving only a gentle breeze brushing against the windows and doors. Long Guhing stood frozen, rubbing his neck, muttering with suspicion, damn, did he just subtly insult me? Kakashi slowly pulled up his sheet and replied flatly, hitting the nail on the head, not subtly. He openly insulted all of us. Long Guhing. After the uproar, the once chaotic ward fell into complete silence. Long Guhing lay back on the bed, closed his eyes, and sank his mind into his inner space. He addressed the meditating Madara softly. Hey Madara-sama, are you really not going to tell Sasuke the truth? No need. Sasuke must personally experience the pain and helplessness of confronting his brother to have the opportunity to fully awaken his own Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara replied without even opening his eyes. Huh, is awakening that troublesome? Long Guhing asked, puzzled. I always thought that as long as the emotions were intense enough and the stimulation strong enough, the eyes would just open directly. Madara was silent for a moment. How could it be that simple? The Uchiha Mangekyo has always been the ultimate sublimation of mind obsession and pain, never something triggered by mere emotional agitation. Just as Madara was about to explain the intricacies and correct Long Guheng's misconception, a loud, bold laugh suddenly exploded without warning in the ward, cutting off Madara's lecture entirely. Aha! Rejoice, young ones of Konoha. The Toad Sage Jiraiya has arrived. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. He sprang up from the bed, brimming with surprise. It's Pervy Sage. Jiraiya, who had made his grand entrance with full swagger, had his smile freeze on his face. He strode over to Naruto's bedside, pressed one hand on his head, and ruffled his hair, vigorously correcting him with annoyance. Call me Toad Sage. Got it, you unruly little blonde brat. After a brief scuffle, Jiraiya withdrew his hand and composed himself. Kakashi spoke up at the right moment. Jiraiya, do you have an important matter to discuss today? Jiraiya dropped his playful demeanor and nodded solemnly. It is something serious. The old man and the others have reached a decision. Tsunade is to return to Konoha and assume the position of the 5th Hokage. His gaze swept over Naruto and Long Guheng, and a hearty smile spread across his lips. So I plan to take these 2 little brats along on a journey to find Tsunade, who's still wandering outside. Why do I have to come along too? Long Guheng followed behind Jiraiya and Naruto with a look of utter dejection, clutching his still aching lower back and voicing his complaint with full frustration. He had only just recovered from that 7-day and 7-night illusion, and the pain in his kidneys had not yet fully subsided. He should have been lying flat in the hospital recuperating, but for no reason he was dragged out on a long trip, truly the height of bad luck. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately put on a mysterious and kind smile, eyes curving with a tone that was teasing, hee naturally, because I'm going to teach you a jutsu that can overturn your combat power. That's a lie. Naruto, standing beside him, immediately curled his lips in disdain and muttered with disgust. It's probably some perverted weird jutsu again. I don't want to learn it. As soon as these words fell, the smile on Jiraiya's face vanished instantly. He raised his hand without the slightest pause and knocked precisely on the center of Naruto's forehead. Bang! A crisp sound of impact rang out, full of force. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Jiraiya snorted in exasperation with a look of disappointed frustration. I'm one of the 3 ninja of Konoha at least. A jutsu I personally teach. What right do you have to just guess about it? This time it's a real trump card. If you don't learn it, you'll definitely regret it. Naruto covered his red and painful forehead, grimacing in pain, and muttered pitifully. Hung told me that your title of the 3 ninja came from losing a battle. Jiraiya's mouth twitched, and he was momentarily struck speechless. Hey, you little brat, are you just picking a fight? Do you want to learn or not? Naruto stuck his neck out and looked up. If it's really that powerful, of course I'll learn. What are you saying? When have I ever lied to you, kid? Watch closely. Jiraiya stopped wasting words, raised one hand, and opened his palm forward. The next moment, violent chakra suddenly burst from his palm, compressing at high speed, swirling and condensing, forcibly twisting into a sealed chakra sphere that rotated within his hand. This move is called the Rasengan. Amazing. Naruto's eyes instantly went wide, his azure eyes shining brightly. He immediately leaned in and stared at the spinning sphere, full of amazement. This jutsu looks so powerful. Pervert Sage, did you create this yourself? The Rasengan in Jiraiya's palm slowly dissipated. His previously exuberant expression immediately fell, and he sighed with a look of dejection. You really have a way with words, kid. There is nothing more awkward than sudden silence. It's so embarrassing you could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground. Seeing this, Long Guheng immediately came to the rescue, deliberately raising his tone to flatter. Wow, what an amazing jutsu. Can I really learn it too? His acting was exaggerated and deliberate, but Jiraiya just couldn't resist it. At once Jiraiya shook off his gloom and laughed heartily. Ha, of course you can, little hung. He looked up, gazing deeply at Naruto's golden hair and clear blue eyes, his tone carrying a hint of distant significance. Moreover, if it's you, the one who created this jutsu, would surely be happy to pass it on. But Naruto felt creeped out by Jiraiya's intense gaze and shrank back uncomfortably. Hey, why are you staring at me like that? I want to turn into Naruto to thank you. That mouth of yours, who taught you to be so annoying? Jiraiya's forehead veins bulged, and it seemed the two were starting another round of bickering. Just as the two started bickering again, Madara's indifferent voice rang out in time, carrying a hint of evaluation and approval. Indeed, it is a good jutsu. Its nature of having no attribute gives it infinite potential for evolution with an extremely wide range of variations. No wonder in the previous life that Uzumaki Kid had a particular fondness for creating this thing. Long Guheng responded in his mind with a smile. Indeed, it's like a colorful family bucket of raisingans with all sorts of variations. A jutsu approved even by Lord Madara. Its value is instantly top-notch. Long Guheng immediately made up his mind. He had to master the Rasengan. Later he would create the real one. Ahem, that's for later. He sighed inwardly and couldn't help muttering quietly. But there are too many things to learn. I haven't even mastered the 8 gates yet, and now there's another one. This is still early. Top-tier combat power is never achieved in a day. It's the result of daily honing and accumulation. Madara's tone was calm and composed, carrying the steadiness of years of experience. Long Guheng's face instantly fell, and he sighed in resignation. Madara-style education, you win. Amid their conversation, the argument ahead finally came to an end. Jiraiya took away Naruto's treasured saving toad as the price for training, completely getting the better of the kid and ending the bickering. You have been deprived of your money. Jiraiya pocketed the saving toad, a sly smile on his face. From now on, follow my arrangements, train hard, and no slacking off. Naruto looked pained and aggrieved, full of resentment inside, but he couldn't hide the surging anticipation in his eyes. He clenched his fists and vowed in his heart, I will become stronger with my own hands. Evening. In a simply furnished and plain hotel room, Long Guheng and Naruto sat facing each other, each holding a round water balloon. The room was completely silent, only a wordless standoff. Naruto stared at the motionless water balloon in his hand, getting angrier the more he thought about it, and scratched his head in frustration. I knew it. Following that pervert sage with his dirty mind never leads to anything good. Long Guheng also felt a headache coming on and rubbed his forehead in resignation. Just saying use chakra to burst the water balloon and then disappearing. This style is indeed unique to Jiraiya. Kid, you must have sensed it too. Suddenly Madara's voice rang out in his mind. Long Guheng's eyes flickered and he nodded slightly. And then we have visitors, 2 of them. A playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Just as the person outside was about to raise a hand to knock, he yanked the door open. Yo, you 2 who fled in disgrace dare to come back. The cold wind suddenly rushed in from outside. Before his words faded, a chilling blood-red gaze locked onto him. The response was Itachi Uchiha's right Mangekyo, his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating. Amaterasu. Pitch black netherfire instantly consumed the air, surging straight toward Long Guheng before him. Anything touched by Amaterasu would burn eternally, ceaselessly, without end. Naruto's pupils shrank. The water ball in his hand shattered with a splash, and he sprang up instantly. Hang. How did you catch fire? I will throw those words back at you. This move is to curb arrogance and pride. Kisame, standing behind Itachi, grinned with a sneer, his mocking voice echoing through the corridor. But that arrogant smile lingered on his face for only a second before freezing into utter rigidity. Within the pitch-black flames, a clear and fierce glimmer of azure light suddenly emerged. The unyielding Susanoo skeleton wrapped tightly around Long Guheng's body an instant before the Amaterasu black flames could touch him. The ferocious black flames blazed upon the skeletal barrier, writhing and twisting wildly, yet they were firmly repelled half an inch away, unable to penetrate even a fraction within. From within the skeleton, Long Guheng's voice emerged, steady and audacious, brimming with confidence. Too bad. My Susanoo is fire immune. At that moment, Kisame's expression completely crumbled. His face was as stiff and grotesque as if he had swallowed a mouthful of filth, utterly hideous. Compared to Kisame's loss of composure, Uchiha Itachi's expression remained utterly calm throughout. His Mangekyo locked onto the azure skeleton, his eyes devoid of shock, filled only with absolute certainty and gravity. In that instant, all his conjectures were confirmed. Uchiha Madara was indeed residing within his body. Then who was the one on that night of the clan's annihilation? But Long Guheng gave them no chance to probe or think. With the black flames reflected in his clear, sharp eyes, he willed it, and the Susanoo skeleton outside his body suddenly burst into motion. Boom! One side of the rugged, massive skeletal arm stretched and expanded instantly, bones grinding with a piercing crack, carrying an overwhelming force that crushed everything in its path, smashing toward Itachi and Kisame. Violent chakra swept through the entire floor, and a chilling pressure descended like a tsunami. Facing this sudden mighty blow, Uchiha Itachi reacted with lightning speed, his figure slipping sideways like a gentle breeze. But Kisame behind him advanced, instead of retreating, charging forward against the tide. He gripped the hilt of his greatsword with one hand, his burly body sinking low to plant his stance firmly. His eyes blazed with ferocity as the spiky-bladed Samahata swung horizontally to block meeting the oncoming giant fist Hiden. Thud! A heavy muffled impact exploded, shaking the entire and faintly. Having absorbed the heavy strike without harm, Kisame instead bared a wild, vicious grin, fangs protruding. As long as it's chakra, my Samahata will suck it all dry. But that arrogant smile barely lasted half a second before freezing again on his face. The vast sea of Amaterasu black flames enveloping the Susanoo skeleton silently crept along the edges where they collided, crawling down the giant fist and slowly winding toward the blocking Samahata. At this moment, the all-consuming Amaterasu became Long Guheng's greatest natural protection. Kisame's heart sank abruptly, and a chill shot up his spine. He knew all too well the terror of Itachisen's Amaterasu. Once thoroughly entangled by this thing, Samahata would only be burned, utterly destroyed. What a damn mess. Kisame cursed under his breath, daring not to hesitate. He violently twisted his wrist, borrowing the impact force of the Susanoo giant fist to leap back, abruptly breaking away from direct collision with the Susanoo. The instant he escaped, the azure-thick Susanoo skeletal fist crashed into the ground. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and the hard corridor floor instantly cracked and spread. But Long Guheng's assault did not stop at all. Susanoo dropped the skeletal arm that had smashed into the ground, braced itself, using the momentum to vault into the air like a pole vaulter. The other thick Susanoo skeletal arm simultaneously expanded, carrying even more ferocious force, slamming down a second time at the off-balance Kisame. Long Guheng teased with a taunting tone, Uchiha's exclusive pole vault. Ever seen it? Madara. Faced with this relentless, swift, heavy blow, Kisame had no time to adjust his stance. He could only hastily cross Samahata in front of his chest to endure. But Long Guheng's second attack was even more powerful and faster. The immense force erupted, and Kisame's body was instantly blasted backward, staggering in flight, until he slammed heavily into the hard wall, barely stopping. The wall immediately dented with cracks. The battle situation was now quite strange. Itachi and Kisame stood on opposite sides, seemingly forming a perfect pincer, trapping Long Guheng in the center. Yet Itachi's expression was extremely grim, his eyes fixed on the azure Susanoo skeleton wreathed in black flames, unwilling to act rashly. Long Guheng stood in the middle, his tone carefree and arrogant. Don't move. You two are already surrounded. Naruto, arriving at the doorway at that moment, stared at the figure wrapped in Amaterasu's black flames, yet completely unharmed. He couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes full of shock. Hung, are you really something that can't burn? Look at you, so unsophisticated. Stand behind your big brother and watch carefully. I'm about to show off. Long Guheng glanced at him casually and replied in a relaxed tone. On the other side, Kisame barely pushed himself off the wall, spat out a mouthful of blood-flecked saliva, still gritting his fangs, his tone vicious and defiant. Get one cheap shot, and you think you're something. Under the combined pincer of me and Itachisen, you still have the nerve to worry about a dead weight. Utter. Huh. Long Guheng let out a low laugh, entirely unconcerned by the threat. He waved a hand dismissively at Kisame, his tone flippant, yet supremely condescending. No problem. Because you guys are just too weak. As if to prove his words, the thick skeletal arms on either side of the Susanoo slowly rose, pointing at Itachi and Kisame with a highly mocking international friendly gesture, the middle finger. Kisame's eyes instantly blazed in fury, veins bulging as he roared, don't look down on me, you brat. I'll slash you and that smug face of yours to pieces. Just as Kisame's killing intent exploded, and he prepared to charge desperately, a cool voice suddenly spoke leisurely from behind Itachi. It seems following Hung was indeed the right choice. You've finally shown up. Uchiha. Itachi.